here at my start of the day for the walk. And I want to say stop letting these debt collectors and these people so-called suing you come up with a one-sided interest. Okay? That means you need to respond to them. I'm talking about people that say that you owe them monies in terms of the credit card companies, in terms of the banks, for your foreclosures, your mortgage situations. Listen to me carefully. The manner in which they serve that documentation, it's a one-sided interest if you guys don't respond. And what you need to understand is, what we do on your behalf, we file a claim, or what we do, we put a lien against the claim. Always giving you guys some game about our approach and what we do, or what you could do yourself. We put a lien against the claim. So that means credit card companies coming after you and talking their talk, we put a lien against the claim. That first and foremost is going to stop all of that you owe this money, you owe that money talk. And in doing so, what we're utilizing is the Uniform Commercial Code. Those are the laws that govern secure transactions. Okay? UCC, the Uniform Commercial Code. Those are the laws that govern secure transactions. In the UCC 1, it establishes the relationship between creditor and debtor. I ain't going to beat you in the head with all this information. But what I'm letting you know is you're going to always strike back. Because a nation can't be in trillions of dollars of debt, and America's credit score actually went down lower, because for those of you that don't know, countries have credit scores. And America's credit score just went down lower. And the only way they're going to, conceivably, the only way they can come out of them having a bad credit score is to make the whole system plummet. So I'm telling you, I've been talking about this stuff for a while. I call it the silver tsunami, or it's called the silver tsunami. And what it entails is the political polarization of global uncertainty. Political polarization of global uncertainty. So partially in part, the next pandemic is going to be viral. It's going to deal with viruses again, but it's going to be the cyber virus. Trust me when I tell you, they're going to do all of this to reset money and usher us into the electronic abode. They've already been making the transitions gradually, but they really, you got to see it for what it is.
So here we go with the they. Did he even establish the noun before the pronoun? Dude, who is they? Like it's yo. Listen, if y'all don't take heed to anything I say, take heed to this one thing. When somebody start telling you about the negativity, no, different. If somebody's trying to sell you something, a dream, it don't it could be a product or a service. It could be a dream or religion, because religion is like free to join for the most part. So when they start selling you an idea, and then part of that idea, they got to enter fear factor. Like, just do with that. I hate to say that because somebody might say, hey man, don't drink alcohol because you could be an alcoholic. You dig? That's like negativity shit. No, you know what? I'm gonna ignore that advice because I'm biased. I'm not. I'm saying you really gotta, like, you should know drugs are bad. So that type of advice, like, you just gotta. Or you know what? These guys right here, like these people right here, they also handicap you from Wikipedia and Google. I don't see how this display is not like just seen for what it is. Google and Wikipedia is going to debunk them. They can't survive with Google and Wikipedia. So they got to handicap Wikipedia and Google. That's why I was surprised when attempted to handicap Wikipedia when he wanted to push the Egyptian thing. That caught me by surprise. But anybody that's trying to handicap, anybody who's trying to handicap you from Wikipedia and Google, most likely they're wrong. I'm gonna say 99.9% of chance that they're probably wrong. If they're trying to take Google and Wikipedia from you, if they get offended that you Googled and Wikipedia some information that might be opposed to what they're telling you, 99.9%, in my opinion, they're normally wrong. I mean, I never like, matter of fact, most people that appeared on the panel over here, Lil A, Watcher, Stu Peas, um, Google Scholar, like, we for the most part embrace Wikipedia. Matter of fact, we hold Wikipedia for the most part, and Google as a standard. Like, you're not. I don't recall those people and more people that have been on the panel. Like, if we Google something, like, we really don't argue against Google or Wikipedia search. We'd be like, all right, well, let me go back to the drawing boards, and maybe I made a blanket statement. Let me narrow it down. We start doing stuff like that from my remembrance. Like, we don't be offended by a Google result or a Wikipedia result. I'm telling you, when people do that, yeah, most likely they're incorrect in what they got to say. All right, so now this guy is doing the fear factor thing. Now it's the they. Yeah, because Unc said, Bobby Banger said, here we go. That must be ambulance. That's an ambulance. So Bobby Banger said Wikipedia is undefeated. But when he start debating with ex architect Shefford and them, now all of a sudden Wikipedia is like 50-1. It's like they're either undefeated or they're not, bro. They're undefeated until it disagrees with me. Okay. That's the part that tripped me out. Now we back to the boogeyman, white supremacy, the they, the them, the Bilderbergers. We got to go that route to prove the Egyptians are black. We got to do the Bilderberger thing. Most likely you're wrong. All right. So this guy starts off with they, them, who.
Countries have credit scores, and America's credit score just went down lower. And the only way they can come out.
Okay, so we got the they. He said America's credit score went lower. I mean, it's some spooky, like, I never heard anybody talk about America's credit score, like no politician, no economist. But this guy, he's going to say the Americans' credit score is low, and he's going to tell us why that's important. So now we know who the they is. Peace to Ricardo Robinson. Now we know who the they is.
Oh, them having a bad credit score?
Them, they, America.
Is to make the whole system plummet. So I'm telling you, I've been talking about this stuff for a while. I call it the silver tsunami, or it's called the silver tsunami.
And bro, people been saying it longer than you. In the black algae field or sphere, you got Elijah Muhammad, who's been saying this longer than you.
And what it entails is the political polarization of global uncertainty.
I don't think the Abos and the Moors be calling for the ruins of America. I'm gonna have to put some respect on their name. The Moors and the Abos. I don't think, like, they are two black algae groups that I don't think want America to fall. But the Hebrew Israelites, the Nation of Islam, these pseudos right here, they got this hate. I just don't like. That's like living in a home, and you're hoping at a natural disaster take out your house. You're hoping your home get Katrina, right? Or you're hoping a wildfire take your home out. When you bragging about your country falling, that's the equivalence. Like, you're saying, I can't wait till something destroys my home. I don't know where I'm gonna go. Ah man, it needs to happen. What up, T Miles?
Political
So
polarization.
now these Yahoo tabs right here, these were in order. I did not cherry pick these. I did not search for these. I went to Yahoo and these were the headlines, and it was just like very interesting. Uh, like all three of them, and like there's even more. That was like and like something against black people, you know. So we had these telling me hate crimes would be killing me, like Asian hate and all this stuff. I mean, we got to stop because this hate right here never left. Black people are effing lazy. Texas company displayed hate symbols and nooses, allowed managers to call black employees the N word, alarming EEOC lawsuit alleged. I mean, goddamn. The U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, that's the EEOC, has filed a lawsuit against one of the biggest crane providers in North America, accusing them of racial discrimination. Racial discrimination. Yeah, I can't even. Yeah, I'm done. Racial discrimination against four black employees. They allowed them, permitted them to use the N word. Hold on. Outside with my son, and he likes to go near the infested mosquito area. So I gotta keep walking up the plane. All right, so in Jersey, I don't know about South, I don't know about Midwest or the West Coast, but in Jersey, we got this mosquito out here. I guess it's invasive mosquito. It's called the Asian mosquito. It's way more aggressive than the normal mosquito that inhabits New Jersey. Way more aggressive. Is way more intelligent. This thing bites you like where your eyes can't detect it, so it goes in the back of your like your calf. Some people back of their neck, back of your arms. They're a little larger than the normal mosquito. The normal mosquito is black, all black. This one is black with spotted white spots. Okay, um, but the thing I just smack one of my arm. The thing about these things is, oh yeah, and another the way they are hatched, like they're different than other mosquitoes. Other mosquitoes get like hatched in like um, predictable places. These they can hatch anywhere. Like they break all over. Um, also, they well from what I found out is that if you had them around your space, they normally I can't say that. I'll just say when I'm in other people areas that has a mosquito problem, I barely get bit. It's like mine's bite me, yours don't. Yours bite you, yours don't. I mean that's but people came over and got bit too though. So I don't know how that works. But I will say this. If you also what I noticed is that if you kill a couple of them, it's like they send their alert to like leave you alone. If you were successful in slapping about three or four, from my experience, they'll leave you alone like the rest of the day. I came outside with like swim shorts and a wife beater, yo, tank top. No off, nothing. Didn't get bit. And then the next day, they'll bite you, you gotta do it all over again. But this off works. Okay. So like again, I just went on Yahoo. This is interesting. Okay. So let's get rid of that one. Now let's go here. Acts of hatred and violence. 14-year-old white boy tries to drown black boy in Massachusetts pond, taunts him by calling him George Floyd. Faces attempted murder charge. Attempted murder. Wow. But what about the hate crime? The suspect reportedly threatened the victim with a stone and hurled of the N-word at him. He denounced leading officials denounce actors of hatred, particularly those based on race. I mean, yo, what needs to be done for black people? Let that go. For black people to, or for somebody to be charged with a hate crime against black people. It's like, yo, nothing. They say the N word. They George Floyd. They do all this stuff, and oh, we denounce acts of hatred. I mean, like this is incredible. Let's see. I mean, and they are quick to denounce that. God, anybody else? Oh, yeah, it's an act against homosexuals. It's an act against Asians. What do you want? You're outside. What? You're outside. Go play. Go play. Go. There you go. Go. All right. Outside, I don't want to play. Acts of look. I think they denounced it, like saying they don't tolerate it. I guess acts of hatred and violence are unacceptable. He continued, and we condemn any behavior that seeks to harm or marginalize others based on their race, ethnicity, or any other personal attribute. This is going. I just want to know if it's going to be a hate. A judge ordered he be held without bail. His next appearance in court September 13th. Look into this a little more. All right, give me a second. Here. Take him down, or he's close enough. It's bedtime. It's nap time. Back. These mosquitoes are resting because it's gonna be a cookie with no. Close. Thank you. All righty then. So we're back here. What's the point getting dressed if you're just gonna put mud and dirt on me all day long. All right. All right. Oh, okay. They denounce hatred, meaning like they don't want it. They don't condone it. I got it. They didn't rule it out. I mean, well, it's not mentioned. It's attempted murder. That's it. All right. Okay. All right. So here's another one. Again, these were back to back to back. Okay, this says, what did we do? Black truckers say they were denied service before white server called cops to remove them from North Dakota Denny's restaurant, allegedly because of their race. Told you. Two black truckers alleged they were discriminated against at a South Dakota Denny's. Oh, okay, wow. During a rest stop. Denny's is like that. They claim not only did the waitress not serve them, but she called the police and had them removed. God damn. A video of the incident captured by one of the men showed the white woman had another waitress ask the men to leave. In their opinion, the footage showed how the woman sought to criminalize them based on their race. God dang. I have no idea. Dang. But you know, the LGB, the Asian hate, they act like the hatred towards blacks it went away. And then they keep trying to compare themselves to us. Like, nah, you are protected to a large degree. If there's a gay couple in the Denny's or some Asian Denny's and they get removed and never serves, right? And they say, hey, it's based on our race or based on our sexual gender, like what we choose, whatever. Man, that didn't be boycotted, shut down, all type of apologies. Black people, it's just normal because it's normalized. And it's seen as, come on, get over that. And in my opinion, a lot of these groups want to move us out the way anyway. Say, hey man, focus on our depression. Focus on the things that goes against us. Let's prioritize us and what we do. Okay, why do we have to leave the truckers pass? We just can't order food. I don't know. The server says that's not right. He replies they refused to leave at first and they didn't want to go before officers arrived because there would be only one account of the incident to get into law enforcement. Okay. There you go. All right. Okay. So let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Okay. Second. Uh-oh. 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 All right. So, all right.
Of global uncertainty. So partially in part, the next
Uh-oh.
pandemic
Pandemic.
is gonna be viral. It's gonna deal with
Oh yeah.
viruses.
Now, I'm going to address. Look what I got for you. Look what I got for you. Okay, look what I got for you. I got some Planned Parenthood for you since Indigenous presentation. I don't know what it's about. Just straight conspiracy theory stuff. But anyway, I got that for him. Uh-oh.
Again, but it's gonna be the cyber virus. Trust me
All right.
when I tell you.
So again, don't forget he's in the know. The last live now it's gonna be a cyber virus. Trust me. I mean, yo, I'm telling you, I really believe conspiracists at some point they really just lose their mind because it could be two things. You're believing in stuff knowing it's a lie, but you don't believe in it. You're pushing things knowing it's a lie, and you got to kind of like try to act like you believe it or try to act like there's some truth to it. So that might, you dumb yourself down, might cause this delusion, retardation for some of these brothers. Or like they were, uh-oh, 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 blow you blow, blow you blow, 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 blow you blow, uh-oh, uh-oh. Okay, excuse you. All right,
They're gonna do it. The cyber virus.
cyber virus. All right, so let's do this like this. Let's do this like this.
Didactic. I dropped out of school, family. I dropped out. I dropped out of school.
One more time. What you do in school?
Didactic. I dropped out of school, family. I dropped out. I dropped out of school.
Okay. A shameful thing he's bragging about, right? He's trying to make a shameful thing champion somehow, right? He's trying to be championed by a shameful decision. Okay. Let's see what Mr. Larry Elder got to say about that.
And they both give the same formula for success. Finish high school. And they both give the same formula for success. Finish high school.
Okay, finish high school. So is polite correct or is Larry Elder correct? Polite is saying he didn't finish high school, and then he brags about it by saying that's the way to go towards, if you want to have success in life. And Larry Elder is saying no. Larry Elder is saying, actually, he's not him saying it. He's reading from two different Black think tanks that came up with a formula for how Black men can be successful in America. And the first thing they said was finish high school. Okay. And Polite's bragging about how he didn't finish high school up front as a salesman, as a leader. He leads with, it's crazy. If he get convicted on the charges that's been put on him, is he going to lead with that too? I mean, he probably would. He could probably lead with that, his convictions. Or he led with other convictions. So, yeah, this is about right. All right, so let's. Oh yeah. Okay. So now, this white guy, you got these conspiracy theories these conspiracy theorists out here, the government, they, them. You heard DJ Focus. You be hearing the Haskells, the indigenous. Now this guy right here lives off the grid, 46 years. You dig? Off the grid. No lights. Now this is one of many. That house is built. He built that house. They just bought the land and they build the house themselves. No electricity, none of that stuff. You dig? No bills. All right. So you would think a lot of these conspiracy blackologists will follow suit, but now we just talk. Our men talk like white men, but won't do the actions of them. Be successful, build things with their hands, learn skills, learn trades, finish high school. And our women talk like the white women, but they won't be fine, fit, and feminine. You know, those things. Like we just talk, but we don't follow up with any actions. All right. Okay, so let me see something. Now, this guy, I watched some other guy that was doing this. So they be getting like 3 million. Look, 4 months ago, 3 million views. So look how interested white folks are into this type of lifestyle, you know, which we would call the Stone Age. They want to go back to the Stone Age. They don't want to take advantage of electricity and things like that, gas. They want to go ahead and do this. All right. What else I had?
Didactic. I dropped out of school, family. I dropped out of school.
And they both give the same formula for success. Finish high school.
All right. Okay, so let me see. All right. Should we? Oh, so the woman that got hit in the face by a brick. All right. So let me just speak on that for real quick. So I don't like. I'm just confused. Are black men deadbeats, not worthy, or are we armed officials? Like which one? When women want to be seen, when women want to be seen as strong, independent. I mean, like for a woman to say that she's strong and independent, she's basically saying the guys are weak. This is why, you know, for a woman to say she's strong and independent, that means that she can stand up by herself. She don't need a man to help her, you know, accomplish things or stand up in life. Okay. In other words, like the man is weak. Okay. So by you being independent, or you just as strong as us. Like I don't, you know, what's the point of a man? I don't get it. Can you eat now? Anyway, we're weak, but some women are looking for black men to take on the role of Batman all of a sudden. Right. Ladies, you get assaulted and you want a black man to do what? To drill on a guy they're selling? To beat him up and go to jail and lose his, I mean, what? Yo, listen, I propose men do what we're supposed to do as far as call the cops. You got hit with a brick? Yeah, all right, come over here and seek shelter. Here you go. Here, come over and seek shelter. Let me call the cops. You need an ambulance? Let me call that too. You dig? That's it. Why don't you go out there and put yourself in the line of fire? You got a family. You don't know what this woman did, right? for someone else to react like that, so violent. You don't know. You coming to her rescue, and that guy, it might be, you know how domestic violence takes, how those things happen. God. All right. Yeah. So you heard many cases of domestic violence where a man steps in and they turn on him, both of them, or the man steps in and he dies. Okay. I mean, nah. Like, your life is important. You value life. You value your life. You got hit with a brick. All right, man. Do you know who the guy was? Do you know what car he's driving? You help her in that way. Don't you dare go ahead and go out there and take the law in your own hands as though the law is going to like honor that. They're going to lock your dumb ASS self up. All right. So now, if you want those drill rappers, yeah, you go ahead and do what you normally do. But if you a guy that has a career or a job that you care for, yeah, I wish you would go out there and beat somebody up and then they die or they get really, you put them in ICU. Shit, that same woman gonna be like, who beat this guy up? Him? Why? Protecting me? Like, it's not. No. We'll get you protection. That's the best we can do. And I'm gonna call the proper people to protect you. Then I'm gonna make sure you're good. Then I'm out.
Trust me when I tell you.
And why everybody keeps saying nobody should hit black women, or nobody should hit women with a brick? I mean, as though men should get hit with a brick. How about nobody should be hit with a brick? I hate to keep hearing that nobody should do this to a woman. Like, it's never, like, what happened to equality? All inclusive. Nobody should do that to anybody. Because when you say nobody should do this to a woman, you're leaving the door open that it could be done to a man. And this is why domestic violence, when it's women or men, is not taken serious. Because it shouldn't be done to a woman only. When domestic violence is on the other foot, the law doesn't take it serious. Or like child support. When a man got the woman on child support, it's so hard for her. It's so hard to hold her accountable legally.
They're gonna do all of this to reset money.
It's so hard to get her to cut.
To the electronic abode. They've already been making the transitions gradually, but you got to see it for what it is. You see the direction that this nation is going in. You see the direction that money's going in. The American dollar is constantly on decline.
Oh, okay. So now let's start addressing some of these lies. All right. So the American dollar. Don't forget. I'm over here. Well, you might not even know, but I'm in the background practicing trading currency, the forex market. All right. So now he said the American dollar is about to die. Well, let's just see about that in real time. I'm not going to Google. Let's see about that in real time. Here. I'm only eating. All right. So let's just eat. I just gave you chicken. Eat. Here. What you looking for? It's right there in your hand. Eat. All right. So the American dollar is consistently on the decline. If there's any truth to that,
that means the other dollars are declining faster, keeping the American dollar above them. Okay, so now I can't stand this goddamn this Zoom tab that be in your way, man. God, how do you? God damn. Okay, so now this is Europe. Let's go to USA. Okay, now let's see if there's any truth to that. The American dollar is consistently dropping. All right, so let's do the American dollar versus the Arab Emirates. Okay, that might not show up. Let's do it against the Canadian dollar. Okay, so the Canadian dollar is above the American dollar. So if you trade so it's 1.3. So the Canadian dollar is worth 1.3 compared to the $1. So this is the base dollar, this is the quote dollar or the listed dollar. So the quote dollar is automatically one. So the US is automatically one. So anything, any country I show you, if they have a one dot anything, that means it's over the American dollar. If it's less than one, that means it's below the American dollar. So the Canadian dollar is one of the strongest in the world, by the way, if not number one. All right, so go down. Now let's go to Swiss franc. Okay, so this is 88 cents. All right, so the American dollar, yeah, he's been lit all day. So the American dollar is stronger than the Swiss franc. This is the Chinese. I don't know if this is going to show up. It did. Okay, God. I don't know about that. That's 7. I don't think one American dollar is 7. These Japanese Asian dollars get kind of tricky, so I don't think that's the case. Right? All right. Yeah, see this 22 right here. These are in forex. It's kind of tricky how certain countries value is on market. So you know what? I can't really explain that. I don't trade those, so I can't really explain that right there. I only can explain what I trade. So let me do this. Let me do this for you. Let me go this route. That was a bad route right there. All right, let me do this. He turned his chicken up. He won't eat it yesterday. He's tearing his chicken up today. All right. So let me go this way now. I gotta hit you with this. Here we go. Let me do it the easy way. There you go. They go to strength. What the overall strength or weakness of the individual major currencies today. In Swiss franc. Now this does change. It's not always the case. So when this was August 25th. It was August 25th. The American dollar was number 3, behind the Australian dollar and the Swiss franc. Okay. You ate all that chicken. So now let me do a Google search, live Google search. Let's see what happens. He ate all this chicken. He ain't eat nothing. Went to a cookout. He ate nothing. Little to zero. When he comes home and he goes to the presser. The big press I got from Wawa earlier that day. And this chicken from yesterday. I had one breast that he ate pretty much all of it. Gotta be mad because nothing else for you. I'm fine eating meat on here. Yeah, take that. That's him, Chris. That's him in the background screaming for more chicken. He just realized there's no more chicken. All right, let's get you a bottle and let's lay it down. You gotta lay you down. Get out of there. Try to go in the trash can and get the bone. Yeah, let's get some milk and lay you down. I'll wait till you poop before I put him for his nap. So, I'm gonna be changing 2 diapers. Nope, I'm out the way. School is back up and running. That's gonna change my whole. It's gonna change the way I operate. It's gonna be annoying. So much freedom for work when school is out. Yeah. I got him out the way now. It's time to get my cookies and milk. Ate nothing all day. I drank coffee, that was it. And I'm about to eat cookies and milk, and that's gonna kill my appetite for most majority of the day. But I got all right. Damn, man. Here we go. All right. Oh, shit. So this is how you know that $22 was bullshit and the 17 that was bullshit. Like I said, the highest a dollar go over the American dollar is $3, 3 to 1, right? So one American three. Okay, so the American dollar. This is $2.25 more than the American dollar. So let's go with something simple. Let's go with the Swiss franc. Instead of $1.14. Let's see. Yeah, it's definitely.
They ran their trial with that first pandemic. Again, it's called the political polarization of global uncertainty. It's also part of what's known as the silver tsunami. Silver tsunami is when you have way too many older people and way too many younger people and not enough people in between to make up the labor force. Okay, so the average person that starts buying a home, houses make up for almost a third of America's gross domestic product. That means most of the money that America makes, the two main things that America makes money off of, real estate and education, which is insane because people are walking around here not really that educated, right? Or successful from the education. So, you know, that shit is fraudulent.
So he says people walking around here not that educated. Really? Who those people might be?
Didactic. I dropped out of school, family. I dropped out. I dropped out of school.
Okay, looks like he was talking about himself.
And not really that educated, right? Or successful from the education. So, you know, that shit is fraudulent. And then you also got to look at the mortgages, right? They make most of their money off of real estate based on defaults. They don't make their money for real estate from selling properties successfully. They make most of their money off of real estate by virtue of the fact of what's called subprime lending, right? And in a nutshell, what they're doing is loaning people money that they know based on advanced metrics cannot afford the loans for these properties. So they can anticipate a default inside of 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. Take back the debt, write it off as a gift, and resolicit the same property. Same thing the credit card companies are doing. You'll owe a credit card company $5,000. Turn around, late fees, penalties, surcharges up to $8,000. They see that you're not paying for it no time soon. When they see the debt about to meet its maturation, they see the debt is about to expire, then what do? They sell your debt off for 10%. So they'll sell your $5,000 debt for $500 to a third party just before it expires. Then they'll write off that $5,000. So they made a $500 profit and they met some kind of tax subsidy. Real talk. Then the third party starts illegally calling you, asking you for money, because it's illegal to collect on a debt that met its maturation. It's illegal to collect on a debt that has expired. Anytime a third party's calling you on behalf of the original creditor, and you say, man, who are you? I never did no business with you. I may have did business with Bank of America. I may have did business with American Express, but who are you? Anytime a third party's calling to collect on a debt on behalf of the original creditor, you can more than likely know that that debt has expired or is about to expire. And therefore, it is either illegal or about to be illegal for them to collect on the debt. And that's why they're willing to take half the amount or even less than half the amount that's due. How does that make sense? How do you owe someone $10,000 and they...
So that's what make it illegal, because they're willing to negotiate a smaller balance for you. That's like this guy's proof. Like he never says, okay, section so-and-so says it's illegal. Just Google that. You know, he never sources or cites his information. It's just illegal, and he'll try to make some logical point why it's illegal. See, that's why they call you and want to negotiate a smaller balance for yourself. And that's how you know it's illegal. Stupid, man, stupid. But you know, black folks don't read research nothing, so this stuff becomes the truth.
They're willing to settle for 3 G's on a payment plan. Who out here is loaning $10,000 and saying, well, you know what, I don't mind, give me back $3,000? How a Fortune 500 company?
Oh, inflation, peace, Haskell, Tone G, Mongo Slade. Okay, it shouldn't be done to a woman. Begs the question about exactly, Tone G. It should be done to a woman. That leaves men vulnerable. Don't hit a woman. No police brutality on a woman. That leaves us like that leaves men vulnerable. It's like, so when it happens to us, it's like tolerated. Like, no. That's why I started hearing this. I never hit a woman. Would you ever hit a man? Yeah. Why? Why are you hitting anybody? Oh, because a man did this, and that justifies it. Okay, so that means that action is bad, right? Okay, so if a woman does it, it's the same bad action. It's up to you how you want to handle the threat. Like, okay, if you're in a state where you can defend yourself, let's say stand your ground. You have a man rolling up on you, on your property with a gun. No, it starts from social media, threatening to kill you. You don't know the guy. You're arguing with somebody else or going back and forth with somebody else. That person on some old Travis Rudolph say, yeah, I'm gonna send my cousin over there. So her cousin, so somebody that may be her cousin that you don't know comes up with a mask on, hoodie, with a visible gun in his hand, gets on your property, and you got your weapon on you. You're gonna shoot, most likely, especially if you're like grandmother's outside, mother outside, child outside, you're gonna pretty much defend your home. So are you saying that if that same person say, I'm gonna send my cousin over there, and a woman comes out with a gun in her hand, hoodie on, mask, and she opens your gate to come on your property with your kids out there or cousins or grandmother, she gets a pass? Like, no, you're gonna shoot her too, right? So you follow that logic all the way around. No, I ain't gonna shoot her because she a woman. I only shoot men. Stop it.
He's thriving like that. No, that's because the original creditor sold the debt and wrote it off. Okay, so they're getting tax credits and they're getting a profit. And then the third party is like, man, you had $1,000.
We're gonna deal with the UnWeds because I did a little bit of research. It's over here. This shit in my way. Over here. I did a little bit of research with the how, like, the statistics when you have a single parent home. And you know what? Let me say this real fast. So a woman living in a nuclear family home, right? That means that the child is biologically hers and is biologically the man that's living there with them. They have a nuclear family. They're not married, or they are married. Doesn't matter. It's still a nuclear family. She leaves the relationship because it's toxic. Okay. Now, she's considered a strong woman. In some cases, a hero. Let's flip it. The man is in a nuclear home, right? Is biologically his child, biologically the woman's child that's living there. Okay. He leaves the home because it's toxic. He's considered a deadbeat. According to like Black society and the media, if for any reason, you know what I mean? Tell me I'm lying. For any reason, the father leaves the home, he's automatically assumed a deadbeat. All somebody got to get wind of is that you're not there with the mother of the child. You're deadbeat. And all she got to do is say you're a deadbeat. And that's closed case. But if you say, nah, it was toxic, I left, you're a deadbeat. So again, it's back to the man got to withstand all type of violence, abuse, toxicity, disrespect, discrimination, and he just got to tolerate it. And if he doesn't want to tolerate it, he's considered less than a man, or deadbeat, or coward. Like these things get tagged to us. I find that very interesting. That dynamic.
Debt, shit. I got this $1,000 debt for $100, and you done, because the late fees, penalty, surcharge, you probably owe $3,000-$4,000 or whatever. I'll tell them, give me $800, give me $500. You know what I mean? Like, yo, it's crazy. It's really ridiculous how they get it off. But again, we service you and we accomplish a lot of these things for you. But like I was telling you earlier in the beginning, when they so-called about to sue you for eviction, and when they about to sue you for credit card debt, what they're presenting is a one-sided interest. And what you have to establish is that you're a holder in due course. Boy, oh boy. What you got to establish is that you're a holder in due course. Okay? The holder in due course. Yes. And remember this. In a nutshell, if the nation's in debt, how can you be in debt? It's just kind of crazy. The concept of debt is kind of wild. First in time, first in line. Remember that saying. Remember I told you about it. We'll talk about it at a different time. But yeah, you're going to establish the holder in due course. You have to establish the holder in due course. Okay?
God,
So never let one of those notices go unanswered.
I should have watched my tabs. I had some.
Never give them the opportunity to have a one-sided interest. Establish who's the holder in due course, and we'll follow lien on the claim.
I don't actually
That's going to immediately stop the bleeding. Okay?
Little clips.
And then when we have to establish the holder in due course, we're going to see.
I didn't rewatch them all.
Oh shit, you're not the original
forgetting
lender.
This is why.
So how could someone who's not the original lender collect on a debt? See, this is how this thing works. You feel me? Establish who's the holder in due course, and we'll follow lien. How you doing? Can I get an E3 live shot? Yeah, get my E3 live. So again, somebody saying, oh, I'm suing you for credit card debt. Oh, I'm suing you because I'm evicting you, right? I'm suing you because you owe the bank X amount of money. Don't let it go unanswered and let them establish a one-sided interest. Oh, you got it.
Didactic. I dropped out of school. functioning.
On the claim,
And they both give the same formula for success. Finish high school.
hold on real quick, y'all. Yeah, what you're gonna do is file a lien on your claim.
Okay.
Stop the bleeding. And what we're looking to do is establish the hold in due course. Because a third party can aggressively ensue you with a lawsuit, collecting on someone else's behalf. Whether it's a lawsuit or not, it's just illegal. And then what we're going to do is serve them a compendium of law. And we're going to send it out, registered mail, signature confirmation.
Oh my God. Yeah. This is the justification why you should pay $2,000. You're gonna do all these extra. Send it, and they're gonna sign it. And if they don't sign it, we sue them for $10,000. Like, don't forget, this is a self-proclaimed millionaire who wastes his time. And time is money. Just he got so many videos. Time is money. He wastes his time. He's supposed to have all these different businesses, but he only sells the credit repair business. I mean, I just don't know a millionaire who would be the face of the credit repair business. If that was there for another stream of income, I'm sure he would just have other professionals running it. He wouldn't waste his time being the face. This is a millionaire with no advertisements, nothing. No marketing, no Google ads, no YouTube ads. He's just out here. It's millionaire. It's freely just saying, hey, go to brother email, go to emails. And guess what? The biggest red flag is that it's not even an LLC credit repair. Not even that. Not even LLC. It's just a gig. Not even a real business. It's just a gig. This millionaire has a gig. And believe me, people who have packages, services, and products to give that's like supposed to be literate in finance, they got LLCs. They're going to get a tax break. They're going to take advantage of those things that those companies provide, those businesses provide. All right, they're not going to out there get taxed the most. The way he's doing it, he's gonna get taxed the most. When you're just a regular person taking money from services or products, no LLC, yeah, you'll be taxed the most. You keep the less money. You keep less money.
Via green card receipt. When you send something out,
I'm not sure when his court date is. I'm surprised nobody's really talking about it. I know it's somewhere early September. The 6th. Is tomorrow the 6th? Yeah, it was supposed to be the 6th. So let's see. I can't. But I hope this is it. I'm gonna be done if it's another court date. This should be it. This should be it. Waited long enough. Let's just hear it.
registered mail, all you're merely doing is making sure it goes through a chain.
Hold on, let me get my cookies out the car. Okay, my cookies and milk for brunch. Give me a sec.
custody. A chain of custody is simply when 3 different people bear witness that the mail is going out. So the person who receives the mail cannot say they didn't know it was being sent out. So just give you some ideas, man. But yeah, you go to brotherpolite45@gmail.com. Leave your full name and your phone.
All right. So now let's go see what Larry Elder has to say. Which one do I want to play? Yeah, that's my tabs.
YouTube channel, back with another video. Did y'all see Uncle Larry show out last week? Larry Elder, GOP candidate for the presidency of the United States, went into the Breakfast Club, the Lion's Den, and handled his business against the Democratic operatives that run this podcast. I don't know if you had a chance to see it.
Call.
No.
I know you probably got to go. Have you ever heard of the term "nigga wake up call"?
No.
It is an incident where a person of color forgets that they are of color and are reminded rather brutally by an unexpected act of racism. Have you ever had any of those?
Oh, brother.
I'm just asking. You think you've ever?
Well,
had
I'm acutely aware, Charlemagne, that I'm a black person, just as you are a black person. And when Joe Biden insulted you by saying, you ain't really black, we don't know whether or not you want to vote for me or vote for Donald Trump, it seems to me that should have been a wake-up call on your part. How dare this guy come in here and insult you, a black man, and tell you you got to think a certain kind of way? I'm amazed that you weren't mad about that.
I'm not gonna say it upset me, just like I'm not letting you upset me. You know what I mean? I don't tend to get upset over things like that. But what I did say,
well, you just not talk about a nigger wake-up call, and it seemed to me that should have been a wake-up call on your part to have a white guy come in here who also said, by the way, about Mitt Romney, because he didn't want to put more regulations on Wall Street, going to put y'all back in chains. And Joe Biden has lied for decades about his civil rights record, claiming that he desegregated movie theaters and restaurants in Wilmington, Delaware, when he didn't do any of that. He lied and said that he tried to visit Nelson Mandela during apartheid South Africa. He did not. And he came in here and told you aren't even black and let you think a certain kind of way. It seems to me that should have been a nigga wake-up call for you, but it wasn't, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, no, for the record.
But it wasn't apparently.
I'm not a Democrat or Republican.
I didn't say you were.
Yeah, I think both.
I don't know what you are. I never even asked you about your party affiliation. Yeah, I'm just saying, but you are black. And to have a white guy come in here and tell you have to say, think a certain kind of way, otherwise you, quote, ain't black. Wow.
How should I have replied to him, you think?
What I just now said, how dare you insult me and tell me I think as a human being, let alone as a black person? I don't tell you how to think, Joe Biden. How dare you come in here and tell me how I should think? I'm going to vote for Donald Trump if I want to vote for Donald Trump. And if I want to vote for Donald Trump, it does not make me not black. 20% of black people, black men, as I said, voted for Donald Trump in 2020. Are they not black now?
Right.
So only 80% of black men walking around are really black. 20% are not because they voted for Donald Trump. How insulting is that? How condescending is that?
That was weird.
I mean, you're probably right, but I didn't take it in that way.
Well, I did.
As I said to him in that moment, it's just about me wanting something for my people. And I want to know, what is he going to do for my people? And not only for my people now, how are you going to atone for the things you've done to my people?
Right.
That's it.
Right. And this is a guy, Joe Biden, who, when he first got into the Senate, hung out with segregationists, talked about how well he got along with them, talked about how he didn't want integration because of a jungle. This guy has made all sorts of insulting things to black people, and his policies right now are hurting black people. Inflation hurts the people at the bottom more than anything else. Letting a bunch of illegal aliens into the border are hurting black people more than anybody else, as I said earlier. He's opposed to school choice when he has his own kids in private school, and we lost a year, almost 2 years of in-school education in California because of COVID that he supported. I mean, this guy has done monstrous things to black people, and then for him to come in here and tell you how you ought to think as a black person, it blew my mind.
Did y'all see how sharp?
Yeah, nah, his channel ain't gonna have it all. Hold on. Let me go to the other channel.
What's going on, everybody? Hey, so before we get started, I'm just laying. I'm gonna be pausing a lot of it.
Oh, you know what?
On time video, man. I promise you, it's so annoying.
I never came close. I never came close to saying there was no racism.
You just said you don't think it's systemic racism.
Not anymore. Obviously, there was. We had something called slavery. We had something called Jim Crow.
That destroyed black. Hold on, sir. That was system that destroyed. That was the system that destroyed Black Wall Street. It's the same system right now that's not even wanting to pay those same living descendants, because I know your position on reparations, but those same living descendants of Black Wall Street.
Okay.
And then you move, and then you go on to say that the system, the quote unquote system, is also trying to destroy President Trump. So I'm just so confused on, do you believe that the system can destroy or not? You pick and choose, sir, and that's what's so confusing to me. You just said it wasn't racism. Now it is racism. When it was time to build it back,
I said it
there
wasn't,
was no racism.
I said it wasn't systemic racism. Let's talk about.
So what are you just hung up on the word system?
Can I?
It's to say, like, again, like,
Let's hear the professionals. Well, their guests and hosts.
it's so annoying.
Can I just make this point,
Yeah,
Charlamagne,
I'm
please?
sorry,
Let's take Chinese Americans. Chinese Americans were the first ethnic group to be excluded with an immigration act in the late 1800s. They had riots against Chinese in L.A., in San Francisco. There were laws that prevented Chinese Americans from participating in the laundry business. I'm in California. California, of course, rounded up Japanese Americans during World War II. There were laws that prevented Japanese Americans from owning farmland. The average Japanese American household has a higher per capita income than the average white household. The average Chinese American household has a higher per capita income than the average white household. How does that happen? It happens because of a strong belief in family. It is rare for a Chinese American or a Japanese American kid to have a child outside of wedlock, and a strong belief in education and a strong belief in entrepreneurship.
That's what a lot of
Education?
Didactic. I dropped out of school, family. I dropped out of school.
You hear Shaka Atmos brag about being a high school dropout. Just amazing. And we find them geniuses. We find them, this is the guy I need to listen to for information. The dropout. Over the people who didn't drop out and the people who continue their education. They're the dumb ones.
Make people successful.
mothers. It's just the family dynamic.
These are the kinds of qualities that make people successful.
You can't blame everything on having a fatherless family, right? Because I
didn't say blaming everything.
I know, but that's what you're saying. You're saying a strong community. But
no, you said
he never even said father. He said family. And see, this is what I got.
Yeah, they slip. Slip. I'm eating cookies and milk. My stomach bubbling every bite I take.
For them to get loans for entrepreneurships, it's easy for them to get loans for houses. You look at our community.
Okay.
If you really want to talk about our community, right? You look at the schools in our community. Some of our schools are the worst, right? Would you agree with that? Yes or no?
Absolutely. Which
Right?
is why
Don't have Wi-Fi, don't have education,
which is
don't
why
have
one
books.
of the reasons I'm running for president is for school choice.
Also, would you say that is in our community is
systemic?
It's also in our communities heavy food deserts. There's nothing but fast food places that are just killing and destroying that. Would you say that's true?
Systemic too.
Boy, you may.
The moms, stop it. Moms don't cook. Stop it. Yeah, where I live at, it's not a food desert. There's grocery stores. We got choices, and they're all like driving. Of course, well, we have to do the Spanish places as walking, but we got 3 major food spots. 2 are very close, and 1 is just close. So 3. If you got a car, you can get to each and every one less than 10 minutes in a ride. Okay. And so, but people still go to a fast food restaurant. That means that's just their choice. They're busy. Okay. They don't have time to, or they're too hungry. Like whatever happened to their day, they don't have time to cook. Okay, that's some people. Some people don't cook, period. And some people don't. They live in a rooming house where it's like no stove. So like you don't factor those things. We blatantly just say or blindly just say fast food. They appreciate those fast food restaurants. Without that, we done. Okay.
You say this, Trump. Just ask a question.
You said a number of things. I just addressed one of them about loans.
Yeah.
In 1965, Barack Obama, who was in private practice, joined a bunch of other lawyers to file a class action lawsuit against Citicorp, which is headquartered here in New York. 186 black people were applying for loans for mortgages and didn't get them. And they accused Citicorp of engaging in racism. Citicorp said, no, it's not racism. You have poor credit scores, and we want to make sure we get our money back.
You see that? You got poor credit scores, and we want to get our money back. But you don't go to Brother Polite. See, as I said last time, is that we're really just up for the taking, because when we hear this information, our credit score is depriving us for important things in life in America to get ahead or just to get even, right? So now we got to get our credit fixed. Then you have some bozo that's charged with some type of sexual assault and charged with allegations of scamming. You have him who's admittedly this. He tells you this about himself.
Didactic. I dropped out of school, family. I dropped out. I dropped out of school.
So he confesses that up front. Then he's alleged to have scammed people with the credit services and other services that he claimed he offered, none of them LLC. And now he's actually charged with some type of sexual assault on a minor. So we want our credit fixed. We go to a guy like that to fix our credit, who got to separate himself from other credit repair so-called gurus or agencies, and he got to say he can get you back this.
You get six figures. When you pay your $2,000, we're helping you get six figures.
So not only is he going to help fix your credit, you can get six figures.
You get six figures. When you pay your $2,000, we're helping you get six figures.
Not only that, he has AI technology to get you to get your credit clean. Listen.
The companies that don't keep really good records, and even if they keep good records, everybody could be at fault. I run it through the AI, and my AI will let me know where the errors are based on the laws that govern credit. Once I get that right, identifies what's called a compendium, and that's a document that's necessary because it's going to create what's called an exemplification. That's my proof through written correspondence. So I would have established an exemplification of all the inconsistencies as it relates to law and why you don't have to pay that debt.
So he just told you he has AI tech, he has access to AI technology to scan the agency's records of what they did wrong. So he could pinpoint, the inaccuracies to help, help your credit improve. His AI technology is going to find the inaccuracies in these collection agencies very swiftly, and that'll help once he figures that out or pinpoint the inaccuracies on your behalf. He'll get that resolved, and that's going to help improve your credit. He has AI technology. He has an electron microscope. He probably got an A-bomb. Yeah, he got everything else. My man got an A-bomb. God damn.
Obama joined Corp said, no, it's not racism. You have poor credit scores, and we want to make sure we get our money back.
So the loan officers is telling banks, we're not discriminating against you. The loan that we're going to give you, your credit score is a direct reflection of your high risk, low reward. We probably won't get our money back. Okay, but Obama and these liberal lawyers say no. They cry foul.
Obama joined a bunch of other lawyers and they sued Citicorp in a class action lawsuit. And Citicorp said, okay, to hell with it. Gave them all loans.
So now they like, all right, okay, cool. We know you can't pay it back. Okay. So you want loans? You got it. Your credit score is 490. You got it. You only make 30,000 a year. You got it.
In a class action lawsuit. And Citicorp said, okay, to hell with it. Gave them all loans. They followed them all up. Daily Caller did a few years later. Almost all of them lost their homes. Several of them filed for bankruptcy. One of them even said, you know, when you don't qualify for a loan, maybe we shouldn't get a loan. Well, duh. It wasn't true that black people were not getting loans. Plus, there are all sorts of black-owned community banks around the country, and it turns out the turn-down rate when you apply for a loan at a community bank was even higher because they had...
Yo, it was, so at a black bank, your chances of getting a loan, a home loan, was even lower.
Less capital rate when you apply for a loan at a community bank was even higher because they had less capital and they couldn't afford to loan money to risky people. It is just not the case that the reason for the plight of the black community is because people were not lending money to them. It's just not true.
Okay, so you need to have a good credit score, the required credit score to get a car or home, and also, or business loan, and also, or even a personal loan. And also, you need to make the required salary so you can pay it back without putting yourself in debt and losing your car or your home.
Is the prime example.
Let's keep going.
That's not true. But hold on 1 second, Charlamagne. Well, so
What's not
you
true?
bringing back facts from 1965, right? Let's talk 2023, right?
I said 1995.
1995. We talk 2023, right? My son will be successful in real estate and successful in buying a house. You know why? Because his father owns his house. Because his father owns a house, right? But my father,
because of you and the drive, because of you and the drive you put into him,
did not own houses.
Because of you and the drive you put into him.
We're not going to have a conversation.
You're not even appreciating what you've done to your son.
I'm just asking you a question. I just let you speak and I'll let you talk.
Okay.
We have a conversation. When we talk about it, right? It's harder for our community to get loans, right? And not just because of poor credit scores. It's because of where the areas are. You talked about the Asian community. A lot of the Asian community have their own banks and they're able to process and get their own banks. There's not too many African-American branches that are able to give out money. So that's one. Then let's talk about getting grants for schools. They're not even giving grants for schools at the rate that they're giving grants for white people. And let's talk about when they talk about entrepreneurship. They are giving so much money to these white and Asian kids and Asian people doing it, and a 1,000 times less than our community. Will you agree to any of that?
No, I don't. I don't agree with virtually any of what you just now said. The turn down rate for a white applicant for a mortgage is higher than the turn down rate for a Japanese or a Chinese applicant for a mortgage. Now, the turn down rate for a white applicant for a mortgage is higher than the turn down rate for a Japanese or a Chinese applicant for a mortgage.
Oh shit! Is he sourcing up? Hey, DJ. Oh, I didn't see you in the chat. Peace. 504. Let me, my boy Wrench.
Now, are you telling me that banks are discriminating against white and in favor of Asian Americans? It's because their credit scores are better. They often live below their means. They save more, even when they're making the same amount of money than black people do. If you have poor credit score, you're not going to get a loan. Period. End of statement. Even the head of Urban League, a black man, once said that if you have poor credit score, you're not going to get a loan. End of statement.
Sir,
yes.
Let's just.
Man, woman, if you don't shut.
Okay, so they're not. You know, this is hilarious. So they're going to go around that point. So he just said. On average, if your credit score is low, you're not getting a loan. And he just showed you Asians' credit scores on average is higher than whites. Whites on average is higher than blacks. So as a result, Asians get more loans than whites and blacks, and whites get more loans than blacks. Well, that's just common sense. So I need to see, opposing evidence for everybody who likes to blame the government. Okay. Because Larry Elder is arguing there is no white supremacy. Nothing stops a black woman from gaining success. Like no institution blocks you from gaining success. And that's where he's at.
Okay. When you were talking about crime, you weren't prepared to talk about disproportion. You talked about how it was more black people that was doing it, and then you talked about how we're the smaller, other population. The same applies also to the loans. It's more white people than it is black people. You seem to pick and choose.
I'm talking about the rate. I'm talking about the rate.
Whatever it is. The bottom line is it's more white people.
Whatever it is.
Than it is black people. And so if more black people are not getting loans disproportionately, it seems you'd only want to apply the disproportion to the conversation when it benefits your talking point.
I'm not sure you understood.
Which is why they said.
I'm not sure you understood.
No, I understood.
I'm not sure you understood my point.
I understood, but then she's squinching her eyes. If you understood, you wouldn't be squinching your eyes.
That's what
benefits your talking point.
I'm not sure you understood.
Which is why they said the disproportion to the conversation when it benefits your talking point.
I'm not sure you understood.
Which is why they said.
I'm not sure you understood.
No, I understood.
I'm not sure you understood my point. That's
all right. So the fact you can tell she didn't understand is because she stopped bringing her point. She didn't drive her home. She didn't land her plane. He interrupted. She should have just landed her plane and let him go. So it sounds like to me that she wasn't that convinced or convicted on her own opinion.
That's
it benefits your talking point.
I'm not sure you understood.
Which is why they said.
I'm not sure you understood.
No, I understood.
I'm not sure you understood my point. That's why I mentioned in 1995 when 186 black people who were not getting loans filed a class action lawsuit claiming that they were denied the loan because of racism. Citicorp said, okay, here are your loans. The reason I wasn't giving you the loans is because we're afraid.
He's talking about the 186 black people.
You weren't going to be able to pay them back.
I'm not talking about
Fast forward,
sir.
They weren't able to pay them back, which proved the Citicorp point.
I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking.
But he was, and you are responding to that. He's saying the 100, goddamn, yeah, you didn't get his point. He's saying the 186 black people who filed the class action lawsuit because they felt like they were being discriminated against because they were not given a loan, ultimately were given the loan and they could not pay it back.
I know you're not, because it's inconvenient.
I'm talking about your response to Envy when you said more white people get approved for loans.
Since you like numbers, Washington Post said black American.
He did not even say that, man. Look, man. Listen, like how the three of y'all made reality is, and it gets really frustrating, man.
Yeah,
but
I'm a little slow sometimes.
One moment, yeah, we get it.
Yeah.
One moment you're complaining about the system, and the next minute you're saying the system is fair. The next minute you're saying it's not fair. So that's what I'm saying. There just seems to be a double standard on you and the system, not wanting to be accountable for a system that black people are not in charge of, by the way, of not wanting to hold both sides accountable when it comes to the system.
Do I believe Hillary was treated differently and Joe Biden treated differently than Donald Trump is being treated? Yes.
Yes.
Is that an indictment about whether or not America is systemically racist? No, it is not. Those are
they're two totally different things.
Yes,
you're
yes,
trying to merge the two, but they're two totally different things.
I agree with you. They're two different things. We're agreeing. We're agreeing. They're two different things. We're agreeing.
No, we're agreeing to two different things. We're not agreeing that there's not systematic racism because we're not in charge of the system, sir. In case.
Am I missing something?
Well, actually, we have been. Take Baltimore.
No, black people have never been in charge of any system.
Well, actually, we have been. Take Baltimore.
No, we've never been in charge of any system.
May I finish?
Tell me, what financial system are black people in charge of? What healthcare system are black people in charge of? What government system are black people?
Yeah, that sound like indigenous black man right there. He go on his rant. He goes on his rant. He don't want any answers.
Speak. How you? Sort of and over. Questions.
No, black people.
I'm about ready to tell you.
I'm not talking about mayors. I already know that talking point, sir. I go on Fox News all the time as well. So let's not go there with that. I said, what system have we created? Have we implemented that we have been in charge of? Name one.
Is this why you don't like talking to black women, Larry Elder?
Wow.
Listen. If you watch
Ray a few years ago.
Shut up.
Baltimore. Freddie Gray a few years ago.
No. That's mayors. I'm not talking. I said system.
Let him speak.
If you allow me to finish my point.
I'm not talking about somebody elected and doing a job, sir. I asked what system did we create? What financial
Okay, let's
system
talk
did we
about the
create?
system of one of the largest.
Let him say his point,
Thank you.
sir.
One of the systems of one of the
Yeah,
largest cities in America, Baltimore.
Yeah, that's when you don't want your concern addressed. You do that. That's an IBM move. That definitely Apostle Zaquan perfected that probably better than anybody.
Freddie Gray died in police custody a few years ago. The mayor was black. The head of the police department was black. Number two,
It's not in charge of the system. But go ahead.
number
Shut
two
up!
person in charge of the police department was black.
Still not in charge of the
all of
system.
city council.
Yeah, that is, I'm not mad at her. Yeah, you heard your name. Just like I heard my name on your podcast. We got to give reference to where it fits. When you did your live stream or your little presentation, my name was mentioned. It wasn't, I didn't take offense. I just listened. So I'm saying that she is doing what you do. When you come into a dialogue and you feel strong about something, an opinion, you throw out a lot of claims. You don't like to let them get addressed at all. One, maybe, all of them zero. You then ask a bunch of questions and don't let them be answered. And I got this for you, by the way. So when you're ready to call in, I'll put the number down there. So I got this for you. Okay, because you gave some misinformation during I got this for you. So you gave some misinformation with your presentation. So I'm ready to talk to you. We're gonna talk about Margaret getting jailed and all that, and why she got jailed and what was the ruling. We're gonna talk about all that. Okay. So whenever you're ready, I'll put the phone over there for you. We're gonna talk about the Negro Project again. We're gonna talk about the I was surprised you let it play. We're gonna talk about it's just either comprehension issue, a delusional issue, or just cognitive dissonance. I don't know what it is, but just you're religious on your talking points.
Wow.
That's a position.
6 officers charged.
Still not in charge.
Democrats, majority black.
Still not in charge of the system.
Wow.
That's a position.
6 officers charged. 3 of them were
Shut
black.
up,
A judge before whom 2 of the officers tried their case found him not guilty was black.
Still not in charge of the system.
The city intendant of public schools was black. The county superintendent of public schools was black.
That sounds a lot. That sounds like a lot of decision making by black folks. That's what he's pointing out. And if you're not in charge, I mean, like, I don't know if she knows what in charge is. Like when the teacher leaves the classroom for any reason, and she tells a student, "Hey, come over here and be in charge of the class until I come back." That child the one she chose, is literally in charge of the class until she comes back. So the black people he's naming in these positions, they are certainly in charge of the system. In their system, they're in charge of their system.
Attorney General at the time, Loretta Lynch, is black, as was the President of the United States, was black. And yet,
Still not in charge of the system.
who's in
I
charge of
asked
the
you a
system,
simple
Ted?
question, sir.
Well, Wanda Sykes said when Barack Obama got elected, how are you going to complain about the man when you are the man? Now, from the president to the attorney general to the state attorney to the mayor to the head of the police department to the commissions of the schools in the city and in the county to the majority of city council in that city, all of them are black. And you're still saying that we don't run anything?
So who's in charge?
Hey, that sounds crazy. So she said she's on Fox News. What are you doing? You're making a fool of yourself, obviously.
No. I said who created the system. I didn't say we didn't run anything. I challenged a lot of those black leaders, by the way. I said when we talk about the
she just said we're not in those positions. Now she acknowledged that black folks are in those positions, and she challenges them too. Okay, so now we see it's bigger than a person.
Systems don't run themselves. Systems are ran by people. So, or I should say, it's not about if black folks are still running the system the same way white people will run them, then it's not about color at that point.
The system, what black people have been in charge of any system. I'm not talking about.
I could be ready now, or either now or about 9:30, no, later. About now or 10 p.m. Now listen, it's going to be organized. You're going to, I mean, it's no point. I'm not going to waste my time. Like my time is very valuable nowadays. I rarely ever go live. I'm touching on things that's important to me. That's why I'm live now. But I don't really want to be talking about fruitless stuff unless it's going to be organized. So if I ask a question, say, you ask me what's the WES, whatever you said, I said, I don't know. So because I joked and said WWF, Wrestling World Federation, and I said, I don't know. I joked and I said, I don't know. So when I ask you a question, answer it if you have the answer, or say you don't know. Make the answer very brief and let me finish. And same thing, if you ask me a question, if I have the answer, I'll answer. I try to make it brief as possible. If I don't have an answer, I just say I don't know. Okay, we're gonna do that. I mean, we had these conversations before, like you don't say anything new, so like I'm always ready. It's gonna be the same. Like, and please have the letter. Don't forget the letter you keep saying that was racist, and we're gonna go over all these things. Don't let the word get out. We're gonna exterminate black people. You actually read that wrong. That's what I'm saying. There's something else going on, or it's either comprehension, delusional, or we're reading into, like it comes to eisegesis, exegesis. Like you're exegizing what you're reading. You're reading into what you believe is being said instead of reading from the text on what's being said. This is what I got to deal with the Hebrews.
About a position. I'm not talking about a mayor. You know good
so
well
you're basically saying that they're black faces that are still in those
correct.
positions, but they're still
correct.
being part
Similar
of the
to you, Mr.
system.
Elder. You're a black face in a position in the conservative movement. They're just the same. They're just on the other side. I'm talking about
So then when Martin Luther King said in 1966, I believe there could be a black president in about 40 years' time, then it really doesn't matter whether there's one or isn't. Because nothing changes. He was naive.
The system
naive
also
then.
killed him as well. Well, we know that the FBI and the CIA also killed him. That system.
Yeah, but did you just said it doesn't matter. It's a system. It doesn't matter who's in the seat. And he just said, so Dr. King was naive. He was incorrect. He was delusional. And he said, he said it for no reason. And he said there would be a black face as president, according to your words. That's pointless. Like that's not a strong move. Because Dr. King was wrong. Because he's just a black face in the system.
Guy in the CIA because part of Jesus.
An individual killed him.
Right. That was also a part of Pro Hotel through the system. Correct?
Not correct.
COINTELPRO.
Not correct. He was
so
killed.
the FBI didn't have anything to do with it. The CIA didn't have anything to do with
J.
it.
Edgar Hoover was definitely on Martin's ass. Like, come on.
I didn't say he wasn't.
Oh.
He was also on the Klan's ass. Like J. Edgar Hoover was, about counterintelligence on everybody.
Robert Kennedy is the one that approved the wiretaps. But to say that the FBI killed him, I mean, what's your evidence of that?
When the FBI
Bold claims need bold evidence. Okay, so we got the same channel as this one.
What's up, y'all? Gerald.
All right, cool. All right. So let's go here next.
play a little bit because I know I'm gonna get flagged in this one. Good. Come on. All right. So this is another guy living off the grid. Okay. No mortgage, no utilities. He's not complaining.
Hey guys, well today's a big day. I'm gonna let the chickens out of the chicken coop, and this will be their.
Now that last guy I showed you, $3.4 million, $3.4 million views in 4 months. This guy got 1.3 million views in 2 months. So you got a lot of people who believe in their own hype. They believe the government, the system is attacking them, all this chemtrail. And guess what? They're getting a skill or they got a skill to build their own home. They're buying land, they're building their own home, and they're living away from the system. So that means if they got kids, they're home taught. You see it here. A tour of our mortgage free. It's another person, or that's him. This is a woman doing that. So this is popular, 1.1 million, and they all got millions of views. So this is a popular movement from white folks. They think the system is corrupt and they're leaving the system. They're not complaining and whining on YouTube and doing presentations. They're leaving this system. Okay. That's what white people do when they feel like there's a problem. They will revolt, they will rebel, they will leave somewhere like Britain and they'll start a whole new country and call themselves something totally different. That's what white folks do. They usually solve the problem. Black folks here in America, Black folks in America, a little different. We have a problem, we'll complain about the problem, we'll complain, we'll make an excuse, while the problem is never dealt with, addressed, resolved, make an excuse, and blame everybody, but we'll never do anything about the problem. We'll never say, you know what, let me move away from the problem. So the problem might be there forever, but I'm not gonna be near that problem, therefore I don't have the problem. So if you get off the grid like this guy, you ain't gotta worry about the problem. Buy land, build a home with your own hands, so you ain't gotta worry about a mortgage and that type of stuff, and get ready for no electricity. Like, are you about that life? Where you got log for your heat? Are you about that life? No. It's a bunch of complainers, man.
No justice system. You do those things.
Let's back it up.
Succeeding in America. There are think tanks on the left, like the Brookings Institute. Whites. How do you explain that Japanese Americans, in fact, they were the first than whites? How do you explain that? How do you explain that Chinese Americans who were victimized by racism, in fact, they were the first nationality to be excluded by the Chinese Immigration Act? How do you explain that they have a higher net income than do whites? How do you explain that Japanese Americans have a higher household income than do whites?
So he's asking the DJ focuses the indigenous and possibly even the Hasbros out there. This question for you guys: how do you explain what he's saying? Like that the Japanese and the Chinese stay more successful over the whites. Anybody who's complaining about white supremacy, he's asking like, how are these people keep staying afloat above white supremacy?
How do you explain that Korean
doing better than the white supremacy?
Americans have a higher net income than do whites? How do you explain Nigerian Americans have a higher?
So now we got black people from Nigeria, more net income than whites. White supremacy couldn't get a hold of them. I wonder why.
Net income, household income than do whites. These are matters of behavior, matters of choices. There's nothing stopping anybody, black.
Behavior and choices. We're going to come to that.
From succeeding in America. There are think tanks on the left, like the Brookings Institution, and on the right, like the American Enterprise Institute. And they both give the same formula for success. finish high school.
Finish high school. But like,
Didactic. I dropped out of school, family. I dropped out. I dropped out of school. Didactic. I dropped out of school, family. I dropped out. I dropped out of school.
And they both give the same formula for success. Finish high school.
so when we're watching people and taking information from people that couldn't even finish high school, like, yeah, we gotta take it with a grain of salt. Just reject it all the way. It's not worth. It's high risk, low reward. I'm good. Just refer somebody who's saying the same thing, but they have graduated high school, possibly graduated college. Show me those people saying what you're saying. I listen to them. So be the middleman. I don't want to hear from you, Filet. Point me to the person that actually did not fail, who actually won, okay, who succeeded. Let me hear them say the same thing you're saying. And Filet,
Don't have a kid before you're 20 years old. Get married first.
don't have a kid before you're 20 years old. And I'm going to show some stats on that one.
First, get a job, keep that job. Don't quit it until you get another job. And I would add one more thing.
Keep the job. Don't quit the job. If you're gonna leave a job, wait till you have another job in place. That was my mentality when I was in my early 20s anyway. Like I just never thought it was smart to quit a job and then look for another job. I knew how long it can take to get another job. But like, that ain't wise.
And that is avoid the criminal justice system. You do those things, you will not.
The criminal justice system. So now some people are railroaded, but other people brag about their criminal background. Remember, you ain't real. I'm a real NIGGA. You hear those talking points? I'm a real NIGGA. That means I'm a real criminal. You ain't real. You ain't black. That's all saying you're not a criminal. That's what it comes down to. The criminals are respected the most in Black society. So you ain't real. You ain't a real NIGGA. You ain't black. When they say that stuff, they're saying you're not an ex-felon or soon to be felon.
Not be poor.
So how do you explain these disparities?
All right, so okay. All right, so where I was going next, I had in my mind where I was going next. Was it a video? Was it a video? Okay, it was. All right, so let me do this. Dang, I closed the damn thing out. All right, hold on. Let's see. I don't want to open back up. Let's put my computer down. All right, so hold on. Let's see. Let's see if it'll let me slide. This sheer button on top of the goddamn. Okay. There we go. I got it.
All these numbers is to hopefully level set the conversation.
So I'm not with nobody, cause I don't wanna hurt nobody. Did it over text, didn't call me. Still got love.
Guys don't know, January 10th, 2023, the National Health Statistics Report was updated. Every 4 years, they put out a new report in regards to the fertility of men and women aged 15 to 49. If you look at my previous videos on single fathers, what were the age groups? 15 to 40.
So let's see. Men who are fathers by age. This right here, I believe he typed this.
9. So Let's get to 15 to 49. So let's get to it. This is the report. Fertility of men and women aged 15 to 49 in the United States National Survey of Family Growth. So basically, this gives you the answers in regards to how many Black women have children and how many Black men have children. And it also goes a little bit deeper in regards to out of wedlock, everything that I talked about, everything that I calculated before this information came out, it is in this report. And you know who was right? This guy. So let me explain how they get these statistics. So the introduction says in 2019, the last year of National Survey of Family Growth, data presented in this report, vital statistics indicated that 3.7 million births occurred in the United States. That is between 2015 to 2019. The number of births steadily declined during 2007, 2013. Increased slightly in 2014 and decreased again from 2015 to 2019. From 2018 to 2019, the birth rate, number of births per 1,000 females in a specific age group, decreased for teenagers aged 15 to 19 and women aged 20 to 34, but increased for women aged 35 to 44. That is very important because all of the reports, the statistics show that women are waiting longer to have children.
Yeah, and you're gonna have birth complications. Yeah, it's a lot of risk there.
And that increase from that age group, 35 and up, that reflects that. So let's continue. Between 1976 and 2018, the mean number of children ever born per woman aged 40 to 44 declined from 3 children to 2. So how do they gather the statistics? And this is very important. Statistical analysis. All estimates in this report are weighted to represent the approximately 71.9 million men and 72.4 million women aged 15 to 49 in the U.S. household population at the approximate midpoint, July 2004. Present the always did the factors as a 4% down. All well, I gave you guys the 4%. 4% up, 4% down. All tables include point to say that's only for the 4 years. Absolutely not. We already factored that in. So the results, ever had a biological child. Table 1, I have it here, shows the percentage of men and women who have ever had a biological child by selected demographic characteristics. In 2015 to 2019, 56% of women, 56.7% of women, and 44.8% of men aged 15 to 49 have ever had children. Who said 44% of Black men have children? Who was that? Was that me? Yeah, it was me. Yeah. Before these statistics came out, right? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I'll take the applause.
You typed that. I knew it.
I'll take super chats. I'll take cash apps, whatever you got. I appreciate you supporting me. For all those people that were saying, oh, well, this guy, this is not the actual numbers. There you have it right there. Okay. So I was right. Let's continue. So in 2015, 2019,
let me speed it up a little bit. It's going to take forever.
13.2% of women aged 15 to 49 and 84.3% of those aged 40 to 49 had ever
13.2%. 84%
had a biological child. Among men, 6.2% of those aged 15 to 24 and 76.5% of those aged 40 to 49 had ever had a child. Let's continue. You see already, you can see the trend that women have more kids than men. So in regards to men, the percentage of Hispanic men, regardless of nativity status, who have ever fathered a child, 50.1%. So Hispanic men have fathered children more than Hispanic women. So they're the only group that has a higher rate. So It says father child was higher than non-Hispanic white, 43.9%, and non-Hispanic Asian, 35% men, and was similar to the percentage of non-Hispanic black men, which is 46%. So again, I'm gonna pull myself up there. 4% standard of error, 44, 46. Who was right? This guy. So they tell you right there that the majority of black men do not have children. Can black men pat themselves on the back now? The percentages of non-Hispanic black and non-Hispanic white men who have ever had a child were also similar. The percentage who ever had a biological child was the lowest among non-Hispanic Asian men. So only 35% of Asian men have ever fathered children. But that goes to show you that black men are not the ones who marry out the most. Out of every ethnic group, I believe it's Asian women. And those numbers show you why. That's crazy. I don't know where we get this narrative that black men are the ones that marry out the most. Absolutely not. Look at the numbers. Asian women always marrying out. Now, this is the good part for the ladies. How many women from mothered children? A higher percentage of Hispanic women, regardless of nativity status, 62.4%, and non-Hispanic black women at 61% had ever had a biological child, followed by non-Hispanic white, 54.6, non-Hispanic Asian, 47.9. Black women have more children than black men, 61% to between 44 and 46% of black men. Can we stop this conversation about black men, all black men being deadbeats? Because the majority of black men don't even have children. We done? Did black men win? Did we prove ourselves? So I want you guys to clip all this stuff up, and I'm not done. I'm not done. We're gonna go over the tables here in a second, but I want you guys to clip this up. I want you to share this to any detractors. Clip this up. You can thank me in the form of Cash App, Super Chat, that I appreciate. So thank you for tuning in. So this is the number of children born alive to women aged 15 to 49. They actually break down everything by currently married, cohabitating, never married, formerly married, education. But the most important thing that we're discussing is just by race. So this is black women. So it says at the top, none. This percentage that I'm about to show you are the amount of women who don't have children. So if you look here, this is black women, right? You follow that? It comes out to 39% of black women who don't have children. Only 39%. We just covered 61. You see this number here? This is the statement of error right here, that 1.4. So the closer that you get to zero, the better your pure and accurate data is. So as you can see, that's 1.4%. That is very close. That is
Actually 1.04.
accurate. So if you have a 1.4% statement of error, that's your true data number. If it was 10, then that would be bad information. But we have 1.04, that's closest to zero. That's great numbers. The number of children, 1, 2, 3, 4 or more. So black women have 17.1% of black women have one child. 21.4% of black women have 2 children. 12.9% of black women have 3 children. And look who comes at the highest with 4 or more children. It is black women at 9.5%. 9.5% of black women have over 4 children. This is for black men who have fathered children. You see this 54% number? 54% of black men, let me make sure we get this in there, none. 54% of black men do not have children. So 54% of black men don't have children. And these numbers add up to 46% of black men that do have children. And you have the statement of error right there next to it. So just like what I did for my study, they did the same thing. They gave us a little bit of insight in regards to how much error we have. Like I told you, that 4% is considered great data. If you get closer to zero, that actually means that data is spot on. So all you see is ones over here. So there's no way you can refute this, because a lot of people are asking, well, what about the women? How many children do black women have? Here's your numbers right here. So like I said, so black men don't have 54% of black men don't have children. So this is percentage of men and women age 15 to 49 who ever had a biological child, 2015, 2019. And like I said, we already factored in the statement of error. This represents years beyond. So if we want to pull data from the years past 2015, they're going to mirror this. That statement of error is what we're talking about. So here we go. Let's open this up. This is just a side-by-side comparison just for our future reference. So let's go back to black African-American single race. So there you have it right there. It says women who have children, 61%, men who have children, and they have, remember I said standard error, it's right there, 46%. So there's a 15% difference in regards to how many children black women have and black men have. The whole purpose of me pulling all these numbers is to hopefully level set the conversation, because it's like all black men are deadbeats. All black men don't take care of their children. But if you look at the statistics, there's only 46% of black men that have children. there's 61% of black women who have children. So I just want to do that for y'all. Let me see here what else I've got. And also, let's go here. I want to pull this up just to add a little razzle dazzle. So the study found that a multiple father type of family structure was more common among minority women, with 59% of African American mothers, 35% of Hispanic mothers, and 22% of white mothers reporting children with more than one father. So 59% of black women have children by more than one man. That's crazy. I mean, do we need any more proof? Black men, we winning, city boys up, all that stuff, right? Oh my goodness. No, let's be winning. That's crazy. I mean, do we need any more proof? Black men, we winning, city boys up, all that stuff, right? Oh my goodness. No, let's keep that up there for a second. That's crazy, right? One thing about stats. Hey, men lie, women lie, but the stats and the numbers do not lie. Sweet Jesus.
Didactic. I dropped out of school, family. I dropped out. I dropped out of school. And they both give the same formula for success. Finish high school.
And they both give the same formula for success. Finish high school.
Didactic. I dropped out of school, family. I dropped out. I dropped out of school.
$30 at the vape shop. What?
Okay. What? Hey, John. Come here. See if you can fold that cover up.
I hope I wasn't mute. Was I? Oh my, yo, Indigenous. What? Did you hear me at all? Yeah. Yeah, you on mute, Indigenous. But were you able to hear me?
No, not at all.
Oh my God, I was reading all that on mute. Well, I hope y'all read with me, the ones that was watching the screen. Oh my God. Okay. Anyway. So
What's going on?
what I just read was that, I'll say it again. I'll say you have women who brag about they can do it by themselves. And what I showed you was the statistics with young Black men. And I showed that almost 70% of Black men are born in a single family home. But only about, I think, 33% of us attend higher learning from high school after we graduate high school. And I think 50% of the other boys, men from different ethnicities go to college after high school. So I was saying that women say they could do something by themselves. I don't know what it is, but if it's raising a boy by itself, one thing you can't do by yourself with a boy is proven is send his ass to college. So single parent moms, Black moms, are not good at that. They cannot do that by themselves. They cannot send a Black man child to college.
Hold on real quick. Hold on.
So if he's not going to college, what is he doing? If he's not going to college, there's no career there. He's going to get a job. And we see that Black youth employment is very low, lower to everybody. So most likely you're not going to be working there. You know what I mean? I mean, just look last night, Memorial Day, dudes out, young men out there, late as hell at nighttime. You know they ain't working the next day. Yeah, but a lot of these guys don't work, and but they don't work. And if you don't work, you're home all day, and your other friend don't work. Your other friend don't work. Most likely, when they get together, it won't be anything positive. Okay, it's probably something negative, and you got to just assume that, like, cause they're not working, they're not, or volunteering, they're not getting their hands dirty. You know, they're not learning a skill, learning something. No, they're out there getting into some wild stuff, but they're able to get home that night and get a hot meal or use the bathroom, take a shower, take a hot shower. Like there's no like pushback. There's no serious pushback. Like a lot of these teens should be homeless. Like the moms should be putting them out. You don't get a job, you don't go to college. Oh no, I'm sorry. The third option, okay, it's either job, college, or military. If your man child doesn't like any of the options, you got to kick them out. Okay. Now they really will be chose. You know, they always say this, the streets chose me. They be lying. Well, this time the streets actually just chose you. That's your fourth option. You don't want a job, you don't want college, you don't want military. Okay, here go the streets. So now whatever you do, right now whatever you do, you doing it, and I'm detached from it. But if he's out there acting a fool in the streets and he's living at home, no, you're not detached. You get all that credit. He killed two people, or this. Now you get all that. You got your house ready. You get all that. You get all that. So we're not gonna do that. And I said earlier, I said, a black woman gets out of a toxic relationship with a kid, she's considered brave and a strong black woman. A black man gets out of a toxic relationship with a kid, he's considered what? Indigenous. Are you on mute?
No, I was messing around with my papers, trying to.
Yeah.
Because I know you're gonna vibe. I'm sorry, I wasn't listening.
Okay.
You said a man's gonna, a woman's. I heard the.
Come on, let me say it over. You want to listen? All right.
All
So
right.
a black woman getting out of a relationship with a kid, she's considered brave, a hero, a strong black woman. I said a black woman getting out of a toxic relationship with a kid, what is he considered?
Oh, deadbeat.
Yeah, deadbeat.
No good, no count. There's all kinds of names you could call it that they use.
In other words, it's championed for and it's greatly supported that a woman should not maintain herself in a toxic relationship, but the man should endure the toxic relationship. It's not good to hit a woman with a brick, but a man can be hit with a brick. Like, it's just like the stupid, most dumb dynamic, one-sided dynamic that women spew. How about nobody should stay in a toxic relationship? How about nobody should get hit with a brick?
Right.
Like, it's always, you shouldn't do this to a woman. There's always something negative, and that leaves the door open that it could be done to a man. Like, no, I don't want to be hit with a brick. I don't want to be in a toxic relationship. I don't want to be, at the short end of any stick. Just like a woman. Like, why am I? Nah, we're not doing that. So anyway, what I was showing was the high school thing, and there's a parallel to high school dropout and prison. And so when y'all say school to pipeline, it's like, not really, because the school to pipeline would suggest that college is still school. So that would suggest high school, college, prison. And that's far from the case. You have people who don't finish school who are way more prone to be in jail than anybody who finished college. So college is still school. That's why I don't subscribe to that. College is school. So if there's a school to prison pipeline, then how come all these high school college graduates don't have arrest records, felonies, but we see a shitload of high school dropouts with charges like sexual assault. You dig? You got high school and you got, so I mean, that just hands down. That's why I'm subscribed to that.
I've never seen that study, but go ahead.
Never seen what study?
That all the high school dropouts are, sexually violent.
No. Okay, yeah, you just busy doing something else. Yeah, dude, you're not even listening to what I'm saying. When did I say high school dropouts are? I was pointing out one high school dropout who has an active sexual assault charge. I think his court case is tomorrow. I was pointing out one.
Oh, okay.
High school dropout. Okay.
Okay. My bad.
Yeah, that's called cherry picking. I said a whole bunch of stuff. I said high school dropouts are more likely to be a baby daddy, right?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Yeah. So wait. I'm gonna add on to that.
All right.
So if a high school dropout is more likely to be a baby daddy, and a woman has a baby daddy, is her baby daddy a high school dropout or a college graduate?
Her baby daddy is a male, which can inseminate her and got her pregnant when she laid down. And they both laid down. Hold on. Whoa. You see, you asked me a question. Let me stop.
But you didn't answer the question. We're not going to do it. You're going to answer the question, or you could say, I want to talk about something else. I said, I read the stats. I said high school dropouts are more likely to be deadbeat dads. Then I said, if a woman claims her baby dad is a deadbeat dad, then he's probably, according to stats, a high school dropout, right? All right. So
I mean, I'd have to see the statistics, but
No.
I see where you're going.
Hold on.
I see where you're going.
Well, you don't. You're not.
I would
following.
have to see the statistics on that.
I got you. I mean, you just agreed to statistics. You just said high school dropouts are most likely a deadbeat daddy. You just agreed to that. I mean, what the hell?
Reluctantly, but yeah. Now
all right. I said that's yeah. You don't know. That's fine, and that's why I have these stats that I have in front of me. Okay, so I'm going to show that here. So you need to watch the screen so you can know from now on. All right. So you have a doctor, a black doctor that sees a lot of single parent women. And so her name is Dr. Natalie Carroll. She's an OB/GYN practice. I think that's that gynecologist.
okay, I got my TV on. You talking about the sister on the screen here, or? Okay, I see. Okay, all right.
All right. So let me see this.
That's a fact. Okay.
Let me see this right here. Yeah. Gynecologist. I thought it was. Okay. So you have this woman who's a gynecologist. Let me go back to her. Dr. Natalie Carroll. Okay. She's located in a low-income apartment complex tucked between a gas station and a freeway. 12 pregnant black women come for consultations. Some bring their children or their mothers. Only one brings a husband. So out of 12, one bring a husband. Okay, cool. Okay, so So Dr. Carroll spending time talking to the mothers about how they should care for themselves, what she expects them to do, and what they need to do to get married. 72% of black babies are born to unmarried mothers. So the stat was, 70% of babies, like girls and boys, single parent home. Now, here's the interesting thing. This is a quote that Dr. Natalie is saying that women are consistently saying. The girls don't, this is Dr. Carroll. She said, the girls don't think they have to get married. I tell them the children deserve a mama and a daddy. They really do. Carroll says from behind the desk of her office. Okay. So the women feel like marriage ain't even an option. And then, that's an issue. So as the issue of black unwed parenthood enters into public discourse, Carroll is among the few speaking boldly about it. So those who are following, well, not reading notes, they know that women don't have a hard time, especially black women, have a hard time holding each other accountable. So that's why it says Carroll is among the few speaking boldly about this serious issue that's happening with unwedded black women. Yeah. Okay. So Dr. Carroll says that mama can't give it all, and neither can a daddy, not by themselves, Carroll says. Part of the reason is because you can only give that which you have. A mother can't give all that a man can give, and vice versa, obviously. Okay.
Right.
So that statistics show just what the fullness means. Children of unmarried mothers of any race are more, listen to me now, indigenous, this is some of the questions I gave you. The statistics show that children of unmarried mothers, in our case, single parent home, of any race, all inclusive, are more likely to perform poorly in school, go to prison, or use drugs, or to become baby daddies and baby mamas themselves. Okay? So this is what it means to be born in a single family home for any race. Your chances of being a drug addict is high. Your chances of going to jail or prison is high. Your chance of being a high school dropout or just a high school graduate is high. And to be a poor parent yourself is very high. So this is why Dr. Carroll saying that Black women, since they're affected by this the most, they brag about it, deadbeat dads, they should be trying to nip that in the bud. Don't you think? They should be trying to close the gap of being a single parent mother. So the stats later I'm going to read is going, because it's pretty long. The stats later is going to say that couples is not saying they have to have sex before marriage. It's saying couples should get married before they have a kid. They say if you do that, the marriage is likely to last longer than marriages that have a kid and then get married. Okay, a lot of my friends, including DJ Focus, were married before they had a kid. This is why they had that's why they're still married today. Happy, successful marriage. And I got other friends, same thing. Okay, one of my boys was married. It's a true story. I got a close friend who younger than me, way younger, 15 younger, married years before they had a kid together. I mean, smart decision, and they still married today. They're happy, you know what I mean? Everything working out. They have no problems. So that means that DJ Focus kids and my boy right there kids, chances of dropping out of high school is slim. Using drugs and all these things are slimmer than somebody who doesn't. So, but this is going to lead into Margaret Sanger. So I'm doing this first because we're talking about babies, right? So,
well, let me reply on this before you get off of that. All right.
Reply on what I just said?
Yeah.
Right.
So I didn't want to cut you off. You can finish. I was just saying this. Before you get off of this, let me, say something about it. Are you done?
Before I change, I'm not done, but you can go in real quick.
All right. Can we go back to the top of the page, please? Well, you don't have to go back to the top of the page, but I see you got right there. That was perfect timing when you pulled that screen up like that. The Black community, 72. Hold on, stop. The Black community 72% rate eclipses that of most other groups. 17% for Asians, 29% of whites, and 53% of Hispanics. All right. So yeah, that's wild. That's wild. But like I said, they use percentages, to try to make themselves look better and to paint us in a negative. Yes. Yeah. Oh no. Like I said, because how can 13? Hold on. Wait a minute. No. Listen. I understand.
You're not here to do opinions. I don't want you to explain the stats. All right, the stats are the stats. We're not gonna do that here, man. We're not doing that. That makes the conversation long. We look at the stats, they're the true or false. All right, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. Right? We're not gonna start giving opinions on the stats and how they come up. They make themselves look better. No, if they want to make themselves look better, they will put themselves in the place of Asians. All right, that's what they would do. They got Asians at 17%. They got themselves at 29%. Okay, you ride through white neighborhoods. Matter of fact, you live in one. I believe if you go to ask your neighbors, are they married? They're going to say yes. So, I mean, all of us can pretty much guarantee that when we go to a white neighborhood and they have families, they're most likely married. So that stat is absolute on point. And vice versa. If you go to a Black neighborhood, you can almost guarantee that if you see a man and woman together with a kid, that they're not married. And most likely it's probably not even his kid. All right, so we can almost agree to that. So we're not going to give opinions on stats. These are the stats. And you live in a white neighborhood, you see it all the time. You know goddamn well those homes are nuclear family homes. They're not single parent homes. They're not single dad homes. And it's not a white guy playing stepdaddy to a kid, because white people don't do that. That's something Black males do. Not bad. But white men, and there's a stat for that here. Hispanics and white men. Matter of fact, I think only Black men do that. Only Black men will take on a kid that's not his biologically. Other races just create their own family. Like they barely even follow up with the kid. And it's interesting how Black men are deadbeats, but even when they're separate from their girl, their baby mama, they still keep in contact with the kid. But every other race don't. But somehow black men are the deadbeats. All right. Yeah. So what I don't want you to do is start trying to explain away the stats, dude. This is the stats. That's the stock market. Stock market closed. What you can do is you can provide an alternative stat, but we're not doing that today. You're gonna make this shit too long, and I ain't doing that. Yeah, I ain't doing it. I ain't doing that. It's us against them type shit. Okay. So, and by the way, I was showing a video of a guy. A lot of white people live off the grid. And a lot of you blackologists have another choice. You can live off the grid, and none of you do it. I think there's only one black man we all knew that did that, and that was a doctor who said white people are like you can't live with them like that. He was off the grid living. Okay, so anyway, so here we go. It says Manny accused Mo Nihan, who was white, of blaming the victim, of saying that black behavior, not racism, was the main cause of black problem. The dynamic persists. Most talk about the 72% has come from the conservative circles. When influential blacks like Bill Cosby have spoken out about it, they have been all but shouted down by liberals, saying that a lack of equal education and opportunity are the true root of the problem, right? It's always blame somebody else, never blame the actual person raising the kid. Interesting, because if a coach is coaching a group of kids and they fail, the coach is held responsible. Is held responsible. A parent raising kids is like coach. All right, so now here you go, Indigenous. Research, I highlighted right here. You can read along. Research has increased into links between behavior and poverty. Okay.
Hey.
If you have a single parent home, you are very close to poverty, especially the less education level, right? You're in poverty line, in poverty. It says research has increased into links between behavior and poverty, scholars say. Historically, Blackhampton University recently, so this is Blackhampton University, right? Recently launched a national—
Black Panther University.
Yeah, launched a national center.
Is that in Wakanda?
Launched a national center on African American marriages and parenting. There is a Marry Your Baby Daddy Day, founded by a black woman who left at the altar, and a Black Marriage Day, which aims to make healthy marriages the norm rather than the exception. Okay. So in September, Princeton University and the liberal Brookings Institution released a collection of fragile families, reports on unwed parents, and an online movement called No Wedding, No Womb. No wedding, no babies. Ignited a fierce debate that included strong opposition from many black women. People said, hell no. So in other words, like women are trying to say, listen, no ring, no babies. And black women said, hell no, I don't need a ring. That's pretty much what's going on. I don't need no damn marriage. I do it by myself. And that's that do it by yourself mentality. Screw the ring. I can do it by myself. Come on, get me pregnant. And then it's like, but your kid is going to be exposed to all these high risks and low rewards. But so there's a lot of sides to this. Carol says part of our community has lost its way. There are simple arguments for why so many black women have children without marriage. What's your reason? What do you think? Now I want your opinion. What do you think?
I'm calming down because I'm calming down. No, I'm just calming down because I've already had this conversation with you.
I did. They don't say nothing. Okay.
No, I'm gonna say something because you've been talking and you called me up here. Now, if you don't want me to say nothing,
I'm gonna mute you, dude. I was just on your show. Like you had a presentation. You invited.
Hey, look, man, I was patient twice. You told me I could.
You invited me to your presentation. You could leave, bro. You can leave. Okay. So you invite me to your presentation. I was very respectful. When you want to talk, I shut up. You're gonna do that here. You're gonna give me the same respect. I was
Nigga, I let you talk in my.
okay. You was get out of here. Get out. I'm done with you, man. Done with you. Stupid nigga, man. Done. He let me talk. What is it? What is he not listening to? He let me talk. Yeah, I'm letting you talk. But when you wanted to talk, so when I was on this show on the Lions Den during his presentation, I was speaking. Well, he let me go ahead and talk. So I was talking, but when he wanted me to be quiet, I was quiet. I didn't keep talking. I didn't demand I talk more. I was quiet. I was respectfully, voluntarily walking on eggshells during his presentation. When Zaquan wanted to talk, I got quiet. And then I talked in spurts. If they let me go, I continue. So here I'm letting him go, and he wants to talk. Tell me how long he gonna talk. Fuck out of here. I don't need you on here, man. You're gonna drag the day longer anyway. I only got 1 more hour. Yeah, it's on the Lions Den. It's on the Lions Den show. But when you're acting like that, I'm gonna boot you off. Like I said, I don't even care to do this back and forth stuff anymore. I don't even care to be on other people's panels and talk. I don't care. I don't care. I don't have to do none of that stuff, man. Like I grew out of that. That's corny now. I don't care. If somebody want to come over here and talk, it's going to be a peaceful bill. Even if you disagree, it's going to be in peace. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of things I say Hask will disagree with. But do you see us arguing? You know, no man disagrees with stuff. You see us arguing. Sometimes two people disagree. You see us arguing. We just tell each other why we disagree. We just, you know, the conversation goes on. I don't want to argue. I'm not trying to be upset. I'm trying to have a nice, peaceful, calm day. Dude, if you can't have a peaceful conversation, get out of here. And he clearly can't. Clearly, I'm asking the guy, I said this. I said, if a man dropped out of high school, his chances to be a deadbeat is high. Do you agree? He said, yes. I said, so it's like the triangular theory. So if a woman has a deadbeat dad, isn't he most likely a high school dropout? Like, yeah, because a high school dropout makes a deadbeat dad. You have a deadbeat dad, he's probably a high school dropout. So it's like, why are you choosing high school dropouts when they're known to be deadbeat dads? College graduates, according to statistics, the stats, are less likely to be a deadbeat dad. A college graduate is more likely to marry you. A high school dropout is less likely to marry you, more likely to be a deadbeat. So if any woman is on the internet bragging about her deadbeat dad, then most likely you probably chose, not all of you, so there's a stat for that, but most likely you probably chose a dropout. And the Pookies and Ray Ray, they got kids. The Pookies and Ray Rays got kids. So somebody chose those dropouts. I think Future, isn't he a dropout? Even most rappers are dropouts. Okay. Yeah, I mean, but he, see, the thing is, Controy, I don't research to be right. I research to see if I'm right. I don't research to be right. I research to see if I'm right. So when I'm wrong on something, I'll back away. Like how many times somebody clearly showed me in black and white I'm wrong, and I stayed in that position. Stop. But like these guys don't really research. Like they have it's interesting because they talk about the agenda of the man, and they got their own agendas. Like both of you aren't sincere about your information. All right. So the legacy of segregation, the logic goes, means blacks are more likely to attend inferior schools. This creates a high proportion of blacks unprepared to compete for jobs in today's economy, where middle-class industrial work for unskilled laborers has largely disappeared. The drug epidemic sent disproportionate numbers of black men to prison and crushed the job opportunities for those who served their time. women don't want, this is interesting. So those men are going to prison. And as a result, women don't want to marry men who can't provide for their families. And welfare laws created a financial incentive for poor mothers to stay single. See, but here's the thing. Women don't want to be married, but they want a boy toy. No problem with that. No problem. No problem. I don't have a problem with that. Like I said, you ain't on trial over here. I ain't judging you. Because men like women toys. So we ain't mad. I ain't mad, and I ain't judging. However, why do you make your boy toy a father? Why do you make your boy toy a father? That's the question. You got a boy toy, you don't want to get married. So then you make your boy toy, or you choose, you don't just, you choose and make them, but you choose your boy toy to be a father. And your boy toy is most likely a high school dropout or a high school graduate at best, which means that their chances for success is slim to none. Their chances to being a good father is slim to none. Interesting. If you remove these inequalities, some say the 72% will decrease. Okay, so it's all connected. The question should be, how has the Black family survived at all? Says Maria Cafalas, co-author of Promises I Can Keep, Why Poor Women Put Motherhood Before Marriage. So the book is based on interviews with 162 low-income single mothers. One of its conclusions is that these women see motherhood as one of life's most fulfilling roles and a rare opportunity for love and joy, husband or no husband. There you go. Okay. And that's the thing. When I was invited to Apostle's show some time ago, Indigenous told me, come on, let's do that show. I came on Apostle's show, and Apostle had the nerve to say this. He had the nerve to say, nah, Boz, you can talk all you want. I got no problem with that. But he said, just when I get to talk, you be quiet. I'm like, wait a minute. But when I invite you to my podcast or YouTube live, you didn't have that same respect for me. Like, you didn't have that same requirement for yourself. You wanted to talk over me every chance you got, like it was like we were equal. But when I come on your live, I gotta be quiet when you talk. Like, I have no problem with that if the person showed me the same respect. But I'm like, oh, okay, like, damn. All right, so maybe I need to be more strict, like I was just now. All right, so if that's the, and Indigenous was present. Like, this coward ain't say, Apostle, you wrong, yo. You know, you was talking over him on his show. You argue, you know, you didn't. He won't do that. Only we would do that. Only we would do that. Chef, Chief X, like we would do that. We will hold ourselves, no man, little A, we will hold ourselves, even high school, we will hold ourselves to the same standard that somebody holds us to. If we're asking for somebody to be quiet when we talk, guess what? We're going to be quiet when they talk on their show. But when apostles say that to me, and the business was just quiet, I said, oh, okay. All right. Okay. So same energy. So now Indigenous come over here. Indigenous, you're going to shut up when I talk. The same way I had to shut up when Apostle talked, you're going to shut up when I talk. And when you did not do that just now, I muted you, you unmuted yourself, get off. And I'm going to do that every time you try to come on. Every time you talk when I talk, I'm booting you off. You will either get it or just don't come back on. I'm gonna hold you and if he come on too, same thing. I'm gonna hold you out to the same standard y'all held me to. The hell wrong, child. I heard him say that. I'm like, oh, really? Damn, you talked all over me on my own show. My children are what keep me going every day, she says. They give me a lot of hope and encouragement. Her plans for them, college. Yeah, not if it's a male child. Damn. Look at this shit. Now, look at this dropout that this woman ended up getting with.
On Mutin's right shoulder, the name of her oldest child, Zenevia, is tattooed around a series of scars. When Zenevia was an infant, Mutin's drug-addled fiance. So men who are most likely to be on drugs are high school dropouts, or at the very best, a high school diploma. So her drug addict fiance, a guy that she planned to marry, I guarantee you, is not a college graduate. This guy, high school graduate at best, at the low end, a high school dropout, was a drug addict, and he came home one night and started shooting. Mutin was hit with 6 bullets. The mother, Zenevia, the young kid, took 3 and survived. This man was the love of my life. So the love of her life, this is judgment, but this is what women don't hold themselves to. So she judged this man who had the potential, the capacity to come home, shooting up the crib, his own home, his own kid, his own fiance. You love the guy like that. So let me guess, he was Dr. King. He was non-violent the whole time you know him. And then he just turned to Malcolm X one day. One drunk, drug, night. He just came on, come on, stop. This guy had all those qualities when you either before you met him or long before you guys decided to get engaged. He been showed those violent qualities. This man was the love of my life. Mutin says he's serving a 60-year sentence. Another man fathered her second and third children. There we go. 69% of Black women, have another kid with another man. Mutin doesn't have good things to say about the father of her unborn child. He's around. He helps with all the kids. Okay, so that's the second father. Almost 70% of Black women have a second baby daddy. So at least she got that one right. But it's another obligation. I don't even says a good man is hard to find nowadays. I don't believe so. I think a boy toy who will become a good father is hard to find nowadays. Okay, boy toy. When y'all choose your boy toy, he's not father minded. Okay. Let me go. No, I'm good. Indeed, I'm good. I'm not trying to argue. I'm trying to have a good day. I don't care for who's trying to be right. I don't give a damn. 70% of professional Black women are unmarried. Lucas says 42% of all Black women and 70% of all professional Black women are unmarried. Like, yeah, you guys care about this internet stuff, social media lives. I don't. I ain't been live in so long. And so, I mean, this doesn't do anything for me. If you can't get a husband, like I'm missing like what I would normally do, I'm like, no, I'm not doing what I normally do. And sometimes in the background, I'll do it, but I don't make good trades when I'm in the background because I'm not focused. I'll be mad as hell. Anyway, so 70% of 70% of professional Black women are unmarried. 42% of all Black women, 70% of, all right. Blacks as a group, is this Dr. Carol talking? No, this might be Amy Wax. It is Amy Wax. She said, Blacks as a group will never be equal while they have this situation going on, where the vast majority of children do not have fathers in the home married to their mother, involved in their lives, investing in them, investing in the next generation. It's just not gonna be equal. Okay. So you owe them something better than you got. All the patients are gone now from Carol's office, the prison guard, the young married couple, the 24-year-old, the 10-year-old daughter, and the father of her unborn child in jail. The final patient, an 18-year-old who dropped out of college to have her first child,
departs by taxi alone. I can't tell you that I feel deep sadness because I don't, says Carol, who has two grown children of her own, and not because I'm fully aware of what's happening to them. It's because I do all that I can to help them help themselves. Carol is on her second generation of patients now, delivering the babies of her babies. She doesn't intend to stop anytime soon. Her father, her general practitioner in Houston, worked right up until he died. Each time she brings a child into this world, she thinks about what kind of life they will have. Oh, you see all the drill videos. I tell the mothers, if you decide to have a baby, you decide to have a different kind of life because you owe them something. You owe them something better than you got right. But a lot of parents, they have a kid, they want to keep that same life. They want to act like the party continues. They don't understand that you just made a decision to put your child number one and yourself number two. A lot of parents are still number one. No matter if they have one kid, two kids, three kids, number one, and their kid is behind. The kid is second, and sometimes third behind the boyfriend. I asked them, don't let me show all the street interviews. The women who are on drugs or selling their bodies. They all, most of them said they've been touched by the mother's boyfriend. I asked them, what are you doing for your children? You want to have a better life than yours, and so what are you doing about it? All right, so that was interesting right there. Let me go that. Nah, I don't want to have no debate. I'm good. I don't want to have no debate. You win. So.
Of black men are getting 70 to 80% black women pregnant?
Yes.
Boy, okay, I tell you, there is no hope for a black woman. We have.
Hold on. Because I already played this one.
No choices out here.
Yeah, I watched these interviews. You damn right. I watched a bunch of these.
Here, do we?
No. Hey, I know everybody been asking, where's this study at? I have the CDC study. I'm going to show you the CDC study in black
If it's the same
and
thing,
white real soon. Just 1 second. I'm just basically trying to poke a hole in the black feminist argument overall that all black men are responsible for the single mothers. When in fact,
that's a Dr. Umar talking point.
It's a small percentage of black men that are getting these women pregnant. And the studies.
Now, don't say small, just say minor or minority group of black men.
Shows that
46% is the minority, and not the majority.
1 second. Check. I'm gonna rewind it a little bit at the beginning of not the video, but at the beginning of the conversation, because this young lady right here didn't know that over 51% of black men are childless, and that's what the CDC study is going to reveal. Hold on, I'm gonna rewind it real quick.
It wasn't 51%, right? I think we read 46. Oh yeah, no, it was 54. Yeah, it was 54%. Right. Now I missed it. Oh, wait. What was it? I forgot. Yeah, it was 54%. That.
Those numbers confuse me to no end. So there are only 18% of black men.
51% of black men don't have children and aren't married. 31% of black men are married and they live with their wives.
Right.
So that leaves about 18, give or take a couple percent.
But you're saying these 18% of black men are getting 70 to 80% black women pregnant?
Booyah! This is putting a big hole in these black feminist argument and in their argument. And look, this is putting the narrative back in the hands of productive black men. See, this false narrative was able to be parroted for over 40 to 50 years that all black men are responsible.
This guy, disingenuous black man, still saying nobody can ever. Bro, I don't even care to debate. I don't have that energy. You guys still talking about pandemic and Margaret Sanger and Bill Gates Foundation now, George Soros. I'm not interested in those conversations, man.
for leaving these single mothers, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada.
But when you start to live off the grid, that's when people should start listening to you. And see, white folks, when they got a problem with the system, they live off the grid. And there's him trying to do that. He want to just complain about how weak and much of a coward he is to do anything about white supremacy. When white supremacy thinks that black people are getting ahead, like some of these people that are white supremacists, when they think black folks are winning or getting ahead or starting to make moves, they go out and do something about it. They go out there and take arms and they start letting off rounds. That's how white supremacists do it. Black supremacists like IBM, they don't do it like that. That's not how they do it. They'll just complain on video after video after video in the comment section and complain how powerless and weak they are to do anything about white supremacy. They have no solutions, but they know all about how white supremacy developed their tactics, how they plan. They know all the ins and outs about white supremacy. It's interesting. They know about all the ins and outs. They know who started, who's second in command, the weakest link, the strongest link. They know who the king is. They know who the pawns is. But somehow they could do nothing to neutralize white supremacy. Zero. Know how it works in and out, but can't do nothing to destabilize it. Can't do nothing to neutralize it. Interesting.
Yeah, the black men are you know, irresponsible for all this bull crap because nobody knew where the data was, or we didn't have the access to the data that I'm about to show you. You know, back in the 90s, we didn't have access to it, and I came across it 2 years ago. Shout out to this guy named Teriyaki Jones or some shit, man. He was doing a video, his own personal video. And he's a number cruncher. He's a black nerd dude, man. He's one of these black nerds. I was watching him because I'll be watching these black nerds. They're funny. And he says, yeah, man, I found that black men, 51% of black men aren't even fathers. And he pulled up the numbers and shit. Pulled up his charts and shit. And ever since then, I took that stat that he found. I thanked him for, I gave him a shout out for it because I was always looking for the fucking data from the CDC. So I took that study and I fucking saved it from the CDC. And I've been holding on to it for like years. And I made videos about this shit, talking about how 51% of black men were childless. As soon as Teriyaki Jones, or whatever his name is, he came out with that video, and he showed me that report, I followed up because I was always trying to figure out, like, come on, man.
Trying not to put black men there. Like, you know how you research and put in there, it comes up. I'm trying to let them tell me.
As soon as I seen that dude do the video, he found the numbers. And I'm like, 51%? First, I'm like, it was 45% of black men are childless. But then when he pulled the numbers up, it said 51% of black men are childless. I said, oh, no, I got to fucking do a video on this. And this was 2 years ago. So I'm going to show you the data. And shout out to Teriyaki Jones, man. Look, that's why I tell these black nerds, man, that that they are an asset. And they have to stick to being nerds. You know, stay in that lane, crunch numbers. Because without that, I wouldn't have been able to come across this CDC study. I'm going to show it to you real quick. Hold on. No, I want you to hear the rest of this shit right here real quick. Because this is showing you how decent black men are controlling the narrative now. You're taking the narrative away from these black feminists that all black men are responsible for single motherhood, and you're putting a light on these black single mothers that are picking and sharing a small pool of men to get pregnant by. And the mirror is being put in their face, and then they're being forced to answer to why are they picking the worst fathers for their children. And then their children are looking at them like, you created the situation for me because you picked the local drug dealer to get pregnant by because of your standards, mom.
Right.
So this is going to just really, really poke a huge hole in the black feminist agenda right now. Hearing these black guys take the narrative back and reveal what's going on, man. But listen to the rest of this shit real quick.
Yes.
All right, now let's look at the numbers. Fuck it. Let's just get to the numbers. Hold on. I'm going to show you the CDC study, and we're going to just squash all this bullshit so you can have it, and you know where to go to get it. Hold on. All right, so here we go. Here's the CDC study. All right, you can go find it. This is on a PDF file of mine. I saved this shit, dude. I saved it ever since that. Ever since that other guy put it up. I saved this shit because this fucking vindicates millions of 51% of black men. That's over like 6 million black men. This vindicates 6 million black guys and says, hey, you're not responsible for these single mothers. And I always knew it, but you can't make arguments unless you have data to prove that shit. That's how I always am. Or you have logic that, you know, that is better than the person that is putting the argument forth. Those are the only two ways you can put forth an idea. Now check it out. Let's get to the bottom of this study right here. Look at the study. Fertility of men and women aged 15 to 44 years in the United States. National Survey of Family Growth. Check it out. Now, this is the abstract. What you got to do is scroll down to results or some shit. And childlessness. Let me see. It's like page 4. Let me see. Keep going. They said I did a video. Every year I do a video about the 51% of childless black men. Again, shout out to the black nerds, man. Those black dudes that are nerds, man. Hey, continue to crunch numbers. Continue to look at pie charts and pie graphs and shit, dude. Because you give me fucking material so I can fucking counter these black feminists, okay? These fucking nerds, funny as fuck. Here it is right here. Results, number of children born and childlessness. All right, you go down to here, because the first portion, it shows you how women with bachelor's degrees have less children than women who don't have it, which is predictable. But you go further down, it says, I'm going to highlight it too so people can see for themselves. Let me see. Childlessness, 49% of men. So right here, just so you see, booyah, booyah, booyah. All right, you can read the top paragraph, but I'm not wasting all that time. It says, meanwhile, a higher percentage of Hispanic men had a biological child, 54%, compared with both white, 41% of white men or have children, and black, 49% black men. So right there it tells you, if 49% of black men have kids, that means over 51% don't. All right? And it looks like more white men are childless than black men when you think about it, because they're at 41%.
This says men and women who had a child compared to those born in the United States. So for foreign-born Hispanic women, 70% have developed a child compared with 31% U.S.-born women, U.S.-born.
So in actuality, you have millions of black dudes right here. I just highlighted this shit to you that are not responsible, that were being blamed for these single mothers getting pregnant. This pokes a huge hole in the feminist narrative. Now I'm gonna let this highlight just sit there for you so you can just see it. Because everybody's been asking, man, where's the data? Where's the CDC study? Because nobody believes, just like the lady respectfully in this video, she didn't have no idea about these numbers. Why? Because she was fed this feminist narrative for decades that all black men have kids somehow. And all black men are responsible for these single mothers. But now this narrative is shifting. And this, I mean, and look, this has been within the past, I would say 4 to 5 years. Black men, well, a certain decent element of black men have been able to shift this narrative within 5 years, while these chicks had 40 years to do it. I'm telling you, man, that's remarkable. That is remarkable. I mean, that's called warp speed. Shit, you were able to change and go against something that was already in motion for 40 fucking years. And here are these black dudes come within the manosphere within 4 to 5 years managed to fucking shift the narrative and have the mirror being pointed right in the face of these delusional broads. Now there is a consequence there's a backlash that you're gonna have to prepare for. I mean, these chicks are not gonna just relinquish their position and narrative easily. They're gonna, try to attack your workplace, try to fucking call you a chauvinist. I mean, they're gonna be.
Men's number of children every fatherhood.
Be drawbacks because there are people that benefit from black men with this negative stereotype. It's a lot of people because the more black men are perceived as irresponsible, childlike, you are. It's like you're not necessary to be worried about as far as competing against, whether it's employment or serious dating and shit. The more you can be considered irresponsible and all this shit, you're less of a competitive threat. And within America, everything's about competition, especially when you have multiple races in a particular country. And if you can be labeled as irresponsible, derelict, incompetent, you are less of a competitive threat for anybody else. You can just be checked off the board of being a threat, and then the competition is reduced.
Yeah.
So people will depend on this narrative.
The dude, he played a recorded discussion by him and myself during his presentation where he lost. I was when he lost. I was kind of like shocked that he let that much play out. But he ain't do a good job of editing the video. Like, dude, you should have cherry picked and edit. But you actually played the whole thing. Like he had no idea what the Negro Project was. He mentions it over and over and over and over. I did a quick Wikipedia search. I asked him questions. He did not know. Look, he spoke about the Negro Project, but did not know about it. Like, he just hear the word Negro Project, he think that's bad. I read it live. It was like, what's so bad about this? This was a great idea. What's so bad about this? And then he turns into what he just did just now. Like, the dude just can't compose himself. He just can't. Nowhere. Even his own presentation. Sosa trying to talk, man trying to talk. And he just, Google Scholar, he just going wild. Him and Apostle. Like, they have no manners, bro. They just wild. Like most pseudos are, just wild, reckless.
And they like to hear this narrative how black men are irresponsible and they keep making all these babies and walking out on them. With that narrative going around, that can delegitimize you. And it makes for these other non-black men to go out here and fucking win big as far as competing. Because, hey, they don't have to worry about you, cleaning up. But see, again, these feminists are going to lose. Because at the end of the day, logic is going to defeat them. And you have too many logical black guys right now focused on these arguments. And see, when you have logical black guys that are focused on something, then they're gonna fucking dismantle it. They're gonna dissect it. See, before black dudes weren't really focused on shit like this. These bitches are just talking. And these dudes just kept it pushing. But now it's like you got too many black guys with their eyes on this. And now it's gonna just be constant, okay, we're gonna dissect this shit and get to the bottom of it. And then we're gonna smear your face in it. That's what a lot of these black nerds are doing right now. These black nerds are like, all right, if we're gonna focus on this issue, we're going to get to the bottom of it, and then I'm just going to show that you are lying, and that's what's taking place now. That's what's taking place. These numbers were dug up, and it's revealing that no, all black men are not responsible for this dysfunction within Black America. in fact, it's a small pool of black men. And it's a large pool of black women picking these losers. So I gotta make a move, dude. It's only 13 minutes. But yeah, man, I just wanted to touch on this 51% thing. I do it every year just to refresh and remind people. And I wanted to give people a way to go and find this if they have to go find it. Because I hear a lot of folks asking, where's the data? Where's the source that says 51% of black men are childless? All right. Here it is, motherfucker. Here it is. And a lot of dudes don't know where to find this at. I told you, it was a black nerd. I'm in age 15.
Oh.
And here's the CDC study.
Oh, you found the debate. You got it. Well, his presentation. The presentation was so weird. It's like, is it a debate or presentation? Called in. Like, they let him on, but they won't let nobody talk. They let me talk, but I just wasn't. I was confused on like the role of why, like Sosa trying to talk, and it was just weird. All right, so here's the study that he was showing. I'll put this in the chat for you guys. All right, so that was it right there. All right, so here's the section right here. Let me read it for myself. All right. Number of children born in childlessness. The parenthood experience of U.S. men and women aged 15 to 44 in the last decade is very similar. There was no change between 2002 and 2006 and 2010 through 2010, and the percentage of men and women that had a biological child. By had a biological child, we mean that the woman gave birth to a biological child, or that the man fathered a biological child, regardless if the child lived now. In 2006, make it bigger. See if I can see that. Yeah, that was small. Made it bigger. Let me see if you can read it from the screen. Okay, I can make it bigger again. All right, so that should be better. You can read along. I'm trying to have a civil conversation with this dude, but like it's like these guys got acts, ACTS. They got acts that they got to maintain. Like, dude, I just want to have a genuine conversation. I don't care about who's right, who's wrong. I just want to talk. Let's just share our information. No, it got to be a conversation. It got to be. You can't F with me. Like I'm over all that. Give a damn about that shit. I'm over all that stuff. Okay. So I'm here. In 2006 to 2010, as in 2002, women, 56% in this age range were more likely than men, 45%, to have had a child. Okay, so women be having more children than men. It's 11% gap. The dip. When you trading in the market, it's called buy the dip. Trade the dip. Higher educational attainment was associated with lower percentages of women. with a biological child. For example, 53% of women with a bachelor's degree or higher had a biological child compared with 88% with less than a high school diploma. Okay, so there you go. Educated women give birth to less children than uneducated women. Hispanic women are more likely to have a biological child, 55%, than non-Hispanic white women, 52%. We all know that. But there were no differences between Hispanic, non-Hispanic, Black women. I think we all can guess that one, that Black women and Hispanic women don't waste time. Meanwhile, a higher percentage of Hispanic men had a biological child, 54%, compared with white men, 41%. So then white women got less kids. So white men are without kids more than Black men. And Black men, 49%. So looking at nativity, higher percentage of foreign born. So there you go. So this was, I wonder what's the update to this. Because 49% is not the majority. It's near. It says 62% of Black women have babies compared to 49% Black men that don't have babies. There's a 12% swing there. Staying alive. Start charging my laptop up now. I gotta be out a little bit, getting close. Yeah, Tone put the link in there, so I don't even gotta debate this guy. I mean, I don't debate anything. I don't care, but we even have the discussion. I just can play his words. I mean, that's the only kind of discussion I would have with him. I'll play his presentation, and that's it. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. But again, once I go to talking, I'm gonna kick him off every time because his boy, he acquiesced to his boy standards and requirements for me. He invited me to his boy podcast, he's live, and he told me I can talk freely except when he's about to talk. Apostle Quan, that is the he. When he's about to talk, I gotta be quiet. Don't talk over him. But when Zaquan was on my live, every live he talked over me. He never gave me that same respect. So while this Black man was quiet when he gave those requirements, those rules, and those standards for me, I said, okay, I like that. I'm gonna use this. I'm gonna implement the same standards, requirements, rule.
So now indigenous black man comes over here. Now, mind you, I just gave indigenous the same respect. When y'all look at when the links in there, when you see that indigenous trying to talk, I got quiet. Or when Jeremiah, Judah, or Apostle Zaquan said, yo, indigenous talking, I got quiet. I shut up. Like, yo, I'm just a guest. This is not my show. And I'll talk when they permit it. He comes over here, the respect isn't there. So yeah, we're not doing that. That's out. You come over here, you're going to yield. But I want to say something. Everybody's going to yield, not just him. Everybody's going to yield. If you want to be a guest over here, when I go to talk, you yield. Just like if I come to your live, I'll yield. I was on Chef Live. I was on everybody's stuff, and I always yield, even positive points. I yield. You come over here, you're going to yield. I got to play by the same rules. Okay. Do I have anything else? Let me see. What else do I have? Did Cameron really have OJ on the show? I guess so.
Oh, well, I have, it got me around 1 million people that keep me there.
Right.
And I've got 2 of my closest friends that I play golf with who follow me say they don't give me an alert anymore when you're on.
Wow.
That after we turn it on and you've done 5 tweets over, 6 or 7 days.
Right.
OJ Simpson was invited to the Cameron show. So come on and talk to me. Come and talk to me. Look at that later. I got to start closing these tabs up.
Yo, we live, man.
All right, I got to watch that Flacco. Okay, so I'm going to save that show.
Now to overseas.
Let's see. I'm not going to watch that Flacco show right now. Shit. This tab thing is delayed. I'm in closing out tabs I wanted to watch. Okay, that's what's.
Sydney Robinson is in first place.
Okay. So I got most of tabs out the way. Let me end it on Brother Polite. We're gonna ride out with Brother Polite. Yeah, but I'm not trying to debate at all, though. I'm not trying to debate at all. We can have a discussion. Anybody can have a discussion with me, but everybody, I'm going to implement the respect for the host. Just like they respect and when they go everywhere else, they respect it. Apostle respect the shit out of Jeremiah, Judah, and Apostle Juan, but over here on spot, he talks over all of us. No more. So, well, it's not just Apostle. Anybody comes over here, when I'm going to talk, shut up. The same, especially if you go live yourself. Because if I'm on anybody's podcast live, I'm quiet. You want to talk? Yeah, I mean, you could like kind of cut me off. I'll let you get that. I'll be quiet. I did the same thing with the Hebrew Israelites. I debated them. Like the leaders, at least, they go to talk, I'll be quiet. I was across line radio, I was quiet. I gotta go to their stuff, I'll be quiet. I respect their stuff. I got my own stuff. I'm not gonna talk over them. I was on the suspect guy, Arayula stuff, I was quiet. I was probably quiet too much. But this is not a formal debate. Now, we could do that. He could get 5 minutes to, again, I won't even call it debate. I'm not debating. Like I don't debate. We already talked about this 1,000 times. But he can get 5 minutes to say what he got to say, and I say what I got to say. Y'all can look at it as a debate, and he could too. That's fine, but I won't. I'll just look at it as we just compare notes. And I'm most likely correcting him. Yeah, so I'll do that. And probably not 5 minutes. It's too long. Maybe 2 minutes. Yeah. So 2 minutes. So I agree to that. 2 minutes. So he can go on for 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes. He get done. Time. I go in 2.5 minutes. I get done. I'll do that. I'll do it back and forth. But I'm not doing no debate. I'm not arguing. I'm not doing that. But I will agree to a 2.5 minutes of total silence from one person. They just got to listen. I can agree to that.
Name and your phone number when you're ready to purchase our $2,000 service, so you can get access to anywhere between 50 grand to 300 grand that you don't have to pay back. Get the mentorship so you can learn these strategies and more, so it never happens to you again, especially a lot of the nuances of credit, because many of you don't even realize that there's over 30 different credit bureaus in the first place. Over 30 different credit bureaus. People be like, yo, my credit score is good. I'm like, which one? You talking about TransUnion, Experian, Equifax, or FICO, right? Okay, I got you. But there's more to life than those. Okay? Oh, penny, my bad. You ready to spend your $2,000 to get access to anywhere between 50 grand to 300 grand that you don't have to pay back? That's our goal. Get a caseworker that's going to deal with your credit exclusively and immediately, and also get me as your mentor, whereby I give you a wide range of ideas how you may want to grow the monies that you'll be receiving into a larger amount, and also you get the website where you can track your results, see the deleted items as we remove them and the positive items as we add them, and add notifications to your phone, so that way you can be made aware. That way you can be made aware of everything that's going on your behalf when we send the correspondences out, when we get responses to those correspondences on your behalf, when there's funding pending or it's cleared, you're going to touch base. You're going to be able to see all of that through the notifications on your phone. So you just got to really think about it. For $2,000, you're getting access to 6 figures. Better credit cards with less implications. We're talking about credit cards that don't have late fees, foreign transaction fees. Okay? Credit cards that you could turn off credit reporting at your discretion when you feel it suffice to turn it off because you don't want the reporting. Okay? We're talking about you having a caseworker that'll be there for you at your disposal to deal with your immediate and exclusive credit card needs. We're also talking about you having a mentor. Okay? We're also talking about you having me as your mentor. The most exclusive part, the most important part of the mentorship program is the mentorship. Okay? But yeah, it's about to go crazy out here, man. You leave your full name and your phone number when you're ready to spend your $2,000 to get access to anywhere between 50 grand to 300 grand that you don't have to pay back. to the highest level. E3 Live. Had a long night, man. People had me out in the club again last night. Shit, we get paid to party, why not, right? We just stopped clubbing around 2, maybe 3 hours ago. I tell you what, like most things on earth, but there's some things definitely. I don't know if I would suggest you brush your teeth and then drink E3 Live. The shit don't mix. Minty dirt is not a good combination. God damn. I ain't never had a problem drinking my E3 Live, my blue-green algae. You know, I be on my vegan energy. It's 2 ounces, 6 grams of protein, lots of B12, vitamin D, which is crazy. And typically, you just gotta get that from the sun. And over 64 minerals, all inside this little thing right here. I normally take about 2 of these a day. Take 1 in the morning and 1 in the night. So that's automatic 12 grams of protein I'm getting right there. And it's quality protein, you know what I'm saying? We're getting the full set of amino acids. And don't let them tell you there's only 22 amino acids. I done cook somebody in a debate about that too. Okay, but nonetheless, you're getting the full spectrum. Because sometimes, you know, people get hyped. They see a bar, a little candy bar, peanut bar, and oh yeah, we got 15 grams of protein. But it's not the complete assortment of amino acids that you need to rebuild muscle or for brain function in general. So a lot of people are recycling or regurgitating, constantly getting the same inconsistent, incomplete amount of amino acids. And then remember, everything that's protein isn't good. Some protein ain't all of that. Okay? Remember, gluten is protein, you know that. So just because something says has X amount of grams of protein, you want to make sure you know what kind of protein you're consuming. Like if you get pumpkin protein, right? Pumpkin protein is really good, but it's incomplete. So you might have to mix it up with like some wild rice and chickpea. Maybe you mix up pumpkins, seeds, or pumpkin powder. Just remember, if you're going to consume protein from pumpkins as an example, then you need to make sure it's associated with, as an example, wild rice and beans or black rice and beans. Because then when you combine those groups of proteins, you're getting the complete set. So shit is all science, man. And people are like, how the hell am I getting so big so fast? I just post my before and after pictures. Niggas telling me I'm using steroids and all sorts of shit. I'm smart enough to not do that. I'm not avoiding certain alcohols and liquors to preserve my liver, only to turn around and fuck around and do some steroids. That shit destroys the liver. shit will be looking cooked. And it's not necessary. See, the problem is when people are limited on information, it's always something. You know, I drive expensive cars, they say, you know, they are rental. Live in a big house, they say it's an Airbnb. Making money, they say.
Man, I thought today was Monday. I had a client waiting on me right now. I rescheduled for Thursday. I'm trying to think, do I have a 6? So now I know today's Tuesday. Do I have a 6 o'clock class? If not, Indigenous will be invited right now. Let me check my schedule.
It's a scam. I didn't even know this was going to happen. Now I'm using steroids. Y'all people are so sick, depressing, and just negative, man. Like, why it always got to be an excuse for somebody else's success other than what they say? But anyway, let's get this bread.
No, I don't have a 6 o'clock. All right, so I'm free. So Indigenous, call back. I got time for you now. Call back. The Forex market is closed, so I can't even trade right now if I wanted to. So it's going to open, I think, 7 or 9. I forgot which one of those time frames. Either 7 or 9 is open. So I got time. So Indigenous, call back. Nah, not 5 minutes of you keep. It's not a debate. You keep calling debate. 5 minutes of just having a discourse, just talking, not debating. I'm not trying to win or lose. I'm just going to share information. I'm going to correct him at every chance I get. But that's it. Like, I'm not trying to win, because when you guys be trying to win, that's when it gets sloppy and, you know, people talk over each other. When you're not trying to win, it doesn't get that sloppy. You're not so emotional. You're not in your feelings as much when you're not trying to win. It's like playing 21 or rough, whatever you call that in basketball, where every man's for themselves. If you just working on moves, you don't care if you win the game or not, you good. But now if you one of those guys trying to win 21 or rough, yeah, you're gonna be upset when you lose. You're gonna be complaining, you're getting double teamed, you know, you be more at peace when you just say, I don't care if I win, I'm just working on moves every time I get this ball. That's how I am. Working on moves on this guy. Putting the ball between his legs, around his head, off his head. You dig? Dunking on him. Yeah, and that's not even a weigh-in, because there's no debate. We talk about this subject many times. Nothing he's ever said refuted anything I ever said. Nothing he ever said. And if he would like, he's playing the video in put in the back chat. I mean, in the link, the chat where you guys at. Tone, I got it. I'm gonna play it. But Indigenous, he can sit here and, like, I would like him to just say what I said that was wrong. See, the difference is when him and DJ Focus, when these guys talk, what we do is we go over their words, their videos, and we pinpoint what they said was wrong. Apostle Zaquan, he was a scholar, we all did it to him. We pinpoint where he was wrong. All I'm asking is for them, he has the video. Can you just play the video where because mainly I'm talking Indigenous, point out where I'm absolutely wrong at. And then we'll talk about the incorrection I made, the error I made. Can't do it. So we're gonna, you know what? I'm gonna stop polite and I'm gonna play the video. All right, so now let's see if we see where he points out where I'm wrong. I gotta do Zoom to do that.
Just the passing out of misinformation, and then, you know, when you challenge someone, you know.
Is it over our ancestry?
Wait a minute. You throw challenges at people in the chat. Listen, you throw challenges at people in the chat, and you act like these people don't know anything. You're calling them names. You're putting them down. You know.
No, but respectfully, I'm asking: is the point of contention our ancestry?
Hold up, please.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Let him go. Go ahead.
No, I'm asking: is the point of contention our ancestry? That's my only question.
Fuck with me. Don't fuck with me, fam.
See?
All right.
And that's one thing that y'all get misconstrued about my name.
let me get this straight, and everybody else in here can attest to this. Hey, listen, don't cut me off. Don't cut me off. Let me get this straight. The first person named indigenous in this motherfucker is me. Okay? Now, secondly, everybody wasn't arguing about indigenous before my name. You hear indigenous all the time now. Before they thought it just meant simply Native Americans. Well, just like I've told plenty of people before you, and I'll tell plenty of people after you, my name indigenous is honoring my African and Native American ancestors.
They wish I was guilty. Fuck it,
Yeah.
the film ain't going tit for tat. Ain't poor, but I'm still got just made $1 million trading this with that.
This is the problem that I'm having with these guys too.
Yes, yeah.
I'm not being, I'm not trying to sound mean at you, brother, but it's just hostility coming from, because it's the same BS. You see what I'm saying?
No, I don't take nothing you saying that's hostile at all. I would have responded in a hostile manner. I understand what you're saying 100%.
Yeah. So, like I said, they wasn't talking about this before. Do you hear about?
Nobody's ever talked about nothing before this guy. These pseudos, man, they just gurus and experts, professions.
A whole bunch of indigenous talk before this, JJ? Be honest.
No, not really.
Not to say that
I've been here the whole time. We ain't talking about no.
I be in, bro.
I didn't tell you motherfuckers this shit.
You hear this guy? Now, this is his own presentation. He's spazzing on his own presentation. This is wild.
We have to come up to the timestamp because I can't get exactly to the timestamp.
Oh, okay, yeah. Come up to it. Ain't no big deal. Yeah.
So I'm just telling you.
Yeah.
We're gonna start.
All right, I'll be right back, yo.
We're gonna start a little early.
Okay.
Okay.
Drawn, and you're throwing your experience into it and saying, aha, look at all of this, it goes together. But when you analyze it, no, these things don't necessarily go together. There could be other explanations for this. You're saying that this is what you believe the explanation is for based off of your experience. That doesn't make it true though. You understand what I'm saying?
Everybody has their own opinion. Everybody has their own opinion. Hello?
Yeah.
I'm here.
Everybody has their own opinion and they're entitled to it. And you shouldn't be debating on opinions. You should be debating on facts.
Yeah, science is not
Okay, let me say this real quick. So for 300 years, we know.
Let's make sure he was done.
All right, go ahead. I just wanted to say something to what Amber said because she.
Yeah, but let this
go ahead.
So that's them playing the video. This is not the live.
Is there anything you wanted to say? Because it kind of like passed a little point. You wanted to go up to the 24. Is that the
Nah, she's not there. That's what's confusing about this. I thought she was. I thought Sosa was. I didn't realize that they're just playing my video that had Sosa, Amber, and everybody on there. So they're not there. They're just on the pre-recorded video, pre-recorded live.
He was getting ready to let me talk right there.
Okay.
Indigenous, are you prepared to call back in? And I just want you to tell me where I was wrong at. Is that possible? I'm putting myself on this chopping block. Call in and tell me where I was wrong. Margaret Sanger. 2.5 minutes you got without being interrupted. Call back and tell me where I was wrong and you were right in regards to Margaret Sanger. Anything about her, anything she was involved with. You got 2.5 minutes of uninterrupted time. Call in right now.
Go ahead.
Okay, this is.
No, I was just commenting on what he said. I wasn't trying to get in on this. I ain't really worried about this conversation. The conversations I want to get at was, how you downplay everything and try to pretend like you didn't hear what the hell I said. Sosa tried to act like he didn't hear what I said. Amber tried to hear like what I wasn't trying to tell them.
All of y'all want to act like y'all did not hear what I told y'all when I told y'all at that time.
All right,
What
so
you
hold on.
what you
good.
tell us? What you tell us,
No, it's
IBM?
all good. Y'all can keep playing the game. The
What
only
you
thing I
tell
call
us?
for, I just want to
Tell
know
us
the
again.
unbiased.
This is all he's known for: confusion, yelling over people. That's all he does. Nothing about him is cordial. Nothing about him is organized, ethical. Just yelling over people.
Look,
Tell us
I
again.
don't
What you
care
tell
who
us?
you bring with you. I want to debate you on this. That's all I'm
go ahead,
saying.
Again.
Who's lying and who ain't? Because like I said,
IBM.
the watcher knows.
IBM.
Hold on. The watcher knows. Sister Nandy knows.
Why you
Judah
speaking to
Nazareth
them?
knows.
Right.
Melvin knows, and the pie knows. I sent it all to them, and they all watched it. So you
IBM.
can trying to figure out like I didn't tell you this from the get.
IBM. What do we know? What do we know? What
We're
did you
trying to
tell
find
us?
out what is the theme. Like, you're so hyper, bro.
Man, I told y'all about this new vaccine. I told y'all they was putting stem cells and all that other stuff in the other vaccines, the older vaccines,
What other
and y'all
stuff?
said
Be
it wasn't, and
specific.
y'all
Be
found out it was.
See? You see what I'm
Y'all
saying?
said that there wasn't patents on this fucking coronavirus, and now you're talking about they are.
All right,
I
pause,
told y'all
Karima.
motherfuckers that they was.
What?
Hey, let me say something real quick. That girl that's on the show, she need to shut up. She's kind of rude.
Well, Amber's good people. This was 2 years almost. Well, it was a year and say 8 months ago, JJ.
I ran into Amber before. Yeah, she's rude.
No, I'm saying this say 2 years ago was 2021, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this was a year and 8 months ago. This is 2 years after this shit popped off, and I had told them about the nanobots in this presentation that I did in 2019. Okay, I did the presentation in 2019, and I was telling them about this. This is what I'm talking about right here. So from 2019, I've been warning them about these things that was, the banking system, cryptocurrency, the vaccine and its problems. Even like, let's take a science fiction novel from 1981. I was trying to tell them about that. It's called The Eyes of Darkness, and in it they have a thing called the Wuhan virus. This is a science fiction book from 1981. Keep that in memory. It has a Wuhan virus called the Wuhan 400. It is highly contagious and going around killing a bunch of people and all this stuff. So this is life imitating art to me. But at the same time, I told them about what I was talking about with the stem cells. I was talking about the adrenochrome. And how they get it. It's through torture and stuff, stuff like that. But the pineal gland is inside of your head, and they extract the adrenochrome, and that is, and then the stem cells. What I was talking about is because they use stem cells for everything, and Unbiased and them were saying that they were, cloning them. I was like, no, man. I said, you don't get that many in one shot in your face. When they get them facelifts, one shot in your face is 500,000 stem cells. So I told him it was through the abortions, all the abortions that we have here in America. And you got to look at it. But I'm not gonna get it. That's where I was at, and I wanted to explain that part to y'all. It gets deep, but I don't want to. This is not about that. I'm about showing what they said. So let's hear what they said.
So keep in mind, this is his presentation. Like he can't even pinpoint during the video with me where he want to start with for his presentation, right, to make his points and arguments. Look, this thing is 11 hours and 40 minutes. Like, this is a long video. You don't know where you're at.
Because they're still lying about me not. Well, they know I said it. From 2019, I was telling them this. And before any other vaccine was created, it took 10 years in the United States. Trials and all that. They had to go through trials with the animals, the people, and everything. It took 10 years. So how the hell we get one in 6 months? But like I said, Big Pharma and all them, they during this recession, they're making money hand over foot, big time, as always in any recession or depression. But that's not about this show either, see? Those are things that you can look up for yourself. And war comes with any recession or depression, but see, I'm taking off. Let's get back to the video, please.
We ain't talked about that yet today. What are you talking about? I've been here the whole time. We ain't talking about no
IBM,
past.
bro.
I didn't tell you motherfuckers this shit.
IBM, look,
Tell
listen.
me I didn't start.
Now, what warranted all this screaming and cussing? Like the dude is literally getting his nose powdered, and he's probably got some Hennessy in his system. Where's all this toxicity coming from? So little A trying to talk to him, so nice, and they got a pacifier in his mouth. Still whining and throwing a temper tantrum.
What are you on 2018, motherfucker? Tell me.
Tell us again. I just
we
want you to
gonna-
tell us again.
No, shut up.
I'm saying like
Hold on, let's keep it
Just
peaceful,
give you
family.
the floor, you just coming straight disrespect.
Turkey.
You the
Hold
first
up,
one
no,
starting.
because y'all
You
been
the first.
disrespecting me, so you a goddamn lie. The only thing you do is sit up and, preach Margaret Sanger, talk about how good she is. Nigga, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
That's what I do.
Hold on, family.
And
Let's
I'm
get
all of y'all.
yeah.
And you can tell them how to say it, goddammit. I'm saying it on live. If any of you motherfuckers want to debate me, bitch, because I light your ass up. Your niggas ain't.
Oh, that was the video playing the whole time.
Yo, they didn't.
I thought that was y'all arguing on the panel. I was about to say.
Yo, they didn't even know if this was a debate or the video.
God damn. My bad, fam.
Yeah, they don't even know if this is live or pre-recorded because he doesn't know what he's doing. He don't even know where to start from.
That was where I challenged Doug right there, and Unbiased and anybody else that he wanted to bring. And it doesn't matter on the subjects that we're arguing about. Like I was telling him, he can bring anybody, HOK, whoever he wants to get. It ain't gonna help you now. You're still gonna get your ass whipped in that debate.
Man, the reason I came back on the panel was to address something that's going on in real life. It'll be brief, family. Now, my question is, while we up here debating each other, our communities are literally being invaded by illegal aliens that are literally ethnically displacing us. My question is, with all due respect, why don't we have this same energy and smoke for the colonists, because that's what they are. They are neo-colonists that are invading African American, Black American, whatever term you like to call yourself. Our communities are being destroyed as a result of this. Why don't we have the energy to address this issue?
This is more or less to call out the liars. Well, I ain't gonna say liars. I'll just say the people who's passing out misinformation. And it's not everything that they pass out is misinformation, but these points where they challenge me. But I understand exactly where you're coming from. Let's hear what you got to realize is that's just,
But keep in mind, this
that
is his
comes with
presentation.
this
Like, he
narrative
can't even
that they're
pinpoint.
pushing. You know, and it's not just in America that they having problems with immigrants either. You know, and you know, so we have to look at it from a global perspective too. But I mean, I know, take care of yourself first. You know, I understand what you're saying.
Exactly. So let's focus on ourselves first, brother. I'm asking, brother.
You got to think about the free labor aspect or the very, very cheap labor aspect.
Yes, we know that. I'm asking, why are we tolerating it, brother? Is the question. Why do we tolerate it?
Well, why are we tolerating letting grown-ass men go into elementary schools dressed up like Powerpuff Girls and reading to our kids and they ain't no goddamn teachers?
Yes, you're right about that. So the solution is, right? So we had to, so hold on, so we had to create the solution. So the solution,
Why ain't we saying this?
hold on, so the solution is, exactly, so the solution, hold on, brother. The future, exactly, so, and I'm glad you brought it up. So back to the immigrants. Have we reported them to ICE, brother?
Multi-generation.
And rising.
Yes.
This indigenous show, so allow him to speak, and then you can go back in on him. But
No,
both
brother,
of
he's
y'all
speaking.
talking
I'm
at the
listening.
same time.
When you said that, I was literally muted. Let the brother speak.
Yeah. I'm just saying, I'm not getting on anybody because I'm interested in hearing what you got to say.
But that's a whole nother topic. We be dragging
Hold on,
it
and
out.
that's what we like to say as black people. That's enough. It's not the time. It's not the right moment. But literally, we're being flooded by illegal aliens.
But if you got a platform and you got all this information and you got the solution, then why you not over there doing this? Why you trying to interfere?
Because
what we need to be doing on our platform and what topic, we don't even have that much information on this. As you giving us the information, but you expect us to be stop what we doing right now to go be focused on what you trying to be focused on. At the end of the day, this is his presentation. Please don't be rude. Wait for him to be done, and then ask questions, and then come with what you need to come with. Okay.
That's just muting me.
Our show can, at the end of the day,
muting me, sis.
This is his presentation.
Please don't be rude. In charge of the channel.
So at the end of the day, I have no problem with opening the floor for you to be able to speak on whatever you need to do. Get your presentation. Tell me what day you're available, and I'll bring the flow up for you to discuss the topic that you're speaking on. I have no problem. Just send me an email.
Well, Miss, can I?
He's not trying to take over your presentation. He realized at the bottom of the screen, your presentation is 11 hours long, and you're only within an hour and 22 minutes of it. It's 11 hours long. Look at it. It's 11 hours. He's like, oh, hell no. He trying to get it in.
Respond in less than 10 seconds, please. It'll be brief.
It'll
be brief. All right, go ahead.
Contact me on Facebook. I'm under Karima Powell. If you have Facebook, email me under Karima Powell 97 or SeanHill76@gmail.com, and I'll be sure to get it going open for you. No problem. So,
may I have less than 10 seconds to respond, please? It'll be brief.
No.
God damn, can I ask the host? Please, can I have less than 10 seconds to respond? Less than 10 seconds.
Yes, go ahead.
To be honest, no, I won't email you. I'll just watch y'all keep getting bread out. We can move forward.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Get bread out. Wow.
I like it. I can get this man a debate.
Talk shit.
Hell no, not me.
Talk shit. Talk some shit. Let's start talking some truth, nigga.
Somebody get this man a debate. Look,
so I'll keep in front of Rand Paul right now.
I don't even know where we're
going. That shit.
I don't
know. About gain of function. Do you know what the fuck gain of function is, nigga?
Bro, we done went from patterns
to Rand Paul. Niggas are retarded. You run your fucking life.
Yeah, how is this a presentation? Yo, what are we doing? You just cussing and screaming, no subject, nothing.
but this is part of his presentation. Wow. Oh my God. I'm embarrassed now. I'm embarrassed like Controy. Yeah, why don't you just this is his presentation. This is the timestamp he told the lady to start from. In business, call in and tell me when to fast forward. Call in and tell me when to fast forward. Right. Go ahead, call in. And I'll fast forward to the spot you want me to fast forward it.
But you don't know shit what you talking about. You follow behind us teachings and other people's teachings. And when you do that, nigga, you ain't nothing but a slave to their shit. You fucking retards. Do your own goddamn research.
Do your own research. No, don't do that. That's
All right, bro. All right, thanks, bro. I can't deal with you, bro. I tried.
Hold up.
Y'all love to holler. God damn.
Crazy. I'm like, you can't even have a conversation with
Amber, I said patterns. I said patterns, Amber.
He's like the baby, bitch.
I'm like, he talking about y'all talking about the patent. I'm like, I've been here the whole time. Literally, I think I was the first one in the chat. Nigga, we ain't talked about no patent. What you talking about?
But you know, we had discussed that what the patents are for in vaccine. Like that's not we've been had that conversation. So like people think that's he's under the impression that it's different. Right. Like, you don't understand why the patent is there. That's what I'm saying. But you can't even slow him down and even ask you like debate me, bitch. Like I can't even have a conversation with y'all. How can I debate
y'all? I done let JJ get out here and debate this, and he ain't got his time to shine. Somebody get this man a debate, please.
Hey, Fitz, you can have it. Fitz, you can have it, Fitz. Go ahead and get him.
Like, I don't even
know. I don't want to even get involved. I really don't.
Hey, DJ Focus, you want him?
No, they agree to.
Actually, I like him. All right, I'm down with him.
I figured you would.
Yeah, they agree. But they
I figured you would.
That's my boy.
Like, that's my pastor.
I ain't gonna take him. It's me and him versus y'all. All right.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
IBM, hit the link again if you calm, because I wanted to know what
he called
specifically.
Yeah,
I wanted to know.
Yeah, he just called it the cuss us out.
I wanted to know specifically what you told us, because you said I told y'all about the stem cells and all that stuff. I want to know what's all that stuff.
Yeah,
I want to know specifically, since you educated us on all that stuff. Educate us again.
But they always do that. They always leave it where.
So can I say this real quick though?
Yeah.
Amber. So earlier we were talking about the, anecdotal and commonsensical evidence and all of this. So look, let me put it in this context, right? Now we know for centuries, Black people weren't given their proper respect with regards to inventions that they made, with regards to their contribution. The true story hasn't been told because white people had a vested interest in telling.
May I ask this about the topic?
So
I'm not trying to change the subject.
A regular history book, and we don't see.
May I ask a question about the topic, please? It'll be brief. And I'm asking because this is a pertinent issue that I see us get derailed and we get lost on this. My question is, I'm asking about the videos.
I'm trying to see if the brother is here. If Apostle, is he on your line?
He's on JJ's line, and
so that
JJ's dropped off.
Yeah, so the brother's not here to be able to ask the question. I'm just playing.
Oh, he ain't here? Oh,
No,
maybe you two as panelists.
Basically,
all right, go ahead, King.
Basically, let him present his arguments, and after he presents his arguments, I'm sure he'll open the floor up for a discussion.
Oh, and I'm not. Well, this is just brief for clarity. I would have already been done if you would have allowed me to answer the question.
But he's not here to answer you.
No, I'm asking even you as panelists, brother. We're on a panel. My question is, with all due respect, instead of us debating about our ancestry when we know that DNA tests prove that we are literally... Well, brother, can you mute up at least, brother? My question is, DNA tests prove that we are literally genetic.
What's your question?
You can't hear me?
Yeah, I can't hear them. But JJ, I was supposed to see if I called JJ back.
We gotta have some decorum, family. Goddamn.
Hold on, brother.
You should be able to hear him. You should be able to hear him. Go ahead, multi-generation.
All right, this is the question,
Ask
brother.
your
All right,
question.
the question is this. Instead of us debating about our ancestry when DNA tests prove that we are biologically mixed race genetically, why not just acknowledge ourselves as mixed race and mulattoes? Why not acknowledge that we have African and Aboriginal, American and Caucasian, etc. ancestry?
Yo,
And respectfully, can you ask the brother to answer the direct question, please? Why don't we acknowledge that we are mixed race mulattoes genetically? I think the brother might not have heard my question. Did the brother hear my question?
So they switched it to mixed race. So this is his presentation. This is sloppy, man.
With all due respect, my question is, since when we as descendants of United States slaves, when we take DNA tests, it proves that we are mixed race genetically. We have African, Native American, Caucasian, etc. ancestry. Instead of debating endlessly about our ancestry, why don't we move forward by agreeing that we are mixed race mulattoes genetically?
El Paso. Yeah, he making a lot of noise. He's talking over. I mean, he's making noise over you. So whatever he's doing,
Yeah.
you making a lot of noise. Sound like you making a drink, mixing a drink or
Oh,
something.
hold on. I can't hear because I put the earphones around the
Yeah,
mic
we can
so
hear
you can
everything.
communicate.
Yeah,
Hold
but
on.
we can hear everything.
I'm going to have to take the earphones away in order to hear her. Go ahead, Karima.
Yeah, whatever you doing in the background sound like you mixing a drink or whatever. I don't know.
No, I'm trying to because I got him on my phone.
I know
And
we
I
hear.
got the phone up against the mic. And in order for him to hear, I had to place my earphones around the phone so his voice can get picked up.
Yeah,
and
that
I'm
is
trying to find my other earphones.
Yeah, so whatever you're doing, like when he's talking, you got to be still because we can still hear everything in your background.
Oh,
So you're
everything in my background.
so you're drowning him out. So just let him
Yeah.
finish and then try to find it because we can hear him. He just needs to
Yeah,
be.
it's just that I can't hear, but I don't need to hear. As long as he can hear, I might be able to hear through my TV. Let me set him back up, and I'll stop doing what I'm doing, so y'all can at least hear him, until
All right.
JJ come back.
All right.
All right. Understand now? I'm fixing this up. Yeah, I know. All right. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's kind of low. It's lower now.
Let me turn them up. Let me turn up the sound. Let me turn it up. Go ahead.
Peace to the family. Greetings, greetings, greetings.
Great. We trying to let him get his audio. So could you mute up for a minute, just for a few minutes?
Is it loud enough now?
Hold on. Yeah, I don't know. Can y'all hear him in the audience? Because I can hear him, but it's still low. Like Apostle, you're loud, but he's low. He was good on JJ phone. Hopefully he could come back and you could call on his phone.
Yeah. See, if I turn it up too loud. Yeah. Hold on. Try now.
Oh, you good right there. Whatever he's doing, you good.
I turned it up on the computer. All right. Y'all go ahead. Build up.
It's good. Stuff happen. We patience. We got patience. Okay, Consul, you wanted to say something real quick while you get back to his information?
Greetings, family. Greetings, greetings. This is your brother Conso in the building. Lions Den in the building. Lions Den debate league. Listen, if you ain't ready to step in the den, if you can't take the heat, get your ass out the kitchen. Lions Den in the building. We ain't playing no games. We exposing all the frauds. Jabario Saze, UnWeds, all the fraud comedics, all the fraud Shrine of Ma'at, Shrine of Patah, Dagger Squad, Amara Squad. We exposing them all. We ain't playing no motherfucking games tonight. Excuse my French. But I'm here to support the exposure of these motherfucking frauds. And that's what I'm going to say right now. But I'm going to tune back in. But I'm here. Lions Den in the building.
Shalom.
Hey, Brother E, introduce yourself.
Yeah. Hey, how you doing?
Doing good. How about yourself?
Feeling good like a Hebrew should. What's going on with y'all? Just wanted to check in. Just wanted to support y'all. How y'all doing?
We got a presentation jumping off. So,
All right. All right. Cool. Let me follow back.
So you ready for the video to start back up? All right, the next one. You say what? Okay, I got you.
But then we make the statement, well, we know that there was black inventors that weren't given their due, but we know that there was, black people who made contributions to science and math, and then you say, well, who are these people? I want to know them exactly. We can bring up a few names like Granville T. Wood, Benjamin Banneker, George Washington Carver, but there was plenty more. Well, we don't know them. If their names aren't on the book, they don't count. But wait a minute. Our commonsensical evidence in our minds can tell us that for centuries, they didn't give black people their billing because of their slave status. So you can't just go off the book. You have to also have, let me finish, sweetheart.
I was going to agree with you, but I would just make a tweak to that. But go ahead. I was just going to say, I wouldn't say that's commonsensical evidence. I would say it's safe to make an assumption. If they left that out, there's plenty more that they did leave out. So we can assume there were others that we may not necessarily have knowledge of. That doesn't make it true. It's an assumption.
Okay. So we can assume. So for you, that may be fine enough. For me, it's not, because I don't assume that there were others. I know there were. I know for a fact, based upon the evidence, that they left us out of a whole bunch of things. So we don't have to assume. We know. But see,
prove the others.
Suppression of information is a weapon used since the dawn of time.
But here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying.
So y'all want to get caught up in just prove it. If it's not on paper, then it don't count. But the
DJ Focus.
But
you can't just
sir.
DJ Focus. Who's the main scientist behind this vaccine, the Moderna one?
Hold on, before you get into that, what I just want to say is, you can say that you know this for a fact. So then I would ask you, okay, well, if you know it for a fact, at least tell me the invention that they made, that a black person actually made it, but someone else is taking credit. If that's the case, if you don't have to, hold on. You don't have to have any evidence other than, well, three black people that we know of made an invention, so I know for a fact there were others. How do you then determine what inventions were made by blacks and what inventions were actually made by whites if you don't have any actual evidence? You're just taking credit for things that you can't prove, which makes you no different than the white oppressor. If you're just gonna say, I know for a fact there were other black inventors, but you can't name the invention, you can't name the inventor, like now you're just saying shit. You're just saying anything now.
Okay.
The plant, Henry Ford created the plant for Gerald.
Indigenous, are you ready now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Was all that part of your presentation?
That first challenge I wanted to get in. I wanted to give a little understanding of what it was that we were debating here.
So what were you
where
debating?
we went to it with it. Look, I mean, I have put the challenge out to you, to Unc, to all of y'all, just like I said. And y'all can keep playing. You're going to debate
Wait, I just
evolution
asked
bullshit.
You. Yeah, that's 2 years ago. I'm asking you.
Don't cut me off again, man, because I'm telling you, I'm not coming up here for this bullshit. If you want to try to get revenge for the other night or something.
You hear this guy? That was 2 years ago. I'm asking you, it's 11 hours, dude. What was the debate? Because everybody's
the same
confused.
Shit that I've been saying for years, and this video right here is from a year and like 8 months ago.
All right, it's about 2 years ago.
And then it was about when I did my presentation 2 years before that in 2019.
I mean, so why is DJ Focus arguing then, if it's about you?
Because he's arguing about the facts about these people that y'all keep bigging up, brother.
Like who?
Like Margaret Sanger.
Okay, there you go. So now, what did I say that I was wrong about it?
Man, the video tells it. Because this is from a year,
but I'm talking
almost
to you,
2 years ago. This is from almost 2 years ago. We've been having the same conversation over and over again, Unbiased. Over and over again. We've been having the same fucking conversation, and this is from a year and 8 months ago on this video. That's what I'm proving. The point on how long I've been telling y'all about this shit, and y'all still don't know about CRISPR, and y'all still don't know about gain of function. Have no idea what it is.
So I'm asking you right now, what did I say about Margaret Sanger that was wrong?
You said a lot, brother.
You said nothing?
You said a lot. I can't remember everything you said, but you said a lot wrong about it. You said just about it was all about contraception. You said it was all about contraception.
Yeah, I never said it was all about
I can name a few. I can name a few, but you said a lot wrong. Huh?
Okay, so go ahead. Just to start to, I disagree. I never said it's all about.
All that is right here in this video right here that you're showing. All
so you
that's
can't
all.
recall. So you can't remember anything. So you can't remember anything that I supposedly said.
I can remember. And you said that she started off with contraception, not even knowing that she had a clinic in Brownsville in 1913, brother.
Yeah, see, her clinic was renamed Planned Parenthood. Everybody knows that. Everybody already agreed to that. But we already knew that she started the first abortion clinic.
No, it was not.
Yes, she
it
did.
Wasn't
she
called
started
Planned
first.
Parenthood.
No, I of course not. I said it was renamed Planned Parenthood after she went away.
I taught y'all. I taught y'all
let
all
me
that.
ask you this. Okay, cool. Now let me ask you. Teach me this. Why was it renamed Planned Parenthood?
I don't know, man.
Okay, because they other. Okay, so let me give the answer now. People were offended. Okay, so people were offended by the term abortion and the name that Margaret Sanger used. So during her time, her staff and people she aligned herself with was in negotiations to change the name, and they changed it a few times. But when she finally passed away and left the scene, that's when they decided to rename it Planned Parenthood.
Okay, well, that's not. I'm gonna give you another example. Not going too far off course, but just like the after eugenics and Hitler took on eugenics. It was created in America first. Hitler took on the idea, wrote his book Mein Kampf, and all that, with the Nazis. So, and then they started propagating things, and there is a list of all these scientific races that go from top to bottom that I have shown you and all of you on many occasions. And then you take my work and you try to teach it. First, there wasn't patents on it, and then y'all get videos. Y'all telling me I'm pseudo. It wasn't patents on the shit, and then y'all get videos of it later on through the news, and then I see on Unc and them they presenting the shit, talking about the patents on it when y'all was calling me pseudo and all this crazy shit. Just like I said, you don't know about CRISPR, so obviously you don't know the full extent of the vaccine. See?
Okay, so
CRISPR is a gene editing technology, brother. Let me finish. Let me finish, please.
Just hold. No. We're not going to keep jumping now. I want to stay in one area. I don't even want to talk about vaccines. That's not why I invited you. I thought we were talking about Margaret Sanger because you mentioned. I don't want to jump from subject to subject. No, I don't want to do that. You mentioned more. Well, stick with one. Which one you want to talk about? Do you want to talk about Margaret Sanger, or do you want to talk about vaccines? But we're going to deal with one until we're done talking about it. Then you can talk about something else. But I don't want to jump back and forth. So which one do you want to talk about right now?
To be honest with you, neither.
Okay.
Because,
so what
like
do you
I said,
want to talk about?
this is from a year and 8 months ago.
It was still in your heart. You did a whole presentation
and this is the same fucking conversation that we're about to have that we've had numerous times. And y'all did the same ignorant ass shit promoting this woman, trying to make it sound like this woman was okay and she wasn't racist and all this shit when she was pen paling with the fucking Nazis and saying she wanted to exterminate the Negro, and y'all keep on saying that reads wrong. No, it don't read wrong.
Okay, dude. This is what you do normally. This is why nobody can talk to you. You say a bunch of stick. You do when you make one claim or 1 point. Stop.
It's because you can't keep up.
No, right.
That's the whole
Don't
point.
need to.
That's
No,
how
no,
you know
that-
who the fucking teacher is and the one who taught y'all this shit. So you keep on playing with the teacher.
Yeah, everybody knows you do that because you're stupid. Because you can't back up anything you're saying.
You keep
you don't
on
wanna
playing
be
with
pinned,
the teacher.
So you don't want to be pinned. You don't want to be pinned
keep on
down
playing with
to
the teacher.
each one of your talks. You do that. DJ Focus do that. None of you guys want to be pinned down on what you say one by one. Apostle does that same tactic. Say, look, address.
Well, I was
one
here
thing.
years before Focus, but Focus is a good guy though.
So address one thing, and then let me respond to that like I do you. I don't throw out a bunch of things out there when I'm talking to you. I talk about one thing and I say, hey, what you think about that? When I was reading the articles on UnWeds births, I said, what you think about that? Okay? As I got finished with that one thing. So, but people know, like, you can't back up shit. So now you don't remember.
Once they watch this presentation, I give them I give them the letter to Dr. Clarence Gamble. I give them, the date and all that, and it says on page 2.
What did the letter say?
And it says on page 2. See?
Right.
But I have done this for you numerous times, and you will not pull it up. You will not pull up shit about CRISPR. You will not pull up shit about gain of function. It's like you do not want the people to see this shit. You wanted to keep them in the dark about this shit.
Look, a stupid nigga. He mentioned a lot of people. He don't just say.
You don't even know what the WEF is, man. The World Economic Forum. You don't even know what it is.
This is a stupid.
What the fuck is BRICS, nigga? Do you know what BRICS is?
Yeah, BRICS is the thing that woman got hit with. And now it's all over tabloids. Like, you just stupid. You just mentioning random things.
No, see,
together.
that shows how stupid you are.
So
BRICS.
let's
Can I tell you real quick? Let me say something, please.
Wait, no, I gotta respond. That was the whole that was the whole agreement. The whole agreement was you stick to one thing, 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, and then when you're done with that one thing, you mentioned Chris, WF, BRICS. No, I don't want to do that. If you mention one thing, if you're gonna do Chris, talk about him for 2.5 minutes and all your evidence to support what you're saying about that.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
Could you pull up
first?
Could you pull up
first? Hold on. You said a bunch of stuff.
Okay.
You said a bunch of stuff.
I'll stop at one. I'll stop at CRISPR.
I want to go with the letter. No, let's go with the letter. So now the letter I already pulled up when you and DJ Foles got met. Okay, so now the letter, Margaret, I'm gonna pull it up my screen right now. So I found it before I easily find it again. So the letter.
Hey, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Listen, hold on. I got a better idea. Brother. Remember when you came in? That's when we had that conversation. So why don't you flip down to where you came in? When we had that letter, what the name of that letter is, the date and all that. Because I don't feel like, pulling up. Because like I said, I'm a fucking dinosaur, man. I apologize to everybody. All my fucking shit is on notebook paper. You know what I'm saying? I don't have a cell phone. It's been that way, and it's going to stay that way. And, for obvious reasons today. It wasn't so obvious to everybody, when they got them, and it was so convenient, and everybody needed them just in case you get broke down on a dark road. Slavery was the time you needed a cell phone. When you can call nigga, I'm over here by the third oak tree. But all these houses and shit on the roads nowadays, all these stores and shit on the roads nowadays, nigga, you just wasting money and allowing them to track you. Wait a minute. And allowing them to track you around the world. So all they got to do is ping your goddamn phone to find out where you're at.
So why don't you just live off the grid so you ain't got to worry about none of that?
That is your connection to the World Wide Web. And next is going to be the little rice seed in your hand that you can scan over every fucking thing. And then after that, it's going to be the Neuralink. It's going to be the Neuralink.
And here he goes again, this retarded shit. Yeah. And this is what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you dumb niggas in chat. This ain't no debate. Okay? Because you can't even stop. Okay, I asked you a flat-out question. If you're so interested in this chip and this, why don't you just live off the grid like a lot of white folks who believe the same stuff you believe? They live off the grid.
Why don't you mind your motherfucking business and stop trying to tell a grown-ass man how to live, nigga?
Exactly.
That's what the fuck you need to do.
Complain,
worry about that.
But don't want no solutions. But don't want to live off the grid. You just want to complain about how powerful the white man is. And all these crafty devices they come up with, this technology that's impeccable, second to none. and you could do nothing about. But you don't want to live off the grid though to escape all that. Like a lot of white folks are doing right now. They are skilled, not like you. They bought land. They built their own house on their land with their own arms and whatever machinery they had or extra set of hands they had with them. These guys built their homes from wood, and it's a nice home, actually. Nice home on the land. No electricity. They use wood for fire. They kill their food. They literally live off the grid. The government there's no chip in them. So they're not interested in mingling with this society. They don't have a bank account. They got their money with them. They go with them. They're completely out of the matrix. The government has no control over it. So when white folks have a problem with the government, this is what they would do. If they think there's a matrix and there's a codes and chips, this is what they're gonna do. Ain't no scanning me. I don't need a driver's license. Right? This is just how they live. But you don't want to make that sacrifice, right? You want to live in the matrix, but not be part of the matrix, or not be bound by the matrix, not be subjected to the matrix rules. You just want to take advantage of it when it's convenient for you. Okay, so.
I mean, I don't know what you want me to say to that bullshit. That shit's retarded. You know, the Matrix and all that. You got the Matrix, you got it. I grew up that way, you know what I'm saying, chopping trees down for firewood. I used to go, you know, every Sunday and get a load of applewood from my grandfather because he still burnt fireplace. I'm a little bit older than all of y'all, so I was back in them times, and we did live off the grid, you know, and just had gardens and stuff like that, but where I live in the city, you know, I wouldn't even trust the food. I wouldn't even trust the food. Well, I don't have the money to do that, man. You acting like we can just jump up and if it was that fucking easy, everybody would just jump up and move.
No,
you were saying that the other day about the gentrification, like people can just jump up and move, or like they're not raising the prices of the houses in areas, and then people can't afford
So how did they raise the price of a house you bought?
So you saying you tried to make gentrification sound like it was our fault because we are uneducated and we only have high school diplomas.
Bad credit.
See, and you're admitting to these things, man.
It's true.
And then you expect anybody listen to this bullshit? Like I said. Like, this is not by design.
Let me ask you a question.
Hold on, I'm not finished. This is not redlining. This is not segregation. Evolved.
Brother, what is redlining?
History repeating itself. Man, just don't, please. Why do you see this is the whole point?
You saying stuff.
No, you like to play games. You like to play games. You can look up the definition if you don't know.
Now, I want to ask you.
Look up the definition of CRISPR while you at it. Look up the definition of gain of function while you at it. Please show these people the truth and stop bullshitting, man.
Let me ask you a question.
Y'all play too fucking much.
All right, so let me ask you a question. So collectively, do black people have good credit scores? collectively?
I have not done the research, man. I'm not sure. I know we're only 15% of the population.
No, that has nothing to do with it. But I don't know.
I haven't.
But still a collective. So, I'm saying as far as credit score. So, so do you believe so you don't know. Cool. So you believe there's a possibility that black folks are going to the bank with good credit scores and still being denied loans. You believe that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever follow that belief up with research?
I don't have to. You can just, if you're talking about now, you can talk about, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago. We know all that shit was prevalent. Just like I said, during the time of redlining, when they were opening up the housing to the immigrants. Most of them who, not most of them, but, some of them who just got to be white or was getting ready to become white because, some of those, Southern Europeans didn't get classified as white until the 1960s, like the Italians and Spanish, Greeks, the ones around the Mediterranean. But I don't want to get too far off the subject, and start teaching.
Well, you've been there.
Like I always fucking do, because ain't none of you, like I said. And just with Margaret Singer, I gave the letter in here when I was talking to you. So if you just fast forwarded to that part where me and you were talking, everybody will see. I gave you the time to talk when you came in. As soon as you came out, what's up, Unbiased? What you guys say, brother? That I'm not in control of these platforms. When you say Apostle, I know y'all had static and everything that happened over there, but I'm not in control of any of that, brother. And I've been giving you credit for what you've done for me. You was the first one to allow me to get my name out. But you're still going back to the same old ways of debunking something that has already been proven numerous times. And I'm getting tired of having these conversations. The only reason why I'm doing this is I was trying to get Jabari or Chief X to come and admit when they challenged me to debate. And about, because I said it on your show right here at the beginning. I don't give a fuck, get I don't give a fuck who you get. You're going to lose on these topics. And then Chief X debate challenged me and said the school-to-prison pipeline don't exist. That kind of shit, when we know it does. Okay. And then Jabari was lying about the Confederacies, and he talked shit about me. Said something.
Wait, hold on. That 2.5 is up. So
I was trying to call them out.
All right, cool. So now you said school to prison pipeline. You said that, right?
Yes, man.
Okay, so to the people that's listening that don't know what that is, what is that?
Wiki it. To the people who's listening, wiki it and see if I'm fucking lying. See how many options you get to go and look at it and read about it. Because Unbiased won't put it up on the fucking screen. He won't put it on the screen.
Because I'm on the phone like you. I'm on the phone like you. I'm going to put it on the screen.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Yeah.
My bad.
So we're going to need you to recall that. So when you say school to prison pipeline, what is that? Just for those listening that might not know. Your best guess. If you could just try to guess.
I just did this 2 days ago, and I really don't feel like it's already. It's all on this tape right here. It's all on this tape. This same conversation.
Anything he ever says? So I can't say anything. Anything you say, I can't ask you what it is.
I'm showing you. Listen to me, Unbiased. I'm showing you. I showed your video. I think I showed.
That's why the video stopped. I'm not.
No. Listen. I said I showed two in this presentation here, brother. I showed 2 of your videos. Maybe it might have been 3, but I showed the videos.
But the one I'm looking at is 11 hours.
Yeah, that's your video.
Okay.
My video was only 4 hours. You see 40 because you got to pause, nigga. It was 4 hours.
I don't have nothing to pause. I'm on the phone like you. We're both on the phone. I'm on the phone like you. No, so I said that 1,000 times.
But I said all this 1,000 times, and I'm saying it right here in the video. Either in the live, or I'm saying it in these videos here. That's why I'm showing this.
So he has.
That's why I'm showing it.
Go to your notebook paper. So you don't know what redlining is. You don't know why. Well, you didn't know why.
Oh, I don't know what redlining was.
Well, why they had to change the name.
I just said it.
Well, I'm asking you. What? What is it?
Redlining, like I said, they was, the middle class was creation. What they called the middle class, and they had the homes for what the white people who bought them thought was just for them, but then later on the blacks came in and, the whole communities would move, because they was duping them, what I'm saying that they wasn't, this is the great American way and all this shit, and got them to buy all these houses, these immigrants, like I said, the immigrants that they were allowing. See, it's like you fell off on the story that they were getting ready to, because I think redlining may start around 50,
I don't think that's redlining. I don't think that's the definition of redlining.
Okay. Anyway, this is what happened. This is what happened, and you can check it out for yourself. And you can also check out if the Italians and these immigrants didn't get classified as whites until the 1960s. Type that in too and show the people the fucking truth.
What they got to do
and
with
quit playing with me, man. You can't fuck with me on any of these subjects, any of these topics. Because I go deep in this shit. And that's the reason why you get mad, because you can't understand what I'm talking about. Because you don't fucking listen. I've been telling you this shit for 4 years now, brother.
Hey, yo, so somebody in the chat said this. They said, "Can he tell me what redlining is?" This is somebody from the chat.
I could tell you on the time. I'm not a you know, a historian on that time, but that was one.
No, they just want to know this. Okay, so for example, like racism. If you say the
I guess
word
they don't know what
racism,
fucking segregation is either, do they?
So
I mean, you know, like I said,
all right, relax,
if I gotta sit here
we got a little kid over here listening. Relax. You got a little kid over here. I got to keep putting you on. I got to keep hiding the phone. You cussing right in his ear. Relax. Now look, if I said the word racism, somebody from the chat said, "Yo, how do you define that?" Because they was like battling. I would say, well, racism is an act that discriminates somebody black of a right or a product or service based upon their skin color or their race. So I can like explain or define the words that I'm saying to somebody that might not, they hear it all the time, but they don't have they can't grasp a good concept of the definition. They're like, yo, I keep hearing that, but because nowadays that word is so watered down, you know, everybody using it. So I will tell them the origin of the word racism. America was usually.
I could tell them easily, like I've told you numerous times before.
What is it?
The fuck you talking about, man? Just like I said, y'all playing with the wrong nigga. Johann Friedrich Blumenbach.
You playing with the wrong
Johann Friedrich Blumenbach. Johann Friedrich Blumenbach, nigga, like y'all taught y'all 4 fucking years ago, and you niggas keep playing. Okay? You keep playing with the wrong nigga. Just like I said, you challenge motherfuckers out the chat. I'm standing up for the little guy. Because you want to challenge me, nigga, you got the wrong one. You think I'm just a chat rat. I will light your ass up on certain subjects that I know about. Especially when you're up here cooning for these motherfucking
and you know about
oppressors,
right?
For these scientific racism experiments through theory that you fucking follow with your fucking ass wide open for it.
Where my keys at?
Evolution and all that shit. Now, you want me to get on here and debunk evolution in 9 minutes?
Nah, I don't care about that.
I got a video for you.
All right. So, I don't like to watch videos. I like to just talk to people and pick their brain. So, redlining.
Hold on. Let me say this real quick to Tone. Let me say this to Tone real quick. Tone.
Oh, you reading the chat?
That's why you can.
That's why you're showing up.
Listen, everybody who's sitting here asking me questions, it'd be a whole lot easier if you just type it in for your damn self and quit following behind somebody else's bullshit, like I said in the video, and becoming slaves to their BS. I'm sorry, I'm biased.
See, now,
slaves to their BS.
Now, that slave master mentality. Don't ask no questions. Let me teach, but don't ask no questions.
That's right, because if you don't know what I'm talking about, if you don't know what I'm talking about, just be quiet. Don't keep on asking me little silly-ass questions what's the definition of redlining? Look it up.
Yeah,
look it up for yourself.
What kind of teacher is you to say?
Like I said in the video earlier, quit being fools behind somebody else's nonsense.
I think he's actually jealous of white supremacists, where he want to be them, but he can't really duplicate their system he can't duplicate their system. This guy sat here and said he's a teacher that don't answer questions from the students, even though they might not understand. Look it up. Just look it up. That's a pastor. That's Dr. Malachi York. They say, look it up.
I got you, Tone. I wasn't hollering at you, Tone. It's the ones, this is what they do. They ask little silly ass questions to slow down the talk. That's what the guy kept coming in on my presentation. He was trying to shut it down.
That's because he was
lost
of what's going on. So he thought it was he thought it was an open subject because it wasn't going nowhere.
First he came in and he said, "Is this about our race, brother?" Obviously, see, I don't know. I didn't know. Listen, hold on. I didn't know that guy, and he was not invited. This was somebody trying to come in, and because I
so
dropped
how
the
you
link.
get on if he wasn't invited?
Huh?
Somebody had to let him
Because
in.
they dropped the link.
Invited.
He hit the link. He hit the link. I said anybody could hit the link.
So you
Yeah, I
invited
said
him then?
anybody.
This guy. If you say anybody hit the link, that's an invitation to everybody.
Wait. Okay.
God,
Well, you know what I'm saying. But
dang, no, I don't.
He came out of left field. I don't even know if anybody knew who he was because nobody greeted him.
They didn't need to because you said anybody can click the link. That means that
No. I'm saying anybody on the panel. Okay. All right. You're right. Okay. Anyway,
that's what that means. I don't have
he
to know
was
you.
trying to cut me off, and he don't know who he's fucking with because just like I said, and I've told y'all for 4 years, race is a social construct created by Johann Friedrich Blumenbach when he split us up into the 5 races and created the word Caucasian and put them in the white and first class. Then it drops down to Malthus. Darwin's teacher, Malthus. Hold on, I'm not finished. Then it drops down to Malthus. Okay? Look up Robert Malthus. I gave you Johann Friedrich Blumenbach.
We're
not to leave off Carl Linnaeus first. See, Unbiased, why you cut me off? Just give me a second.
We don't want
See,
to
I'm teaching here. This is shit that you don't know about. Still, after being told 4 years, you never looked this shit up. That's what it proves.
I don't need to. You want to
stay
ignorant. We ain't gotta look it up.
You want to stay ignorant. Show the people Johann Friedrich Blumenbach and see if he wasn't the creator of anthropology. Nigga.
Yeah, you know what's
Look
funny?
it up.
When I teach, got you. You know
who was the creator of anthropology?
All right, hold on. Just let me say a few words real quick. Then you can go back when you rant. You know, it's interesting when a real teacher teaches kids something, you know, actually get dollars for. I don't ask them to look up anything. I assure them this is accurate. This is the truth. And then we
I ain't getting no money, and y'all niggas ain't kids.
Right. Yeah, but what kind of teacher are you? We got to look up.
I'm one with an ignorant ass. I'm one with some ignorant ass students, and you being one of them, but won't admit to it.
Nah, I admit to that. I admit to that. The teacher is bad.
You know the teacher's bad.
Yeah,
I've said. See, Unbiased. That's what I hate about you. You know I've said this shit. You just keep playing. 4 years. That's why all that hostility is in me when I'm talking to you. Because that's why I get so mad. Because I've been telling you on this shit for years.
I don't sound hostile at all.
Remember, I took a break from your show for a year, and then this is right about the first time I came back on. This was no, I said since 2019, Unbiased. I took a break from your show for a year, and then I came back. This is the first show I came back. That's why I had that hostility. Because y'all was lying and then trying to use my shit, trying to use my talking points. But
I had nose candy.
I want everybody to, Carl Linnaeus split us up into groups too, but he wasn't doing it on a racist narrative. I'm sorry. You can look up Carl Linnaeus also, but Johann Friedrich Blumenbach was the man, and that's all you have to do is type it in right now. You know, okay? And no Francis Boas. Okay, well maybe he is, but see, this is all in that time of the Enlightenment, what they call the Age of Enlightenment, ladies and gentlemen, 1700s. 1800s, you know what I'm saying? Where they was making up all these fucking wild ass theories and all this crazy shit. But if Unbiased would be kind enough just to pull up Johann Friedrich Blumenbach, Wiki will tell you.
Dude, I'm going to agree with the chat. You might be retarded.
If y'all would just pull up Johann Friedrich Blumenbach, Wiki would tell you.
All right, hold on. But why Wiki got to tell us? Why don't the teacher tell us?
I've been telling you for 4 fucking years straight.
So then why do you
keep playing? You keep on acting like a kid.
You already told us.
Like
why
you didn't
are you
hear
telling us again? What kind of teacher who repeats the same info over and over? Teach us something new.
Because you're still out here falling for the social constructs. We'll fight and die for. Listen.
Cool. If you're going to teach it, be prepared to explain it again. If you're going to teach it again, be prepared to explain it again.
And that's exactly what I'm doing with this presentation, where I can talk and no, because this like I said, this is from almost 2 years ago. When I'm using your video, this is from 2 years ago, and there was 2 years before that when I did my presentation, or maybe a year. I didn't do my presentation. I think it was after the first year, like in 2020 maybe, when I did a presentation. So that's why I say it's 4 years ago. See what I'm saying? And I did it. And everybody else, well, there's a couple few, but everybody, because your channel got taken down, you lost all the videos. So all the stuff that we worked on got wiped out. And that's why I come back angry like this, because like I said, I had been saying it for 2 years earlier, and then I come back and y'all still on the same stupid shit. And then you go 2 more years from that, and y'all still talking the same stupid shit. And it has been debunked. I have done it numerous times.
So are you under the impression that white supremacy is like closing the walls on black people in America?
I didn't say that.
Okay.
What I say is that white supremacy is fading, and this is how you have your grand finale at the fireworks show.
Okay, so then you have to.
Well, see, listen. Hold on, don't cut me off. Don't cut me off, man.
Wait. Bro,
don't cut me off.
Bro, you've been flowing the whole time. I barely said anything. I'm gonna talk right now. So white supremacy is fading away. It's the grand finale. So what are some things we should be doing to take over leadership?
Well, you might want to start with the World Economic Forum and BRICS and their agendas. They're saying by 2020.
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about us. You just said it's fading away.
Yeah, and I am too. I am too. But these people are trying to take control of the world banking system.
Wait. I don't care. I'm asking about black people. Since white supremacy is fading away, how can black folks prepare themselves for leadership? What do we need to do to prepare ourselves to take over the leadership?
I don't know why you're asking that question, because right now, like I said to you numerous times, with your dumb ass. Well, see, listen, your dumb ass, you won't stop talking. You keep cutting me off because you don't want the people to learn. But we have been 13 to 15% of the U.S. population since late 1970s. Okay, and we're still at that point. 13 to 15%. It fluctuates, but it fluctuates right in there. Well, the Spanish are 25%. Nigga, quit cutting me off. So how the fuck 25 people? So who has a better chance to dominate? 25% or 14%? Huh?
14%, Doug. 14%.
You don't even know the fucking math. You sitting here arguing. I done taught you this shit numerous times.
So who are dominating right now? Is it Hispanics, blacks, or Jewish people? Who is dominating now? Blacks,
It's not one people. It's sects of people, and it's the same family.
Okay, so
the ones who have been controlling the banking narrative. See, why you asking me a question and cut me off, man?
Because I'm trying to pinpoint the question. I'm trying to be more specified. So now, are these families, are they majority? Are black folks involved in these families? Yes, no. Are black folks involved in these families?
In what families?
The families you just said that's dominating. Are black folks involved in these families? This dude don't have an answer for no question. Damn.
Because I've said this numerous occasions. Is the Rockefellers? Is the Rothschilds? Look, is the Rothschilds? They might have some black in their family. I know the Queen of England just recently got some black in their family. So I can't say yes or no because I don't know their goddamn family. I ain't going to their motherfucking family reunion to tell you who the fuck is in their family.
Not what they're mixed with. I'm asking you, what do they identify themselves? The Rothschilds, do they identify themselves as Hispanic, black, or Jewish?
Jewish.
Okay. What percentage of Jewish people in America? What's the percentage?
I don't, man. How the fuck am I supposed to know?
Okay, I got you. Are Jewish people less number than black folks in America?
I don't know, unbiased.
Okay,
I would say so. I would say yes, but I don't want to, you know what I'm saying, say yes and have everybody following behind my shit, not doing their own research and saying yes too.
I got you. I don't know. Let me give an answer. Yes, they are severely less popular in America than black folks. And you just said because the person with the most in percentage is likely to dominate America. And now, when you ask me based off that, who's more likely to dominate America, blacks or Hispanics, I said black. But you said, I don't know math because they're less numbered. Well, Jewish people are less numbered than blacks and Hispanics. And you just said that they're part of a family that is dominating America and other places. So how is it a minority of people, Jewish people, can dominate, but a minority of black folks can't? That was the question.
That's why I said it's not a group of people. It's not, what you're calling a race of people that's doing it.
You just said it was Jewish people. Okay, name the group.
You said what race first, nigga. You said what group or what race. And I said it's not a specific race. It is a particular sect of that group. Do you understand?
Okay, I got you.
It's easy to understand. A small sect of that group, very small sect of that group. And as a matter of fact, they're a very small sect of what you would call Jews today also.
Got it.
Because not all Jews is behind this shit.
Got it. I got it. So Jewish people are
a very small group.
Got you. So I'm narrowing down the group. So now you got Jewish people are part of the group. What other people outside of Jewish people are part of this group?
I don't like using the term Jewish because that was a race first. I mean, a religion first. But anyway, what I'd like to say. No, don't get me started on bias. Don't do that, man. I would like to say bankers. I'd like to say bankers, man. Let's say bankers, okay? The ones who's controlling the finances.
Yeah,
let me finish, brother. Let me finish. Come on, please.
I'm just saying, when you say bankers, that means that comes off as all inclusive. That could be black, white, Hispanic, gays, cripples, midgets. That could be anybody.
Yeah, they all a part of it.
Okay.
They all a part of it. All a part of it. They all. Well, but they ain't the ones who control that banking system. The banking system. See, because
who's controlling the banking system?
It's like a certain. It's a oligopoly. It's an oligopoly, brother. Do you know what an oligopoly is? While you're laughing, you're cutting me off, and the people can't hear what I'm saying. I'm saying a word that they can look up.
Simple question: Who
you keep cutting me off. Would you just shut up and let me say what the fuck I got to say?
Who? But is it going to be the who?
If you let me finish, saying what I have to say, please.
Okay, tell us the who. Tell us the who.
It's an oligopoly that
made up of what people, right?
See, you keep talking. You just keep talking.
Right,
it's like
okay, is it robots or people?
Jesus Christ, what the fuck is he talking about?
Is it robot? You said it. Okay, these people are they
people.
Real people?
I said families.
Okay,
families.
What ethnicity? What that?
Families. Does robots have families, nigga?
I got you. So what ethnicity, what nationality make up these groups?
The Zionist bankers.
Right. That's a duty. That's a title. What ethnicity or nationalities are these people?
The Zionist bankers. Why do you want me to keep saying, are you trying to get the thing cut off because I'm whooping you so bad? You trying to get the thing cut off? You keep on asking me to say that word? You want to get called anti-Semitic, brother? Man, look, I don't care. Like I said, I'm past giving a fuck. Because like I said, the truth does not have to... Hold on, wait a minute,
You got black
unbiased.
bankers, you got white bankers, you got Hispanic bankers.
Yeah, let me say something.
You got gay bankers.
The truth does not have to be validated to ignorance. Meaning just because you don't believe it doesn't make it any less true. I really could give two shits less. I have the information. I'll pass it on to me and mine and do whatever. Y'all can keep on playing like you have for the 4 years that I've been trying to tell y'all. Like I said, and now I see why in the Bible it says, don't fuck with these wicked ass niggas, but yet expose them. So that's where I'm at now. I'm exposing y'all for the bullshit that y'all been pushing, and I know it hurts and I know it stings. But just like I said, can't none of y'all fuck with me in no way, shape, or form on these topics. And I don't give a shit. You can bring your audience. You can bring whoever the hell you want on these topics.
If I bring anybody, they'll be mad at me.
And I'm going to dust you. And them.
I won't bring anybody.
And then it'll be done, because all this shit has origins, just like these words race. Race has an origin more recently than not. That motherfucking word has not been around since the dawn of time. Race is a social construct. Africa is a social construct. America is a social construct. And if both of them are names of colonizers, why the fuck call yourself either, nigga? But y'all sit up here and act like y'all just so well thought out and y'all got all this shit. You just on top of things. Like I said, these people were racist. Scientific racism started with Johann Friedrich Blumenbach, my friend. And I'm sorry that it's so hard for you to fucking understand it. I'm sorry that anybody in the audience can't understand it. You have not took the time to pull it up for yourself.
Nah, we don't want to do that. We want you to explain for us.
Problem. Because if you pull up Johann Friedrich Blumenbach, it'll tell you who he is. It'll tell you what he created. It'll also tell you he was one of the first motherfuckers in the craniometry. So, see, when we go into look at the skulls, you retarded ass niggas, that's motherfucking Johann Friedrich Blumenbach, and you following behind his shit. You following behind Malthus. You following behind Darwin. All these fucking scientific racists. You following behind Galton, Darwin's first cousin, who created eugenics and was known to say that he wanted to get rid of all the niggers. And then Margaret Sanger come around saying she wanted to eliminate the Negroes, and she was going to use a pastor to do it, nigga. And all of you niggas up here cooning for this shit, that shit is over. And I'm the nigga that shut it down. Period. So you're going to have to find a new lie to tell. That's why I'm coming out. I'm tired of you lying to my people. I'm tired of you misleading these people in this community and in these communities. You niggas sitting up here bigging up scientific races. The people who's, man, I can't. I can't. This shit is retarded. It's retarded. And this is what you do. So, like I said, for 4 years I've been trying to tell y'all this. That shows how much I care about you. Because if I didn't, I wouldn't be over here trying to do it for 4 fucking years straight.
If you cared about us, you'll be more.
But now that I'm coming out,
Bert, you'll be more.
Everybody wants to fall back into them same old stupid ass arguments and start arguing this shit over.
Questions that you
What'd you say? I'm sorry. What'd you say?
I said if you loved us, you would be more well versed in your information. I asked a question.
I am.
You literally,
but you won't let me talk.
Wait, hold on. Wait, well, Brad, you just talked. I was quiet. Now I'm just speaking. Okay, you quiet for a second. Let me just say a few words. You can go right back. You just talked without anybody interrupting. And then as you was winding down, I stepped in. I said, if you loved us so much, you would have been more well versed in the things you talk about. Every question I asked you, you couldn't answer one. You should have looked it up.
I told you why I said that too. Hold on. I told you why for that too.
I'm still talking. See, this is why I mute you. I'm still talking. So, so you're no different than Brother Polite, Dr. Mike York and all those guys, Prince York, because all when you ask them a question, all they say is look it up.
This nigga threw me under the bus big time. Damn, I gotta be that bad, man. Come on, man.
Yeah, you trying to be the new leader of the new Wapians, bro?
No, I ain't trying to be no leader, man. Wouldn't nobody put my shit out? Look, I tried to get JJ to put it out. I tried to get Nepal to put it out. I tried to get Judah Nazareth to put it out. I sent them videos. I sent them to you too. You wouldn't put them out. You know, and I've been doing it for years. That's why I hate you. That's why I hate you, because you know better than anybody else. You know better than any fucking body else, but you sit back and act like you don't know shit. And that's what pisses me off. But I've been doing this shit for years, and I've been trying to warn y'all niggas. Y'all just don't fucking listen.
Nobody puts it up because you're the only person that don't cite what the information you have. You don't source up. You tell us to go look it up. So nobody can stand behind that. You know, we're going to be held responsible for the misinformation.
No, it's not misinformation. My information's right. You know, me connecting and all that shit, that might be fucked up, you know, me getting on the phones and calling and all that stuff. But my information is on point, brother. But, you know, like I said, I was a fan. I was a fan of yours. I was a fan of all of y'all, you know. But I'm just
source up.
No, well, I mean, I like your shows, yeah. But I'm saying I was a fan first, but then I had to become the teacher because there was too much bullshit being thrown around. And it started with my brothers, you know, over there with them. They kicked me off and didn't let me come back. And then you gave me a chance. But, you know, like I said, it's been 4 years now, Elias. The jig is up, nigga. And even the niggas on my panel here ran you off the goddamn panel for saying that stupid shit that you were saying about Margaret Sanger, bruh. So everybody check that out. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, I say all that in this video that we're talking about right now. You know, a lot of it. Because this is the same conversation that we've been having for 4 years. And then now you can see where the frustrations come from. Because, you know, they still resort right back to that bullshit. Charles Darwin said, Margaret Sanger said, all this stupid shit.
Why do you think nobody listens to you? Like, that's a legit question. Why do you think nobody listens? Why do you think everybody don't doubt you and don't believe what you got to say?
Why do I think that? Because it's the truth. That's why.
No, I'm saying like,
I can look it up.
I'm saying, why do they listen? When I'm saying, look, I'm asking. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about to the listeners. Why when you speak, no matter where you're at, why do the listeners doubt what you got to say?
Well, like I said in the video, on numerous occasions, just like about my sister Amber, when I was telling JJ and them, I think, you know, we come into truths at different points in our lives. And, you know, it's called cognitive dissonance. You know what it is, I'm biased. You know, you struggle against the truth because it goes too far over your belief system, brother. You know, but like I said, the truth is going to be the truth regardless. You know, I mean, so that's the whole point. But it's the cognitive dissonance that gets in the way when you come into some new information. And then the one who refuses to do his own research and look it up just to see if what this crazy nigga's talking about is true. And a lot of people have done that, you know. I mean, if you scroll down, you can see it wasn't just a couple of people watching, but, well, it was 364 that night had viewed it. So, I mean, I appreciate every one of y'all, and I love y'all, like I said, and I'm putting this information out here to get rid of these fucking false-ass narratives, get rid of these stupid-ass talking points once and for all, because we waste too much time on them, having debates on them and shit, on stupid shit, on social constructs, you know, that is going for our oppressors' advantage, not ours. And my favorite sayings that I created was that we fight for theirs and kill ours. That's what the hell we doing. They got us so programmed out here that we're fighting for theirs and killing our own. Whether it be through abortion, whether it be through guns. And that's why we stay at 13 to 15% of the population since 1973.
So what's your solution to that?
Start fucking and quit aborting. Put the guns down and start loving, like it says in the Bible, which is, you know, the greatest commandment. One of the greatest commandments is to love thy neighbor as you love thyself, nigga. That's what I'd say.
In other words,
you don't want to hear the Bible, though, do you? You don't want to hear the Bible.
So in other words, baby kids are the solution.
Yes, sir. Baby's kids, fill them with love. Fill baby's kids with love. And they'll be out there. They'll be our strongest fighters for the truth.
Yo, my man said the solution is to make a whole bunch of drill rappers. Oh my God.
No, I said, put the gun. Go ahead, man. How's drill rap gonna help us?
Yeah.
We ain't gonna have nobody left by the end of it. Look, if we deal like that, we ain't gonna have nobody left by the end of everything.
Yeah, everything. Yeah, well, I mean, but that's what's happening though. You got more black folks killing each other than anyone else killing black folks, and they're doing it as soon as they see them. At least, if what you're saying is right about these secret societies, at least they sneak and kill you slowly. Like you don't die right away. that means you still could fight the power. The black man see you, he eliminates you on the spot, and you're trying to convince black people that white people are more of a threat than black people. You're crazy.
I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything. What I'm telling you is,
yes, you are.
Is that
yes, you
have 200. Unbiased. Come on, man. You have 200 million white people, and you only have 47 million, if that, black people. We are a little under a quarter of their population, but we are doing the most. How the fuck can 13 to 15% of the U.S. population be doing the most of any motherfucking thing? That shit is delusional. Now you could say,
yeah, no.
Listen, you know what? Like, I'm not finished. Like your 72% thing, when it says 72% of black people. Okay, I will. When you put that 72% of black people are suffering from that, then that's different from saying that 72% of black people are doing that. 72% of us, okay, and that ain't that ain't even, you know. That's what 70%.
Okay. Well, you say the same thing over and over and over. All right.
My bad.
So you said, how can 13% ever be the majority, right? Over like this,
doing all the wicked shit,
right? Okay, cool.
Doing all the crime and divorce and all that shit. We don't get more divorces than they do. There's more of them. They get more divorces than we do. We might have more single parent homes by percentage.
It was my goal. Shut up.
My bad.
God damn. So they base it off the population. So if there's 10 people to a group, one group, and that one group is compared to 1,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 40 million, 100 million, they're going to go off just within that group. So if 3 people in that group are doing something crazy, then they're going to say 30% of your group does this. 30%. That's a fact. 3 people out of your 10 drill rap. The other 7 do not. That's called 30%. Okay. Now, if 10 million people, if let's say 200,000 does that, then it'll be 10% or less, depending on, it depends on the number. It could be 2%. I mean, it could be 200,000. It could be 20,000, and that's going to matter with the percentage of that 10 million. Okay, so that's not going to change. So if there's if there's 47 million black folks, and let's say 30 million of them is doing something that's bad, then that's going to reflect as a percentage. That's not going to change with another group just because they got more people. Okay, right. That's not going to change. So if you go to welfare, if you got 47 million people, black folks, And of course, the numbers are going to change because everybody's not an adult. You got kids there, and teenagers. But let's go with just everybody's an adult. If you got 47 million adults, and let's say
72%. 72%.
No, I'm not doing. I'm talking welfare. Let's say if let's say.
Oh, you don't want to go there.
Let's say 15. I'm going where I want to go. Let's say 15 million on welfare. Then that's going to reflect in a percentage. And if you got 100 million, if you got 100 million white folks, and a certain percentage is on welfare, that's going to reflect in their percentage. It has nothing to do about who. It has nothing to do about how many more we got than you got who's involved in this. It has nothing to do with that. It has all to do with 30% of your people do this, and only 15% or 20% of our people do it. That's all. It don't matter how large the group is. It's the percentage of your group doing what's considered shameful or nonsensical or ridiculous.
Okay, can I talk?
Go ahead.
Okay, let me show you how to do math, brother. Broham. 72% of 47 million. All right. Let's just say that's 31 million, right? 31 million of us are doing it. Would you be quiet? Because, see, this is how you do math. And I'm teaching again. Now, this is the real math. There is no fucking around. And I'm not playing around with the numbers, nigga. And I told you what it is.
But it'd be 33. It'd be around 33 million. It'd be around 33 million.
Okay, I said about 31, man. I'm just doing it off the top of my head because I don't need a goddamn calculator like you, nigga. Okay?
Yeah, but
so anyway, what is 59%? It said 72. No, it said 72% of us was single parent households, right? 72% of us were single parent households. I'm sticking to the topic on mine. Now okay, and this is all I was going to say. Now, 72% of us is like 33 million. Like you said, I appreciate you, brother, for checking it up, checking my math. Okay.
Well, you always look it up, right? You always look it up. I looked it up, and now you get mad when you look it up. Weird guy. Look it up. When you look it up, you get mad.
I didn't get
Weird
mad.
guy, man.
I just thanked you for it. Now,
that pseudo group is ridiculous. That pseudo class is ridiculous.
Whoa. Calm down. Now, listen. All right, let's take off the 9%. All right, that's not because I ain't trying to, I'll struggle with that 9. So let's just say 50%. Okay, so 50% of them are single parent homes, right? Do you know how many that is compared to our 33 million?
What'd you say?
50% of 200 million is 100 million, my friend.
Okay.
So, and it went all the way up to 50. Hold on, listen. It went to 59%. I just took the 9 off for them. Okay, I was being nice. So 50%, that's like 120 million of them are single parent homes. So if only 33 million of us are single parent homes, and it's 59% of them are single parent homes, nigga. Do you know how to do the fucking math? That's almost 60% of them are single parent homes, and 50% alone, taking off the 9. There's 200 million of them. Half of that, nigga, is 100 million. So how does our 33 million compare to theirs? And how are we doing it more than them? Nigga, you can't count. And like I said, how in the fucking 13... Hey, see, I get moving too fast for him because the nigga can't do math. How the fucking 13 to 15%, how can 13 to 15% be doing the most of any fucking thing?
What's that got to do with... Well, if okay, let me ask you this.
I said half. Listen. One more time. One more time, please.
Got you.
Because I want to be clear.
Look, this is a retarded guy. They base it off ratio. They don't base it off population, like the total, but like 1 by 1 count each person. They don't do it by that. That's how this dumb nigga does it. But they do it off ratio. You could never do it by one man like that, because in that case, we'll always be the least everything. We'll be the least heart attack. He least black on black violence. We the least everything. I mean,
So how the fuck can you say that we doing the most then? How the fuck can you say we doing the most?
Per person,
That shows you how ignorant you are, and you answered your own goddamn question.
Retardo, you're doing the most ratio-wise, you dumb nigga. Okay, if you have a pie, one. I had 30 pies. Okay, but I ate a small.
I just hurt your feelings, and if anybody in the chat can do math, knows it.
Hey, it's my go now. So you got 30 pies, and you ate a small, let's say, small, tiny fraction of each pie. Got 30 of them. I got one pie. Okay, and I ate, let's say, 3/4 of it. Okay, your small pieces of each pie collectively is probably 2 pies from 30 pies. Okay, but that was a small percentage, small fraction of each pie you ate. I ate 75% of my pie. I ate more of my pie than you did of yours, even though your small fraction of 30 put it all together is 2 pies.
Okay, you're doing elementary math, but anybody knows that 50% of 200 million. Anybody knows that 50% of 200 million is 100 million, my friend. That means half, nigga. If you don't understand what 50% means, now all of a sudden I'm telling you, this shows how fucking, it's like you're doing this shit on purpose. 50% of the population. It said 59, nigga. So I'm telling you, if 50% of 200 million is 100 million, or 72% is only 33 million who's doing it. So how the fuck do we come close to their 100? They almost got us tripled by 3 times. 3 times 33 is 99. Shut up. 3 times 33 is 99, nigga. 3 times 33 is 99.
This is the now you want to know why Chief X, and Jabari never debate you? It's because what you're proving right now, you're just retarded.
That's because y'all retarded. No, y'all retarded.
And this is what's funny. It's funny because they debate everybody else.
Well,
but they won't debate
elementary
you.
math. What's 50% of 2 unbiased? What's
like
50% of 2 unbiased? What's 50% of 2?
Lions Den will debate you.
What's 50% of 2? 1.
Yeah.
Okay. So then just add the zeros after that. Now I did the math for you. That's how easy
nobody
it is.
Won't debate you. Well, you can't get one debate. You gotta really. Nah, I think they all think you're like stupid and below.
Well, you can think what you want, motherfucker. You can think all you want.
Not me. I'm saying.
I'm telling you. I'm telling anybody else.
You're
fuck
the
their
one.
Thoughts.
No,
I don't give a fuck about your thoughts. What you think? That's the whole point.
But
you're following thoughts and beliefs around, following these scientific racists around, pushing this scientific racists, following their thoughts and beliefs. That's all y'all got is thoughts and fucking beliefs. Fuck your thoughts. Let's get to the facts, nigga. That's what I'm talking about. And just like I said, ain't shit that I said a lie. Ain't nothing I said a lie.
There's about to be a toilet fest over here.
Well, I'll let you get back to your thing, man. I'm tired of arguing. I didn't come here to argue. I thought you was gonna go.
I ain't even argued you. I asked you questions. You never give an answer. You tell me to look it up.
I've given plenty of answers. Gave shit for people to look up too.
You haven't get an answer to my question though. But let me ask you this though. You maybe an answer for this one. So, do you think when they compare ratios between single parent homes between whites and blacks, do you believe that they're doing a comparison of how many white women, number for number, one like counting each woman compared to each woman that's black, and you think that's how they determining who's more who has a larger single family home? Or do you think it's by ratio?
I think that what happened was that we got caught up in the percentages and we placed blame on ourselves looking at that high percentage of us, which, is a whole lot harder to, if 72% of them that would be a whole lot, I'm saying they outnumber us, but they give you the percentages to try to make us look bad. That's what I said. And that's why I said there's only 33 million of us who's, of single parent households, right? And like you said, that out of 47 unbiased, you said it yourself, it was 33 million. Okay? So we know what 50% of 200,000 is 100,000. So they outnumber us 3-1. Okay, because we're 33 million. So what's 3 times 3? 100 or 99.
Where did you get,
listen to me. Let me finish, because you see that's why you don't understand. There's 33 million of us that are single parent households. So if you times 33 times 3, that'll give you 99. That gets you closest to 100 where they're at. So they outnumber us 3-1 in the single parent households, but the percentages make us look worse.
All right, so let me ask you this: which number is greater, 70 or 72 or 59?
72.
Okay.
That's why. Yeah, but when you do the math, like I just showed you, when you do the math just like I showed you, no, it's not, because like I said, you gotta know how many white people there are, and you gotta know how many black people are, which I told you. So you can say what a quarter of them is. We are like a quarter of their population. I mean, not a quarter, but, there's more. It's like 225, 230 million white people.
When it comes
so we're
to
like
giving
a fifth of their population.
When it comes to giving a percentage of a group, another group doesn't even matter. When you're trying to find the percentage of a group of numbers, if you got 2 group of numbers in your hand.
I'm going off of a unbiased source.
Okay.
Ask unbiased. Hold on, wait a minute. I'm telling Tone. Tone,
okay.
Unbiased put this source up earlier with the
Which one?
for the single parent households. Tone, look at the chat. Yeah. Tone was asking about insert the source.
I recall. No, I'm gonna speak for the number that caught my attention. I never addressed white folks. I addressed black, us. That's what I always do. So I acknowledge it was 72% of single parent.
The article mentioned black.
Okay, right. So I want to know. I was going to ask you where this 59% number came from for whites. Like, maybe it's true, maybe it's not. But I could stand by the 72%. I see that for myself. But you're saying 59%. I'm going along with you. But I don't believe that's true.
I don't care what you believe. Pull your article back up and look at it.
Okay.
Pull the article back up and look at it.
Don't worry. I'm gonna take a look at the number.
I don't give a shit what you believe. I told you I'm not worried about your fucking beliefs. That's what you follow.
I can guarantee one thing: nobody.
A theory is a belief. No, a theory is a belief. A theory is a belief. Okay.
I'll tell you one thing: nobody trusts you on face value.
I don't care. I really don't.
Because you have
not everybody else. Not everybody else. Is on it. So whoever picks it up and whoever can get something out of it, that's what I do it for. I don't do it for the naysayers.
You got a background of lying, like people don't trust.
I don't have a background. I'm showing right here because people have been calling me liar, saying that I wasn't challenged.
Well,
Chief X. Chief X challenged me to a debate.
Well, you already know.
It was on JJ&M show a couple months ago when Jabari challenged me to a debate.
If somebody calls somebody a scammer, like enough people do it, there's probably some truth in that. When somebody calls somebody a pedophile, enough people do that, there's probably some truth to that. When somebody calls you a liar, enough people say that, there's probably some truth to that.
Mm-hmm. And when someone's calling you a dumbass who won't look up the research, there's probably some truth to that for 4 years straight. Yeah. How about that? Because like I said, you don't even believe your own article. You don't even remember what was on your own article, and you'll sit here and argue me down. And then when you see the 59%, you won't say, oh, you were right, brother. You were right when you said that. And then you're right. 50% of 200 million is 100 million. You're right, brother. But you're just a dumbass. And it's not just 50%, it's 59%, so it's like 120 million, 125 million. Over our 33 million that we supposed to be doing so much because the percentage says 72%. That's what I'm trying to tell you, and that's what I've been saying. I have showed you right here with your own little presentation how they try to use the percentages against us to make us look worse when they're doing it the fucking most, because there's way more of them than it is us. There's way more of them on welfare than it is us. Way more. But let you tell it, black women, 80% of black women is on welfare. Well, that still don't add up to all the white women that's on the motherfucker, because they the ones who get more welfare than anybody else in America. Or the white people. If they married, even if they married, the motherfuckers are getting more welfare than all us. So even if it ain't single parent houses, these motherfuckers get more welfare than us. So explain that. Why you sitting here trying to put down the black man with percentages that they use just like your oppressor does, nigga? Where's my bomb? 72% looks real bad on that paper, and I understand where you're coming from, unbiased. But we see, that's what I say when we look at the totality of it and do the numbers, do the math. It's that easy to show that they're doing it way more than we're doing it. But they'll put the percentages to make us look bad. Look, the blacks got 72%. Oh, them niggas, they always doing shit. But look, you got 59%, and you're not doing the math. Bro, you got 120 million motherfuckers that's doing the crazy shit, and they only got 33 million. But you sitting here down in them?
Hey, bro, Hey, indigenous. Yeah, I'm reading it's 25% white families.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna need you to go find something that says 59.
Is 25% more than 15%, nigga?
No.
That's all I want to ask you.
No, single parent homes. I'm talking to my single parent homes. I'm reading that there's only 25% of white families born in a single parent home, and you're saying it's 59%. So I'm gonna need you to go confirm that.
Pull the article up and show us.
No. I'm right. I got my link. I'm gonna put it in.
There are such things. There are such things as timestamps, and that's what I'm taking advantage of right here in my presentation. Timestamps.
If it's true, it takes no issue.
It takes everything off of it because you capping for the white man, nigga. You put in a number 20. You said 20, nigga, like you looking at it right now. So don't sit here and try to cap for the white man. You booty pop for the white man and the colonizers and shit.
This nigga saying 59%. I'm like, that's pretty high for white families. Like when I was growing up, I don't remember my white counterparts.
No, it's not, because
having one parent come to a conference. They all had two parents. I'm like,
they're putting they're putting them through the same stuff that they're putting us through, unbiased. They're going through the same stuff that we're going through, but they swear that they got some type of privilege, and they're just the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet because all this scientific race stuff with Sanger, the abortion and stuff. The abortion and stuff, that started on their own, The banking system that they started on their own in England.
All right. And hold on a second. I'm going to read. So it says, this is the IF Institute, ifstudies.org. It says, Institute of Family Studies. It says the majority of U.S. children still live in two-parent families. Okay, watch this. So now, check it out.
Hold on.
Yeah, hold on. All right.
Go, sir. Go.
I'm dry. I ain't trying to crash. I'm trying to read this.
Yeah, you shouldn't be doing all this driving while you doing all this, man.
Okay. So it says nearly 7 in 10 children live with two parents. Okay. So now we're gonna separate by race. So we're gonna separate by race. Race.
Well, you already tried to cap like you was looking at it and said 20%, man. So everybody heard that, and there's a timestamp for that too. So you better take this motherfucking video now, because you ain't gonna keep on playing with me. I see you out there, Tone.
Okay. So this is just married parents. So I'm gonna read the married parents one first. So it says the living, because it says majority of kids live with two parents. So this is dealing with the marriage homes first. It says the living arrangements of children vary by their racial and ethnic background. A vast majority of Asian children, 85% today, live with two married parents, as is the case for most white children, 74%. So most white children, most white children live with married parents, not just parents, not just a home with two parents. The 74%, the mass majority of white kids live with married parents. So there is no 59%. This fool's talking about, and it says Hispanic lives with 61% married parents.
Don't put it on me. You showed the source. That was your source. Your source.
No. And then, well, apparently you read it wrong. And then it says, and the share among black children who live with married parents is markedly lower. 36% of children live with married parents. Black children live with married, 36%. So this solved two things. This talked about just married couples, not just, nuclear home parents living it. But for white people, it made sure to highlight most white kids. That means that if there's a single parent home, it would be the minority. It would not be 59%. That's minority. It said most white children live in married homes. And then it gave a percentage, 74%. So not only are the kids living with both parents, most likely the two parents are married. In black families, you got two parents. I mean, I'm not saying to me, if you live with your two parents, whether they're married by the paperwork or common law marriage, to me, it don't make a difference. But it's just saying. So for me, if black children live with both parents, father and son, to me, the parents don't gotta be married. I believe that child will still be just as normal as the kids, white kids with the on paper parents. To me, don't make any difference. To me, it's about nuclear families versus single parent homes. That's how I see it. To me. Now, am I right? I don't know, but that's what I keep saying to me. So this is saying that when white kids live with two parents, they're not gonna be like black parents, just like together for the kid, or not just love each other. No, it's saying when white kids are in a home with parents, they are most likely married. Okay, so go ahead. You can respond to that.
Oh, I was just going to say, I'm going to comment on Tone's comment. He says, when you're right, you're right. If you're wrong, you're wrong. It's okay. We learn new things, and we're allowed to change our views with more evidence when more evidence is presented. And that's sort of like what I'm saying. Like I said, we come into truths at different points in our life. And like I said, I could be reading the number wrong, but I thought it said 72 for us and 59 for them on your previous source. So that's all we have to do is go back and hit that timestamp later on, and then you can figure out whether you're telling the truth or whether I'm telling the truth.
I think you read that wrong.
Well, okay. Well, you can think what you want, but you also you said it's only 20% of them. You just said that before you even went back and looked. So that's showing you making up shit. See what I'm saying? So we can prove that too. And that's you making up a number for them, trying to cop out for them. But at the same time, when we're using percentages, I just showed you that, they try to, even if the percentage is right, I'm not saying the percentage is wrong, okay? But what I'm saying is that they'll put them out there and have people that don't pay attention say, 72% of us is doing this, and only 50% of them is doing it, But like I said, when you do the math, you'll see that it's them doing it more than us, most of the times way more. But it's just the percentages that make us look bad.
All right.
Because we don't have the numbers to match up to theirs. That's all.
All right.
Let's do this.
Fast forward it to your part, Unbiased, where you come in, so we can hear Unbiased up here on the chat.
Again, I'm on the phone. I keep saying it like over
Oh,
and over.
that's right. My bad.
I'm saying it
You,
over
well,
and
no,
over
I'm
and
just
over.
a dinosaur. I don't know how this shit works, man. So, you know, like I said, you know.
That's why nobody trusts your research. 'Cause you're a dinosaur. Dinosaurs don't know how to
I am a dinosaur. I'm a dinosaur. I'm a dinosaur with all the information, though.
That's why nobody trusts your research.
Yeah, I know, because they can't fuck with it. It's the truth. That's all to it. It's been done. It's been done with, but y'all keep on beating the dead horse, and it ain't even a horse no more. It's just grass with blood on it, because y'all done beat it so bad, beat it to the point to put a point like Watcher said one time. Y'all done beat it to the point to where it ain't nothing but a blood stain in the grass.
All right. All right. So this stat shows it like this. This stat says living arrangements of children under 18 by race and Hispanic origin 2020 in percent. It says white kids living with their mother only is only at 13.4%. It says 75.5 of white people, of course, 3/4 of white children are living with married parents. 75% of white kids are living with parents. 3.1. All right, let me finish. Okay, I got it. 3.1% of white kids live with two families that's not married. Only 3.1% of white kids live with parents that are together but not married. So like they don't even consider that shit. Like they're together, they're gonna get married. 75% of them are married. Okay. Now, black people. 37.9. 37.9.
The fuck is she down there for?
37.9% of black kids live with married parents. 37.9.
Yeah.
Okay. 3.4. So black kids and white kids only got this in common. When it comes to living with two parents who are not married, very low. So it looks like when parents are together, they get married, because white folks are 3.1 and black folks are 3.4. So black kids don't really live with two parents that's not married, and white kids don't really live. I think nobody lives. Well, actually, Asians do. No. I'm sorry. I lied. Hispanics do. So Hispanics double whites and blacks. So Hispanics definitely shack up without the ring more than everybody else in America. Okay.
Maybe that was the graph that I looked at.
Okay. So now,
but it was saying it was saying
let me finish reading the stat.
Okay.
Dude, let me finish reading the stat. God damn, man.
Go ahead, my bad. I thought you was done.
So 37.9% of black kids live with married parents. Okay. However, this one shows 46.3 black people live with single parents. Okay. 46.3 live with, so these got lower numbers, live with single parents. So 46.3. Then it says 4.5. So the number with fathers alone is like, that's crazy how like Hispanics, blacks, and whites share that equally. So when it comes to kids that live with their father alone, whites, Hispanics, and blacks are identical. Okay. So that's it. So 46.3 is the largest amongst any race in America who lives with one parent. That's black. 13% white people. So white people don't have that similarity with black folks. So when you said 72% black people and 59%, that's too close. Like the margins are way large. The gap is way larger than that. So there's no way you've seen 59% white people. And there's no way you've seen it. No way possible. So let me put both of these in.
Let me say something real quick.
No, go ahead. I'm just gonna put these numbers in the chat for the people.
See, and like I said, this is where our math fails us, because we know that there's 225 million white people. Now, if we take the 25 off, because I'm making it easy for unbiased, you know what I'm saying? But if we take the 25 off, we know we say 75% of them are living in married households, right? So 25% of them, a quarter is what that is. A quarter of 225 million is what you got to ask yourself. Oh yeah, ain't no net. Oh, you talking to baby? My bad. But yeah, a quarter. Yeah, my bad. A quarter of them is let's just say a quarter of 200 million is 25 million. That's 25 million. A quarter of them is 25 million. So as you go up in number, it's harder to reach that 72% because you get so many more people involved. I think if we were at 200 million, I don't think our numbers would be that high. But like I said, we're
black
only
Hispanics more closer numbers.
Listen, if I have 1,000, I'm asking you.
Answer the question. Are blacks and Hispanics closer? Are they closer in numbers in America?
I told you that the Hispanics are around 25 to 27% of the U.S. population as we speak. As we're only 13. Wait a minute. We're only 13 to 15%.
That means they're more closer. Okay, so 24% of them are living with single parent moms. 24. Compared to 46.3 of us.
Okay. 40% of what's 4 into 25?
So we pretty much doubled them.
6.2.
As far as ratio.
Okay.
And this guy still don't understand percentage.
No, I do. I understand it very well because
the 3 out of 10,
you're the one that's struggling with it.
Okay, so the 3 out of 10, 30%, that does not matter. Another group doesn't matter. That won't change that number. Okay, so if there's a certain percentage with us, that's our issue, but that's not going to change for somebody else. And somebody else is going to have their own percentage. So, and their percentage has nothing to do with ours. So if amongst themselves, if only 13% of them are doing something, that's just it. That's nothing to do with us.
But
and if 46% of us are doing something, that's just it too. It has nothing to do with them.
Listen, brother, I told you, and I said it wrong. I'm sorry. I'm gonna straighten it out. But a quarter of 200. All right, a quarter of 200. Because you said 75% are married.
The total number.
Listen,
the total number does not matter. The total number does not matter. No. The total number does not matter. It's the percentage.
It does matter.
I don't have to say 47 million, 40 million blacks. I don't got to do that. All I got to read is that it's going to be obvious. Whatever the total number is 46% of that. Doesn't matter if it's 50. Doesn't matter if it's 50 million. Doesn't matter. It's 46%. Okay. Only a dumb nigga like you, it matters.
No, it does matter because they're saying only 75% of white people are married. Okay, 75% of white families or 75% of kids living in, with both parents. 75% of them are living with both parents. So you got 25 left, brother. All right, now I told you it's 225 million of them. So, like I said,
he's still doing the one man, one count.
You just don't get it.
Really,
you got 50, 60 million people who are still divorced.
Nobody's talking about the total number, you
people
dumb
that are divorced.
Yo, you
and
are
only what?
stupid. Yo,
And
yo,
only
you know how
33 million
stupid
people?
you are? It's
50
never about
compared
the
to
total
33.
versus the total. It's not about one man, one woman. That's not the argument. That's not the percentage. Is not based off one man, one woman to the other woman group. It's not based off that. It's based off percentages of each group. That means each group stands alone. You don't do, oh, this one's 200 million, so this one is only 47 million. So obviously, whatever it is, it's always going to be more the dominant society side. That's not how it goes. It goes by percentage. Like you're telling you, stupid ass. Patrick Mahomes. If you want to go with touchdowns, Patrick Mahomes throw more touchdowns than, let's say, the quarterback, the black guy from the Bears. Okay, but they're still going to have a percentage. And the Bears quarterback percentage is going to be based off his own stats. If you want to do completions percentage to touchdown, he's going to have his own stat that has nothing to do with Patrick Mahomes. And
we're
Patrick
going off
Mahomes going to have his own stat.
the populations of whites. We're going off of we're going off the populations of races. You're going off the listen, you're going off the population of races. When you say 75% of them is not doing something, it's not doing something, right? Now,
smarter.
75% still leaves a quarter that are doing it. Okay? There's still a quarter of them who are single-parent households. That's what I'm telling you. You said 75% of them are not. I said 25% is still left. That means that there's 25% of them who are still left. Now, if you do the math, that's a quarter, okay? 25% is like, in fractions, is a quarter. So if you have 4 quarters, it makes $1. Okay, dumbass. So if we take the 29 off, just to give them another favor, like we took the 9 off before, if we take a quarter of 200, that is 50 million people that are not living, they're living in single-parent households. That is more than 33 that we gave the number for us. There are still more of them doing it. But this nigga don't know how to do percentages.
Dumb nigga is
25% of 200. 25% of 200 is 50.
Dumb, yo. I'm more convinced than ever that you are definitely a high school dropout. There's no way you finish high school. There's no way.
Okay,
no way you finish high school. I know you're a high school dropout. I know you are.
A quarter means 4 parts. A quarter means listen. A quarter means 4 parts.
You got to see your diploma to me. I know you're a high school dropout.
50 is 100. That's half.
Yeah.
50
you got no GED or nothing.
No, 50 and 50.
I know you are.
And 50 is 150. That's 75%. So guess what, nigga? That still leaves 50 million out there.
Yeah.
You dumbass. Yeah. So you got 200 million people. A quarter of them is 50 million.
Dropout. It's no way.
Yeah, I know I'm a high school dropout.
There's no way.
You're just showing how foolish you are to the fucking world.
There's no way you finish
everybody
high school.
knows. Everybody else knows what a quarter of 200 million is. Everybody
else. No way
else.
you finish high school. No way you
fucking retard.
There's no way you finish high school.
I can't even see how you sitting here arguing this shit. You sound like a middle school kid.
Total amount.
Just throwing out shit just to say it.
Do you know? Okay, all right. You just talk. That's my goal. God damn. So, he doesn't realize when you do percentages, it's never about the total amount. It's the percentage of the total amount. God damn. Yeah. Damn, you got to be retarded. Oh, I can't believe this. Let me get $10 of secured maple syrup and honey. Yeah.
But I can see it. If I was the one putting out the percentages, but you're the one who's doing it. And I'm just letting you know that 25% of 200 million
I don't care about the total number. It's going to
so they outnumber us doing it.
Yeah. This is what does that got to do with the percentage? This guy is.
They outnumber us doing.
Don't care.
Their single-parent households outnumber ours.
Yeah, it doesn't. I never argue that. That was common sense. If they are.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't. Not for you.
Three
I'm
times
just
as much of us.
And then now you're trying to do a presentation on it tomorrow.
More.
Like you, the one who taught it.
Yeah. How you do? Yeah, it's good. How you do a presentation playing a video of somebody else's? It's not a presentation.
Showing that I called them out. Or showing where they challenged me.
That's not a presentation, though. That's not a presentation.
Well, whatever. I call it what you want. Like I said, mind your business.
Do you?
Do you? Do you? I'll call it what the hell I want to. I'll give it the title I want to. I ain't following it. And if you don't like it, then don't watch it, goddammit.
Exactly.
That's all you gotta do.
I mean, if you call it a presentation, that's what people are going to be looking forward to.
But there's been close to 700 people who has watched it. So like I said, my words are getting out there. And this bullshit that y'all promote,
no, they're not.
It's done. It's done.
Dude.
Simple as that. So keep on playing as long as you can. Because the shit's coming to an end. Bars. Never.
I don't know. Yeah. It's definitely not a presentation. I guarantee you that. There's definitely going to be a.
Okay, now you're going to get on me because I called it the wrong thing.
Shit, so. I
called it a presentation. That's what I said it was. That's what it is, nigga, to me.
Nah, it's not a presentation. It's going to be a shit show where you're playing another video. Maybe. Thank you. Yeah, where it's a shit show. Like that, you cannot. That's what I'm trying to say, man. I don't mean to insult you, but there's no way. You're actually arguing me over. You're actually arguing me. I'm talking about a percentage. You're talking about the total amount of something. Like we're like doing apples and oranges right now, and like you're dead serious.
Where the fuck you think they drawing the percentage from? Out of the air? They're drawing it out of the number of people that there is.
But the conclusion. All right, relax. You got to be comfortable when somebody talks. It's secure, uncomfortable. So the actual number is not the conclusion. The conclusion is the percentage. So what happens is anybody. I'm seeing you everywhere, bro. Oh, I got this. Hold on, bro. Yeah, I'm seeing you everywhere now, bro. All right, bro. Yeah. So So what happens is, if you want to know how they got that percentage, then they provide that information. But you notice that they don't really give you how they got the information. Like they just tell you the percentage, but they have something left behind. If somebody was curious, how they come up with these numbers? Based off what number? You know, they have that for you too. That's somewhere.
They have to have the number of the population in order to draw to a percentage.
Dude, are you gonna keep cutting me off, man? You want to start doing this? I'm gonna start muting. All right, you talk, you flow, go. Let me do my thing.
My bad. Go ahead.
All right. So they have a place in the article, or even a web link, for anybody who's interested in the total numbers that make up this percentage. But the total number is irrelevant. This is why they keep saying the percentage. That's what's most important, not the total number, because they're not comparing total populations with total populations. They're not comparing leftover households with leftover households one by one. They're comparing the percentage of leftover households that's not married or born in a single parent house. They're comparing their percentage because the least population will always lose, even though if they have less percentage. So let's say this is for the chat, not you. You're gonna get it. This is the last thing I'm gonna say. You can go. Let's say if only 10% of whites had that issue, right? Or let's say 5%. Now, let's go 10%. 10%, without me doing any math, is probably still more than, it wouldn't even matter. That 10% would still be more than our 1%. Or our 1%, because they're so large in population, they're going to always have more.
Right, bigger numbers.
10% both ways. If it's 10% both ways, they don't have the larger number. Doesn't matter. That's why it's a stupid point.
Well, no, their 10% is way larger than ours. That's the point.
No, it's not the point, because 10% is not larger than 10%. 10% is 10%.
I said their 10% of them is way larger than 10% of us, is what I'm saying.
No,
like
10% is 10%. No. 10% is not larger than 10%. And that's why
we know that there's 225 million. No, there's 225 million white people in America, okay?
My God.
There's only 47 million black people, unbiased. Listen to me.
Oh my God.
47 million black
I'm
people,
gonna
right?
definitely use this as a. I'm
So
definitely going to edit yours. I'm gonna definitely save this and play this over for another show. I'm gonna definitely play this over.
10%. Okay, I hope you do. 10% of 47. Listen to me. 10% of 47 is 4,700,000. 10% of 200 million is 20 million. You fucking retard. So just like I said, it's more of them, so they're going to have a higher percentage in number.
Do you have a high school?
You said it's not. You said it's going to be even. No, nigga, you said it's going to be even.
Okay, you don't.
The numbers do not come out even. They don't come out even.
Yeah. This dumb nigga
like I said,
thinks 10%. Yeah, he thinks 10%. He just said it like 2 or 3 times. He just said 10% is larger than 10%. That's a stupid nigga, man.
I said 10% of them is higher than 10% of us, is what I said.
No, 10% is
equal to 10%. I did. What?
10% is equal to 10%.
Right, I got you. I said, but it depends on what you're comparing the 10% to.
Going by your logic, if white people had ice water and black people had ice water, somebody ice water would be colder. Going by your logic.
No, that's your logic. You're the one out here cooning for the colonizers.
This a stupid nigga, man. God, yeah, I'm
you the
so
one
glad.
You the one out here tap dancing and doing a little sand dance
you're not a
on
young
the stage. You doing a little sand dance?
I'm so glad you're an old nigga, yo, because that mind state.
Because we gonna die off. I've heard this before,
but
we about to die off.
Black folks are coming. Yeah, I'm so glad you're an old nigga. If you was young, I'd be pissed off right now. Like, God damn, there's no hope for you. I'm so glad you're an old, stupid nigga.
Okay,
because
I'm glad
your kind is going with your ass.
Nigga.
Yeah,
you're right.
Your kind is going with you. If you were young, like 15, 25, I will be mad as hell right now.
The truth will still be here, though. So regardless of what your monkey ass believes, it don't matter because it's gonna still be the truth, though. So I mean, I don't know why
10% is more than 10%. Oh, shit.
10% of them is what I said. 10% of them is more than 10% of us.
I'm gonna add that in my
10% of them is more than 10% of us. Just like I said, there are timestamps. That's why you're ignorant, because there's timestamps to your own videos and you know it. So that's all I gotta do is go back and show where you said this stupid shit and light your ass up, make fun of you or something, But I don't. That wasn't the point of these videos. It was going to show that I had been challenged, and these niggas is running and pretending like they didn't make the challenge. And I was also teaching in the process because people were wondering what I was talking about at some point, so I had to stop and explain.
But you don't do that. You don't explain. You tell people to look it up.
No, I stopped to explain for them because they have never heard it before. Just like y'all never heard it before, I told you. But you're sitting here pretending like you knew what the hell I was talking about. I brought in the thing with CERN. You wouldn't let me show the CERN video. I showed you that back then. And then now all of a sudden y'all talking about CERN and the Hadron Collider. Y'all niggas don't know shit. They had a satanic ritual opening for that motherfucker. I tried to show you. Huh?
Yeah, Tone had a question for you in the chat.
What is it?
No, check it out. I'm driving. I can't read it.
The percentage of the same.
You trying to get me killed?
No, Tone. That's all you got to do is rewind the video and see if I didn't say 10% of them is higher than 10% of us is what I've been trying to tell him. just like 50% of them is higher than 72% of us, but this nigga just don't understand it.
No, it's
He's
not.
A fucking retard.
No, it's not.
72% of us, you said it yourself, is 33 million, unbiased.
Hey, yo, your logic.
You said it. Did you say it? Hey, can you at least admit that you said that earlier?
I got it. Your logic is 2 quarters is more money than 50 pennies. No. Your logic is 50 pennies is larger than 2 quarters. That's your logic.
Nigga, you retarded.
Yo.
You got too much time on your hands.
Yo, he just said 50 pennies is more than 2 quarters because it's more numbers.
Hey, how much further you got to go? How much further you got to go?
I just left the store. Like about 7 minutes, I'll be home.
Well, why don't you? If you, I mean, you got time. You got time to come back on because I don't like you riding around with that baby in the phone, man. I've been listening to I don't like you doing that, man.
It's called hands-on. I got the phone like they do Mac Quest. Like, you know how you start looking for shit. I got it on the damn holster, bro. I ain't in my hand. You're a dinosaur. You don't know about modern technology, bro. I'm hands-free.
Oh, you got a car seat? The baby's in the car seat?
You're talking through the speakers, by the way.
Yeah, I know. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. I ain't gonna argue with you about that. I'm a dinosaur. Yeah, I am.
Yeah, but why don't you live off the grid like a dinosaur, though?
I thank God that he kept me from it because, like I said, I don't
live off the grid,
I don't crave it like everybody else does. They lose their fucking mind when they lose it now, like it's a part of your body, which it is, which is integrating you. Listen, hold on, integrating you with the World Wide Web. And now they have newer technology, Neuralink, that can integrate you through thought or blowing in a straw or some shit. Yeah, I mean it's getting worse. So yeah, that was just the stage one of the programming that we have to have these devices. Now it's getting way more devilish.
All right, cool. Now let me go now. Now you see, I was able to hold him to one subject finally. His ADD was able to, like, I don't know if he took his Ritalin pills or whatever, but his ADD didn't bother him. He took to one subject, and he was still wrong and missing the point. He literally made an analogy that he might as well that 50 pennies is more money than 2 quarters. That's what he's arguing.
Just because I'm not technically challenged, doesn't mean that I lack the information. See, that's like I said, and you can't even do half on. You can't do
all
50%.
Over the place.
You can't even do a quarter of 200 million, so I don't even know what the hell you talking about. Because, like I said, a quarter of 200 million is 50 fucking million, and there's only 47 million of us. So, hell yeah, they outnumber us by doing that shit. Now, they're still doing it more than us. There's still more white people in single parent. Let me finish. There's more white people in single parent households than are black. Period. Okay? So let's just fuck the percentages. Let's start doing the math and find out how many of them equal up to 72% or 50% or whatever their percentage is.
All right, now's my go. Okay, so now it's back to 50 pennies versus 2 quarters. So same thing. If you take off a fraction of those pennies, but matter of fact, if you leave it as it is, there are more pennies than there is quarters. If you do a fraction of the pennies, there'll be more pennies than there are quarters. If you split them again, it's going to be more pennies than there is quarters. This is the best way I can get you to sort of realize. So no matter how you flip and rub it down, there's going to be more pennies than more quarters, but they're still going to both total.
Because a quarter consists of 25 pennies. A quarter is made up of 25 pennies. But what you need to realize is that 50 cents. No, let's say 50 cents is a quarter of $2. There are 4 50s in $2.
So why would you be comparing $2 to 50 cents then?
Because when I'm telling you that there's 200 plus million of them, I just took off the plus to make it easy for you. When you break down, you said 75%. Listen,
isn't how much money.
No, you said 75%
percentage of the money.
What we were talking about, you said 75%
is the percentage of the money.
Okay, but listen. What you were talking about, you said 75%.
Wait. One last thing. The comparison is the percentage.
I got it.
So if I split the quarters in half, that's 25 cents. Although it's 2 quarters. If I split the pennies in half, that's 25 cents. Although it's 25 pennies. Doesn't matter. The percentage will always be the same.
Okay. All right. Gotcha. But we're talking about coins now. I'm talking about people like we have been talking about.
To remotely understand.
No, because we're talking about the people the whole time. and the population numbers. That was the whole point of the percentages. You have to have a number. No, you have to have a solid number in order to draw a percentage off of it, nigga. The number comes first, then you can break it down in percentages.
Yo, he's really just retarded. He's not.
No, I'm not. No, you have to know that there's 225 million of them in order to know what 70% of them is, you dumbass. What the hell's wrong with you? You the dumbass, showing how fucking foolish you are. And everybody knows that 50 million is a quarter of 200 million. Period. You said 75% of. No, hold on. Wait a minute.
I got it. Oh my God.
You said 75%
of. I really hate stupidity. So like
I do too.
I really
you said 75%.
Stupid niggas. Oh my God.
You said 75%. You said 75% of them are not in single parent homes. And I'm gonna explain to you one more fucking time.
That's not what I said.
That leaves 25% out there. 25% of 225 is like 59, 60, or 57 fucking million people that are living in single parent. No.
You're missing something. There are still more stats. Remember, I said 3.1%. So when you take that 25%, you got to cut that up because some of those kids live with their father alone, and then some of those kids live in a 2-family house and they're not married, and then some of those kids don't live with the father or mother, and then some of those kids live with just mothers. So even the 25% is split up. It's cut up and broken down more. So it leaves them with 13.5 only in the home with 2 parents married.
Oh, okay.
So Tone made a great point. It's about the representation. So because the 75% is left over, and that's the majority side, 75% of white people represent the bottom line, meaning that the kids live in married homes. Now, the larger percent on black children is the representation of what's going on in the black house. So 46.3% of black people they represent the kids that live in either a married home, nuclear home, no parent home, or single parent home. So 46% represent the black home. Black kids primarily live with their mother only. White kids normally live with their married parents. That's the whole point of the study.
Okay.
It's to show that kids over here, kids live in a nuclear home, and over here, kids live in an unstable home, in an isotope home.
Well, you was blaming us at the beginning when you were showing that the video or the article where it had the 72% of black people lived in single parent households. You put that up there. You showed that source. You're the one who's talking all these sources. Ain't showing nothing. But like I said, it doesn't matter.
I did show it. It's in the link. I mean,
the numbers went off of population.
It's in the chat.
The numbers went off population.
Okay, you just lied. No, wait. No. You just lied. I put both links in the chat, so it's still there. You can go look.
Okay. Well, I mean, all right. Well, I was just wondering why you wouldn't pull it up because make it a whole lot easier.
Because I'm on the phone, stupid. That's the 10th time I said that. You really are stupid. I just told you all day today that I was on the phone. I can't look anything up. I said that you acknowledge it over and over and over and over.
You will.
Okay.
That's what I'm waiting for. Why don't you just say you will when you get home?
Over and over. And you
That's
still
what I asked you when you get home.
You even knew I was driving. And you still said pull it up. God, that is a nut.
Okay, you got me. I'll give you that. But
this is a nut.
Like I said, I'm just seeing. I don't know. Like you said,
but the sideshow about to be over.
But you pulled up my video. You pulled up your article. You pulled up things in between that. So I was I just keep reverting back to that in my mind. I don't know. You're right though. You're right. I
pulled it because dude, listen. While you're on a phone, while you're on a smartphone, you can go to Google real quick and look something up. Then you can share the link. There's an option to share the link. I shared the link and I pasted it in the chat. Okay? That's what I did. That's what you can do. You can copy, you can look something up, copy the link and paste it in the chat. That's what I did. But what you cannot do is watch a video because you're already on the phone.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't play something with audio or audio because you're on the phone.
Well, you learn something new every day.
I'm saying this stuff well, if you're a dinosaur, you definitely learn something new every day. You're not exposed to this world.
New things about tech.
This is common sense like a 7-year-old. I know.
Yeah.
I got it from my
and
class.
So is Darwin being a racist. So is Galton being a racist. Yeah. So is Sanger being a racist.
Elijah Muhammad says stay updated to all the latest technology. But you violate Elijah Muhammad. That's a shame, bro. The grandfather of blackology. You out there disrespecting.
I'm not a follower of man.
Stay in touch with modern technologies. Just don't be far behind. And here you are with a.
I'm not a follower of man.
Here you are with a. You want a payphone. Come.
I'm not a follower of man.
Right.
I don't follow those master teachers and all that. I've learned from them.
See, now you sound just like them.
I have learned from them, but I don't subscribe to any type of organization filled with men and stuff like that. I mean, that's like the Catholic Church almost to me. But I'm not down on anybody. You're more than welcome to do whatever you want to, but that's just me, my opinion. I don't get involved in that type of stuff. I'm not a follower of men, and you can learn from everybody.
But you want people to follow you, though, man. You want people to follow you.
Like Unbiased taught me just now.
Maybe.
You just taught me just now, so. You taught me today. You taught me that you're going to be a fool for this shit until you get old, and you're going to be promoting Master's narrative damn near to the day you die. Because you're a programmed-ass nigga who ain't took the time to do any of the research on the shit that I gave you, and still here sitting having the same dumbass arguments, debating the same dumbass shit as the world moves on. So I don't know
now,
who
what
you
want me to look
stuck.
up?
I'm not the one that's stuck. You the one that's stuck.
So I'm going to look up what?
I don't know.
What am I going to look up?
Look up what you mean.
So let me look up redlining since you couldn't do it. I'm going to share my...
Oh, CRISPR. And
what am I going to be looking at when I look it up?
It'll tell you exactly what it is.
No. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. No, I'll do that.
Okay.
Now, if I'm looking enough, you're going to prep me in advance, and I'm going to look it up. But I'm not going to not know anything about it and look it up. That's not going to happen. Like, you got to tell me about it, and I look it up to verify.
You remember how I was saying that, supposedly the nanobots in the vaccine, we were talking about that. Man.
I'm good with that.
No, it's not that. It's not that, man. It's not that. CRISPR is a gene editing technology.
Hey, what about it? Okay. So what about it?
Just look it up.
Why is it dangerous? No. Okay, so what? What about it is dangerous? What about it is dangerous?
I'm not finished.
So right now I'm trying to gather. So CRISPR is a gene editing technology that does what? That manipulates what?
Well, it's supposed to, go in and be like a safeguard, against viruses and bad DNA. If your
so we are talking about
DNA goes bad.
No, I'm not doing
it. It could talk about. No, we're not. It's the technology that's added to the vaccine, nigga. But see, this is the whole point. You don't know shit about what I'm talking about. You do not know nothing that I'm talking about.
I'm asking you.
You have no idea, but you're going to sit here and argue me about something you have no idea what the fuck it is.
I'm asking you, why is it bad?
Why don't you pull it up and look it up first? Show the people that it's a gene editing technology first. Yeah, you don't want to show them.
So what? There's a lot of technology out there. I'm saying, why is it bad? Let me know. I'll look it up once it's a public safety issue. I'll look it up. But why is it bad?
I didn't say it was bad. I never once said it was bad. I said,
what's the point
do you know what it is? Do you know what it is?
What's the point?
Because y'all said that you can't. You were telling me that they didn't have no. All right, you were saying they didn't have no technology out here that could change your DNA.
They who?
The ones who was creating, the viruses. I mean, the vaccines. I'm sorry. Pfizer, Moderna, all these motherfuckers, nigga. You know who the fuck made the vaccines.
Okay.
But anyway, you were saying that the nanobots couldn't change the technology or couldn't change your DNA and all this shit. Well, CRISPR is added to the vaccine, which it can. And that's what they're working toward doing it.
I'm asking you, before I look it up, because we're narrowing it down now. So you believe that this CRISPR could change your DNA? You saying that?
What I'm telling you is that when I gave you the video, it's 10 years old now.
I just can't get an answer, man. So I'm gonna look it up.
Hold on.
Tell me. Look, I'm asking you a question so I can get a understanding on what I'm looking up. So, is it supposed to change your DNA or no? I don't even know what I don't even know why it even matters. But I just want to know. Does it at least do that? Does it change your DNA?
That is where they're going with this technology. It is at a certain point as we talk at this stage, but we're 10 years advanced on the video that I was trying to show you because the video was 10 years ago. So maybe now today, in today's times, they can't.
So you don't know. So just say you don't know. Just say you don't know. I don't know. Just say I don't know.
I'm not a fucking scientist, but what I'm telling you is
so
this
go
is
read
a gene editing.
See if it does or not.
This is a gene editing technology that they add to
so let me know when it
vaccine.
can do that. Okay, but let me know when it can actually change it.
No, why don't you figure out what it is first? Because you don't even know that.
Well, I'm asking you, and you can't even give me what it is.
See, this is what y'all doing, and y'all be presenting it tomorrow, acting like you fucking know.
Yeah. What we would
y'all
do,
hear about CRISPR? Because don't nobody in this community know about this shit. Ain't nobody really up on that.
No, hold on. Relax. Let me say something real quick. So now I know what he does now when he says he's still information. So this is what we do. So now I finally get it, what he's saying. So what he'll do is he'll mention something, don't know anything about it, and then he'll give a scare tactic behind it. Then we ask him about it. He knows nothing. He just say, he's not a scientist. He knows nothing about it. So what we go read about it, and then we see what it really is. And then we say, hey, it does this, which is good for humanity. Then he'll say, hey, you stole my information. It's like, no, bro, you didn't give me information. You mentioned something. You misrepresented it. You didn't know what the hell you were saying. You couldn't explain it. We go behind you, read it, find out what it's about, and then we present it the correct way, and you think that's stealing something from you, which you never introduced it like
you never knew. You didn't know nothing about it when I asked you about it. Then all of a sudden, you the teacher.
You don't know anything about it.
How the fuck does that work?
Yes, we become the teacher because we are the ones.
You a damn lie. I don't know nothing about it.
Let me explain why. Okay, so we'll see. Because when I asked you just now, you didn't know. Well, make your mind up. Do you know about it or not? Yes or no? Do you know about it?
Yes.
Okay. Does it change your DNA?
Yes. It is supposed to change your DNA. It is also supposed to extend. Listen.
Wait, no.
Listen to me.
I'm only
They're working toward.
Don't jump to it. No.
Let's say they're working towards.
Don't over. Okay, cool. So you're saying, okay, cool. So you're saying CRISPR is, spell it for me so I can look it up. Spell it.
No, you know it.
Now look
if
it up.
You do it. No, hold on. How you gonna become the fucking teacher and you don't even know what the fuck you talking about?
You told me look it up, right? So I'm asking
you don't know what it is, nigga. Just admit you don't know what it is. You don't know what it is. Unc don't know what it is. All you niggas don't know shit. But I guarantee you, y'all be doing a presentation on it in the next week or two.
Hey, chat. What makes you think I'm gonna spend my valuable time looking up this bullshit? I don't see the scare alarmist doctor. No. Let me finish. I don't like mute you. Don't get to that point. Okay, so he thinks I'm gonna sit around and read and be learning about conspiracy theory that scare the public. And then when he mentions some bullshit like this, I don't know about it. So you ain't know about it. Why would I know about it? What that got to do with me and my life and what I'm dealing with? What they got to do with me? I don't need to know that. But if I hear you bring it to my attention, apparently, according to you, that it's something of concern. So now I'm going to look it up. Well, not hypothetically. I'm not don't care for it, but I will hypothetically look it up and see what it's really about. See if you're right about it, and then 10 times out of 10 you're wrong about it, and then we end up saying, oh, this what it actually does. You take that as silly information when you never gave information about it. We did. We presented.
Thank you,
information.
Timmy Turner. Thank you, Timmy Turner. At least we got one motherfucker in here that knows what I'm talking about.
So now, well, you haven't talked about it. I asked you a question and you didn't answer.
I've been talking about it, nigga.
Okay, so
that video right there was almost 2 years ago. Almost 2 years ago, nigga. Right there on your screen.
Yeah, he can't even spell what the hell he's talking about.
Did you hear what I said?
Dude,
that
I'm gonna look
video
real quick
is almost 2 years ago that is on your screen right now. When I was telling you sorry ass niggas about it for the second time.
CRISPR? How do you spell CRISPR?
CRISPR.
Okay, cool. And you said they're working.
And you welcome, nigga, because you learning today. Just like I said, the fan that became the teacher, because you niggas was promoting that bullshit.
Don't get muted. So CRISPR, CRISPR is working on changing DNA, right?
Extending life.
Correct.
Fixing. Well, with viruses too, they like to get a. They deal with the viruses where the virus comes in and they get the. Hold on. Do you want me to say it or not?
Hey, yo, go ahead, stupid black man. Go ahead. Tell us.
Where a virus comes in and it can detect the virus, and the next time it comes in, it has a means of combating it, and also
so how is it bad?
Fixing DNA, if certain strands are bad or whatever.
So how is it bad? So how is it bad then? How is this thing bad? Well, why is it?
It's not the point that it was bad.
What's the point then?
It's not the point. It's what you said.
What's the point? I ain't saying about it.
When I asked you years ago, I said unbiased. I said,
I know nobody's.
Are these nano? Listen, I said, are these nanobots?
Yeah, the
Everybody remembers the nanobots.
All right, okay, cool. I'm gonna ignore you for now. Let me look this up.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Now you got me on mute. I ain't putting up with this shit, man.
This nigga is stupid and retarded. It is gene. It edits gene. All right, just edits gene.
Hey, you welcome. You learned something for today, nigga. So go ahead. I'm just gonna jump off because I'm tired of teaching you motherfuckers and y'all stealing my shit.
This stupid retarded nigga.
Yeah, because I'm tired of y'all stealing my shit. Because you motherfuckers didn't know nothing about it, nigga. You ain't know shit about this, and you sitting here running your fucking mouth.
You a stupid retard. That's why your phone number is showing, you dummy. You this dumbass with his phone number showing. Call his ass up and get on him. Okay, so which are the hallmark of a bacterial defense system that forms the basis of CRISPR-Cas9 genome editing technology. Okay, it says bacterial defense. Bacteria is different than viruses. Okay, so that right there is interesting. So why is CRISPR so controversial? Firstly, safety is a major concern because there is risk for off-target mutations that may result in unwanted side effects. For example, unintended modification of a tumor suppressor gene or oncogene can result in cancer. Secondly, there are serious moral and ethical. I don't care about that. Moral, ethical bullshit. They're religious stuff. Okay.
Oh, you don't care about the moral and ethical, huh? You don't care about the moral and ethical, huh? Do you? Yeah.
Because that's subjective. All right, and it's normally religious folks. When they say moral and ethical, that's religious folks complaining. Okay. Has CRISPR been used on humans? All right.
Has it been used on humans? Let's see. The first human clinical studies using CRISPR had Cas9 commenced in October 2016 in China. The PD-1 gene was inactivated ex vivo in blood cells in the hope that such modified cells would attack the non-small cell lung cancer that the patient suffered from when returned to circulation. So this stuff is fighting diseases. Yeah, these are some stupid niggas, man. They go read stuff and find this. Just sounds like it's a good technology, good thing, and he comes with some bad stuff. See, morally wrong. We don't care about that. Why shouldn't we use CRISPR gene editing? So let's go to the negative stuff. Can cause unwanted changes in human embryos. Study finds instead of addressing genetic mutations, the CRISPR machinery prompted cells to lose entire chromosomes. Okay. So this is stuff he should be saying. The concerns. Okay. What is the failure rate of CRISPR? So I'm gonna teach this nigga how to be a conspiracy theorist. So this is what he should be looking at right now. What are downsides? All this stuff, not this one. You can remember, he's the conspiracy theory. This one though. And this not, yeah, I don't care. Unethical. What is the failure rate? And that's why black people can't get ahead and win anything. That's why Africans got sold into slavery. They're thinking of morally right and unethical in war. Okay, get your ass on these slave shit. In a study published in the journal Molecular Cell, the research showed that when gene editing using CRISPR fails, which occurs about 15% of the time, is often due to the persistent binding of the Cas9 protein to the DNA at the cut site, which blocks the DNA repair enzymes from accessing the cut. What are the downsides? There's a major concern for potential off-target effects, potential, where CRISPR cuts the DNA at a different location, resulting in an unintended gene being edited. A cut in the wrong location of the genome could result in a mutation with potential serious effects for the individual. All right. What diseases could CRISPR cure? So now, you see the concerns. Now look at the people who are looking forward to CRISPR. Look at the patients. Leukemia. Goddamn. Alzheimer's disease. Look at these top chronic hepatitis B. Look at these people. These people are willing to give it to me because they are like, what can help them out? What can cure you from these diseases? Nothing. More items. There's more. So he act like CRISPR is this technology is given to a little kid with a snotty nose. Okay. Look at this shit. COVID-19, Bordella pertussis, fibrosis, diabetes 1. Look at this shit. Yeah, so these people, whoever's suffering from any diseases, they're like, yo, bring it on. They're thinking they're God, they're thinking technology, they're thinking science for CRISPR. So like this ain't even for the public. This is for people who are in severe discomfort with a disease. So they always go with the extreme. This ain't even for the public, for the masses. And he'll take this and bring it to the public. This is a major concern for Americans and Black people, most of all. This is what he would do with this. That's why conspiracy theorists are stupid. I don't respect not one of them. They are stupid. They take small things and make them, for irregular things, they make them regular. They make the exception the overall rule. For a prime example, here's stupid thing. So you notice that he hung up once I start to read and research. Now all day he kept saying, read it, research it. I go to research, he hangs up right away. This stupid nigga, I asked him questions about things he said out his mouth. Redlining. Oh, that's when he said some stupid definition for that. Matter of fact, let me go there next, because I always thought redlining, my memory bank, I thought redlining had to do with the banks denying loans to Black folks. Or people who live in like close to Black poor area. But what, you want this? Okay, okay, come. Now, watch your name one. Come. I literally ate snacks all day. Ate no real food. Like sweets, nothing fact from my sweets. Come. Go, 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 go. He has no idea what I'm eating. There you go. There you go. Eat up. There you go. Eat up. God. This is why women who are big and obese, they should not be eating that crap because your kid's gonna want it. And luckily, I'm fit, fine, and masculine. That I don't. This is a snack day. Like when I snack, literally, I snack all day. Like no food. He ate food. I didn't. Ate cookies and milk, a little bit of his brownie. Now, this ice cream, gelato. Brand is Talenty. Okay, so redlining. Refuse a loan or insurance to someone because they live. I know what the hell is he talking about? I know it's about a bank and loans. What was his dumb answer to redlining? Stupid. It's stupid. Yo, Tone, you don't gotta know about CRISPR. I just read what it's about. It's about a remedy, a real remedy for diseases. That's it. And you see the chronic diseases that I showed you? Like these are rare diseases that the American public, like your chance of getting stuff is like 0.00 and or 0.1, whatever it is. It's low. So these are the people who are in severe discomfort and they're willing to be clinical people, you know what I mean? Test subject for clinical things, lab rats, like, cause these disease, lupus, Alzheimer's, you dig? Like, they like, yo, yeah, use me. Hopefully it works. It's just stupid. Stupid nigga, like, the hell? But he made it some spooky shit. And when I was playing this, I have no idea. He couldn't even tell me what his argument was. I said, dude, he's playing my video that I had with him, with Margaret Singer. I'm saying, dude, forget about what we discussed. You heard me, you guys, and he heard me speak on Margaret Singer. I'm like, dude, tell me where I was wrong at when I say anything about Margaret Singer. Oh, you said she had contraceptives first before the abortion clinic. Okay. Okay. So one before the other. Okay, but I was right. So she did contraceptives and she did abortion. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. But I was right. So like, where was I totally wrong? What I said was debunked. Like she didn't do like when you want to prove somebody wrong, you gotta prove what they just said was wrong. Like all that is false. Like I did with him and CRISPR. Like CRISPR is no spooky, some harm done to human beings intentionally. Like he's acting like CRISPR is designed to intentionally mess up humans. That's what you get from him. The hell? Like he can't even be a serious conspiracy theorist. He's a joke. He's a comedian conspiracy theorist. Let me finish up this polite stuff. Hold on. While I eat my ice cream. I can't talk and eat. I'm gonna be dead air. So I dealt with UnWeds. I ain't dealt with violence. I didn't show how dropouts and prisoners go like damn near hand in hand. Okay. I mean, this is just a fool. I mean, he's just stupid. Even when he did the population thing. Hey man, there's more Hispanics than blacks, so when America collapsed,
Hispanics will take over because they're more numbers. So I was like, really? But according to you, Jewish people are controlling America now, and they're the smallest in numbers. So control isn't based off large populations. But as you see, he's stuck on numbers, like large numbers. Like that means everything to him. So if large numbers decide who wins, then why do you even act like you're a revolutionary? Or, you know what I mean? Because you're outnumbered. You're going to lose, according to your stupid logic.
You go to brotherpolight45@gmail.com. You leave your full name and your phone number when you're ready to amass wealth, to grow your money into a larger amount of money. Go to brotherpolight45 when you're ready to spend your $2,000. It costs $2,000. I have to say this a lot. People keep calling in and telling us a month later they'll be ready, 3 weeks later they'll be ready. I'm ready now, I'm gonna call you right back. There's no need to tell lies. It's not necessary, grown people. And then also follow instructions. If you're not ready now, it's okay to not be ready now. Don't call breaking down your life story, your goals, your plans, and your strategies, and then be like, well, you know what, yeah, I'm gonna get back at you 2 weeks from now. Because nobody has the time, respectfully, to just listen to you break down your whole scattered ideas about how you want to do what you're doing. And even worse, then you technically attempting to get a free consultation with no intention on moving forward with the service. And then you got people that are ready that we don't get to contact in real time because you're consuming all the time on the phones. Because we only can talk to but so much people at a time. Walking with me? So yeah, you go to brotherpolight45, brotherpolite45@gmail.com. You leave your full name, your phone number whenever you're ready to purchase your $2,000 service to get access to anywhere between 50 grand and 300 grand.
No. This is his volume. That's his volume. His volume. Look, this is to the T. That ain't me. That ain't me. That's my volume is to the max. That's like he recorded. I'm going to show you. That it's his volume. I'm gonna play 2 of his videos. Watch this. You're throwing it on the ground. You're not even eating it. Here. No. You're not gonna do that. Here. You're not even eating your ice cream, dude. It's right here. Throwing ice cream on the ground, coming back for more. Like, dude, you're not even eating it. Throwing it on the ground. All right, watch this. I'm playing this video.
Build up your business credit, whether you got a business or not. Our responsibility to you is to make sure you have a business. You don't, we'll help you set.
That's how he recorded it. No, go back.
Of any money we help you get that you don't have to pay back. If you don't have to pay the money back and we help you get it, we help you get 200 grand, we ask for 20 grand. Why? Because we have professionals outside of the $2,000 working for you on your behalf for free. Services they normally render for a price.
So he wants to convince you that professionals are working for free. So he's so good, and we can see he's a horrible salesman, but somehow he was able to sell professionals to do a service for free based on a promise. Now keep in mind that he's servicing people with bad credit. These people have a history of not paying back stuff. And he's going to tell professionals, hey, you're going to work for free, but this idea is great because they get a large sum of money back. And these people who have a history of not paying back, they're going to pay me back though. And I'm going to give you a portion of the money for your services. That's what he wants to believe. Like, dude, cut it out.
But they do it for free with the understanding and anticipation that you will be making your money. So because they have an anticipation of you getting returns on your 2,000.
So he's so bad that he wants you to pay him so bad that he's going to make you feel bad. Like there's other people involved, not just him. See, if you don't pay me, it ain't just me. You ain't get me. You got other hardworking professionals that got to feed their family. That's how corny he is. He got to drag phantom people in this scam. We got to drag phantom professionals in this scam to get you to have pity on them and want to pay him.
$1,000 investment into yourself
our loan officers, tax consultants, whoever it is that you end up needing in the interim of the process that would normally charge. When you get those monies and I get the 10% back, then I ration out those funds and pay the people that would have charged you additionally. So when we fill in our applications, these applications, a lot of applications for funding, the free money, as they say, the money, the application be typically costing $500, $1,000, $1,500, $2,000. A lot of times when people are charging you for consultations or to help them get funding, they charging you an application fee. Because that shit is written in so much legalese that if you make one mistake, you back at the back of the line, and by the time you submit that paperwork again, maybe the program's over. Maybe the funding opportunity is done. You walking with me? So yeah, you go to brotherpolite45@gmail.com, you leave your full name and your phone number. Leave your full name and your phone number.
He can't even get his back.
Get you a mentor, man. Basketball players have trainers. Basketball players have coaches. Boxers have trainers. What do you have? Yeah, get you a mentor. You heard?
Like my son, he gets his hands dirty. He just got. This is anybody who's around him. He's going to grab your legs and dirty you up, and then he'll leave. This is why if you ever catch me in person, I will not be dressed. I'm gonna have some bullshit on. Because the type of clothes I buy, you can't keep on in the wash machine. These jeans getting tighter and tighter and tighter. I'm washing them because it's too much money to keep putting them in the damn cleaners every week. I gotta wash them sometimes. And they're becoming skinny. He just did it just now. They're becoming skinnier and skinnier and skinnier. God damn, man. I gotta stay in pajamas or shorts. I believe he goes to court tomorrow.
Shit's getting crazy out here.
From what I heard on the internet.
Wow. You gotta mark my words. A lot of times I'm targeted for a lot of things because shit that I be saying be so far in advance. They'll shut down my sites. They'll do all sorts of stuff. I really be on point by a lot of stuff. It's just that I carry myself a certain way so I can last that much longer. I'm a targeted individual. Anybody that see my masterpiece called Silver Tsunami, that course right there, you see the pandemic, everything that transpired, I already called it out. And that's just based on deterministic algorithms. That's not because I'm a prophet. It's mathematics. I'm not even going to take the credit like
this guy is saying that he predicted the pandemic of mathematics, algorithm, but somehow his sexual charges, he couldn't predict that. Like he's actually physically involved in that, but he couldn't predict that it would lead to legal trouble. Something he did. He can't predict that outcome or the aftermath, but he can predict a pandemic to come. And he's dead serious. Like, this is the polite that none of us knew when he started this bullshit. He would never talk spooky and he was still pseudo, but he was never this bad. This is a desperate old man, but he's trying to scare you into giving him his money.
Yeah, shit is getting crazy out here. The next pandemic is going to be wild. You gotta mark my words. A lot of times I'm targeted for a lot of things because shit that I be saying be so far in advance. They'll shut down my sites. They'll do all sorts of stuff. I really be on point by a lot of stuff. It's just that I carry myself a certain way so I can last that much longer. I'm a targeted individual. Anybody that see my masterpiece called Silver Tsunami, that course right there, you see the pandemic, everything that transpired, I already called it out. And that's just based on deterministic algorithms. That's not because I'm a prophet. It's mathematics. I'm not even going to take the credit like I'm some kind of shaman or something, or some kind of guru. I'm just really good when it comes to numbers. Really good when it comes to deterministic algorithms.
My practice account. I'm practicing some strategies to get this big money.
Okay. So yeah, when you're ready to become a master of your own destiny, when you're ready to get access to six figures, when you're ready to start amassing wealth, go to brotherpolite45@gmail.com. Make sure you spell polite, pride, optimism.
So this all makes sense only if you believe he's wealthy. Nothing makes sense he's saying if you don't believe he's wealthy. I mean, he doesn't look wealthy at all. He never looks wealthy. But this only makes sense if you believe he's wealthy. So people who believe he's wealthy, I can see them falling for this package. But if you don't believe he looks wealthy and you fall for this package, that's a shame on you.
Love, integrity, gallantry, honesty, and trust. Make sure you go to brotherpolight45@gmail.com. Leave your full name and your phone number when you're ready to get access to 6 figures being our goal to get you that you don't have to pay back. Get you you're gonna boost your credit scores, leverage the results so you get access to the funding. Make sure you have a caseworker that's gonna deal with your credit exclusively and immediately. You're gonna have me as your mentor, whereby I give you a wide range of ideas how you may want to amass wealth to grow it into a large amount. You're also gonna have the website where you can track your results, see the deleted items as we remove them and the positive items as we add them. Okay. You want to be able to add notifications to your phone so you can see your phone keep going off every time we send something out on your behalf, or every time something comes back because of something we sent out on your behalf. It's full transparency. Nobody's offering you a caseworker, a mentor, notifications to your phone, and the website to track your results, as well as funding, because no one should ever talk to you about credit restoration without running the themes of getting funding concurrent. You should not have LLCs and all these other things out there. You should not have LLCs and all these things out here without you having funding. Like, you guys having businesses with no funding or never touch $100 grand is kind of wild. It's kind of wild. To say you have an LLC, but you don't know how to even get funding, it's poor miseducation. A lot of misinformation out here and a lot of missed education. Don't just get content because you have a name of a business and a business checkings account. Get the freaking funding for your business. And if you never got any kind of funding over 6 figures, that's crazy. Because that means it's going to be easy for us to get it to you. And I don't care if you got so-called bad credit. Everyone's entitled to at least 6 figures worth of credit. I prove it to you. Maybe I'll do that on my next stream. All of you will do that. You all will do that. So again, without further ado, you go to brotherpolite45@gmail.com. Leave your full name and phone number when you're ready to spend your $2,000 to get access to 6 figures. Become a master of your own destiny. Control your financial paradigm shift. Come talk to us so we can take you to the next level, man. We don't got no time to play. Yes, it's $2,000 to get access, anywhere between 50 grand to 300 grand being our goal to get you that you don't have to pay back. A caseworker that's going to deal with your credit exclusively and immediately. And me as your mentor, whereby I give you a wide range of ideas how you may want to amass wealth. Different choices you can use. It's at your discretion. And always double check and verify if any of the information I give you is sound and up to date. Because remember, I'm a 9th grade dropout. Dropped out of school 9th grade. Remember that. 9th grade dropout. Remember that. Okay? So but I have the right to share information that proved to be successful to me. But what you have to do to make intelligible decisions is to double check everything. So while I'm doing the mentorship and I'm sharing ideas with you, because I got to give you a level of anticipation for the money, otherwise you get the money. And what hurts and breaks my heart is when people get the 200 grand, get 150 grand, and then, oh my gosh, the money just dwindled, and they thought they was responsibly holding the money, and they still didn't know what to do with it. It can happen to anybody without a working.
Yeah. He's so much of a scammer. I mean, this is sad. So servicing you and getting his back, so he's doubly getting paid. He's getting paid double. He's getting paid on the front end, getting paid on the back end. And then he wants to help you manage your money, how to make great investments. I mean, God damn. If y'all fall for this, you are stupid. You're stupid. If you fall for this, you are stupid. This guy wants money on the front end. He wants money on the back end.
and then he wants to help you grow your money. Like, yo, what investment group were you? I mean, I don't know how you, what business part, if you, when you get your money, that's it. When Atlantic City pay you or some gambling spot pay you, that's it. You know what I mean? That's it. They don't, okay, let me help you manage your money. We don't lose it. They don't care. So Polite, he loves you so much. He want to get paid on the front end, pay on the back end. Then he wants to help you direct your money, where it goes, where you invest it. This guy, the fake rich guy. Dude, like he don't even understand. He's overselling people. This is why he's not scamming as many people he should have. A lot of people really would have been sent him $2,000, but he's overselling. He's overselling money in the front end, money in the back end, and then he wants to help you invest your money. He's gonna tell you what you should spend your money on and what you should spend it on. You just flipped $2,000 to 200 grand. You like, dude, I'm good. It ain't like I flipped $2,000 to like 2,500. Dude, I got 200 grand. I got a lot to blow. If I just make 8 grand off this big, huge flip, I'm good. Cause I'm still 8 grand up off an investment. He says you get to return between 3 to 4 months, something like that. So it's like, nah, I made 8 grand off 2 grand, 3 or 4 months. I'm good. Like, I don't need to save or invest the rest. I could just blow it. It's like he said, it's free money. I could just hold the 8. That's a hell of a flip. 2 grand, and I got 8 grand. That's almost like 2 grand a month. Like, yo, your initial principal is making 2 grand a month for you. The hell? Nah, I'm good. He's overselling his scam.
Business model. It can happen to anybody without a working business model. Okay, so keep that in mind. Results within the first month, but the process is going to take anywhere between 90 to 120 business days, give or take. But it depends what's going on. We're looking to get you funded. A lot of the times when people make their biggest errors, they make their biggest mistakes because they be sitting here looking at only TransUnion, Sparing, and Equifax. When I'm telling them we're working on over 30 different credit bureaus. So stop thinking that the world revolves exclusively around that. But anyway, talk to me nice. When you're ready to spend your $2,000 to get started, leave your full name and your phone number at brotherpolite45@gmail.com. Change your financial paradigm. And don't get caught in the month of the Maya, the days and time that we live in, because remember this. Remember these lives. Save these lives. Screen record it when I tell you. It's called the political polarization of global uncertainty. Right? It's called the silver tsunami.
Wait, say it again.
Global uncertainty. Save these lives. Screen record it when I tell you. It's called the political polarization of global.
Look at that. What he just said. This guy is like conspiracy theories.
Global uncertainty. Live screen record it when I tell you. It's called the political polarization of global uncertainty. Right? It's called the silver tsunami.
Oh. Damn, scare tactics, man. Oh.
Right? We'll talk about that again on the next stream I do. If you understand those two things, then you definitely know the direction that we're headed in. Calamity is always the birth or the inception of a new monetary revolution. Okay? Always has to be a war. Always has to be a global concern that transpires, that impacts most of the world when they're looking to bring in a new world order. Okay? It's new world order has happened at least on 3 different occasions already now. This is going to be the 4th one. This is going to be the 4th one. Walk with me. Okay? Trust me. Trust me. They're going 2 pieces. We're going to go viral 2 times. We're going to go viral 2 times. Double platinum. We're going to go viral from another pandemic. We're going to go viral again from a cyber attack that's going to impact banking systems world over. Just listen to me carefully. Nobody's going to run, duck, or hide from it. But he who creates a liability must provide for remedy. Remember that. So there's not a disaster or a deception is not going to take place, okay, without them having a remedy to it, okay? So they already got it figured out. They already know. He who creates a liability must have the remedy. Remember that. He who creates a liability must have the remedy. So there's not a problem or disaster that's going to take place that they don't have a level of anticipation for it or that they didn't already orchestrate. They're going to make you sweat. They're like, okay, this is how we find resolve, guys. This is in your best interest. Remember I told you. So right now, the best thing you can do is just start preparing, start planning now. Trust me. You think you got smacked this last pandemic? Trust me. It's about to be cooked this time around. Real talk. How you doing? How you doing? That's right. The breathing. There we go again. Have a great day. You too. Thank you. Yeah, that's my Becky, right? No, you stop. Gotta be positive, man. It's interesting though when people say how am I doing, and I say truly blessed or I remain blessed. It's always like a shocker, like she's like, the weather. It's hard to be happy in this weather. I'm
Yeah,
like,
did y'all see his shirt filled with lint?
this weather.
Look at it, lint all over it. My computer.
You ask for flowers, you gotta anticipate rain. I mean, I get it. In the material realm, perhaps you do need the weather as leverage for better emotions. But when you're in the state of mind that I'm in, and you survive so many different things, shit. Today's a beautiful day. Any day that I'm alive is an extra day on earth. Feel me? Any day I'm alive is an extra day on earth. Talk to me nice. But yeah, we're gonna get to it. Go to brotherpolite45@gmail.com. Leave your full name and phone number only when you are ready to purchase the $2,000 service to take your life into the next level. Peace. Gonna connect with y'all again. We're gonna load it up. We're gonna load up the information. Peace.
A lot of people in here tonight. Let me get Damon. Let's try Damon. I haven't seen Damon. Hopefully Damon don't put up no bussy pictures. So Damon, hop on there.
Hey, Tariq, how you doing?
I'm good. What's going on, Damon?
I just wanted to say that I used to live in Japan, and I was arrested for harming a woman, falsely accused of harming a woman, and I
Yeah.
developed schizophrenia from it. I just want to say a lot of women out here are falsely accusing dudes of doing stuff, and they're not really, I mean, it might be that situation, but sometimes the ladies start it first, and
Oh,
yeah. I wanted to ask you a question though.
go ahead, bro.
How can I, as a black man, get into the millionaire club or the billionaire club? Right now I'm in school. I'm just trying to figure out how I can do that.
Well, what talent do you have? What skill do you have?
Mostly math and science, engineering.
Okay. And what kind of work do you want to get into?
I want to be a robotics engineer.
Okay. Well, you can get in the millionaires club that way.
Okay.
Yeah. Just again, I don't know what your passion is, but
Yeah, I just want.
become an apprentice with some people at some firms or an intern and just soak up game until you get hired or you get your degree and just start from there. So, there's a lot of ways to get to the millionaires club. There's a bunch of different routes, but it just depends on what you're passionate about. All right, let's get Marnya.
Good evening, Tariq. It's Miriam.
Miriam, have you called before, Miriam?
I have you. I've spoken to you on numerous occasions, Tariq.
Okay, I think I remember. I remember your voice. You sounding sultry. I remember your voice, I think. But
Yes, and if you remember, some time ago, I used to have on a yellow dress in my, in my biopic, but I took it down.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's on your mind?
Sure. As you were speaking, enough is enough. We definitely have to protect one another.
Right.
FBA, men and women in our lineage, because we have all these other cultures and, from the diaspora, Haiti and the Caribbean diaspora and African diaspora, that tend to always want to project their negativity onto our community. So we definitely have to make them hold their own,
Right.
because it's just time out for that. And shout out to you, brother, and all that you do. And
Yes.
can't wait for this hip hop documentary.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, dear. Yeah, man, they're gonna have to, nobody's having the conversation about them, the immigrant groups who's doing this stuff. But Cameron, hop on, bro.
Yo, what's up, Mr. Nasheed?
What's up, Cameron? How are you, bro?
I'm good, man.
company called My Forex Funds is officially closed. You guys have probably heard this news over the weekend. And for those of you that have no idea what My Forex Funds is or what's going on, I feel like it's my job, because I have a large audience, to like inform you about all of this. So in this video, I'm going to explain what's going on with My Forex Funds. I'm going to briefly go over the legal documentation to show you all the charges up against them. And I'm going to give you my advice / opinion on what you should do next moving forward in this industry. Welcome back to the channel, everybody. My name's Artie, and this is the Moving Average, a show where we discuss everything day trading to keep you profitable. So a 30-second rundown on what a prop firm is. Prop firms are set up like this. They have investors with large amounts of capital that they would like to invest in individual high profitable traders so that they make profits off of their winnings. In order to prove that you are a profitable trader, they give you a demo account. And if you manage to get 10% profit in 30 days and then do it again on a new fresh account, demo account, 10% profit in 30 days.
Because if I go on mute, you can't hear the audio. So I gotta get rid of my audio altogether, like leave audio altogether. But then I forget and I be talking, you guys can't hear me. All right. So I did all that talking for nothing. I read the comments. I was just saying to now he just pure entertainment for me. I was gonna unsubscribe from him, but I said, you know what? He's just entertainment. He's a clown, disingenuous, no integrity. He can't keep friends. You can't disagree with anything that he stands for. You automatically opt, and he'll all of a sudden you're a great guy, now you're a bad guy because you disagree with his ideology. He's a conspiracy theorist, so to me he's stupid and he's pseudo. Like I think all conspiracy theorists are stupid and pseudo. So I think he's falling out. So if I think he's stupid and pseudo, I can't respect him. So I think he's stupid and pseudo. So it's always they, them. He does the they, them stuff. And you see the extreme stuff he's doing now. So everything about him is extreme. He's an extremist. He's an alt-left extremist, right? That's what he is. So let me.
Then they will give you a live account with $100,000 or $200,000 or whatever account size you set up with. That real money is provided by the investors. So an investor gives you $100,000 and then you have to profit split between 70% and 30% or 85% and 15%, meaning that you get 80% of the winnings and then the investor gets 20%. And that's how the business model should be. But with My Forex Funds, it was not. At first glance, when I saw this was my original thought. When you go to My Forex Funds, they also got a bunch of notifications on their Discord. People got emails. It says, traders, yesterday we learned that without prior notice or discussion, a provincial securities regulations in Canada and the commodities regulator in the United States issued orders preventing us from trading securities or accessing funds in our bank accounts. To me, that meant, oh, there's just a new law that prevents us from doing business. Until these freeze orders are lifted or modified, our business is effectively and at least temporarily frozen as well. We will be reaching out to the regulators and discussing their concerns, like they're not a big deal. And the first court date to determine whether the freeze order should be lifted or modified is currently scheduled for September 11th, with another hearing later the same week in Canada. We hope to have this matter resolved as soon as possible and will update this message as events occur. This is such a nonchalant thing on the homepage of their website. Like you can't access anything. It's just this image. And so when I first heard it, I was like, oh, there's just new regulations. Like that's typical. There's new regulations constantly in the industry. Then I started to think about it. Then I started other people talking about it. And then I started digging into it. So the Commodity Futures Trading Commission on CFTC.gov, a government website, says CFTC charges My Forex Funds with fraudulently taking over $300 million from customers hoping to become professional traders. That is a massive accusation. So I'm going to link this website down below so you can read it for yourself. It's a super quick read, as well as this other article, super quick read from the Canadian side of the argument. But what I'd like to do is share this legal document with you. This is the United States District Court for the District of New Jersey and the Commodities Future Trading Commission being the plaintiff and My Forex Funds being the defendant. In this document is Traders Global Group, as well as the owner of My Forex Funds, Murtuza Kazmi, because it's all one and the same. Just really quickly to touch on what this case is about. According to the complaint, the defendant doing business as My Forex Fund supposedly offered retail customers the opportunity to become professional traders by using Traders Global's money to trade against third-party liquidity providers and share in any profits. They assured customers that your success is our business and we only make money when you do. But in reality, Traders Global, not a third-party liquidity provider, is the counterparty to substantially all the customers' trades. The complaint also alleges that Traders Global actively minimized the likelihood that customers trade profitably by using pretext to determine customers' accounts, misleadingly assessing commissions that reduce customers' accounts equity, secretly using specialized software to cause customer orders to be executed at worse prices than appeared to the customer at the time that an order was sent, and handicapping the extremely small number of successful customers to decrease customer profits and increase customer losses. Yeah, it's serious, but I have good news. Just wait for the end. Traders Global pays customers who trade successfully, but substantially all of the payments from the fees paid by other customers in a manner similar to a Ponzi scheme, and not from the proceeds of profitable trading against liquidity providers. Meaning that almost every single person that ever traded on My Forex Funds did not make money from My Forex Funds actually executing the trade, but paid traders out from the income they made from people buying challenges. There was no real transaction actually being made in the market at all. In order for Traders Global to generate a profit, Traders Global had to collect more fees than it pays to successful customers. In order to do this, Traders Global used various devices to minimize the likelihood of profitable trading by customers to reduce the amount of profits that Traders Global had to pay to successful customers. These devices include a drawdown limit as bad faith pretext to terminate customer accounts, misleadingly assessing Traders Global own commission to reduce customer account equity, secretly using specialized software to stack the odds against customers by delaying execution of customers' orders, or executing the orders at worse price than appeared to the customers at the time of the order was sent, usually referred to as slippage, and sending orders from an extremely small number of successful customers to an overseas counterparty, and then using specialized software to artificially increase the distance between the best bid or offer, referred to as the spread, to create a false appearance of decreased customer profits and increased customer losses. The defendant's scheme is a profitable one. During the relevant period, Traders Global had a net income of approximately $172 million. Kazmi used proceeds from the fraud to purchase luxury homes and automobiles and make tens of millions of dollars in transfers to his personal accounts. Good job, my Forex funds. Way to really represent the industry. And this last part right here, defendant Kazmi is liable for Traders Global violation as controlling person under Section 13B of Act 7 because he's the only shareholder of the entire company. Just him. One person. So Traders Global sales pitch has been extremely appealing to customers. During the relevant period, more than 135,000 customers signed up for accounts with Traders Global. More than 111,000 of these customers had demo accounts, and more than 24,000 had live accounts with Traders Global during the relevant period. In aggregate, more than 135,000 customers paid Traders Global more than $310 million in fees during the relevant period. And with the number I just told you before, after all of the payouts and everything, the company made a net profit of $175 million. Pretty good margins. Traders Global is a fraud. In reality, Traders Global is the counterparty to substantially all customers' trades. When customers make money, it means that Traders Global loses money. Traders Global utilizes various devices to reduce the likelihood or amount of profitable trading by customers. This is my favorite part. Traders Global assesses commissions to reduce customers' equity. Traders Global claims on its website that customers' trades are subject to a commission, which is standard, like you pay a commission per lot traded. For them, it was $3 per lot. Because Traders Global tells its customers that they are using Traders Global funds to trade, the customer is led by Traders Global to believe that the commissions are those being charged to Traders Global by a liquidity provider, or an exchange, or a third party, when in fact Traders Global is not charged commissions by any third party on any trades for which it acts as the counterparty. Traders Global fails to disclose this, however, that it's not some third party assessing those commissions, so the so-called commissions are simply charges against the customer's account imposed by Traders Global. All of those commissions, that $3 commission added up on all of the trades, made a total of $7 million of profit for them. All right, now this is where it gets really, really scammy and personal. Communications reveal the fraudulent nature of defendant's scheme. Traders Global utilizes third-party advisor, known as the advisor, to help with specialized software it uses to control the electronic environment in which its customers trades. The advisor helps Traders Global assess commissions, impose delay and slippage on customers' orders, STP customers, and artificially widen spreads on STP customers. This person was known as the head of risk and trading at Traders Global. Now, these are some communications between the two that they got and added to this case. The communication between Traders Global A, on behalf of Traders Global, and the advisor, made via email and instant message, provide a view into the inner workings of the defendant's fraudulent scheme. I need to stop that money going out. The communication between Traders Global A and the advisor demonstrates how Traders Global loses money when customers make money. On January 31st, 2022, the Traders Global employee A lamented that a particular customer appears to be somehow beating our system with arbitrage. Traders Global employee A complained, if the strategy works for a month, we will lose more than $1 million. Although his latest account broke the rules and that's why he has stopped, but we lost about $100K from his trading. On February 18th, 2022. Traders Global employee A complained that during periods of price volatility, customers can make a killing with less probability of breaking the rules. Most of the accounts, the equity is returning to positive heavily and making money, and it's resulted in our outgoings rising almost 100%. Damn, yeah, that's a problem, replied the advisor. On June 6, 2022, Traders Global employee A bemoaned, I have suspended one of these traders for arbitrage and requested he sent the source code of the EA, his expert advisor, to unsuspend the account. I really need to know what they are doing so I can either ban them or STP them. He's got like 100K of pending to withdraw. So I need something to stop that money going out. This is like disgusting. This is absolutely disgusting to me because I lived through this with my old job. So they are being charged with 5 things. Count 1, fraud in connection with retail Forex transactions in violations of Regulation 5.2B1. Count 2, fraud in connection with off-exchange transactions in retail Forex and retail commodities. Count 3, acting as an unregistered RFED in violation of regulations.
On that whole situation, man, I didn't even know the whole full story until I did the facts. I didn't know she was Somali, and people were saying that the guy was Haitian. And I'm all like, yeah, we already knew how this was going to play out. So, I mean, you got a whole bunch of people that's putting us all under that umbrella, like we responsible for that. And I'm all like, come on, man. And so I was looking you up and see if you was going to say the situation. I'm all like, I already know he already on it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And, even when she did the first video and said a dude hit her in the face with a brick because he wouldn't give her a number, I said that's 100% non-FBA stuff. I already knew, literally 100% non-FBA. We don't do that. That is not our culture. Ishmael, what's up, man?
What's happening, my FBA brother Tariq? How you doing this evening?
Good, brother Ishmael. Where you from, bro?
Originally, I'm from Seattle, Washington, but my folks is from out of Mississippi.
Yes, indeed. All right. So what's going on with you up there, brother?
Listen, I want to know when you get ready to, do all the editing and everything with this documentary that you got. Are you gonna set up like a little package and stuff? For like, okay, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. That's coming. Yeah, that's absolutely coming because a lot of people want to get involved with it. So yeah, we're going to have it so that you all can get involved. Y'all can get your name in the film, producer, credit, all of that stuff. Yeah, a lot of people are already hitting me up. They want to be a part of this documentary because they already know this is going to be history. I put up an article earlier. Some white lady wrote for Spin magazine talking about how rap came from Jamaica. I mean, family, I'm so ready to put these lies to rest. Y'all don't understand. Because these people know, the word is out that, I'm telling you, the word is out about this documentary. So what you're going to see, people are just going to try to fast track more lies real quick. They're just going to start throwing stuff out there just to throw it out there. Because when this documentary comes out, all of that stuff is going to be deaded. We're going to clear up everything. We're clearing up everything. The folks in this film are breaking it all down. It's something that has never happened where you've gotten damn near all of the real pioneers and just sat them down, and they're going to be in one production telling you what the real deal is. This has never been done before. I'm talking about the real pioneers. Because whenever you see hip hop documentaries, they might get one or two, and then a bunch of folks who came through later and folks who were around in the 90s and all. No. We got all the people from the 70s. Most of the people we got were the ones who were there in the early to mid 70s. We're going there, pioneers, to break this thing down. In fact, I might be in New York. Probably, I might go tomorrow. I got to go to do a couple of more interviews out there just to get some other perspectives on some things. So I should be in New York again this week doing some more filming. Yeah, we got it popping. So many people want to be in it because they see that this is going to be a historically groundbreaking film. So a lot of the pioneers, they want to have that story told. So this is going to be a real good piece, man. Let's get George Ken. George Ken in here. George Ken. All right, George. All right, and then let's get Pray More. George or Pray More. All right. George or Pray More. All right. Well, let's get the middlemen. All right, while we're waiting on George and Pray More. The middlemen?
Yeah. Oh, I'm here. Praymore's here. Hi,
Pray More.
everyone. Hi, Tariq. Glad I was able to get on the space with you real quick. I did want to touch on the hip hop thing because I bring this up all the time. I'm from Durham, North Carolina, and a
Yes.
lot of people do not know that if you look up an artist by the name of Pigmeat Markham, he was one of the ones that was initially coined to have started hip hop, and this was in the late 60s. And
Yes.
not only that, they just, they're looking at rap and hip hop wrong. I think when you look at a lot of our elders from the community, even Muhammad Ali, was it not rap when he was saying, he float like a butterfly and sting like a bee? Is that not him flowing? Back in the 60s, that already was the thing. And so our community took that, we put a beat to it, and we nurtured it into what it has become today. And obviously other cultures did, they came in and did their thing with it. But our argument is that at its inception, it is a foundational Black American creation. So look into Pigmeat Markham, you all. Anyone listening? Here Comes the Judge is a song that came out in 1968, peaked on Billboard, all of that, and he's credited for that. But many people, even in our own community, don't give him that credit. So.
Right. Thank you, dear. And yeah, we talk about Pigmeat in the movie. Oh yeah, we bring him up. We talk about Pigmeat and others before. There were a lot of records in the 60s where people were rapping. And, Muhammad Ali, that's true.
I was not made aware of King Randall making this statement. I was very well aware of his face-off with Roland Martin, and then his subsequent success with building a school and basically showing up Dr. Umar and making him look a fool. But I'm not familiar with this more recent statement. So as soon as you have that queued up and ready to go, I'd like to go to it. But in the meantime, while we wait on that, let me go to Free Zone Lou. Free Zone Lou, you're on the air. Obsidian Radio. Go right ahead.
Hey, salute, gentlemen, salute. I just wanted to say real quick, I mean, I'm glad Pablo actually said it while I was on the panel about him getting with his other two, but I think that would ruin the whole Suki Tunde movement. He needs single moms to support him so that they can build the school so that their students can go there. Like it all comes together
so
in the
if people,
circle of Suki Tunde.
Yeah, I didn't hear about.
I got you.
I know it said 50 grand. Yeah, you should have timed. Well, you can't timestamp the live. Damn. Yeah, but I want to hear that part. 50 grand, that's a lot of money.
So if people actually were to, if the community were to actually partner up and have functioning, families that, made their kids do their homework and stuff like that, there would be no need for.
It says early celebration. I guess
the Frederick Douglass
for
Academy.
Charges.
Yeah. Him having a strong, intact family in a weird way is in direct opposition to the goal he's trying to achieve.
Right. He's trying to promote single motherism. Single motherism is the highest number of listen, you got to understand. Take a poll in these schools. Take a poll of the prisons. The majority of them come from single mother households, man. That's a fact. There ain't nothing dancing around that. He's feeding up he's trying to feed, I guess, his own market, his own brand to, I guess, the Sukiyana younger generation. Because listen, this is a whole gold mine for him, man. Listen, it's nothing more than a pander pimp game. That's all it is. He's putting more sugar in their ears so he can just get more bucks, man. That's all it is.
Yeah, and it's nothing new. It's nothing
I wish
new.
I could write for Umar. I wish I could write for Umar.
Yo.
Yo, I'm biased.
Yo, what's good?
No, I wasn't hearing that though.
Are you breaking up?
Yeah, still?
Not so much.
I don't know what the hell going on, man.
You sound a little better now. Yeah.
What's up, though?
Did you catch did his live his what do you call the presentation on the Lions Den?
Nah, man.
Yeah.
I rock with Indigenous because he always showed me a lot of love and respect, but
yeah,
he a wild dude, man. I can't. I just can't do it unbiased, bro. I can't do it, bro.
So
Sorry.
We were talking today, and he was confused on percentages. So, for example, I don't even know what we were supposed to debate. He said so many things, man. CRISPR, Margaret Sanger, this person, that person. So then you know how it goes. He mentioned 20 things. So when I said, okay, let me deal with one of them. So I deal with one of them, then he'll mention the other 19. It's God damn. So I got him to I pinned him to one. And then we were talking about, I don't even know how this was even a debate. We're talking about children that, based on ethnicities and races, children that live in single parent homes percentage, and also the children live in nuclear married wedded homes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it turned out that the stat was 75% of white people live in not just nuclear homes where it's a father and mother, but their homes, mostly all white kids live in married homes. And then I was like, indigenous, you live in a white town. I said, if you look at all your homes, don't you see two people there? Or do you just see a woman or a man? Like, it's real simple. If you anybody live near a white neighborhood, just look at your neighbors. Or if you ride you ride through the streets, you're gonna see your neighbors outside. And you're gonna see like family vehicles, you're gonna see kids at some point, especially been there for years, you're gonna see the family at some point. And what the stats is saying that those families are always married. Like even black families, like most families, matter of fact, most families, Asians, Hispanics, whites, and blacks, if the kids are living with the biological parents, it's saying that most times they're married for all ethnicities. They're married. Like so the ratio is even amongst his Hispanics, blacks, and whites at least. That they all like 3 point something living in nuclear homes where their parents are not married. That's like their ratio is even. So it says 46%. You know, the statistics change for whatever variables they add. But another one said, or the same one said 46% of black kids are raised in a single family home. You know, so he kept focusing on, nah, how can a number ever be higher for blacks than whites when it's always going to be more whites than blacks? So I'm like, what? I said, dude,
I mean,
it's a
I'm
percentage.
biased, bro. You gotta I hope Indigenous ain't listening, cause like I said, dog he always show me so much love and respect. You feel me? So I don't be wanting to,
He's
if you hear
listening.
me.
He's listening.
But
Be careful. He's listening.
I mean, really, it's really you the you're the I think you may be the remedial one here, unbiased, not indigenous. You know what they say about
Yeah. Now I
people.
only did it because the chat called him on. I didn't want any smoke with indigenous. I was invited to his presentation, or what he calls a presentation, with Apostle Zaquan, Jeremiah Judah, and all these other pseudo Israelites. And they attacked me. I didn't care. I'm not even. I have no energy to debate. So the chat was calling for indigenous to appear. I said, okay, you guys gonna be entertained. So he gave me a slight headache. But normally, bro, I'm good with debates. I'm like kind of past that. I don't mind having a discussion on things, giving my data or my research. I don't mind doing that, but I don't care about winning and losing no more. Like I'm done with that.
Nah, I mean, look, a debate is fine, but it's kind of like if I was all right. I'm gonna give you the perfect analogy. You ever pull up to the basketball courts and you're gonna run some you want to run some pickup ball, right?
Yeah.
And you see a cat out there. This man, swole as hell,
Oh yeah, football player.
got on a bandana, got all his jewelry on.
Got his hat backwards. It's fitted. No,
Yeah,
it's not even backwards. It's forward.
Yeah, he got a hat on forward. He got a pinky ring,
Jeans on.
a watch, multiple chains, some Vans. The man got some Vans on bias. Got on Vans, bro.
I know.
And he got some jean shorts from like the Hot Boys era.
Oh no, not down to the knees.
Yeah, them joints. So now, if you get on the court and your goof ass get hurt,
Right. Oh yeah, no.
can you say anything?
Oh no, it's all on me. And I'm
That's
wise
all on you.
I'm wise enough to play.
Feel me? Cause you a hooper. You've been hooping for over what 30 years?
Yeah.
So certain what a certain aesthetic means off top.
Yeah.
So likewise, if a person doesn't understand the most rudimentary of mathematics, like they can't grasp something simple as, because what Indigenous was saying is, how can Black folks make up the lion's share of illegitimate children, or unwed couples or single family homes, being that I almost said we. I had to think about the FBA, because I'm about to say we. Well, you know what? I can't say we, because I'm pretty sure whoever collates those statistics, they're not demarcating between ethnicity amongst Blacks. Like, we all in one big pot, right? So I'm gonna say we, right? So if you can't understand that when they say 46% of, or whatever the case may be, they're obviously talking about the 46% of the 20 odd something million Black people that live in the States.
Yeah.
So it's a percentage, brother. That doesn't necessarily mean the raw numbers.
I keep explaining to him.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, unbiased. Not to be unkind to brother IBM, because like I said, brother always, man, always show me a lot of respect and love. But you got to be, if once you assess a person and you realize, like, okay, they're not quite where I'm at. Like, they still doing fractions. You feel me?
Yeah.
And you doing differential equations and goddamn shit like that. You gotta chalk that up, bro. You gotta stall that man out. You feel me?
And I did it only for the chat was calling for it. So I said, let me entertain. But it helped me explain it a little better though. I ain't gonna lie. Because what I could get to is thick head. Then something said, let me use coins. So I said, because he tried to say 10% is greater than 10%, because 10% of Black folks is going to be like a certain amount of number, because we're 40 million, and 10% out of white folks is going to be out of that 200 million. So it's going to be a certain amount. So it's way larger than it. So he kept saying white people 10% is larger than Black folks 10%. And I use it as pennies. Because at first I said, is 10% greater than 10%? He kept saying, yeah, theirs are. So he was focused on the total number. So I said, all right, well, let's use 10. I said, you the type of person that believes 50 pennies is more than 2 quarters.
That's funny. We used to have a joke when I was in school in Jamaica. We asked people, what's heavier, a pound of feathers or a pound of lead?
Right. Yeah. Hey, yo, let me ask you this, that you mentioned it. So, like, Jamaican families, are they dealing with single parent homes on the same level as Black?
Oh my God. Way worse.
Really? Dang.
Oh my God, bro. Like, can't quite remember the statistic off the top of my head, but I know Stoopies that got on here and quoted it. Like, the percentage of Black, it's not even Black, excuse me, the percentage of Jamaican fathers that are incorrectly listed as the fathers on birth certificate, it was like some ridiculous number, bro. Like 70% or something.
Mom
Crazy.
say he's a dad, and that makes him the dad. Like, they're gonna put him down.
Yeah, the mother could put him on there.
And that's it. She said
yeah, that's.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow. I wonder, what about Haitians? Do they have that problem too?
I don't know. I probably had to call one of my homeboys up, ask them.
Yeah, I would like to know if they have the same problem.
And that's why, you know, I always looked at, I mean, like my mother's generation, my grandmother, my aunts. Yeah, a lot of Tariq speaks to, and he didn't hear that, by the way. It's kind of
You break it
jumped
up
on it,
again.
right? So,
You break it up again.
like, yeah, I've heard those situations portion of my life where my grandmother's generation or my mother's generation, my aunts and stuff, they feel this sense of superiority over American blacks. But you know, in the
Wait, can you hear me?
yeah, I can.
Yeah, because you breaking up. So like
What?
what would their bases be? Like what are they basing it on? Is it like slavery or not taking advantage of opportunities that everybody was taking advantage of?
Yeah, that taking advantage of opportunities thing. But you know what I realized about?
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I know you probably agree with that to some degree,
Yeah,
and I
because
do too.
I just don't understand.
Right?
Like ex architect try to explain why, but I just don't understand like why we don't. I just can't get a good answer why we don't. Like I start believing the bell curve at some point. Like shit, are we destroyed from slavery? Because we really is right in our face and we don't even try. So and this is talking about getting turned down. We don't even how we getting turned down. We don't even try. Yeah, so that bothers me a lot.
Yeah, but I'm biased. I'm biased. I mean, listen, Jamaicans don't have any standing to be looking down on anybody. Okay? Jamaica's been in the top 10 of the highest murder rates per capita
And you know
in
what?
the world.
Yeah, but you know what? That's why I never like felt that. Like although they might have maybe believed that in their mind, I never felt that being around any Jamaican. Like I never felt like they felt like they thumbed their nose.
I mean, how many of them were you around that were like boomer generation and older? So meaning they'd currently be like, let's say 55 plus right now in 2023. Or actually, no, let's go up a little higher than that. Let's go 63 plus. So if you go through your little mental annals, you know, your mental annals of history with all the, you know, the different engagements and interactions you've had with Jamaicans in the past. Someone who is 63 now would say, let's say in the 90s, they would be like 35 or, you know, around there in their 30s or so. How would you say in that age range that you had interactions with?
In the 90s?
I'm just many, because back then, like in your teens, early teens, right?
Yeah. Like
in the 90s.
Yeah, I was like around like, I don't know, I could be like 13, 14.
Right. So not much. I'm breaking up?
Yeah.
Damn, man.
I mean, now you're not.
Shit going in and out.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Probably. Let me take this charge out. Let me see if that got something to do with it. This bullshit ass phone, man. How it sound?
I guess you sound good now.
Sound better?
Yeah.
So yeah, so you haven't had much, because here's the thing, right? So in Jamaican Parliament, I don't know if you notice or not, but the is it the Parliament or it's in some court? It's in the court of the Parliament. I can't remember, but they still wear those stupid ass wigs that you be seeing George Washington in. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the little curly ruffle.
Yeah, the little curly white
like finger waves. Yeah.
Yeah, the little white wigs. They literally, huh?
Jamaicans wear that?
Yeah, in the legislature, they still wear those. The black men, they wear that to this day. Okay, so something like that is clearly emblematic of a serious derangement. Okay, so like people of my mother's generation and older coming out of the British system, because theoretically Jamaica got its independence in 1962, right? So for those born before 62 or around 62, not very far removed from British rule, a lot of them tend to idealize British mores and customs to a ridiculous level. So yeah, like I noticed that with human beings, bro. Like human beings have this tendency to try to find something to where they feel superior to the next one.
Yeah.
That's just a human thing, and I think it's just it's the penchant of someone that's not very evolved, and not to sound arrogant, but the generality of human beings are pretty just regressive, pretty remedial.
Yeah,
And that's across the board.
Because I would say if you would ask me at 13, 14, like who had the upper hand, in America, or who was better than the other person, I would say, because I'm from America, I would say me. You know what I mean? So that's why it's like funny to me, like for like even a Hispanic foreigner, any foreigner from outside America, to thumb their nose up, I will automatically think I'm better off because I'm actually American. You get what I'm saying? Like I'll be like,
No, but see, not better off, intrinsically better as a human. You get it?
Yeah.
Like more moral, more intelligent, more introspective, more disciplined, more intrinsically, innately. It's like scientific racism, but ethnically.
Okay.
Stupid. Just mind-numbingly fucking stupid. That's why I could never even really be around like my aunts and shit and my grandmother, and because I'm biased. I always been the type of person, even since I was a child, bro. Like I just don't suffer foolishness. I have very extremely short patience for it, because I mean, and to Tariq's credit, he makes this point all the time. Like, you left Jamaica. Like, how does that not occur to you? If you truly believe that you and the ilk that you come from are just so much more superior than these people that you're looking down on, you're so much more industrious, you're so much more intelligent, why is your country in tatters? Well, we're not in tatter, but it's
Right, I get you saying that.
it's a pretty regressive society, brother.
Yeah, it should look better at least than like black society.
Absolutely. And forget about the necessarily the looking better part, but Baby Bite says it's time to shut this live down.
Nah, it's time to shut him down. Give him his bottle and his milk. Yeah, he get sleepy, get like this. He's nothing satisfied.
Yeah, I already know. He trying to fight that sleep.
Yeah, and then like right now, I'm trying to. What are you doing? Yeah, he's sleeping.
He trying to fight that sleep, bro. But yeah, man, it's crazy, bro. Like, like
Yeah, I'm getting a bottle. You got it.
Yeah, I remember one time, man, my mom that left Jamaica in, what year was it? 1990, right? I was 8. She had left, came to America. So from 90 to 95, I wasn't living alone. I was living with a guy that she was quote unquote dating.
Yeah.
And I remember we were eating dinner one time and he was trying to get me to eat with a knife and fork.
Wait, hold on. He's on the straight. He's like going nuts right
Yeah, go ahead. I'll just keep talking. So yeah, like for some weird reason, this guy insisted that I call him my uncle. It's fucking weird. Anyway, he was insisting upon me not only using a knife and fork, but ensuring that I had the fork in my left hand. Is that it? How'd that supposed to go? The British way. I think the fork is in your, yeah, fork in left hand and knife in right hand.
now. What?
Yeah, no.
So you gotta,
Huh?
so you gotta eat with the right forks and utensils in your hand.
Yeah, you ever ate with a knife and fork?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know there's a specific way to do it. Like the fork's supposed to be in your left hand.
Yeah, they well, naturally that's how I would do anyway, because if I'm gonna cut with the knife, I'm gonna do it with my strong hand.
Right.
Yeah.
But for me, for some reason, it just didn't, I preferred having the fork in my right hand. Man, do you know how fucking, like this man was about to whoop my ass, bro. I'm like, dude, you eat food for nourishment. Like, why is this shit like a skilled?
Right. Yeah. Like they got those etiquette classes out here. Like
Brother,
they even had a show like that, bro, on national TV.
brother. Eating food shouldn't require like a fucking skill.
Right. Yeah. Well, they'll call you like like it's like primitive and civilized.
Yeah, but I'm saying, you see, and again, that's that complex, that inferiority complex that you develop, because when you look at our former colonizer, insofar as anything that is progressive, anything having to deal with aptitude or technology or whatever, these are the people you've always seen. Like you naturally associated with them. So, things starts to happen to the psyche of a people where they start to internalize the idea that they're innately inferior to these people, and they start to venerate their ways and customs and stuff like that. And for me, being like in 1990, being like 8 years old at the time, I just wasn't impressed. Like I looked at them like they was like, man, y'all are pathetic. And to be fair to them, they were born in that time. So I can't be too harsh, but like at the same time, like it's still pathetic.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's where a lot of that hubris that Jamaicans and a lot of Caribbean people, particularly the English speaking ones, I'd say that's like the genesis of it. There's more layers to it, but I'd say that's like one of the main causes of why they feel as if, compared to Black Americans, they're like,
by the way they eat.
they have one up. No, and other customs too. If you watch like Jamaican news programming, or watch like a session in Parliament. So in other words, the people who are the most erudite in the society, the way how they speak, they speak in that very pretentious, like British way, the way how they enunciate their words and stuff. Like they're just immensely proud of that.
Okay.
And to me, that's a very flimsy thing to like, have pride in. Like, how about some achievements? Like
Right.
the Chinese literally are over there right now developing our infrastructure. Like,
Yeah, I heard about that.
like, and you're proud because you could speak the King's English. Like the priorities are just, it's just crazy. I'm biased. Like I'll be looking at them like just shaking my head, man. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's like I'm missing an arm and you're missing a leg, and I'm looking at you like I'm better than you, like,
Yeah.
or like two elderly men fighting. Like y'all both fucked up. Like, what are you talking about? Like these people devastated all of our people, and not just that, compared to other groups, because the British Empire and other Europeans, they conquered everywhere in the world. It wasn't just us. However, no other group did they take the painstaking task of having this sustained assault and denaturing process in all of the arenas that constitute human development and civilization. So meaning language, customs, they go out of their way to make sure we can't read, that didn't happen to any other group. Like Europeans went out of their way to completely, cripple us.
Right.
So I mean, at some point, like you have to look at a Black American, a continental American, and same thing with the continental Americans. Like they have this superiority complex too, because they feel like they didn't go through slavery.
Right.
But you were colonized.
Right. That's better.
Yeah, I mean, Leopold literally wiped out what was it, 10 million? Well, at the time they called it Rhodesia, I believe it's the Congo now. Like, do you know what type of brain drain that is on a society? And then what they're taught in their schools and everything is, so like, it's just crazy, man. I don't know how any Black person anywhere in the world could look at another Black person and feel like they're superior to them. Like, it's nuts.
Right. Right. All of us
nuts. We all losing, bro. We all losing. Bad.
and you know what? The world look at us as the same person.
Exactly, bro.
Like, what y'all fighting over? Y'all all losing.
All niggas.
Yeah, right.
You know what I'm saying? And that's why this Tariq dude, he's so disingenuous, bro. Like, so disingenuous, bro. Like this situation with homegirl that got a goddamn head cracked open.
Yeah, but real quick on Tariq, before we go there, Tariq hijacks Yvette and Tone movement, water it down, sensationalize it, and bring it to the extreme level of a cult, like some type of cult.
Yep.
Movement. And it disrespected like the real political movement. Like because I had to listen to Yvette and them like recently, well, Tone. I'm like, damn, look at this guy Tariq. That's crazy. And you want to talk about an op or an agent? That's one right there.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But I wouldn't call him an agent because I don't believe he's acting under direction of any particular institution. You know, I don't believe there's
See, an agent. Well, you know, they will call. Okay, they will call a coon what? They'll call a coon like some type of agent, some type of bidding for the white man. But that's what. So if Tariq's actually wrong, wouldn't he be so out of? So let's say he's ignorant to it, like he thinks he's doing the right thing, but he's still doing what a coon or what somebody would do to infiltrate and redirect the movement. So whether he knows about it or he believes that he's doing the right thing, he's still taking it the wrong way than the op wanted to go.
What I say to that is, like an agent or like a political disruptor, they have a more so of a social agenda or a political agenda insofar as doing those type of submersive, because what he's doing is submersive, but how I would make the distinction is his subversion is purely self-interested, as opposed to, because the conscious community and people in general, they throw the term agent around as kind of just a general way of saying someone who's doing a disservice to the black body politic by the way how their worldview or the things that they do. But an agent is literally someone who's acting in the interest of
somebody else,
another group or an institution. That's what an agent is. And I don't believe Tariq is that, right? I believe it's purely self-interest. And whatever is whatever is expedient at a particular moment, right? Whatever is financially expedient, whatever is expedient socially, as far as his popularity wise, that's what he's going to do. When this thing kind of burns out, he's going to jump on something else. That's what he does. Tariq, you made the point before that he's like from that Dame Dash era, the hustler, the whole hustler thing. That's his main objective. Enrichment. And whatever trend, whatever wave is going on at a particular time, he's going to finagle that and use that to his advantage to sustain the lifestyle that he lives. Driving the Bentleys and the Rolls Royces and stuff like that. That's what Tariq is about. I bring this up all the time. The last time me and you had a conversation about Tariq, you believe that he's genuinely and sincerely from that old cloth who just kind of
the white man's the devil. Yeah.
Right. And I took a slightly oppositional stance to that, in that I don't believe the man has any convictions, one way or the other. I believe he's a husk of a human being, vacuous and empty. Whatever position he needs to take on Monday, he'll take it. He'll take the opposite position on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday, take the same position that he took on Monday again.
But guess what? Well, he might do that as well, but he's still, what I think he is, just like Polite, just like Sanetter, like they all take that position. The white man's the devil. So whether they're legit human beings or, because I'm part of a Nation Islam group, like group text now. And like some of these guys got careers, they're not scammers, they're not bad people, but they still, all the links they post, always the white man, So I'm just saying, like, whatever you are, you can be that plus.
Right.
White man's a devil.
They're not mutually exclusive. So let me ask you this, then, unbiased. Do you think it's possible for a person to sincerely engender those viewpoints, right, and actually live them out, apply them in a real and sustained way, and at the same time have a white mother-in-law that he has wearing dashikis and all of that stuff. Do you think those two things can occupy the same space at the same time?
Yeah, because I know a guy who got a white girlfriend that believes in that stuff. You know, so it's for them, it's like a religion that they don't practice to the T. You know, like kind of a Christian today or Sunni Muslim. You know, they have a religion, but they're drinking alcohol. Like Muslims ain't supposed to drink. They drinking alcohol and do all these crazy things. I even know Jewish people. I work with Jewish people who admit that they didn't follow, the doctrine, and they were like like a black sheep. So it's possible to hold on to a religion, a mindset, but don't really follow it.
Live it.
They live it. But
or not live it all the way.
Right, but you believe in the core concepts of it. Like you still believe, Moses, like for a Jew, he still believe those things. He's wild, he pork things he shouldn't be doing, but he still believe those things. And like a Sunni, he still believe Allah, Prophet Muhammad, but they drink, they smoke, they say, man, you know how many blood Muslims out here in North killing everybody, but they still believe Allah, the greatest nowhere,
And see, that's my thing, unbiased. I think it's literally cognitively impossible to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like you could pretend, you could put on the airs of that religion or that ideology, but literally what defines the ideology is literally you living it. So like I be seeing these Chicago guys, they've been on the Muslim wave. Right? But then you'll hear him in a song, oh, I'm smoking this one and this dead person. You feel me?
Yeah.
So again, I don't think cognitively.
Well, they're a little different because Jeff Fort, that started Black Peace Stones, like he converted to Islam only so the FBI couldn't do surveillance. So he converted through necessity. He converted so the FBI can't surveillance his operation to Islam. So like that the El Rukin, so that came like late after he was already Black Peace Stone. He did the El Rukin late. He went to prison, and then they found out some stuff that the FBI can't surveillance or shouldn't surveillance religious buildings. So like, but other people be religious first, and then they like the mafia, like they be born into Catholicism and they just practice their crime and spite.
Yeah, I mean, they was like the progenitors of the whole no snitching thing and La Cosa Nostra. But if you do the history on them, all of their ass was snitches. They killed their friends. They were backstabbing.
Right,
and,
right.
So
when a hold to their principles.
Yeah, they don't hold. See, this is the thing, bro. I've come to realize more and more, bro. Human beings, and you gonna like this one because you buy into that. But human beings, for the most part, man, ain't nothing but some animals, bro.
Thank you.
They're nothing but some animals, bro. Like, see, we have the ability to reason and think and all of that stuff. So we'll come up with these high-minded concepts and ideologies and philosophies to kind of fool ourselves into thinking that we're just oh so evolved, but it's all, for the most part, 99% of it, bro, is bullshit, bro. And that's across the board, bro. I'm talking every culture, every people, the public face that they put on compared to what they live daily, it almost never matches up, bro. Look at the friggin' Muslims like in Dubai and the United Arab Emirates. Right? They profess to be like the most devout, the most pious of individuals that could ever walk the earth. Meanwhile, they're defecating on women in the background.
Like real defecation?
You never heard of that?
Nah, what people again?
Like the people in the United Arab Emirates, the sheiks, the Dubai. You never heard of the Instagram models going to Dubai, and you never heard the term Dubai porta potty?
Nah.
Really? Huh. All right, write this down if you can, right? There is a website called, actually it was a Reddit subgroup called Tag the Sponsor. So tag, like laser tag, the sponsor. And what he would do is he would solicit these Instagram models, represent himself to be like some Arab sheik or something. And he would invite them to, come to the UAE or Dubai or wherever and perform these depraved acts for large sums of money. And then he'd basically play the videos of the women agreeing to do the deeds, right? So like, you'll sleep with my 13-year-old son. You'll fillet a camel. You'll allow us to defecate on you or urinate on you and that sort. I'm surprised you never heard about it, but the point that I'm making is these are literally the same men that profess in the public eye, profess to be just the absolute most pious people on earth. And what I've come to realize as a human being, looking just at myself, we all have an inclination towards animality. And how I see it in myself is when I'm like financially up, let's say I get 50,000 in the bank, right? Unbiased.
Yeah.
I got 50,000, whatever, liquid sitting there, right? I notice myself, bro, like the way how I talk to people, the way how I'm just much more short, much more arrogant.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. I like that.
Nah, but look though. But when I don't have it, I'm not like that.
Yeah, me too.
You feel what I'm saying?
I hate being humble.
But it's not even just about being humble. I'm talking about like being an asshole. And
I'm saying, yeah, I get what you're saying. And yeah, I get it.
And what I realize about it, looking at myself, is that I be thinking to myself, damn, if I'm like this when I got 50,000 in the bank, how would I treat people if I had like 5 billion in the bank?
Yeah, this is good. Glad you went there. This is why I be getting on people, especially biologists, who get on these billionaires and millionaires. Like, dude, like you just said it. So that's like, how can you fault the billionaire for acting the way you would?
I think we'd be worse, honestly.
That shit, man. And yeah, and I think, I know I will, because I would have to get, if I become a billionaire, it'd be definitely from the mud up. So I'd be looking back at my own, like, why didn't you do it? Or why didn't you try? So yeah, I'm definitely gonna be the Michael Jordan type guy. I'll be hard as hell in black folks.
See, but here's the thing though, I'm biased. No man has defeated time yet. So I would never sit here and tell you that money doesn't matter. That's stupid. But Steve Jobs had a lot of money. Got sick. Money didn't mean shit. I hustle every day. I'm always thinking of ways to get money. Trust me, bro. I love dressing up. I love fly shit. I love, you know what I'm saying? I love the feeling. But I just know the ledge. That's how I look at it now. And I'm always vigilant over myself. You feel me? I'm always vigilant, bro. Always watching. You ever heard that Dead Prez song, Animal and Man? You there, Unbiased?
Yeah, I ain't hear that.
You never heard that song, Animal and Man? So are you familiar with the George Orwell novel, Animal Farm? Well, you like Dead Prez?
Nah, not really. Well,
I know you would.
No, I never really listened to their music.
Yeah, I already know. I know you kind of, you got a lot of coon in you, so I know that shit kind of off.
Nah,
Put you.
I was more Bone Thugs and Harmony. I was more Snoop Dogg. I was more like that type of music. I wasn't really. It was like West Coast and East Coast. But really like the top rappers really. Ice Cube.
Oh, okay, so like they was a kind of like a little too obscure.
Yeah. I like the hood. Shit like.
Yeah, you like decadence. You like decadence, and that's why I said, not to use a coon term. I was just being kind of facetious, but in our culture, like we've been conditioned to be decadent. You know what I'm saying? It just is what it is. So anyway, Animal and Man, it's an analogy. Great song. You'd love it. I know you'd love that song. Just the brilliance in the writing itself. Even though you probably are kind of averse to political rap, which is the impression that I'm getting. I don't know if you're still like that or if that was just something of when you were younger. But
yeah, I don't like those Jamaican songs about Babylon. I hate those. Damian Marley, all these songs about Babylon.
So you don't like PE then?
Who?
PE. What the fuck? Hey man. Hey, check this out, Unbiased. Officially, bro, as a Jamaican, you are now your FBA and ADOS status and privilege. Consider it revoked. You hear me?
Who is PE?
What the fuck? Yo, let me see what the chat's saying, bro.
Yeah, I'm not the most musical person you ever want to know. Like when I drive, I never play music. I'm always, radio or YouTube, sports. Like I'm not that musical. Even in my home, I never, hardly ever play music.
Hold on, let me check this chat out, man.
Yeah, I'm not the musical guy.
All right, P is Public Enemy, bro.
Oh, well, you gave an acronym. He says PE and get mad. Why'd you say Public Enemy?
No, I ain't getting mad. I'm playing around.
I'm saying like, yeah, why'd you say public? You said PE. I'm like, shit. I'm thinking saying EP and B. I'm like,
bruh, you 40 plus, bruh. You're a couple years older than me, right?
But I don't know them to be called PE. I know flavorfully. I know PE. I know that pseudo dude.
Oh.
But,
I wish it was some niggas in the chat, man.
You act like you said Public Enemy. I said, who's that?
Dog. Unbiased. Quit while you ahead, bro.
You said PE, and you're acting like that's the same as saying Public Enemy. You're crazy.
It is, bro. The term is that ubiquitous, bro, amongst niggas who's heads.
How come I know? So how come it obviously not? Because you said Public Enemy. I know that right away. But you say PE. If I'm in doubt, that means that theirs is not as synchronized as you think. They're not one. PE and Public Enemy.
Do not step to me. I'm awkward. I box left beat. Hold on. I fucked that up.
I've never heard anybody call him PE, by the way.
That's crazy. You're crazy.
I never heard anybody. It's a Public Enemy. I never heard PE.
Yeah, unbiased. Do not step to me. Do not step to me. I'm awkward. I box lefty. Often my pops left me. Damn, what's the rest of that shit he said? Do not step to me. I'm awkward. I box lefty. Often my pops left me, and often my mom's wasn't home. Ooh, that Jigga Man.
I'm about to say that was in Public Enemy.
Jigga Man. They said that's the song they claim Eminem like murdered him on, which is bullshit. Whatever. Anyway, going back to the all right, PE. If you talk to any hip hop head, but you just said it though, you're not really into the music like that. But any hip hop head, if you say PE, instantly, yeah, they know who that is, bro. But you said it though, you're not really, but whatever. Anyway, so going back to the song, Unbiased, the animal and Man song by Dead Prez. So basically these pigs are on a farm. The farmer, exploits them, doesn't take care of them, whatever, right? Eventually, the animals form a consortium and they overthrow the human farmer, murder him, and institute their own, what's the word I'm looking for? Society or whatever, right? So all the animals that agreed that a particular a pig named Hannibal, would be the new appointed leader. Now, the moment that Hannibal took the reins of power.
What are you talking about? The book, George Orwell, Animal Farm, or the movie?
Stupid's coming through in the clutch.
It's George Orwell, Animal Farm, and the name of the pig was Napoleon.
Stupid's, don't say none. Watch this. Stupid's is a Jamaican, right?
Yeah.
Stupid's hip hop group. Hold on, listen. Hip hop group.
Yeah, I already heard
PE. Hold on, man. Don't try to head this off, bro.
He was already there. He was already listening.
No, don't do that.
Listening, but I know that PE is Public Enemy. 1989, another summer.
And this is a Jamaican. You know what? Never mind. Like I said, bro, your FBA and ADOS status, it's been revoked. All right, that's just what it is, bro.
Why do you think, again, like you got the wrong guy?
Dude, you're out. That's it, bro. There's no more
I have no problem with that. I'm just saying,
this ain't a democracy, bro. You've been ostracized.
Cool.
You're out.
I was never in. I just like certain music, and
listen, man.
I don't learn the people names. Like even like Busta Rhymes group. I don't remember all their names. I just know Busta Rhymes. Like leaders of the new school.
Leaders of the new school.
Yeah, I don't know all their names, but yeah, I don't like again. Like you ain't gonna shame me. I was not into music. Like my brothers were all into that. Some of my friends, but to me, that really. I didn't really care. Even like great movies. I don't pay attention to character names. So like, everybody be like, yo, like Neil. I ain't know a nigga named Neil. I never really watched it anyway. But I'm just saying, like, I was never that. I didn't never care like that about these guys' names and.
Got you. All right. So Stoopies, I was talking about Dead Prez. I don't know if you're familiar with the rap group named Dead Prez.
Yeah, I think so, but I don't know them. I'm old and I like real old school hip hop, That's my problem with
it. Came out in the 90s. I mean, you could kind of consider that. When did they come out? 96, I want to say. I know you've heard the song. It's bigger than hip hop. Hip. Everybody heard that one, right? So anyway, Stoopies. The song that they have called Animal and Man is a takeoff of George Orwell's novel, Animal Farm. And I was telling Unbiased that even though he's not necessarily into political rap, I think he would enjoy the song because, in my opinion, it's brilliantly written. A brilliantly written hip hop song, right? Where they tell the story of a group of animals under the leadership or ownership of a human farmer, right? And the human farmer takes liberties and mistreats them and all of that stuff. The animals, at some point, they form a consortium, appoint a pig named Hannibal to be the leader, and with him acting as the tip of the spear, they eventually overthrow the human farmer and institute their own society under their own direction, right? Then the minute they kill the farmer, Hannibal, the pig, the one who was appointed to be the de facto leader, he decides that, he sends out a decree that says that all the other animals shall henceforth be subordinate to pigs.
Of course, naturally.
Right. So then all the animals, of course, did to him what they did to the farmer. And I don't know how long you've been listening on Stoopies, but that goes back to the conversation me and Unbiased was having about human beings and how animalistic we really are. And I was telling him like the way how I act when I have like 50,000 in my bank account versus having $50, I see the animal in myself, like the way how I treat people. You get what I'm saying? So I can't even imagine having 5 billion, how I would treat people. You get what I'm saying, Stoopies?
You treat them nice. You treat them nice. You treat them nice. Listen, power corrupt and absolute power corrupt. Absolutely. That's something that has always been around from day one. Yeah. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, Stoopies. Remember, you're new, so, do your thing.
Yeah, Unbiased. I'm mad at you, because I used to love this channel because we used to go vet, but Unbiased get too busy. So I find myself on other channels. Well, I love Cubutter channel, right? But when I look back now and I realize it, even simple power like YouTube power, it corrupts. Imagine if some of these Negroes had 1 million followers or they were human nature.
Yep.
Right? It's a human nature. Imagine some of these Negroes have 2 million subscribers or 5 million subscribers, raking in real money. Who couldn't talk to them? They'll be worse than Fresh and Fit.
Yeah, they'd be insufferable.
Worse than Fresh and Fit.
Imagine Tariq Nasheed with 5 million followers and 5 million subscribers or 10 million subscribers, making 100,000, 200,000 a month.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Fresh and Fit was like literally the most super chatted channel in North America.
No. TD Jakes was number one.
Or they're up there. They're up there.
Yeah. They were like top 3, but nobody was topping TD Jakes.
No.
Yeah, they were. Put it like this: they were making at least 100,000 a month, minimum.
Yeah, minimum.
Between their super chats, cash apps, merchandise, and YouTube AdSense.
But you see the thing on YouTube.
I'd put the number at 300,000 really a month.
Yeah, they were making
minimum.
Yeah, they were making some serious money a month. But people forget this, the thing that YouTube is constant, that they own YouTube.
Who?
You know what, Stoopies? That goes back to the hubris that we develop as humans when we start accidentally in order to wealth. You perspective are to lose just exactly where you are on the peck order. Because look here, these content creators,
it's 2 pieces. He's breaking up.
He's something to breaking up. Yeah, he's breaking up. Ask him breaking up. You know, you're breaking up. You're going robot mode. All right. Look at these, boy. Earn at your leisure. Earn at your leisure has 1.3 million subscribers. These dudes acting like it's an investment making them money. No, it's YouTube. It's YouTube and the shitty, what do you call it? Seminars or programs that they're selling. Everybody's selling a how to program. Oh, let me show you how to make money on YouTube. I have a 7-part program. We'll break down YouTube and teach you how to make this money. No.
Right.
Without YouTube, they don't have any money.
Right.
They're not investing in shit.
Yeah, a lot of these guys. When I got a rule of thumb. When I struggle to find out what you do for a living, I'm good. I'm gonna pass on you. If it's not clear and evident, I'm passing.
Right. They say, oh, I'm making this real money from YouTube. It's YouTube money you're making.
Right.
Without YouTube, you never worth a dollar.
All these donations.
YouTube never worth a dollar. That's where the money coming from. Is the AdSense and then everybody selling our seminar. Let me tell you. And the thing about it is that you watch Invest First? Did you see any video from Invest First?
From what?
Invest First. You need to look it up. Invest First. Where these guys have this channel, Learn at Your Leisure, host this thing called Invest First, where there are thousands of people coming out. They charge $300 for entry fee. They're going to teach you how to get rich. The shortcut to get rich. And this dude came on in this pajama suit, this silk pajama suit, embroidered with his logo, and then these expensive shoes and expensive glasses and Rolex, and like telling people that, listen, you too can be like me. And I said, why when black people doing business, they're dressing up like clowns? Who do business in a pajama suit?
Right.
Hugh Hefner could do business in anything because he was Hugh Hefner. You understand?
Yeah.
But these dudes dress up like, the whole clown suit. You need to look it up. Bring it up and look it up. Invest First.
All right, hold on.
INVESTFES. Invest First. When you see it, you're going to laugh. You're going to laugh. I said, really? That's what we're coming to know?
Which one?
No, it's one Invest First.
Huh?
Any one of the videos, just look at it. Just the buffoon red Invest First. The one where they're making it rain.
This one right here.
All right, welcome to Invest Fest, internal place with food trucks, with musical performances, with VIP nights, or the fireside chats, panel discussion. So the idea was to take the best elements of festival.
This one. This one.
It can be anyone. You can show anyone.
Yeah, I'm showing. What am I looking for?
Just look at it. You laugh. When you see it, bring it up. Invest First. Like,
oh, I'm sharing the wrong. Why am I
Yeah.
sharing my damn Microsoft Word?
No, man, 2023. That's last year. These dudes. He was a gym teacher. All of a sudden now, he's an investor. They had Steve Harvey there. They had Ja Rule performing.
So what's the top three your favorite?
These guys right here.
Yeah, these guys. Yeah. 2,000 people attended. 2,000 black people fined $300. Yeah. But I wish you could see one with them raining the money and all of that bullshit.
Black folks still fall for that. Group economics bull.
But if you look at the channel and look what they promote, you realize that they have all of the scammers and all of the. If you go to the channel name, earn at your leisure.
Oh yeah,
Just
yeah,
read
I
some of
know
the
that. Yeah, all the scammers be there lying.
yeah, all the scammers, all the Billy
They had 19.
Carson.
Didn't they have 19
Billy
keys in
Carson,
there?
I was just about to say his name. That's the wildest guy ever.
Yeah.
That's a
Yeah.
wild dude.
Yeah,
Listen,
he on his Malachi York horse right now.
yeah, one of them had on the red hat and the Sasha cross, almost like Malachi York.
Yeah, that's the guy. 19 keys.
Yeah,
Looks like Elijah Muhammad, Malachi York.
right. Why is it that when you come to conning black people, all you have to do is put on pretty clothes and act like you're successful?
Yep.
If this YouTube channel get bad, if this YouTube channel go down tomorrow, most of these dudes got broke within a month after.
Oh yeah. Looks like President Pitt was crying out there.
The one from Fresh and Fit was buying Lamborghinis, and Fit was buying houses, telling that him have he's bought 12 houses, he's into real estate. And know that shit locked down, they don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, they be killing me with I'm in the real estate. Like that means you're profitable all of a sudden. Yeah, nah, real estate, that's not how that works, man. It's really hard to like buy homes and rent them out, and you become you gotta have so many homes, man. Cause I was thinking like, yeah, you charge like, well, before the pandemic out here, like a decent home, decent rent, right? For like, let's say home was like 1,600, 1,800, maybe $2,000. But you times that to 12 for the year, you be thinking like, it's not a lot of money, especially your expenses, but you gotta, you still paying the mortgage, like you still got your expenses that's cutting in your profit. So it's really like you gotta have so many homes, or like your homes gotta, these fancy homes maybe, but it's really hard. It's really hard to get rich just by buying homes and flipping them. It's really hard for it.
No, you need to look at it and say, really? No, because they're lying. A lot of people are asset rich. They're asset rich, meaning that they have 4, 5, 6 homes, but they're asset rich. But that's also dependent on what the market says. But the market not playing.
Yeah.
This market will shut you down quicker than you know it. You're talking, oh, I have 12, 13 homes. And if those homes not moving, but everybody, as a result of the real estate deal, they went and the rents are high. But high rents don't guarantee your payment because you'll have that same property. And guess what? Can't get it rented, but you still owe the mortgage.
Right. Yeah. When I looked into it, I'm looking on, certain websites, and I see how much I can buy the condo for. If I rent it out, I'm looking like, that's it. like $300 difference. Like, oh my God.
Yeah, but if you have 10 houses, you'll have $3,000.
Yeah, but you know how hard it is to even do that, because like sometimes the bank don't give it to you because they feel like like you got too many outstanding loans, and now you're high risk, not paying back.
Now you're overextended.
It gets kind of tricky. It's not as easy as people think. You just buy a house, flip it in, and pay, all that type of stuff. It's a little more.
Yeah, it's a lot of variables. A lot.
Even flipping a house, you know how much house people lose on flipping?
Oh yeah.
People say, "Oh, I can flip this house." No, baby
And
boy.
then, like, how much you think you're gonna get? Because you're gonna negotiate. Like when you claim you're flipping the house, whatever dollar amount you put on it, that buyer is gonna do the comparables. Like, they're not stupid. They're gonna hire somebody. They're gonna like, nah, they're gonna negotiate the dumbass down. You probably only get $1,500 difference of profit, but you probably calculated 10 grand.
No, because what people tell you that those $50,000 houses that they used to buy, not available anymore. Those houses are long gone. You're not going to find that anymore.
Yeah,
right? Those fixer upper. I
Yeah,
spent $50,000 and I fixed up the house.
Because I was working in that field. There's certain things you gotta, like, you could build a patio. There's certain things that you could add value to the home, like a patio, and certain, I don't know, like things like you can put things in the home, like the kitchen, the bathroom. You could, but you're kicking out so much money. So like you're in the negative, hoping that this home sells at that value. It's stressful, man.
Really, the only way, if you can do all of the work or damn near all of the work, then yeah, you can make some money.
Yeah, my boy that I was working for, he that's what he does. They build houses, they renovate. So of course, he's doing all the work. Like his crew.
But what I'm saying is that those $50,000 houses back in the day, somebody could go in the hood and they find a house for $100,000.
Right, like in Detroit.
Yeah, and then they fix it up, and then they spend they say, all right, I'm going to spend $150,000. I fix up this house, $220,000. Then I'm going to sell this house for $300,000. So I made $100,000. Gone are those days. Those houses now, the fixer upper, they're selling for $200,000. So now you're going to try to sell this house for $400,000, and it sit on the market for a year or two. So you have to be paying the interest on both loans, the loans that you took to buy it, and the loan that you took to fix it up. And then you say to yourself, "Oh, it's going to be sold. It's going to be sold." People leaving New York, they're coming to Florida. It's going to be sold. They say, "Okay."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and this is why, like, that reason, like, don't you think athletes, entertainers, and musicians try to buy? It's not that easy, and they all went in debt and went bankrupt.
So guess what? The bank not bum rushing anymore for the loan, meaning that the bank was bum rushing people, but because the bank afraid of a market crash, they're not bum rushing anybody to say you need to find this money X Y Z. No, yeah.
Hey, real quick, guys, to go back to Fresh and Fit, you can lose sight, you can lose perspective of where you truly stand when you're doing really, really well for yourself. Because a lot of people commented on them getting demonetized and they're emphasizing their content about women, but they were doing that for 2 to 3 years and they weren't demonetized. It wasn't a coincidence that they got demonetized around the time they started bringing on Nick Fuentes and people like him.
That's not lost respect to him. So I know that was why.
Yeah.
Like Andrew Tate on there.
So YouTube didn't like the red. They don't really like the red pill stuff like that. But they're making a ton of money for YouTube, so they let that slide, kicking women out and all of that stuff. Right. Okay, whatever. But you're entertaining a person who said the Holocaust didn't happen.
Right.
Or was significantly like over-reported or whatever it is that he says, right? And then on top of that, YouTube had already banned this man from their platform, and you're platforming him. You think somebody could come in your house? Imagine you invite somebody to your house, just like one of your best friends. So they damn near got a key or something, or a family member, right? You got a person who's like your sworn enemy. Used to be a friend, but now they're your enemy, and like you completely disassociated from them. And you come home one day to see your family member got this motherfucker in your house. You know what I'm saying? That's big disrespect.
Oh no, I did. And when they did that, and they're gonna like promote it like the most banned person, and like
Yeah.
we got it. Yeah, like they became too big for their britches. Like we can platform people that are banned, and then the Andrew Tate thing, like he's another banned person. Yeah,
And then Sneaker.
now next
They
week
have
I was
Sneaker
going
on too. And YouTube banned Sneaker. They
Yeah,
have
but look
Sneaker
though.
on.
But look, they didn't get, because they had Tate on a few times and they didn't get kicked off the platform. So
Yeah.
it's the combination of things. So it's the fact that Fuentes is a white supremacist and he's been deplatformed, right? Because other channels bring on deplatform people all the time, like. But like the Stoopies, they was just flagrantly just okay. Y'all doing too much now. That's what YouTube, because YouTube didn't want to kick it. Dude, they make a ton of money.
Yeah,
YouTube
but
didn't want
guess
to
what?
kick them off.
Guess what?
But it's like
YouTube put somebody else in the spot in the algorithm, and
yeah,
that person going to rise to the level.
listen. They'll make the money. But what I'm saying is YouTube wasn't pressed to kick them off, right? But it's just like somebody who, it's kind of like women, man. Like if you don't put any constraints on women, they don't have like they don't have like an internal governor, bro. Like you think there's like, oh, they won't stoop to this, like they will.
They don't know when to stop and shut the fuck up. Even when they win the argument, even when they're winning the argument, they don't know when to stop.
Yeah, they can't help it. They can't help it. So if you don't put constraints on them, there's no level of depravity that they won't sink to. They'll just always take it.
You know that Marlon racist, right? That Arab. That Arab is a racist.
Oh
yeah.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
When he did the Klan stuff,
he identifies with those Tea Party. He thinks he's one of them. He don't.
He thinks he's one of them, not realizing that to them he's a sad nigga.
They don't respect you. He don't realize that.
Yeah. But they called him, like somebody exposed that some of his like old friends called him black, and they call him black.
Listen, man, Stoopies, I've been around those fraternity type of white boys, and I was born and raised in Jamaica. We stare at it. We're very prideful people, right? And not just that, even simple things like having a dog in the house, like we don't vibe like that. Kissing a dog in the mouth, and you know what I'm saying? So like when I used to see black people just all chummy with white folks, and you in a fraternity and you all because they play jokes like if you sleep and they'll put their genitals on you, like they think that's funny. Like I'll literally murder you, literally. Like you'll die. You know what I'm saying? Like there's no way for me to scientifically prove this, but I'm of I subscribe to the idea that we are, when it comes to Europeans and us, there's like a fundamental intrinsic difference, bro. Not on a human level, but like just certain shit, having rhythm, not kissing a dog in the mouth, or you know what I'm saying? Like we don't vibe, bro. And when I see black people who are like super comfortable around, like I could never go to a white church, bro, and I'm like the only black person. Could never do it. And they might be the nicest people in the world. Would never do it, could never do it, wouldn't feel, hell, no. You feel me? And he's one of those type who, he was in a frat, they put their genitals on him and he'll laugh and think it's funny. And he think he's part of the, he's been inducted, like he's an honorary. Nah, fool. Nah, fool. There's always a hierarchy, and that's why I be getting frustrated with Ankh and this stupid Darwin shit. You know, like you could think the man is brilliant scientifically and acknowledge that he believed that innately his group was innately superior to all other groups, especially black people. Okay? And it's fine. It's okay. It's okay. You know what I'm saying, Stoopies? I'm not an emotional person. I'm not. So I could talk to a racist, bro. I could sit down with a racist and I won't be chummy with them, like that personal stuff, and they, you know what I'm saying? Like it won't get to certain level, but there's no need to be belligerent or lose his civility, right?
You know, the other day I went back upstairs and I started watching the channels that I used to watch. And I started watching it through adults' eyes. Even Kevin Samuels. I started watching Kevin Samuels, I started watching it through adults' eyes. And I said to myself, so, why a 50, a man in his 50s, thinking I can get any woman I want? It may be true, but in your 50s, you're supposed to be with the woman that you want already. And if you're still fucking around at 50 as a grown-ass man, you are a loser. Because you should transition out of that from your 20s and your 30s. And then I realized that Kevin Sam was supposed to get into the pussy in his 20s. That's why I think the way he thinks. He wasn't
I
getting
mean,
any.
I don't know about that, because you know he was married twice and he
Yeah, he
probably
was
got raked
married,
over.
but he was locked down. He was locked down.
Right. He didn't get a chance to just run free.
So now you're trying to run free at 50.
Yeah, and you don't have the libido, you don't have the vitality, especially him. He always looked infirm to me.
Right. At 50,
You know,
any man at 50 now telling you that they want multiple women is lying to themselves.
I mean, it would be an exceptional 50-year-old. Like you.
Hey, you know what? I said that yesterday. You know, I went live yesterday and I literally said, women, if y'all have an issue with dating men that cheat, I said, then you guys got to start considering us older men. I said, yo, to be honest, I said, I really don't got time for like all that stuff I do before I was young. I said, yo, really, I said, I actually could stay with one woman. You know,
Yeah, but see,
bed to bed to bed.
yeah, but let me tell you something about women. I'm biased. Women more. All right, you know the real difference between men and women. We're not better than them, really and truly, in terms of like morality or, you know, like we was having this conversation earlier, Stoopies, where I said that for the most part, human beings are just animals. Like we come up with a lot of conventions and ideologies and these high-minded, these high-minded concepts to kind of, fool ourselves into thinking that we're just these ethereal, we're these ethereal beings who are just so enlightened, and most of it is just a bunch of BS, right? The difference between men and women fundamentally is that, for the most part, men like myself, we know we not shit. Men who are truly like, and when I say not shit, I don't mean like devoid of morality or, not anything extreme like that, but we understand and we embrace our primal nature.
Yeah, but let me add to that. What you're trying to say, a man at every stage of his development know exactly where he is. Askel at 20 know where he is in his life. Askel at 40 is going to know where he is. Askel at 20, at 40, we're not competing with a 20-year-old Askel physically, because he know that he cannot beat Askel at 20. He's not faster, he's not quicker. He may be wiser, but he doesn't compete. A woman don't never understand where she is at her life. That's why a 50-year-old woman will jump on a plane and go to Dominica to get liposuction and a tummy tuck and put on a $2,000 wig to compete with a 20-year-old for the same man.
Yep. And end
But
up in a body bag.
but a man will not compete. You are not competing. If you are, you and I will go out there. And we'll go out there and we'll say, Jay Moran. And Jay Moran locked down this area in the club. And he has 20 girls around there. We realize all of them belong to Jay Moran. We're not going to try to get something beside Jay Moran to compete with Jay Moran for those 20 girls. We will find somewhere else to go. But a woman will see 20 girls inside you, 20-year-olds in the VIP with Jay Moran, and our 40-year-old are gone up in there to compete with 20-year-olds.
Yep. But you know what it is though? It's not really it's not necessarily a woman's fault, because this is what I've come to realize since I reached 40. I'm not sure if intrinsically, because I've always felt like we're just better than women, but I'm not so sure if that's so much of an intrinsic quality as so much as it has to do with nurture, right? So in other words, the delusions that, like, I feel like men would be just as delusional as women if we had entire infrastructures that fed the delusions, right? So like women use the word narcissist. It's literally become a buzzword nowadays, right? Every man is he's a narcissist, right? And the difference between men and women is, particularly when a woman is young, right? A narcissist needs supply. You need supplies, literally like fuel. So the grandiose ideation that you have about yourself, if there's not other human beings and infrastructures and institutions and et cetera, puffing you up and fueling that derangement, at some point life just smacks you and you realize, wait a minute, I'm not as important as I think I am, and I have to make some changes. Otherwise, I'm gonna be under a bridge somewhere.
Yeah. No, but ask yourself this question. You and I both live in Florida. How does an old man in Florida compete with young women?
Compete?
Yeah, how does he compete? He compete with his things, with his boat and his houses.
Yeah, his possessions, right.
And his cars.
Right.
That's how he competes.
Right.
But physically, he knows he cannot be, he has to use things. So he invite them out on his yacht. Right? But a woman say, oh, I can compete with a 20-year-old. Oh, you're saggy titty. You're a 40-year-old saggy titty that you put plastic in and your liposuction and your BBL with that cut across, that bikini cut. How is that going to compete with a fresh off the tree, still have night dew, still have that dew on it, young girl? But because you get a vagina fix, you can't compete. It's like these lesbians competing with men now. Hello?
You know, I asked what fell off his internet.
No, Askel fell off. It's like these lesbians, these butch lesbians, competing with men.
Right.
And think that they can compete with men. Because they buy a 10-inch plastic dick and they dress like a man. Something in their mind tell them that they're masculine. You're not masculine. Because if you had to fight somebody for that girl physically, you couldn't win.
Right.
No matter how good the boxer is and the kung fu fighter is, don't believe that foolish that you know karate or you know boxing. You're not strong enough. An enraged man will knock the head of Muhammad Ali daughter. A 150-pound man who's enraged will murder her. Although she's 150 pounds and have boxing skill. Because she's not stronger. and should know that too.
Mm-hmm.
So what's been up with you, Unbiased? What's you been up to?
You know, I found a new little hobby. I've been messing with the market, working on trading strategies. So you can see my background now. Still like messing around.
Trading, stock exchange?
Uh, the patterns are the patterns work with any market, crypto, but I've been more recently messing with forex. But the patterns they are across the board. Any
So
chart that shows candlesticks it works with.
you're buying crypto?
No. I'm more so in the forex market.
Okay. Crypto dead. Trust me. Everybody holding on that shit.
Oh yeah.
Crypto dead.
Yeah.
That's why the price don't drop to pennies, because nobody don't want to sell it. But nobody not really trading cryptos anymore. Crypto dead. People holding.
Everybody holding on, hoping that their thing goes up 10 cents.
Yeah, yeah. Everybody hoping that it will go back up. There'll be a craze for it again. No, but you're holding on something like they're saying, "Oh, this is my savings. I'm putting this away." But in truth and in fact, when they try to sell it, nobody not buying it.
Yeah. That means that it's a non-volatile market, and it's not liquid. It's non-volatile. It's not liquid. It's not a liquid market.
It's not a liquid market.
Yeah, that's bad.
So everybody holding on it at 20,000 now. How much is that now? How much Bitcoin at
I have no
now?
idea. I don't follow that at all.
All right, everybody holding on it, but when they try to sell it, nobody not buying it. So it's an artificial value that it has. I remember 3 years ago telling people that if you have crypto, sell that shit, get it out of your hands now. But I said no, it's going to 100,000. It's going to 100,000. I have I have $500,000 worth of crypto. When it goes to 100,000, I'll have 5 million. I said, get rid of that shit. No, no, it's going. You don't know what you're talking about. I said, okay. I said, what backs crypto? Which government? Oh, the people back it.
Yeah.
What they buy it with? They buy it with dollars. Yes, Iris? I won't forget them. I'm coming up to do that. Yeah. Yeah. What backs it? And they run into crypto. No, they wish they can get the money out.
Right. So quicksand.
Yeah. But the ones that I hope that the ones like who that I hope that nobody didn't mortgage your house for crypto.
Yeah, that's crazy. I got a friend who swears it's gonna jump.
Yeah. How much you have in it?
To me.
Yeah, yeah, how much your friends have in crypto?
Oh yeah, nah. You know, it's a lot to him, but probably I couldn't imagine he ain't got no damn $1,000 in there. Probably a couple hundred.
Because what happened is that when crypto just came out, um 13, 14 years ago, I saw it. Then if you bought $100 worth, then you'd have like 1,000 coins or nearly cent. Yeah, 1,000 coins when it just came out. Now, if you invested $100 and it was 1,000 coins, then that would have been good, right? And if you sell it when it was like at 20,000 to one, you'd make some serious money, some life changing money. But when people started buying it, it's when it was at 5,000 and 8,000 and $10,000 a coin. They some people bought one coin, some people bought two coins. When it reached 20,000, they still want to sell it because when it reached 50,000, they say, "Oh, this is I can put this aside," because they were hoping that people were telling them that, "Oh, it's going to go to 250,000." You say, seriously? Yes, yes.
Yep.
Yeah, and dudes like Kevin Leary, you know Kevin Leary.
Yeah,
The
Kevin
one
Love.
for
Yeah,
yeah.
crypto conferences. He's all
he-
high.
He's one of the biggest bullshitter in the world. He's one of the biggest bullshitter. Huh? He was getting paid by crypto people to promote crypto,
Yep, he stands behind that stuff.
right? Because he was getting crypto for free. He was getting paid, and he has no scruples.
Hmm.
Mm. Hmm.
Yep. He definitely got his large crypto conference.
Mm.
Speaking.
Yeah, because that's what they do. They tell people that, oh, let's listen, follow me, but don't take any advice from me. Go to your, I am just making suggestions.
Right.
I said, really, really, yeah,
Yeah.
really, do what I say, but remember, this is just suggestion. You know when people lost their money listening to those fools?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I can imagine. Definitely imagine.
Yeah, because that's the way to go. Mhm. Oh Lord, what time is it? 10? Well, Haskell will jump back on.
10:37.
Ah, yeah. So you're back on regularly now, or this is just a one-time thing?
Well, I was trying to being at the school season's back in. I said let
Mm.
me because now I gotta be back on the schedule for this. I said let me just try it out, see if it, see what happens.
Yeah.
Because I was
Yeah.
normally on during the school season. I really wasn't on that much during the summer, not like that. And I said let me
Mm.
just try it out, see what happens. And plus, Indigenous had a what he called a presentation on Lions Den, and he invited me on there for I don't know what reason. I came on there. Uh, his boys tried to jump me, and they just had Indigenous. I mean, bro, I just don't understand these guys, man. I don't know if they're just having fun, they're just trolling. I don't know, but I
Mm.
mean, they just throw out so many different directions and then try to tie them all together, and they're like just untieable. It got so many bold. I mean, one like each of their bold claims by itself jaw dropping. It's shocking. And then they like the burden on them, like they take this burden that they don't got to take. To, like push their little scare tactic, scare the public. And I asked him, I was so he called in today. I had him, I was messing with him. I was asking him questions. Like he'll say things, but he has no idea what he's saying. He said redlining. I said, "What's that?" He couldn't answer. He said, "Google it." And then he tried to answer. It's completely wrong. Like, dude, you just be repeating. You could tell. Got some people just watch videos all day, like YouTube documentaries and videos, and they just write down the information. They don't challenge it. They don't confirm it. They just write it down and repeat it.
Question. I'm looking to the video now. Cop fatally shot pregnant woman.
Who?
If the police, although them want to shoot her, if the police said to you to get out of the car, why you don't get out of the car?
Yeah. So
Iris, turn that down. Yeah. Eh?
I haven't seen that video, but I'm gonna say that in Black culture, somehow we are lost when it comes to civics. Like, and there's a lot of Black police officers, you know, and they just
Yeah.
for some reason like they just don't share the information, like your rights inside a vehicle. Like it's just not publicly talked about, publicly shared, publicly nothing addressed. Like so, we believe that we could tell an officer for what? Like we don't understand when an officer says get out. That is a uncompatible situation. You have to get out. It don't matter for what. It don't matter. If he says get out, you have to get out. But he could take you out by force. That's your vehicle. Okay. So I tell people when you're in a vehicle, your rights are in a way limited. But if he says get out, it does not. He don't need to tell you why. He says get out, or she says get out. You gotta get out, or they could use force immediately. They don't gotta wait. They don't gotta talk to you. They can immediately just bust your window out and drag you out if they want.
Yeah, because it's a lawful order.
Right.
It's a lawful order. The police have to get out, get out.
Mm-hmm.
Your job now is to just do the basic. Shut the fuck up.
Yep.
Tell him, say, officer, I would like to invoke my Fifth Amendment. And that means,
But you know what he gonna say? He gonna say, all right, well, you're not under arrest. So he gonna say, like, that only works if I place you under arrest.
no, no, the Fifth. But that he'll be lying then because the Fifth work every time. But they are not, you're under arrest. The right to remain silent.
Yes. So the fifth. So basically, um, the Fifth Amendment protects you from like incriminating yourself. But
Right.
but what he's gonna say is he's not asking you incriminating questions. He's gonna say this is just an investigation. You know, if anything, I'm just asking your name, ID, where you're going. But I'm not going to ask you details.
Yeah. But once you invoke the Fifth, you don't have to answer any question.
Right.
Not even where you're going.
Yeah, but
So once,
when you invoke it, is usually after they say you're arrested. They say you are under arrest, and they
yeah, but that is people who don't understand the Fifth. The Fifth means the real meaning of the Fifth is I have the right to remain silent.
Yeah.
It's a right. It's not a right after arrest or before an arrest or during an investigation. It means that it's a right. That means that anytime I can invoke the Fifth. That means that police come to you and them ask you where you're going. I said, I don't answer questions. They said, no. They say, I'm invoking the Fifth.
Yeah. So
No.
what I meant to say is you're right. What I meant to say is this. It came to my mind. When you say I like to invoke the Fifth Amendment, he could still ask you questions.
Yeah, but he cannot force you to answer.
Right.
And if he,
wait.
yeah.
He can ask you questions over and over and over as long as he don't place you under arrest. Once he place you under arrest and read your Miranda rights, once you plead the Fifth and say I want to see a lawyer, he has to leave you alone. Okay, you got to stop asking questions. So that's what I.
No, it doesn't stop him from asking you questions, you know.
Yeah, no, because at that, no, it does. At that, that's why interrogation rooms, once you ask for a lawyer, it's over. Like they can't ask more questions. It's over. Yeah, no, once you're placed under arrest.
Yeah, but like even during the interaction, investigation, if he's investigating and he asks you a question and say, I like to invoke the Fifth. He can ask any amount of questions you want to ask. But once you said I'm invoking the Fifth, you don't even have to say it more than one time. You don't have to answer any more questions. And if you're in a state that you don't need to identify, you shut the F up. No, if you go to jail, because people think that they can talk themselves out of going to jail. You cannot talk yourself out of going to jail.
Oh yeah. They and look. And for people that talk about snitching, okay, the minute you talk in the interrogation room, you are a snitch.
Yeah.
If you say anything outside of I want to see my lawyer, you are a snitch.
Yeah, you cannot talk yourself out of jail.
Yeah, and you become a snitch if you talk in an interrogation room. If you are talking, I don't buy the whole snitch thing. I'm just saying for these criminals.
Yeah.
When you volunteer yourself in an interrogation room and you begin to talk, you are a snitch. You're no different than other guy who spilled more information than you. Y'all both snitches.
Yeah.
I buy into snitching to this degree, unbiased.
Yeah.
In that, if you and a person agree to engage in a particular criminal activity, and you get caught, and you tell on that person that you engage in the activity with, from just a standpoint of it being dishonorable, I buy into it. I buy into it in that respect.
Yeah, I can understand that, but for me, it's always been there's no honor amongst thieves. So I
Mhm.
wouldn't like how we talk about the Italian, Italians that get into criminal activity, snitching on each other. Like there's really no honor amongst thieves. So like that's why I don't buy into it. It's like, what do you think he was gonna do? Y'all both thieves.
Yeah, but I wasn't. I'm biased. Stay away from your mic, so you sound very low. But this is what I'm saying. My thing with it is that I'm not talking about like that. I'm talking about a police come up to you and asking you questions. It is in your best interest not to answer any question. Because if you answer a question to where you're coming from,
Mike low. Keep that.
your mic is very low. And you said, where you coming from? And you
It's
said,
up
I'm
now.
coming. Yeah, it's up now. And you said, I'm coming from downtown. He can now associate you with a crime that happened downtown.
Oh,
Right.
really? There was a parked van there.
Yeah. Right. So I'm going uptown. Oh, you're going uptown. Do you live uptown? Why? What's your address? No, you're doing an investigation. You stop me for XYZ. Officer, no disrespect, but I like to keep my mouth shut. So can I invoke the fifth? No, everything afterwards is being recorded. And you're legally, he might punish you and arrest you, but the law will more protect you after the arrest because he's not supposed to do any fuckery to you because you invoke the fifth, because that's a right. There's no you arguing back and forth with the police. Nobody talks themselves out of jail. You talk yourself
That's the
into
dumbest thing
jail.
you can do. You can add charges though.
Yeah, you talk yourself into
All that type
jail.
of stuff. Inciting a riot.
You talk yourself into jail. Shutting the fuck up never kill anybody yet.
Yeah.
Askel, you're back.
Yeah, man. From long time. Anybody hear me just comment a while ago?
Yeah, you made a comment. Yeah. So when people on the sidewalk holding court to the officer. No, you're not holding a court to the officer. If he wants to arrest you, there's nothing going to stop him from arresting you.
Yeah.
You know what that is? I feel like I think that's like that's mostly a black men thing.
Mm.
And I think it comes out of the whole player, pimp, that whole motif, where niggas just feel like every nigga that swears they could talk their way out of anything, and they got the gift of gab, and they got the mouthpiece, and all that stupid shit, man. It's just some dumb Negro shit.
Right.
That's all it is.
Right.
Well,
if he's going to arrest
men
you,
and white
you
women.
are going to get arrested.
But black men and white women think they could talk themselves out of a ticket.
Yeah.
Arrest.
Well, it's a little different. It's a little different with white women. What it is with them is, they believe they have a privilege. Really, and it's not a belief. They do have privilege.
Yes.
So with them, it's actually substantiated. With black men, it's just our own hubris. It's just black men's own hubris and believing they own. Like, I be listening to a lot of these red pill spaces or these game spaces, and they always talking about this mouthpiece shit and being able to talk a woman out of her, which you can, but really and truly, we used to call it lyrics back in the day.
Yeah.
Stoopies in Jamaica would say we lyrics a girl, right? And there's something to that, right? There's something to having charisma and knowing what buttons to.
Askel, it wasn't the lyrics. It wasn't the lyrics. It was a confidence. When I got older, I realized that it was a confidence. I used to have this bad habit when I got older, right? When I was like 18, I used to love to go to bars. I have bartenders show me their titties. Just ask them to, talking to them, laugh and say, show me those titties. Like the guy back in the day when you had a video where the girl used to show their titties. And
Hmm.
bartenders used to show me their titties. And people
Girls,
used to
girls
wonder,
gone wild.
yeah, people used to wonder how I do it, how I get somebody to show me them titties and I just meet them 5 minutes ago. And I said, it's
Hey,
not
listen,
that. It's because you never thought about it. You've
you
never
gotta
asked.
be, you gotta believe your own bullshit is
You've
what it
never
is.
asked. You've
You
never
gotta
asked.
have like, yeah, you gotta have an irrational kind of confidence.
Right.
But I was having this argument with one particular guy. I was telling him like, women they aren't nearly as malleable as they were 20, 30 years ago. And if you go back 50, 60 years ago, not even close, because you got to remember those women at the early onset of feminism, they were barely removed from a time where women were literally dependent upon men. So immediately coming out of that epoch, right? Even once they get their freedom, it's still an acclimatization process. It's like that dog who's been caged and you open the cage and he just stands there. He doesn't realize like, yo, you free now. It takes a while, right? Fast forward to 2023, even the pimps and the guys who are most reputed for having the most charismatic, the most mouthpiece in the world, they'll all tell you like that shit is over. Like a woman can just legitimately like you, your confidence, but it's not nearly the same as how it used to be. Not even close. The pimps will tell you that. The players will tell you that. Because look, a woman could get online, show her feet, and make $20,000 a month. Okay? There's a different level of confidence that comes with that. You can't compare. You're not gonna go up to her and convince her that she should give you 100% of her earnings. There's not enough. There's not enough mouthpiece in the world. Now, you always gonna have your outliers, but I'm talking by and large.
And the other thing with pimps, I'm looking at it, right? I saw the game, and I will go on YouTube now. I saw it showed this. You have certain channels that show the strolls, girls on the strolls. And what I realized with pimps
You watching that? Yeah.
is that most pimps cannot pull a 30-year-old who was never a hoe.
Right.
You cannot turn a 30-year-old in a hoe. They start like Polite. Polite start with these girls from the early 14, 15. Most pimps start pulling 14, 15, 16. If she's a hoe at 20, 22, 23, you can pull a hoe because she has been broken by another pimp already. So she's a hoe, so she's used to the lifestyle. But a grown ass woman who wasn't a hoe, unless you turn her into a drug addict.
Mm-hmm.
Which they do.
Hmm?
Yeah, that's the only way they can control them. Yeah.
Yeah. Unless you turn her into a drug addict and you're a supplier, you cannot turn her into a hoe. It starts
Yeah, but
young when the man is
particularly,
mannered.
yeah, her personality is just too calcified at that point. It's too formed,
Right.
particularly if she has her own means, of sufficiency. She's self-sufficient. Like,
Right.
it's not gonna all that stupid rhyming shit. Like I be hearing these niggas with the spectacular vernacular. I'm like, you sound so fucking like, dude. Go up to a 25-year-old who's making 20,000 or 50,000 a month on OnlyFans and talk that spectacular vernacular, macular. Try it and see if
Why
that
are you
bitch don't.
why
See
are
if
you
that.
fucking with Sinful the P? Sinful the P has passed away. But yeah, the gift of God. But let's put it this way: they
But
cannot
but
do
hold
that.
on. speaking of that, you do know he impregnated a 13-year-old.
Oh, she was 14 at the time.
No, she was 14 when she gave birth.
How old was he? He was 18 or 17?
No, he was in his 20s.
Oh.
He was like 23.
Sinful to pee.
Yes. And
But
it goes
why wasn't he made a
another.
predator? Why wasn't he on the predator list?
I believe he was. That's why he fled to Canada.
No, that was a different case. He fled to Canada for human trafficking.
If
That
he was
was
human trafficking, he'd be on the list anyway, right?
yeah, but that's what he wasn't charged. He smelled the rat and he ran because somebody got arrested. Because when they arrest you now for pimping, they're charging you for human trafficking. So if the
Right.
girl talk, yeah, especially if she's out of state. So if she's from Florida and she went to LA and she was hoeing for you, you're going to get charged with not only you get the
Pimping and
primary charge.
pandering. But yeah, they had the trafficking thing is an enhancement. I feel like that's disingenuous though. That
It's
whole
disingenuous, but it's a way to get rid of this
right.
bullshit.
It's kind of like the RICO law.
Right.
Like they apply it very liberally, but the way how they look at it is like the ends justify the means because they feel like what it is that you're doing is just so reprehensible.
Yeah. So she got caught and he got frightened and he ran.
But you've seen that court recording where the prosecutor is, explaining to the court that, the DNA test came back and it's his child and
It's his child, yeah. But he
you've seen
wasn't
that.
put on the but he
You've seen
wasn't
that,
put
right?
on yeah, I've seen it, but he wasn't put on the sex offender list for that child. He wasn't put on. It was like yeah, it was
Personally,
He was 18
personally,
and
I don't really care, right? I don't need any validation from any particular institution to make my assessment of another human being. And dude is a clown and a reprobate, or he was a clown and a reprobate. That's just point blank period. And I'm not a moralistic person like that. I'm really not. But
he was in a community of clowns and reprobates.
Right.
Because let's be honest. When we look across on YouTube now, and we look at many of the channels, whether it want to be Tasha K or the Man Hater channel.
Yeah, the Charleston Whites. It's just all.
Charleston White is a reprobate.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
and Charleston White looked like a fool the other day with Brittany Reiner when she was giving him a lap dance. He was there giggling like a 2-year-old.
Giggling, giddy like a schoolgirl.
Like this is the best thing that's happened to him in years.
And this is
it shows the measure of the man. That this man is all talk.
All talk.
Right? Listen, I have more respect for Umar. Although he was caught with XYZ years ago.
Who, the stripper?
He was the stripper, right. But even then, Umar didn't put himself down to a certain level. And since then,
I gotta disagree. When you said not that you talking about like as far as like child molestation or something like really egregious, is that what you mean?
It was with an adult. It was with an adult.
Yeah, okay. I get what you're saying.
A woman that you and me would have said, we're going to chat up this woman. Woman might not have had the gift of gab when it comes to communicate with woman, but at least nobody can hold it against him that he wasn't attempting to
pimp or
pimp. He was just talking the talk like a man talking to an attractive woman. He wanted some pussy. You can't hold that against him.
But to me, it's just as despicable pimping a woman versus pimping a community, because any person who would lie about being celibate, right? Because here's the thing. If you're not celibate, no one cares. It's perfectly fine. However, you are trying to present this motif of this ethereal human being who is so disciplined, so self-actualized, to where you're almost above other humans. And that is the selling point. That is the key core selling point that garners you that support, right? Because in any other circumstance, who lies about being celibate when they're not, especially a man?
I understand what you're saying.
But but
And
but but but
now that
yeah,
I look
because
at,
look,
go ahead.
because look, if I tell you as a man that I'm celibate, right? I'm a young man, virile, and I have enough status and or money, et cetera, whatever, to where I have plenty of options. But because my convictions are so strong, at least that's what I'm representing, I'm able to repress those urges and be celibate. Do you know what that does to a person who is susceptible to that sort of thing? You will look at that human being with all that temptation and everything else. You will look at that human being as like a deity. You get what I'm saying? Like, damn, he has that kind of discipline and like, wow, like.
What he was playing, he was a pseudo pastor. That's what he was. Meaning that in his flock, he has a lot of women. And when you have a flock full of women and you're available, because you being celibate, telling all of these women that I'm still available. So I am still available. I don't have that number one person. But there's an opportunity for you as long as you rock.
Mhm.
He was selling, he was pimping himself. He was.
That's a great point. Because women love that sort of, they eat that up, man. Especially if you're talking about like the bohemian Erica Badu types.
Most women eat that up. Because this a dude, these red pill dude don't even understand. If you have all of this materialistic bullshit, and that you say that you're single, but you're waiting and you're searching, somebody will stay and wait and see what's happening. There's an opportunity for me. That's what they're telling you. Now. Listen, get successful. Look at me. I'm successful. I'm a high value man. When did Fresh and Fit become high value?
With YouTube.
Through YouTube. Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate might have had some money with the bullshit that he did. Because Andrew Tate is a pimp also. He had all of these video girls showing their pussy on camera to men. Right? And he had all of these broke ass European women who wanted, so he had a channel full of white women, and it made him some money. And it didn't make him the amount of money he said he had. He upped
Right.
it to other things, YouTube and the bullshit stories. He worked the system, worth some money now, but not the amount that he says he has.
Right.
Even the Kardashian, when they tell you that they're worth $1 billion, they're not worth no $1 billion.
You know, a lot of that is speculative.
Yeah,
you know, like
they're
the
not.
way those values are assessed. Like, even if they had $1 billion, they'd say they have 10. If they had 10, they'll say they have 100. That's just kind of like how the game goes. You know,
Yeah.
and again, it goes back to playing on the primal nature of humans, because other humans, you know, sitting there and watching that, that aspirational side of us takes over. Like, wow, I want to be like that. Same thing with Umar. You making the point that the women eat that up. It feeds that, again, that aspirational aspect of a woman, because they know who men are and what we are. I should say they know what we are intrinsically, innately, right? because nature had to design us that way to ensure the propagation of the species.
Right.
Right? Because if you look at, was it Paraguay or Uruguay that got like 90% of their male population wiped out? Which one was it? You're like a whiz with this history stuff, Stoopies. But anyway, not familiar?
Not familiar. I'm going to
Yeah.
look at it. About
It
the
was either,
indigenous population or the
no, like
current
the entire population, right? It was either Paraguay or Uruguay. But anyway, the point is, the fact that one man can impregnate, a virile single man can impregnate virtually a infinite number of
amount of
women,
right.
right? That shows you that nature has devised a mechanism within men that makes the sex drive and the urge so strong for that reason, right? So these women are getting propositioned sometimes from 12 years old, Stoopies, 13, 14, constantly. So they know what men are. They know we're animals, right? So, but at the same time, that sort of world is a little too cynical for a woman to live in. She can't reconcile that with those high-minded ideals that she has, insofar as love and the idea that there's a mystical quality to the engagement between man and woman, and that our love is just this unique thing out of there's a aspect to a woman's personality or psyche that kind of needs that, because if you accept the almost hyper materialism or the hyper materialistic or hyper cynical view that we're just kind of just animals, right? That's a cold world to live in, so
Yeah.
so when a man can thoroughly convince, especially a group of women, that despite this nature that is imbued in me through my refinement of thought and my meditation or my chakra aligning, I've defeated this animalistic nature inside of me. I'm above that.
No.
Oh man, women eat that shit up, man.
They eat that shit up, but let's be honest. Let's be honest. But if a man is evil, if a man is truthful to his nature and he has the resources, they don't give a fuck either. Nick Cannon had 10 children. And if Nick Cannon wants an 11 baby mother tomorrow,
Oh yeah, tomorrow,
would
yeah.
Nick Cannon have a
If
problem having an 11 baby mother?
if R. Kelly came out of jail right now, the entire courtroom would be surrounded with women ready to get impregnated by him.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I'm saying this, that although we might feel that we have been civilized, but we have not been civilized. Because if you have the resources,
and
if
the
you
virility,
and the virility, if one of the Russians oligarchy park up at this 300-foot yacht in Miami, and he send out on his feeder that I am looking to have a good weekend in Miami. I need 20 girls to come down and spend some time with me on my yacht. We'll be having sex, we'll be drinking, we'll be eating the best food. Please come to the dock by 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. How many girls would you expect at the dock at 4 o'clock in the morning?
man, the damn pier would collapse into the ocean. There'd be so many of them. And see, that goes back to women almost kind of like this, having this kind of dissociative type of psyche where they disassociate from their animal side. Like they're convinced that they're not nearly as primal as we are.
All right.
But
Let's even go back. What was the name of the Hollywood freak, the one that went to jail? the white man, the producer, the big producer.
Oh,
What's his name?
Einstein, Epstein.
Epstein, that's his name. I'm
Yeah,
not
no,
talking about
Weinstein,
Ireland, you know.
Weinstein,
Weinstein,
Weinstein.
Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah, Weinstein.
Did you think in your mind, let's be honest, do you believe that Weinstein raped any of those women? They
The
might not have
only
liked
reason,
it.
listen. Listen, 99% of the time I would say absolutely not, right? And I believe in 99% of instances he didn't. But I did hear a recording of him, right? And the way how he was, coming on, and I could see him doing that because he's so physically reviling, he's so revolting to look at, to where I could see him having a 300-foot yacht and women still being like, oh,
No, but
oh
but
no.
guess what? No, guess what? How many dudes in Hollywood do you think suck dick to become Iron Man
A
or
lot
to
of
get
them.
in a Marvel movie?
Yeah, a lot of them.
Listen, if somebody could grab Terry Crews' dick and his ass, what does that tell you?
And it tells you everything you need to know.
That Terry Crews' dick and ass was the only one being grabbed. That many of these dudes who got to that level are, let's say I'm going to Hollywood and I'm buying a house. And the house costs 40 million. And the commission on that house for 40 million would be $2 million. If I wanted to fuck the realtor to clear the deal, would I have a problem?
Right. In 99% of cases, no. Or like 90% of plus cases, no. That commission, they're not going to pass that up. Yeah, they're not
How
going to
many
pass it up.
how many of them you think get fucked both male and female for that
Yeah,
commission?
yeah.
The reason why I say that is that many persons see people's success and don't understand what they did to reach that level. Are
Mhm.
you willing to suck some dick to get that commission? But they
Yep.
won't tell you. That's a $2 million commission. Meaning that with that commission alone, you are set for years.
For years. And you know what else to Stoopies? When it comes to morality, right? What makes it even tougher? Let's say you're a woman and you have children. You're a single mother. Let's say that the father died or he's not in, whatever the case may be, and you have the potential to make $2 million in one shot and not only change your lives, but change the course of generations to come, potentially. Like, how do you pass that up?
So if the dude said to you, so listen, I like this house, but I need something extra. I don't know the language.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You know what they'll do, though? They say, like, what? What do you mean?
Yeah.
That's their way to see if you'll back off.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
I'm not,
saying?
look, look. Are you telling me that you're getting 2 million just to show me a house? That's what you're saying to me. That you went and showed me a house. I walked through this house and I like this house and I bought this house and you got a $2 million commission
You get
just
$2
like
million.
that?
Yeah.
Anybody who believe that, I have a boat to sell them in the desert.
Yeah, that's
Because
just like in the modeling industry. People believe that, these women like who win like Miss World and stuff like that, that they're just these wholesome women and they won because they know some world history, they don't
no,
realize that all of that shit is prostitution. That
listen,
modeling, that
no.
modeling stuff,
Miss World
all of
might be
it.
different. But let's talk about the supermodels. When you get signed up to certain supermodel agencies or to certain agency, and you're sent on the boat or the yacht to to the sponsors. You know why you're going on the yacht.
Mm-hmm.
You have to play your part. You're being sponsored, and he has some friends, and he wants some beautiful women. You you might say no, and you can say no because nobody not raping you,
Right. But you're out.
but you're out. You're out. Right? You're not walking anymore, and you ask yourself, how come you're not
Mhm.
walking anymore?
It just kind of happened, and they always have that plausible deniability.
Right.
Oh, she didn't
Uh,
apply herself, or
yeah.
they always leave that plausible deniability because that a girl, this this Syrian girl, her mom is Syrian. This Syrian or Lebanese, one of them. What was a group that came to Siaga people? Then, the Syrian, right?
The Syrian, Lebanese.
Lebanese. So this older lady I used to deal with, Lebanese Jamaican, and her daughter, I think she won third in Miss Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
She had made a couple of appearances on Wild and Out, speaking of Nick Cannon,
Mm-hmm.
and it's so funny, Stoopy, is because her mother is just such a raving narcissist, right?
Yeah.
So jealous of her daughter. Do you know this woman was telling me that the daughter was on Wild and Out, and she noticed that all the promotion and all the favors were going to certain girls. She wouldn't get any attention,
Mm-hmm.
and that she ended up sleeping with Nick Cannon, right? And I'm thinking to myself, at the time I hadn't put everything together in a Stoopies as far as like her personality makeup.
Yeah.
Um, but I was thinking, why are you telling me that about your daughter? Like it seemed crazy to me. Like, what the fuck? Like it's almost like she was saying, "Oh, she's not all that." You know, them type of vibes, like putting her
She's
down.
competing with her own daughter.
She's competing with her daughter.
And that's what I said earlier. Remember when I said to you that women different from men because a 60-year-old woman would still think that she can compete with a 23-year-old girl. She tell you,
Mm-hmm.
oh, after she's not she doesn't dress nice like me.
Yep. Yep. This was her. So she was like, yeah, she slept with him and whatever the case may be, but it just goes to show you, man, like, and these are like the most important lessons, in my opinion, that you can impart on your children. It's just human nature, and having them having a realistic appraisal of just what human beings are.
It's not only that. One of the fundamental problem with it is that, all right, YouTube will have you believe that resources are not scarce.
Right.
YouTube would
Right.
have you believe that everything is plentiful. So
Earn your
YouTube will
leisure.
have you,
Going back to the earn your leisure
yeah,
discussion. Yep.
yeah. YouTube will have you believe that a guy carry out to dinner and him just spend $120 a bum. That's what YouTube would have you believe. That he's a bum because he could only spend $120 on dinner. But people believe now that, oh, the resources are out there. If somebody not spending $600, $700, $800 on me, right? And most of these girls have never met a real millionaire. Since I'm in Florida, I've met two real millionaires. When I use the word millionaires, right? One of them had a garage. One of them is he builds houses. And when I talk about houses, I'm not talking. He's now building 500 houses in near Disney World. You understand? I'm not talking
Mm-hmm.
about one house, 500 houses.
Right.
And he was explaining to me that the reason why houses increase is because after COVID, prices of raw material went up and this and that. And he's making approximately like $40,000 each house. after cost. So if you're building 500 houses, they make $40,000 each houses. Right, 400,000, 4 million, 4 5. He's making like $20 million in his pocket off that project.
Right.
Because I don't know anything about construction. Because I was saying to him, say, can you give me a job as a gopher? And him said, what do you mean by gopher? I said, for those things that you can't do, that you don't have time to do. Like trucks need the tires change. You don't need to have you don't need to be worrying about that. You need somebody to be worrying about the simple things. Like the tools, the inventory, all of those shit. While you focus on the big things.
Right.
Yeah? Because that's a good job, if you can get it. But he said, no, I have somebody who does that for me already. Right? Because those little things, you don't have to be skilled, but once you can cover those little things for the person, and it's supposed to pay well.
Right.
Right? The trucks need tires. You walk around, see the trucks, inspect, drills going missing, tools going missing. You find out what's happening. You did all of those little things. Right? And it pay well. Right? No. How much girls meet men like that? They don't.
Right. Right.
They don't. Right? He's from Turkey. And I met him through other Jamaicans who work with him. But they don't. But they think that they do. They meet ordinary guys who working.
Yeah, and they use credit to, buy a Lamborghini or something, and they have all the effects.
They have all the effects.
Mm-hmm.
But how much of them meet a guy? Right? How much of them meet a guy who own a private jet? All of these girls acting like them, especially asking, have you ever flown a private? Have you ever flown a jet? Right?
Well, if they're good looking enough and they live in life, they live in Miami,
They will.
Right.
They will. They will go on a boat. But how much of them go on a 200-foot yacht? You saw Michael Chinley yacht? Yeah, have you ever seen? He sold it now. Michael Chinley recently had a yacht. Apple, 300 foot.
But stupid at that point, you're talking about some decimal places of a percent.
Right.
Go to the left. We're not talking 1% anymore. We're talking like about 5 spaces going to the left of that one. When you start talking about 300,000, 300-foot yacht, that's almost fantastical.
We're talking about 0.001%.
Right.
When I talk about that dude that I met him was talk. I'm not saying that he's my friend. He's not my friend.
Right.
We don't have anything in common.
Right.
Right? We don't have anything in common. Right? All of his cars are blue. His McLaren is blue. His Ferrari is blue. His Porsche is blue. He has about 8 cars in a garage. About $4 million worth of car in a garage he has. Right? That's not my friend. That's somebody. That's not even an acquaintance. That is somebody I met in passing.
Right. Yeah,
but
you live
women would tell you, "That's my friend."
Right. Or one of their favorite refrains is, I've had millionaires, or I've dated a millionaire. You didn't date anybody. You got bent over in a dank broom closet that smelled like an old bus seat by a millionaire. Because that's the other part of it, stoopies. If you have that kind of money, and you kind of give in to your animalistic urges, if you're indulging in a lot of sex, there comes a point where you're gonna need to up the depravity meter to even have an erection at a point. So at that point, and these are beautiful women, by the way, stoopies, because I know you have a track record. I have one too, but we wasn't smashing like 9s and 10s like like the way how we would change underwear. We didn't have it like that.
No, because
You see what I'm saying?
listen, how many since I've been really I've probably seen 110 and I've seen a couple of nines since I've lived in Florida. Nines and tens are like 300-foot yards. You hardly see those girls get gobbled up before they even touch the ground. People
Right.
sit
And
there.
Soupies, I tell these idiots another red pill idiot I was having a conversation with, and I tell him, say, brother, in your little daily movings about, you're not seeing no fucking 10 in Publix, in the fucking corner barber shop. It's no. These people are like aliens.
You have very few people have ever seen a 10. Very few people have ever seen a 10. Very few people. I remember one day I saw a 9. I was at the gas station. I was at the gas station across from the Wawa on Murmur Parkway, Murmur Boulevard. Where the fuck that road is? And
Which
this
part? Say
girl
that again,
came in.
Miramar, which part?
Where the Wawa is on Publix.
Miramar, I try to the Wawa. Cause there's a Wawa on. You're saying it's on Miramar? Cause there's no Wawa on Miramar. You have
It's not
one on
Murmur.
Brook and
Pembroke Road,
Douglas.
right. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
that one.
right, yes. And no, not Douglas, the one further up, come up, right? And I saw a 9. She came in, she was driving a Mercedes Benz S550. And when that girl came out of the car, and I saw the girl, beautiful. And guess what? I said hi. And guess what she did? She said hi back.
Mm-hmm.
And do you know that you're astonishingly beautiful? And she smiled and she said, I've been told that. And she engaged in a conversation and she was one of the nicest girls because she didn't have to be that asshole. 9s and 10s aren't assholes.
No, but I mean, if you live that type of privileged life, what do you have to be like surly about or ornery about?
Right, they're not assholes.
Yeah.
And when I met her, I said, this girl is all of these assholes that they have on wigs, real housewife. None of them is 9s and 10s.
No,
Not
hell
one
no.
of them. Portia is not
Hell
a
no.
9.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie though. Listen,
She's hot, but she's not a 9.
she's definitely not no 9.
I'll give
But
her an 8.
But young Portia,
Young Portia is a solid 8.
that's a sexy woman.
Yeah, young Portia is a solid 8.
That's a
Don't take that away
sexy.
from her.
Hey, let me tell you the next thing to Stoopies. Talking about women. A woman could be a 10, right? But an 8 might have one particular attribute. And in the case of Portia, it's that lower trunk, man.
Yeah. No, Portia was a solid 8. She have a good body. But guess what? You and I have hardly seen a 10. Because a 10 barely come out of our house.
Mm-hmm.
Why is she coming out?
And I mean, they're going. The houses that they have available to them those are not even houses. You're talking about estates.
Right.
You're doing horseback riding. You're going to Aspen. You're going to Bora Bora. You're sailing.
I'm not saying a 10 can work in McDonald's, you know that, right? A 10, you can meet a 10 in McDonald's.
It won't be for long, though.
But guess what? A 10 can be around the counter in McDonald's. And somebody find her.
Yeah, no. Stoopies. She's not gonna be there long.
Right.
Yeah, not gonna be there long.
She's not going to be there long. So, but guess what? The other girls in McDonald's see somebody sweep her up and carry her away like Kevin Garnett, Pretty Woman, and think that somebody's going to come and sweep them up too. And not realizing that, bitch, you're not a 10.
But you know it's confusing for them Stoopies? Because they still have a million guys proposition them every day.
But they don't. No, but they're competing. They want the guy that the 10 got.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the fact that they have, even if those men who are propositioning them are not on the socioeconomic level of the 300 foot yacht guy or whatever the case may be, the way our women rationalize it to themselves is it's attention. I'm just as viable as she is because I'm getting in their mind just as much male attention. They don't make necessarily the distinction between the socioeconomic level of the males that they're getting attention from, right?
Listen, have you ever had the prettiest girl in high school like you? I've had the
No.
prettiest girl in high school like me when I was going to high school, and it fucks with it fucks with you if you don't know yourself. It fucks with you if you don't know yourself. Meaning that you question why all the time. And she's cool with it. And you'd ask her why, and she said, does it matter? I like you. Tens don't starve for attention because they're used to it.
Right. I will say this though, when you're young like that, it's different. I think as a 40-year-old, if a 10 were to take it, well, interest in me right now,
yeah,
I have the fortitude to just recognize that's still just a human being.
Right, because you're older now.
Right. I can
you are
keep
not older
perspective.
now.
If I was
Yeah.
18, 19, oh man. Oh man. And that's why I see so many of these entertainers get in trouble because you get so lost in your own little bubble. All of your sensors and all of the things, they're all dulled, because you can tell when a woman truly likes you versus when she's playing a role. There's always little subtleties that are there if you're cognizant and you're looking for them. Now, if you're swept up in this fantastical dream world, then you're not gonna see. But they're apparent. You can't miss them. If you know it and you're looking for it, you cannot miss it.
Yeah. Among Caucasian, tens are often times called WASP, white American princesses.
Oh, so that's what they made it. That's what the BAPS is based off of.
Yes.
So
Black
that's
American princesses.
Hey, let me tell you. These white people have a peculiar sense of humor because that's a derision, right? That's a dig.
What, BAPS?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. It was. But who they call BAPS? Who they call that
Berry
BAPS?
and the one fat girl
Halle Berry dressed as a ghetto girl was called a BAPS.
with gold teeth.
Right. But a wasp is not called that. Betty in the comics, Archie and Betty, Veronica was a wasp.
Right.
Betty was not a wasp. Veronica was a wasp.
Yeah, Betty was down to earth.
Yeah. Betty was an ordinary, average girl next door. Veronica was that girl that dressed in the Louis and the all of the expensive clothes, the expensive jewelry, the certain kind of look. But a Bops now is a ghetto girl with the gold teeth and the gold hair who thinks she's fantastic. And she's a caricature, she's a laughing stock. Hello?
No, man, me there, man. It's like them. I said the way the thing we Europeans I always find so funny, the fact that they would fund the entire project just for a snarky little joke.
Right.
That's when you know that your powers got kind of outsized. That kind of outsized, but really outsized. Because you'll dump 20 million or 5 million into a project just to snicker at the idea that you're promoting to black, right, on an inside joke that you're you're promoting to black folks at large and the society at large that the idea of black monarchy or black royalty is this caricatured, shiftless, decadent, gold teeth wearing,
Loud speaking.
loud, belligerent, rude, brutish woman. That is what represents black royalty.
Yeah,
And
because it
you
was
know it's the worst. You know it's the worst part, Stoopies? For most of
black.
our people, they never even catch it. Completely oblivious.
Yeah, they never catch it. That's why Little Kim was a Baps. Mary J. Blige was a Baps. Right? Think about it. All of these new rappers are Baps. And they don't understand that it's an inside joke.
Oh yeah, they've gone completely off the deep end now. They made Look at Kim look like Mother Teresa.
Right.
I mean, the one girl was talking about. You hear about the girl talking about she have doodle stains in her dress, Glorilla,
I did not know that.
and that she made her lover ejaculate on it was either pizza or fries or some food, and she eat it. So what you're realizing the depravity is like each time you have to up the ante.
See, are you serious? That she
Oh
said that?
yeah, I'm surprised. Yeah, on live radio, no problem.
Because what happened now? All right. What happened now is that back in the day, certain things it's safe for your boyfriend or your man or your husband.
Mm-hmm.
In that certain sexual depravity, you wouldn't be doing it with a stranger. You have to do it with somebody who you're in a committed relationship with. No, it's like there's no whole bars. I will
Yeah,
do
it's
anything to get your attention and your resources. That's what it is. I will do anything to get your attention and your resources.
all right. Here's the thing, Stoopies. A Yorkie and a pit bull belong to the same species, right?
Hmm.
Um, let me use a Chihuahua instead, because a Chihuahua has an equal level of aggression as a pit bull.
Right.
The propensity for it, right, or the capacity
Mhm.
for it. The major difference is obvious.
Yeah.
Their physical
Size.
disparity,
Hmm.
right? So likewise with men and women. Um, if we were to abolish child support tomorrow, Stoopies, or decriminalize grape,
Hmm.
do you know that men would literally destroy the society? Like it'd be burned to ashes. Because if you have men that's indulging their complete
Carnal. Yeah, but it's
carnal
not.
ways.
I wouldn't say ever, man. I would say the
No, no,
men
no.
who feels
You don't
like they
need
have
Stoopies.
access to.
Stoopies. You only need a critical mass to completely
Hmm.
destroy to completely wreck the system.
Yeah.
Because what's gonna happen is when you give in or you indulge yourself to that degree in that sort of decadence, right? The type of fastidiousness that you need to not only build a high level civilization but maintain it.
Mhm.
That drive, that energy is too dissipated to sustain. Um, that's what happened to Rome. That was one of the factors,
Mhm.
right? When you become too um you indulge your carnal desires just to an absurd degree, and a critical mass of your men do that. your society is headed towards extinction, right? Your civilization is headed toward, it's inevitable. So it is with women. If you have to remember, 60 years and going back, no matter what culture you look at, women's sexuality was tightly constrained by men. What they like to call, like they call America patriarchy in 2023, which is just laughable because they ain't see no real parts of no patriarchy. A real patriarchy is where your male family members almost, not even almost, they micromanage the female members of the family. That's what a patriarchy is. Right? You
So
remove
they have full
all,
control of everybody's sexuality within the family.
right. And it's not, I know what you mean, but it's not obviously you can't control anybody. But you have mechanisms like shame,
violence,
ostracism, violence, right? In those societies, it was sanctioned. So, a woman is nothing a woman fears more than social alienation, right? They're just not designed for it. So that's a powerful tool. And then when you consider that they weren't allowed necessarily to garner resources, that's certainly not enough to
independence,
right, to be self-sufficient. What at that point your so-called choice is Pyrrhic. There is no choice. You have to fall in line. But the pro to that is that with the men, with their male family members micromanaging the system, right? No guy can come to you with the macking and the spectacular vernacular, and yeah, she might go for that. But guess
but
what?
our brothers
Right?
and the men in the family will say, dude, you're playing with your life.
You're playing with their life. Right?
You're playing with the honor of this family, so you're playing with your life. For the honor of this
So
family, we kill her and kill you.
so now this is Soupies. I don't think we should go back to that. Personally, I don't agree with it. I haven't quite resolved in my head how, if I were some all-powerful being, how I would maintain the homeostasis in my society without having those kind of tight constraints. Like I almost feel like, yes, you want some sort, obviously you have to have some governance, some constraints, right? But that, to me, from that era, like how they do it currently in the Middle East, for me personally, I get the utility of it. I understand it completely.
All right,
But
let me give you a scenario. Let me give you a beautiful scenario. Something that I was reading a book to the Edge of Eternity. Ken Follett. He has some nice fiction. I like reading his books. In the book, this dude came home, right? And he saw some lingerie, and in the lingerie, he saw some hairs that didn't belong to his wife. So he went to her and he said, "Are you cheating on me?" Right? He's a lawyer and she's some big top executive in a company. And she said, "Yes, I am. And I'm not going to tell you who it is." Right? Because no, he doesn't have any power over her. What he's going to do? Take the house from her? She can buy a house. She's a multimillionaire. What he's
right.
going to do? So what women want is the ability to make choices irrespective of the consequences. So suppose you're with a woman who has that amount of power, that her choices don't have any consequences other than the relationship that you currently have is over.
Mm-hmm.
Are we good with that as a nation? And that is what we're having now with a lot of women, is that now they are economically more viable and independent. And if they choose to sleep around, the man that they're with cannot say anything. And if she leave him, there's no consequence to her. It's not like
And
she's
and
losing anything.
often there's a reward for leaving.
Right. Often there's a reward. She can get half of his and all of hers. Right. So when we look at relationships in the 21st century, is that women don't understand that men could have done that a million times, but we choose not to. We didn't. Some men left there, but men and men didn't leave relationships. But now that women find themselves in a situation where they feel that economic independence is power, they can leave without consequences. Because what you're going to do, beat her up for a pum pum?
Right.
Beat her because she has sex with somebody else? You look like a fool.
You would be a fool.
Right? Because beating her because she has sex with somebody else is not, irregardless of the sacrifices that you have made. No.
And you know, stick a pin, two piece, because that's where I wanted to go with it. The consequences, right?
Mhm.
I don't think women are at this point. Once you get a taste of power and agency, there's just no going back. But there's a dilemma that these women face in that they still want that ethereal type of connection with a male at some point, but you can't have both at the same time. You know, it's a guns and butter situation.
Right. But the problem with that is when they want it. All right? When they want it. Wendy Williams, when she was in her 20s, sniffing coke and sucking every rapper dick, didn't want an individual at that time. She wanted a lifestyle. When she became 50, she found this younger man, Kevin, and she stipulated that I need you to be faithful to an old wrinkled ass Wendy Williams, plastic
Who
surgeon,
slept with 100+ people.
who sucked every rapper dick in New York, now is wanting it at 50. Kevin was okay with it for a while, but he realized it was a laughing stock, and he went out there trying to prove himself to be a man. Fuck another young girl, got her pregnant, and attempted now to get half of Wendy Williams' wealth, which was silly of him because he didn't have the power. She
But
had the
wait a
power.
minute. But he did get paid. He did get awarded half.
Yeah, but he didn't get it.
What do you mean he didn't get it? I thought the court awarded it.
Court awarded it. She found somewhere he didn't get it. She found
Oh,
a payment
she
system.
hid money.
Right,
Okay.
right. He didn't get it. He's broke now.
Well, Mary J should have talked to her
Yeah.
because you know Ken do he get theme check every month.
No, but if Mary Jane got sick and the money was hidden, yes, okay. Where would Kenji get it from? If Wendy wasn't sick, he could have taken her to court. But you can't carry a sick person with mental health issue to court.
Yeah, it's not
Yes,
gonna
sir.
play well.
It's not going to play well. It's not going to play well. So that was the issue with Kevin, right? He wasn't playing well.
Yeah, listen. If as a woman you have more agency, you have self-sufficiency, education, money, and all of that stuff.
Mm.
Um, in a completely deregulated market where there's really no incentive or no, no penalty for you not being chased or doing the things that men
Mm.
value, within ourselves. There's no incentive for men to believe in this monogamy thing because
Right,
that's a social construct,
right.
right?
Because
But
there's no incentive for her either. There's no incentive for her, especially when she feels tired. Is that the power dynamics change? When she's tired of you, there's no incentive for her to stay with you because People don't understand this about modern relationships. Modern relationships go through highs and lows. No, I will talk about modern. We can go back 100 years.
Right.
They go through highs and lows, meaning that sometimes you're in love with your partner, sometimes you're in like with your partner. But what made you stick it through is because you were tied up on so many levels. It didn't make economic sense for you to leave the relationship when you were at a low. It didn't make emotional sense because your children were involved. So guess what? You stuck through the low until you reach the other level and you worked it out. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
But
you were
no,
kind of compelled to.
right, but no, you're not compelled to. No, you do any shit you want to do. Right? You do any shit you want to do now. There's nobody to stop you. Right? Because what are you going to say to her? No, you can't leave. Oh, I can survive on my own. I'm making $200,000 a year. I have enough money. I don't need you. So why would you tell a man to emotionally invest in somebody who tomorrow they can say that I'm tired of you? Would you recommend somebody to emotionally invest in somebody like that? No, you wouldn't.
But see, here's the thing though, because it's funny how the poles have switched. Because I'm of the opinion that nowadays men much more value, family and wanting to
Of
have this
course,
deep connection with one woman.
of
Because
course.
even the men who get a lot of sex when they were younger, um, they realize they understand life. And the main thing is that we're finite. We really have a very short time here. So that, when men ruminate to themselves, they realize, wait a minute,
All of that
like,
was bullshit.
yeah, all of that
Most
was
people
bullshit.
tell. So now that I'm 35 and I meet somebody, I'm serious about this person. I'm going to emotionally invest in them. I'm going
Right,
to give them time. I'm going to give them my care and my love
right,
and my adoration.
right. Because
No,
you
you
understand life from a holistic point of view and from a panoramic point of view. You understand that it's not even about you. Like a one single individual in the grand scheme of things really don't mean anything. You get what I'm saying, Soupies?
right.
Yeah, you of course you have self pride, and you know that you do matter, but at the same time you understand, like, I'm not gonna be around forever, and that's just the cold hard reality. So, what actually matters? What is enduring?
Family, because they move after you. Most men will say,
Right.
"Well, family matters because that's the only permanency we have to pass on our genes. Somebody
Exactly.
to remember and somebody to look
It's
after us."
it's
So
it's
most
the
men, when I hear 'em say, when I hear the lesbians them talking about men, and I say you have no clue about men, right? Men are this, men are that, men are that. I say you have no clue about men. Number one, you grew up in a household, especially in the black family, 75% you grew up in a household there was no man available.
single, yeah, single family, single mother.
So how you going to talk about an entity that you have no clue about? You don't know how they think, but you're willing to talk this bullshit. And it's a joking matter. It's a joke. You have one that I don't even want to call her name, but I'll call her name, Neo X. This young one. I like her as a person, but the more you listen to
Never
that,
heard of her.
yeah, she have a listen channel. The more you listen to them, the more you realize that they don't have a clue. They don't have a clue. And this is something I'm going to say on Unbiased channel. Most Black Americans don't have a clue.
Oh man, you should have been here earlier, man. Don't man, listen, don't get this clipped up now, man. You know, it's the FBA is a real thing.
They don't have a clue. Trust me when I say they don't have a clue.
Listen, man, try look out for you, you know.
Yeah, they can't say you can't flip it up. They don't have a clue because most of them have never been outside of. And this is what I mean by I don't have a clue for explanation. When the reason why Passport Brothers became a big thing is that these dudes went outside of their community and they saw how other people lived.
Mm-hmm.
And when you see how other people live, you start realizing that my belief system was bullshit.
From top
What
to
I
bottom.
it was bullshit. What I thought was XYZ is not true. It's not true. It wasn't true. Because that when you see people live outside of it, because the world bigger than Chicago, the
Right.
world bigger than New York, the world bigger than Florida. If if even a New Yorker come to Florida and they realize that the rules that apply in New York don't apply in Florida, that Florida is superficial. In New York, you could get away with taking the train.
Right.
In Florida, if you want to eat life, if you're not driving a $250,000 car, you're not anything to certain circles.
Right.
If you're not doing that, you certain circles say no. But when you go to the rest of the world, you realize that what you think matter don't matter.
Yep.
When these passport boys go to Thailand and they go to Singapore and they go to Brazil and they realize that what they were holding on to, that people laugh at them and say, that don't matter. Tariq Nasheed sells bullshit to the people, right? Because he got what he wanted. He got the half white wife,
Mm-hmm.
the house, the nice house, the money from the bullshit that he sells. And now he's telling people that immigrants are holding them back, which is untrue.
See, I wouldn't have a problem with him so much, Stu Peas, if I believe he had if that was an actual conviction of his.
He
But
has
I
no
know it's
conviction.
yeah, he has no convictions. I was trying to explain this to Unbiased earlier, and that's why I really can't get offended by him because I know he's just a complete charlatan. It's whatever is expedient in that moment to garner him the social status and the capital that he desires. That's literally it. He doesn't have a conviction one way or the other. You know what I'm saying?
No, because guess what? He is as fluid as water. Any container he puts in, he's going to adjust to that container. That means 20, 30 years from now, when he's going to come off and say, oh, I am this good guy. It's like Dick Gregory. When you listen to Dick Gregory and he's talking all of the bullshit that he's talking, and you follow Dick Gregory history, and you realize that, no, don't do it. No, what you're saying, no. Why wasn't you saying X, Y, and Z?
Yeah, is this idea that he's some sort of a maverick when he's
Oh,
literally he's literally if you were to say who's like a poster boy for somebody who endeared themselves to the entertainment elite, that
right.
was him.
That was him.
That was him. You don't and I feel man, I tell you sometimes 2 Ps, that's why more while apart to myself because it's just so few people who really can see. You know what I'm saying? Because because who was we just talking about? The guy.
Tariq, Dick.
Tariq. Right. Um when a guy who was like 2, 3 years ago selling Julius Malema t-shirts, making Haitian documentaries, collecting money for the purpose of building houses in Haiti. And you fast forward 3 years, he's just the most strident nationalist that's ever existed.
And
Like, no, that's just not how that works. Yes, we all go through growth.
but that's not growth.
Yeah,
And
there are ideals that you discard. There are ideals that you pick up. That you refine certain things. No, but we're talking about wholesale 180-degree turnarounds in a short space of time, multiple times. So he'll do a 180, then do another 180 back to where he was before.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah. Listen, I've seen him. I have seen how he has changed up so many times. I remember when he went to Jamaica and he was talking about Jamaica. He was the biggest Pan African, and
Yep.
then and then he realized that he's a grifter.
And you know what? I realized, Stoopies, why I could never be a con man, a real successful one. What really makes a con man is the audaciousness.
Right.
It's not even because he has plenty charm. I'm not gonna take that away from him. He's a fairly eloquent guy, quick on his feet, funny. Can't take it away from him. But he never he's never really saying anything all that poignant or profound. But what it is with him is he'll say what would to me and you just sound just so ridiculous, like you couldn't imagine keeping a straight face saying it, and he'll just say it like how you would say hello to a stranger. You know
No,
what I mean?
because it went back to my original thing when I told you when I was 18, 19, and I used to go to bars and ask the bartender
Right.
to show me the tits. Is that when I ask a bartender to show me her tits, mentally I I've seen her tits. I'm
Right.
just going through the process. Right? So it's like it's like back in the day when we used to go out with young ladies. Mentally I fuck her already. I never. It's not like say even for I say hi, I know that I fuck her already mentally. So I'm just putting the pieces together. The puzzle is there. It's just my
Yeah,
job to put the pieces
because look,
together.
Stoopies, this is the thing that he said. I was just like, and you said many other ridiculous things, but it's one thing. Because all right, here's the thing that he does that all charlatans do well. You commingle truth and falsehood. So I was speaking earlier to unbiased about how the Jamaicans from my mother generation and grandmother generation, they do have this foolish sense of superiority over Black Americans. They do. I heard the conversations growing up. So when Tariq says that, it's not completely unfounded. But guess what? That's just not sensational enough. He'll get on his program and say completely brazenly, no hiccup, no stuttering, nothing, and say that, oh, the majority of the AIDS cases and STD cases that are attributed to Black Americans, that's really
Asian.
those are tethers, right? And he doesn't even put up a pretense to offer any source, any citation. He
No.
doesn't even Soupies. He doesn't even pretend to. He just says it and then he just moves on.
Okay. I'm going to say something now controversial. They can clip this. And let's be honest. When the Jamaicans came here in the 60s and in the 70s, because Jamaicans started coming here en masse in the 70s.
Right. I thought it was the 60s.
in the 70s. When Edward Seaga was telling them that Jamaica is turning communism, and all of them ran away in the 70s, right? From 72, 73, 74, 75. They didn't like the socialistic movement of, and the opportunities were here to start coming. And let's be honest with it. You already know this is my honest part.
Mm-hmm.
They were struggling and they had difficulty adapting, but somehow they figured it out. And they looked around the communities and they said, listen, New York is not for me. And although they were in New York, they started leaving New York in the early 80s. They started leaving New York, and they came to Florida, right? And they came to Florida and they set up the neighborhoods. Many move into white neighborhoods. White people move out, but they moved in. But these neighborhoods from the 80s held their value. Many of these Jamaican neighborhoods still held their value. The neighborhoods look good and well kept. Am I lying? Because it's the Jamaican neighborhoods.
Yeah, especially man, down here, Miramar.
Right. Right? Pembroke Pines, Miramar, Fort Lauderdale, Lauderdale Hill.
I think the Haitians more in well, that's Sunrise. The Haitians are in Sunrise.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Asian
Fort
came to
Lauderdale.
Sunrise
Yeah,
and took us and bought us out.
right.
The Asian bought us out of Sunrise. But the neighborhoods that we primarily occupied always maintained the value. So from the outside looking in, when they looked at the black community, they could not understand why these communities didn't hold their value.
Have
When
this
the Jamaicans go to Atlanta to live, where do they live? There's a massive amount of Jamaicans in Atlanta. What the communities look like when compared to other communities? Do the communities the same? No, they don't.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Because here's the thing I realize about human development, Stoopies. There's always a why to everything.
I understand
Um,
the why is that I know HHAs, home health aid, who live in $450,000 houses, who are paying mortgage on $450,000 houses, $2,500 a month mortgage, right? And other fees. I personally know HHAs, and they work 80 hours, 90 hours. They work 2 jobs every day for 13 days out of the pay period in order to make enough money to pay the mortgage, to drive the car. They make extreme sacrifices. There's a joke in New York back in the day that Jamaicans have 4, 5, 6 jobs to own the
yeah,
houses.
that was on Living Color too.
Right. It was on Living Color. Oh, yes, man, me drive a taxi to man. Yes, man, me the cook. Yes, man, me the flower person. Because they wanted to own the house.
Right. Yeah,
Right?
there's definitely a intrinsic pride and drive amongst Jamaicans.
Right. How much H you know home health aid, right? All of them have some nice houses. They work and I don't talk about the nurses, you know. I
Yeah,
start with the home.
my auntie, she live out west. Yeah.
What our
My
house look like?
auntie, very nice house. You know how those houses out west, they like by in Silver Lakes and all that stuff.
Right. I know how much hours are we short? Constantly.
Yeah, nonstop. And you know what, to me, those 2 Ps, that's not no life. I'm not, that doesn't,
Right. But you
like
and
put
I
it this
don't
way.
want to live that way.
If,
You and
if
I
I
don't
had the
want to live that
option,
way.
if I had the option to do that 2 Ps and make the money and have the effects, as opposed to say working a $40,000 job, I'd rather work a $40,000 job.
Right?
Yeah. No, if we're talking as a single man, I'm saying no.
Yeah.
If I have children, that's a different matter.
Right. I know a girl. I know a girl, right? Her job gave unlimited overtime. Right? She used to work nights, work 10 to 8. She used to go into work 4 o'clock to 8 o'clock in the morning every day.
Hey,
13
two
days out of the
piece.
per
I
pay
think I think
period.
I have it now. I think I can answer to the why. I think with the turbo boost that the American economy got, both from, of course, the free labor of slavery, combined with the other turbo boost that it got with the industrial revolution.
Yeah.
The Africans that were living here, they were they came up, or they evolved in an environment, in that same environment as those white people, right? But the only difference is the white people actually have it, and the black people don't. For us in the Caribbean, for all intents and purposes, we were outside the big house. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I think what happened to the collective psyche in Black Americans is just a unbelievable amount of impracticality has taken root and metastasized in the body politic of Black America. If I could condense it down to a simple, pithy statement, it would be that it's just the overall impracticality to how they approach life. And it's because again, they live adjacent, and they evolved adjacent to a group of people who have had a decadent lifestyle. Because believe it or not, white people didn't really have to work for none that they have.
No, they didn't. Because let's be
Right?
honest, the average white man who didn't go to college after World War II, up to the 60s and 70s, he got a job and he lived well off that 40 hours, had a house, had a car, was living well off that one job. But when the Jamaicans came here, they realized that that rule didn't apply to them.
Right. But stop right there, Stoopies. Why could we see it? Because we're coming from the outside in. An environment that we grew up in. We grew up in an environment where the civilization was at not a one, but you know what I'm saying? We know the nuts and bolts that it takes to build something. Because we start from the base level, as opposed to a Black American who, after generations and generations, evolving with the people who have the actual privilege. They don't know what it is to, you know what I'm saying? The only reality that they know is um, plumbing, electricity never going off, virtually never going off. If my car break down, I can just call this number and people come. Um, I'm just trying to think of some other creature comforts and
Are
niceties.
you saying that because they had because they weren't self-sufficient? Is that what you're saying?
No, 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 no. Listen, there's a difference. All right, because listen, you could be self-sufficient, but if what you see in a society at large is untold abundance, your ability to just be financially viable, you start to look at that as this isn't really anything. And that's where that keeping up with the Joneses thing seeps into the body politic. You get what I'm saying? Because when I was growing up in Jamaica, I didn't know of course I was a child, but I wasn't aware that I was poor,
No, we
right?
were aware that we were poor and everybody was poor, but there's a level of acceptance. There's something that was expected of you. Although you were poor, when you were going to school, your shoes must be shine.
Right, right.
Although you were poor,
It's the
when you were
pride.
going out your clothes, there was a sense of pride. Um, Jimmy Cliff talk about it in Many Rivers to Cross. I only survived because of my pride. When he said that line, he said many rivers to cross, but I can't seem to find my way over. Wondering I'm lost, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I only survived because of my pride, right? My inability to give up. I cannot
Right,
give up,
right.
right? I cannot go back home with any excuses, right? It was an internal competition among us that if this girl can make it or this boy can make it, and he wasn't any smarter than me, why is it that I was unable to make it? So we had an internal competition among ourselves. But then listen, the Jamaicans who came here in the 70s was a different breed.
Boy, man, I tell you.
It was a different breed of Jamaicans.
Hey, Stoopies, my grandmother. Listen, man, where you wiping up people, dude, and they're telling you the worst thing, and you're not nothing, and the disrespect, the disrespect that you endure. Yeah, they like it says, yeah, different breed of people.
It was different breed because when you heard the stories and them go look after white people children, them deal with the disrespect because they had a plan. They needed a job. And you telling me, you calling me nigger, not going to stop my plan. But then many persons, it's hard to ask people who were subjugated for many years, whose certain word were used as a weapon against them to tolerate that thing, right? Because many grandmothers bought house in America and build houses in Jamaica alongside the same time. Build houses for their mother who was left behind. But when Tariq Nasheed talk, they're not taking anywhere because it's not like say you guys are wiping the shit.
Right, 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 right. Yeah. I mean, look, even looking at myself, Stoopies, and that's why I say there's always a why. And the human being, it's funny because when I was in high school, I had this I forgot what class he taught me, but I remember one time in class he asked the class, do you believe how much of your personality or your beliefs or your outlook or your worldview do you think is a function of your own self-directed thoughts or self-directed outlook versus the environment that you live in,
Versus the
right?
socialization.
And it's so funny, Stoopies. I think I was 14 at the time,
Mm.
and I argue him down. He couldn't tell me anything. Like, no, like my thoughts are my own, and this is just me looking at life and just innately kind of just knowing. I was so confident.
No, because
Um,
you came from a different. The thing about it is that it is unfair. All right,
but
like
guess
my
what? But guess what, Soupies? He
yeah.
was absolutely right. Right? That wasn't just self-directed. Like you
No,
said, it's me having to have my uniform iron before school the next night.
mm,
Your shoes polish,
mm.
right?
When you went to school,
Um,
Jamaica or here?
but I come here when I was 14. So I was about to start third form.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
worst thing they did to you. You know that, right?
Yeah, that was a turbulent time too. But I understand where you're getting at as far as the education.
Yeah, the worst thing they
But
did to you.
but Yeah, they definitely mismanaged me.
Which
My
school
parents,
you went to in Jamaica? You remember?
KC.
Oh
Of course,
Lord,
remember what I'm there.
Jesus
Eh?
Father, and then carry up here.
Yeah,
Boy,
right.
listen. My son just graduated high school. He graduated York Castle. He has 11 subjects. Right? Not he has 5 1s and 6 2s. He didn't fail any. And the reason why he got the 6 2s is that the school only offered 8, and he went outside and did 3 privately. He had to take bus from his high school nearly 30 miles to a different high school every evening to do the 3 more that he wanted. So he has 11 subjects. Coming here is the worst thing for a black Jamaican child, especially high school. You can come here for college, but never
Yeah,
high school.
especially the high school the high school they sent me to Northdale Middle.
No, no.
Opalaka is right there on 22nd and what street would that be?
Opalaka. You mean,
175th.
you mean down by Opalaka? Opalaka. Yes. You went to school in Opalaka? Oh Lord.
In the
Oh Lord.
90s.
Oh Lord. In the 90s? Oh Lord.
In the 90s.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, Stupid, you talk about a culture shock? You
That
talk
was a
about
black
a
American school at the time.
Oh man, Stupid. This was a school where the ones where it's like on the movies. Like fights, literally, multiple fights every day without fail. Um, Students listening to boombox in the classroom, hitting the teacher with paper and cussing the teacher out. And yeah,
You coming from KC,
yeah,
where a teacher in KC is a god.
God.
I went to Arden. I went to Arden, and a teacher in Arden is a god. You disrespecting a teacher, get you put through those gates so far that your mother couldn't come up to school to make any excuse for you. They're kicking
In
you out.
in KC, the caning was popular in KC. I don't know Arden, but
Yeah, whipping was popular, but it hardly used because it never had to use. I got transferred to
see,
Arden.
here's the thing though. Which part Arden there again? Which part not Kingston there?
Arden, the Hope Road, across from Jamaica House, Ronnie Williams Entertainment Center. Arden
Is
Road.
that Stony Hill? Where is that?
No man, Hope Road, like you're going up to the zoo. But before you
Yeah,
reach the zoo,
yeah, Hope
there's
Gardens. What am I talking about?
yeah,
So that would be like
it's further down, uptown.
yes, right. All right. So that's the point I was gonna make. That KC, even though it's a prestigious school,
It
KC
was
is
in the
in the
ghetto.
hood.
You ever
Yeah.
jump the fence and go buy dumpling
Yeah, man.
and curry chicken back from the woman next door in the dirty
Yeah,
plastic plate them?
yeah, talk about Miss Pearl.
Yeah, you know the plastic plate them we can't wash. The plate them about
Yeah.
200 year old. She sell curry chicken back and dumpling.
I'm one tell you're not gonna find no food nowhere tastes better than fair food.
Yeah, listen to
Is that
buy it. Listen to buy it because it's cheap. It's cheap. How me know about it? Me hear about them, I go down and go buy it.
yeah, she famous. Especially in them
Yeah.
time when you're talking the 90s.
Yeah, in the 90s.
She was famous.
Mm.
Everybody know Miss Pearl.
Yeah, that's a
When it
KC man thing.
Yeah, when it come on to KC, everybody know Miss Pearl, brother. Even if you never, even the people who didn't go and buy food from her, you know Miss Pearl, dog.
Yeah.
You
It
hear
was a
our
KC and
name.
George's man thing. Both food, curry chicken back and boiled dumpling.
Right. No, everybody know Miss Pearl.
Yeah, man.
It's only one. It's only one or two time I get to buy from her because we never have money like that. More while I just have a bus fare.
Oh, that's the next thing people don't understand. I went to Arden, and my friends in Arden, I had friends whose father was general manager of Petrojam. I had friends, Kevin Mattis was my classmate. That's Kenny Mattis' son, right? I had friends like those. I had poor friends too. Right? I remember the first time I met a girl from Campion and that we were talking, and the girl liked me and she invited me to Burger King for lunch. And I said I didn't have any money. She said, no problem, I can pay. And to me, that was the most surprising thing that a high school girl, because in Campion, they didn't eat lunch at Campion. If you know where Campion was further up Hope Road. They girls don't eat lunch in Campion canteen. They came out lunchtime and they went to this restaurant where they had hot dogs, hamburgers, and all of the foreign food because they had money. Right? I had friends who had resources at Arden. Rich friends. And I was a poor youth from Donny Park. Donny Park I live, I was a poor youth. Half of the time it's bus fare alone I go to school with. And then you don't want to be a leech on certain people.
Right.
So when a man says to you, so you're hungry, you don't eat lunch, you're hungry. You say, yeah, man, me eat already, man. And so when you eat, so no, man, that's why you wait a while before you group up with them lunchtime. You don't want to be that one who not eating or relying on the next man to buy your lunch.
Hey, but you know, Soupies, I want to tell you something. The reason why that girl was drawn to you, you see the circumstances that we grew up in when you're poor like that, especially when you're a child, you're young.
Yeah.
There's just a purity of the spirit and the personality
Right.
that even you not necessarily, even if you grew up in a rough area and you have some bad ways, there's a way that you look at life without you even realizing it. It's just natural.
Yeah, man, look here. Me was one of the only youth.
It's very intoxicating to a person who live in an environment where she lives in, where there's a lot of pretentiousness.
Yeah.
So she will pay. She will pay in what? Because it's so. All right, look here, Stoopies. We used to have this game, and you know, they say necessity is the mother of what it go? Necessity is the mother of invention, right? I mean, you know money football. Everybody know money football, right?
Yeah, man. The two 10 cents and a 5 cents.
Yeah, and use the body stick.
I use a fun stick.
Body stick.
Fun stick. I don't care. Yeah.
But I remember what am I gonna say? Oh, this is why I went to KC. So I was living at Waterford at the time, and we did just move a Waterford from Mullines Road. I was 6 years old, right? 6 years old, 1988, and I met my neighbor Dwight. And he was in KC. And you want to tell us two peas. I don't know if this was his game or something they make up, cause to be honest, I'm gonna tell you the game and you make me know, cause I don't see nowhere else at Jamaica. When I ask people about it, them like, what you talking about? But I'm gonna set up the game and actually film a YouTube video. Put on YouTube. All right, so here it goes, Stoopies. We'll take the bucket stoppers off the DNG bottles, right?
I use a button.
Aye, so you know it then.
Yeah, bucket stopper football.
Hey, that game the wicked Stoopies.
I have 3 touch. You can only make 3 dribble.
I don't even, and it's so good for talk to you because in Miramar here, when we talk to any other Jamaican, them don't know me I talk about.
Yeah,
and you're telling me about the
you bend the bottle stopper in such a way that the top part of it where you used to kick or push the button, it have to fold down a little. And so when you squeeze it, it got to that man, and then the measure who it's closer to. So if you kick it and it don't go close to your guy, it goes closer to the vendor. You lose position. He has the ball and he pass it to everybody. And then now you have a way to set up your goalie to block it. But you can't pass a certain line. Bucket stopper football. He was older than you, that's why you know it. By the time you came up, you started playing money football. Bucket stopper football came out of style.
Was on its way out.
Right. So he used to play bucket stopper football.
Right.
Because bucket stopper football started as a result of the 19 1982 Olympics. No, World Cup. When DNG had a promotion where you own the bucket cork and you saw the number of the player.
Yeah, yeah. You have the you get prize and all that stuff too.
Right.
Them used to
And
have,
then
you dig up the what they call it, a plastic thing in the bucket stopper.
the
You know,
steel and you put paper inside it. And
the
enough
little
people used to color the paper like blue and white and put a number in there, 10 or 11 or 12. You used to set up like, and then some depends on the tabletop where you have. You have 6 bucket stopper. If you have a big enough tabletop, like my friends made with a plyboard, you have 10 bucket stopper.
We used to play with 11, yeah, 11 and 11.
11, yeah.
We use a big linoleum or plyboard, like you say. Yup.
Yeah, and you have your goal and
And
all
then,
of that.
or sometimes we do it on the way, name it to the veranda.
Mm-hmm. Or you did it on the veranda.
Yeah,
And you play
sometimes.
bucket
Yeah.
stopper football all day.
Listen, the thing where I say with the piece of paper, that's so much fun, man. Cause yeah, take the paper, you're doing your coloring. You know, back then, you know, who the big man them was still Archie and
And the
Baggio
put them
and
numbers in it and yeah.
Romario and Klinsman and hey, not no sweet like back of football, brother. I'm not care where nobody want. Money football nice though.
Yeah,
Money football nice.
Money football now, you used to have skill. Because you used to
Right.
take the 10 cent and the fudge stick or the body stick as they call it, and flick the stick so the
Yeah.
10 cent now will hit the 5 cent on the
Pile,
side
man.
and turn it that way and but you play that with
Soupies. Let me tell you something. You see when it come to money football,
yeah,
no school in Jamaica can deal with KC. I tell you that.
every school played it, but there was never a local competition. Every high school in Kingston played it with that.
Because look here, Soupies. Me personally, they get so wicked for money football. You saw that talk about a while ago for pile, man.
Yeah.
You used to get to the point where you could have pile somebody and make the 10 cent, the little small cent, turn up after you pile them and turn on a roll.
Remember how for throw it in, you had a special way for throwing the ball. You know, like you had to use your fingers and the 2 thumbs and flick it in.
I remember. I can't quite remember, but it for me, yeah, that's
when the ball came off whatever it came off, because you had to throw it back in or to the 2 people them, and then you measure with your fudge stick who closer to the ball or yeah. But look, what people don't understand is that we had fun because it was necessary because we didn't have access to all of the other things. Then in the 80s, when the drug game got big and people started sending the technological toys down, the Ataris and the Nintendos and the Xbox and the PlayStation, we lost a lot of ourselves. And the television and all of that. We lost a lot of ourselves. We start relying on external stimulus instead of internal stimuli to develop imagination.
Yep.
Because we used to sit and talk for hours amongst our friends on stories and foolishness because we didn't have the entertainment values of TV. I can remember one time when my uncle came down and the Saturday morning before, 2 Saturday mornings before he came down, he put he taped Saturday morning cartoons from America. And like everybody came to, when we watched that, like all the kids came just to watch those cartoons. 6 hours worth of Saturday morning cartoons. Because we didn't have that back home. So we relied on total different things. So when we come up here now, when you bring your son up here now, although it's different down there now, it's more Americanized. When you bring a child up here now, the focus is not the same. Back home, you're competing with your friends. Not being able to read or failing a test make you feel less than. So you took school more seriously.
Hey, Stoopies.
Yeah.
You spend time to finish my common entrance before everybody.
Yeah.
Me get up. I'm walk out of the room, Stoopies, like, oh, monarchy would walk out and just look down on the peasant them.
Right.
Just I say, look at these peasants.
Right, because that was an accomplishment. Remember when your mother saw your name in the newspaper, that special thing in that print with everybody's name,
Remember
and
when
the,
the
you
name?
walk,
Remember when people couldn't find them name? That if you
right?
talk about
Yeah, they say, yeah,
two peas,
them gone to
soup,
a secondary school, them gone to
soupies,
second,
soupies. You want to see cow balling?
yeah. When them see your name, and you see your name, and them say, them go through every school to look for your name. 12,000 names. So much, but it was thousands of names in that special newspaper. And it fell out. The common entrance result come. Tomorrow, a common entrance result. But the school had the results before it came in the newspaper, so many persons heard before.
I know.
Right?
Look how they got rid of that now, stoopies.
They got rid of that result. No. My son, when he passed, my son went to, my son, when we were living in St. Anne, he went to St. Anne's Bay Prep, which is a Seventh-day Adventist school. It was the brightest students going there. But my son was reading from, he was 3 years old. I taught him how to read. And when he passed his exam, everybody knew that he was going to pass. Everybody knew which school he was going to. He's not a nerd. My son
Right. No,
passed 11 subjects.
same thing with me, stoopies. Because look here, when I went in, I say, yo, I like Dwight. Cause him show me wait name there, back of the football, and me just always look up to him as a youth.
Yeah.
And at KC me want go, so KC I'm going, and that was that.
Because that was the expectation in the community. You know what school is going based on everybody, what everybody in the community, who the boys were going in the community. I'm going to tell you a story now where my son, when he was just going into fifth form, he left his girlfriend. He said, listen, daddy, I don't have the time for you because I have other plan. And like when him leave her, she got mad out. She got mad out because she mad. You know when the boyfriend left him, she got mad out. You know what her mother do? Her mother talk to feed mother. I said, listen, me not gonna make your son left my daughter mad with me now. And she want to be around him because she went to like the Immaculate in the school that is on par with Immaculate in the country. She went to a school named Westwood where they wear the hats. You know what she did? When the mother said, listen, when my ex-wife said, listen, I'm gonna move her in, you know. And I say, you serious? I say, yeah, them done a fuck already. So if you want fucking in the house, and can't fucking in the house. But she need him. So
Right.
whole of his family girlfriend live with him.
Yeah, at that point, stoopies, they just have to stop the bleeding. That's all they can do.
Yeah. The whole of his farm, she live with him. She had to sleep in the bed every day, every night.
No, man, your wife do the right thing, because if you try, cause listen, if you want to be tight, you have to be tight from the beginning all the way through. You see, once them dip them toe in that water, at that point, all they can do is manage. That's it.
Manage. She said, listen, a drawer full of condom there. And the girlfriend agreed to say, listen, she got there, so I think about him every day and not do what she's supposed to do. So guess what? Go on with him. Go on with him. I dead with laugh when I hear it. I said, but what you gonna do? What you gonna do? Your 16-year-old son live in a room with his girlfriend.
No, man, I right decision, man. Listen, because at that point you can at least set up some parameters. You see, if you
Right.
completely like, cut it off now, all you do is I'll make it even that more enticing. Because them are gonna start attach this idea of persecution and say for them love can persevere through that, and now it becomes this big this big kind of ideation, this like it's us against the world, and the foolishness.
And guess what? She passed 8 subjects. She have 6-1 and 2 2s. And then live together for a year.
Them not there again. I'm still there.
It's still there. Him I got 6 farm and she I got 6 farm. Still not the same room. What me
Yeah,
gonna vote?
that's probably husband and wife right there, so. I said it's actually that's so it's supposed to be. You know, suppose
What
I meet people in them 30s, 2Ps, and I say I try build nothing.
yeah. What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to say no, 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 no? Them a fuck from over 15. What the fuck? Them a fuck.
Yep.
Right? She can't deal with it without him. So if she can't deal without him and she want him around her 24/7, and she'll tell me that save her. Him can't deal with her. Right?
Yeah, so she
Because
get off our head, 2Ps.
yeah. So no, but no, yeah. So guess what? We have a problem with it. I mean, I have a problem. My thing is that if I should go back in a life, granted, I enjoyed a lot of it. 90% of the people where I have intimate relationship, but I wouldn't. And I could have said 95. And I'll still have a relationship with enough. Right? Because it don't make any sense. It don't make any sense to search for somewhere. Take up your time.
Yeah, no man, this thing go by too fast for you. You know, and that's why you can't afford to idealize those things.
Yeah.
Especially that man. Woman can do that, but a man, you're in for a world of pain if you.
Yeah. But that's the only problem with Jamaica that I don't like because the expectation, especially your sexual prowess. As a boy, you have to prove your sexual prowess from an early age. And you have to prove it over and over again that you have the ability to pull and draw. And so intimacy never have the same value.
Yeah, and not only that, it going back to the point that I make earlier, said it takes it dissipates the energy that really should be used towards building your
Something else.
society. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
because that is a shame. It's an absolute shame because I know that Jamaica has the brain trust to be able to be, self-directed and self-sufficient. That money was allocated for infrastructure development, and look here, the Chinese have to come and build up with infrastructure. That's extremely embarrassing.
Because what happened is that I remember when they built the highway, one piece of highway that's falling took so much money to build. You realize that most of the resources went into individual hands instead of into
Yeah,
the infrastructure.
because everybody licky.
Right? And that is it because we're tracing this image of wealth that is not necessary. We don't reach this yet, but we wanted it. It's a
Right.
certain right. We don't reach nowhere near this yet, but we want it. We want what we see on TV. The worst thing they brought to Jamaica
Was
is
cable.
was not before cable, was this image of the American lifestyle through television.
Wow, you know what? You're right, because even going back to the Western and its influence on the badman culture. Yeah.
Right. This worst thing that they did to us is that because we saw this lifestyle and think that it is a necessity for self-actualization, that you're not self-actualizing unless you live that lifestyle. Right? And then when the drug came into the game and a lot of this free money came about, the willingness to work hard to achieve went away. Because why should I work hard when I can hustle or juggle? Juggle was the word. We are juggle. Right? Hustle may work, juggle mean you sell something. No. It changed how people think. The others might say, what you said to the others say, you don't understand what your culture did to other people culture around the world. You are not old enough to know, but I'm old enough to know when the transition from a nice fitted pants to jeans occurred. Back in the day, Jamaican men went to tailor. When you went to a tailor on a Saturday morning, it's like you go to a barber. Men were just waiting to take the measurement. A length, which is a yard and third to make a pants.
We are talking for school clothes or for suit?
No, for just normal dressing.
Okay, yeah, regular pants and shirt for
For just go through and go up on the road. So
right.
your tradesmen, every community had 2 and 3 tailor shop.
Yeah, that's a big deal. We don't realize how valuable. You know, my mother was a seamstress.
Right. A dressmaker used to have people coming to her. And she was no only a dressmaker. She was a stylist.
Can crochet everything.
Yeah, because she understand your fit. She look on it and say, no man, that not gonna fit you. You want something like this, you look like this. But we transition into a culture where no change.
No man, definitely. But yo, my mother come a foreign up to about 14 years ago. My dad tell my mother say, yo, look here. Why how come you stop sewing? Like me know so once you come up here and you're a nurse, it's a lot of work and you you see me? But back when they throw back them the inner style. You remember that era there?
The
Throwback
throwback jersey.
jersey.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna try encourage my mother because me that try instill some kind of entrepreneurship in her. It's nice to have a job and but you have actual skill. Why not employ it? You see me? And I guarantee you'll get a lot of fulfillment out of it outside of just the money alone.
No,
And
it's
she
not. No, foreign took away a whole heap of joy. Listen,
yeah,
you might think
it's
that
sapping. It does sap something out of us. Yeah, definitely.
took
The
away your
joy,
joy.
the exuberance for life, the color.
No, all foreign for the average West Indian Jamaican, is still you must get this. It's achievement. It's not about joy. We don't work for a sense of joy now. We just work because we have to work. Eh,
Yeah, but I try to tell her, look, we can make replicas of the and that's a easy something for her make. That's nothing. My mother used to make dress. She was a dressmaker. So that's nothing. I'm used to tell her, look, we replicate these jerseys. These guys who can't afford the $400 Michelin nest, them will buy the 150. They will buy this for 150, especially if it's done with a high degree of craftsmanship
But
to where you can't even distinguish between it and the original unless it's a trained person, isn't it?
right. But
No, she
then
never interested.
no, she's not interested.
Matter of fact, is almost like some offender. Like, well, yeah, like yeah, chat foolishness. Like, why? Who tell us if I come over here and chat nonsense in my ears? Like,
No, it's because it's look, when you go back home and see some of your friends where you left at KC, them a laugh off for you for come off of it. You might not believe me, Not for your friend them way graduate from KC a laugh off for you come off of it. Because you join a rat race to achieve nothing.
no time.
Right?
Just work.
Just work, but you say that to a Tarek Nasheed, him don't understand that. Him don't understand that.
I disagree, Stoopies, because he's well traveled enough. And going back to what I was saying, that's why I said I don't take much offense. Because it's just like I don't know if it was the Soviets or the Russians or whoever that did first discover the value of national, of like strident nationalism
Mm.
and how how powerful of a galvanizing agent it is if you can use it. So I know Tariq is well traveled enough, and from listening to him, he's intelligent enough to understand how people develop and how different cultures shape different people, and he knows Stoopies. Yeah, you get me? But if you can't tell the audience, say, yo, it's all these black black immigrants that's responsible for the AIDS, and I don't know if you see this latest viral video with this girl who get busting her head with the brick.
I see it. That's why me and a lesbian girl today had a problem. Because I tell people that many persons culturally don't have the ability to shut the fuck up. They cannot walk away from a conflict. They don't know what conflict resolution look like. Right? Because somebody said to me, what if it was your mother? What would you do? I said, my mother would never be in that position. Because my mother would be arguing with a stranger.
Right. A man at that.
Yes, my mother would not be arguing with a man. And I told him of a situation where my mother was walking with my sister and they were disrespected. And my mother did not argue. She went and she told me because she didn't have to argue. Because guess what she know? She have our big son who is going to deal with the matter. She just looked and walked away and come home the night and said, listen, some boy down on the corner there, so tell me which part of them for come suck. Bribe them. And I said, okay. And I went and I dealt with the matter. Right? But these people think that they have to argue with people. You don't argue, walk away. And if you don't have nobody to deal with the matter, you brush it off and leave it alone.
Yeah, them woman nowadays them develop a ego, brother. It's surreal to witness it in real life. So anyway, going back to Tariq, the girl will bust her head and all her head side swell up.
The man lick her with a brick.
Yeah, the man lick her with a brick. And Tariq was saying how people are affixing this to Black Americans because she was saying why none of the black men there who were standing around didn't help or intervene. And he objected to her describing the men using the generic term black men. And he didn't intimate it. He explicitly said that it was the woman's intention, right? The one who got her head busted. And the subsequent commentators, it was their actual intention by using the term black men that they were in a surreptitious way saying specifically black American men. Like they were, and I'm just sitting there listening to this shit. I'm like, this guy just doesn't care. Like Stoopies, you understand that he doesn't actually believe that, right?
No, he doesn't, but he just make up shit.
Yeah, he doesn't believe. He knows. He knows that's bullshit.
Because you know that she's a black American woman. But let's be real now.
Stoopies, she's actually Somalian. That's why he was saying what he said.
Okay.
But virtually everybody was identified as black in the Western Hemisphere, right? They use the term black man and black woman.
Good.
And it doesn't mean specifically American black man or black woman. Okay? Even if some people can take it that way and do take it that way, no one is intentionally saying black men and in a sneaky way they're trying to get across that is specifically. Think about how inane a talking point that is, Stoopies. Think about it.
No, he's just being an agitator.
He would have the audacity, and he thinks so little of his audience actually push forth that argument. Like anybody can. And guess what? They don't situate. He knows he has a cult. He knows it.
What question? She's Somalian?
Yes.
She came here as a child, or her parents are Somalian.
Probably young, because even the place where she was, the club, you're not seeing no Somalian girls in a hole in the wall club like that. And then her disposition also is very American.
Because the reason why I asked that question, because culturally they don't behave like that,
And they don't even really mix like that.
right? And let's be honest. You heard the story about the girl the truck driver girl who went to Kuwait. I was making
Yep,
the ass
yep.
of myself.
Mm-hmm.
So culturally, she know that you don't behave like that. Because even in Jamaica, where we have some very aggressive women, they're not jumping up in any man's chest, to use that
Right.
terminology. Because women around the world acknowledge the fact that you don't jump into a man's chest. Women in Brazil don't jump into a man's chest. Women in Russia don't jump into a man's chest. Women in China don't jump into a man's chest. By jumping into a man's chest, what I'm saying is that they don't occupy men's spaces with levels of aggression, because they understand the consequences that is attached to it.
No, definitely. Like, Mr. This Brittany and a girl she on the podcast. I tell the people them for box her in our shit. Bat me in my shit. Bat me in my shit.
Mm.
And she's telling it, listen, and she licked Shannon Briggs with a buckle, you know. Shannon Briggs.
Because Shannon Briggs never, listen, there is no repercussion to them actions here. I remember one day somebody asked me, I remember one day when I just came here, I didn't understand culturally. I was driving, and when I stopped out by GameStop near Pembroke Pine Mall, the GameStop on the other side in that plaza, and two black girls were just standing in the road. Like they stopped the car and they standing in the road and were having a conversation. And I sit in the car for like 5 minutes and I was looking at them and they're looking at me. And it was like all nonchalant, like it was a different time of the day. And I get so mad because like you didn't exist. And I wind on my car window and I said, bitch, get the bomber cloth out of the pussy cloth road. And I'm frightened, I run out of the road.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And I told somebody the story. And they said, oh, you call them bitch, you call them out of them name? What if they did this? What? I said, do what? I said, the first thing first. If somebody touch me, no matter if them is God or my mama, you not touch me. Because I now touch you first. But if you touch me, I'm going to touch you back. Them say, would you hit a woman? Would you hit a woman?
It's a funny place, brother. Yeah, fair.
I said, would you do what? I said, would a woman feel that she can touch me without consequences? Why you don't ask that question? No, no man should ever hit a woman. I said, I don't know who you telling that to, but you need to stop.
For real.
I don't know who you telling that to, but you need to stop. I've never had the need to hit a woman because the women in my culture are feminine, right? They might loud, but they understand the place that they don't step to a man. And I have no sympathy for a woman who step up to a man and get her ass whooped. The killing that happened in Chicago with the 14-year-old boy who killed the man who hit his mother.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I said to that, but somebody asked me about it. I said, because she couldn't shut the fuck up, she turned her son in a murderer.
Mm-hmm.
And we do not know the consequences of his action so far. He might have gotten away from the law, but killing somebody is not something that you can deal with and just blow away.
Right. And then, in a place like Chicago too, my fair, worry about retribution.
But it's not only about retribution.
But no, I'm
because
saying I know what you're talking about. It's psychologically, you know.
Psychologically, no.
On top of that, you have the retribution aspect to think about too.
Right.
Because
And then on top,
them coming just like Jamaica, you know, with the somebody for dead back culture, you know.
Yeah. And then the other thing about
the same culture.
The other thing about it is that because now he is a murderer, he might have to find himself having to prove himself every day for the rest of his life. Yeah, because him walking around with his stripe on his shoulder.
Mm.
The thing about the somebody for dead back thing at Jamaica, what enough people don't understand, is that we understand it. And because we understand it, we're not quick for jumping at people, things like that. Because somebody have got dead back. Most people dead at Jamaica is people who mix up. Innocent people dead, yes, but they don't apply for most of the people who are dead.
Mm-hmm.
But I tell people that, I say, listen, this foolishness only keeping up. Say. So because of that now, I've seen women jumping and hitting men and all of this and they say, what's he supposed to do if she hit you? Oh, don't hit her back, just walk away, try to subdue her. No, don't hit her. You're not supposed to hit her. I tell everybody this. You not lick me. Because after me lick your back, if your man think him gonna jump up in my chest, I not hitting him. I not going to hit him. But him not going to jump up in anybody's chest afterwards. Remember the 8-ball situation in New York? Where the girl hit the guy and him slap her? And her boyfriend jumped in? Where was he when she was running up her mouth?
Yeah, I mean, listen, that's the culture here currently. It is what it is.
Yeah, where there's nobody can tell no culturally, nobody can tell them to stop.
Right. Yeah, the same thing with the youth from McDonald's. I think that youth that was Jamaican too, you know, the one that beat up the two dyke them with the I think it wasn't a golf club. Piece of iron.
It was a piece of iron where them take for clean, what you call it?
The fryer?
The grease trap.
Right. I know I want to blow a piece of iron. That's all I know. And him give them some frig lick. You know
Then they lick him first, though.
Eh?
Then they lick him first, though.
Yeah. You know remember the video?
Yeah, I remember the video, but I don't remember how it started. Like them jump up and
then jump over the counter and start lick him, and two of them attack him same time and jump over the counter.
Mm.
And the man just dress back.
Mm.
And reach for the piece of iron or pipe iron or whatever you want to call it, and him start give them some frig lick. I talk about the man I put force in it in the arms 2 piece.
Yeah. Because guess what? They've never encountered that yet. They've never encountered that yet. People telling them all kind of things.
I think one of them did get armed to this day. Them have brain damage.
What was he charged? No, he wasn't charged.
No, absolutely not. And that's another thing, man. If you realize up here, so you feel like say, oh, you can't lick back no woman, and them try to convince you that, but in the law, you have every right to defend yourself.
Right. Make sure you don't start it. All you have to make sure is that I didn't start it. I was trying to walk away. Right? I'm in Florida here now. If me and somebody get in a verbal altercation, you know what I'm going to say to him? Say, my apologies, I'm so sorry. I walk away. Well, I'm going to walk away. And everybody going to call me scary bitch, and he's going to get up into his feeling because I'm scary. And guess what he's going to do? He's going to run and give away his life. Because once you walk away, you know, you walk away. If me in an verbal altercation, you know, and they apologize and everybody says they must submit, I must say sorry, Askill, sorry, right? I must say I'm leaving now. I don't want altercation, and I walk away. I just want 10 PSCs because my lawyer can argue for 10 PSCs. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Because once you turn around and I hear you run coming, I'm not showing. I'm not showing to stop you because I just wanted to see that you are the aggressor. And I fear for my life. But then people don't believe that. Then people think, oh, no. Bag of talking. When I talk plenty, especially when it comes to something because a verbal argument, a verbal conflict can turn into a physical conflict just like that. Yeah, walk away. Make him come up now. When him run up and lose him life, people going to say, Ray. As in Chicago, they show a fight with two black dudes beating up this white dude. And he pulled his gun and they stopped beating him up. You saw that video?
You saying in Chicago?
Yeah. Like two black dudes, two black teens beating up this white man. And him struggle through and pull him gun. And stop them when them see him gun. I'm not pulling it, I'm not pulling it.
Mm.
I'm not pulling it, I'm not pulling it.
You probably hesitate because of Pitney, you know?
No, I'm not pulling it, I'm not pulling it. Everybody can call me coward.
Hey, Stoopies.
Yeah.
Wait, name is something tomorrow?
I heard that this is tomorrow or Friday.
Hey, can I know say yo, polite one big pussy hole and I want him know that any man listen, you know. Because blood clot boy they have the hearing and they went August. I have the day Stoopies and say me I go up there to blow out.
We never go up there too, you know. We never go up there.
Man blood cleat you psych span with the
What you expect him to do?
The man use psych span with Stoopies, burn out the whole of my gas. I say, oh, this pussy hole.
What you expect?
Am
I delay inevitable?
Yeah, delay the inevitable. So we saw people time, brother.
You see, the DNA killed him. If him could get the DNA out, him would have a chance. But you see, once them 6 shot the find from the girl clothes and a fiend shot them, it was over. Because even if him shot her up when she's fully clothed, no, the mere fact say you shot found for her in problem. Right? Him knows him gone.
Yeah,
Them
him
try
gone.
plea and him plea and him plea and him plea down. He might end up get 5 years or 6 or 7 years. Right?
Yeah, more than likely 5 years.
But the situation that is in this community, let me not say it. Let me not say it. Let me not say it.
Don't know because them not have no. And it's funny when you say community, you know, that's an individual, you know. No feel no way. I know that's actually an individual. And we're all, well, those of us who are keen, we know how. Is it me I say Stoopies? We know who you are talk.
Yeah. But everybody gonna jump on it tomorrow and say, Lord, he was never an associate of mine, he was never this, he was never that. But them coming again. It's like them can't help themselves. Trust me, them cannot help themselves.
Yeah, help. I say got to the point where I chat about earlier say, you know, when time I get put in a moral dilemma and moral situation. Because you can't feel any way you want until you actually get really tested. And because of polite popularity, right? And then man in the business of YouTube entertainment, you know, for them hard, for them can't resist the numbers when bring in. You see me? Yeah. Also, man, when I see more while beat up them chest about how them defend the woman, them man. Me not call a name neither. You see me, I say? Because none of we no perfect said way. None of we all contradict ourselves.
Right. At one time or other.
Right. So I'm not gonna necessarily have, like some have up the person. But it just funny to see. And to me, when a person show you something over and over and over, like the condominium thing, right? Because look here, when you have disputes between two people and you're on the outside looking in, a lot of times it's almost impossible for you discern where really are going. We have actual visual proof where this guy is so scamming. It is just such a natural part of him. It's like breathing to where he has no compunction about lying about, again, and going back to Umar made the same point about Umar. To me, what identifies a sociopath to me is the willingness to lie over trivial matters that people wouldn't even judge you for. You know? Like, and then when the lies are like so ostentatious, like the brother Polite say, the man says 2 P's, same have an electron microscope, dog. You know
I
that?
remember when him said that. And I know said the side of an electron. He said that you have a microscope, you have a lamp, and nobody stop him and say, stop the bullshit.
Nobody no stop. Yo, Soupy, that's why I'm saying, brother, look here, I know human being, you know. So no man can fool me. None.
No, I'm gonna tell you something. See, culturally here, so lying don't carry any repercussion. Repercussion, that's the word. Back
Yeah.
home,
Mm-hmm.
back home, when you said somebody lies, it affect them characters and carry with them for years. You're not allowed to lie. Today, somebody lied. Today, a lesbian girl lied upon me. She said, and from the way you talk, stupid, I know that you're a pedophile and a child abuser and a woman beater. She said that. And I said, you're lying on me. And when I
So,
say to somebody, yeah, I say to somebody, them say,
but you're not supposed to have them kind of discussion with their work.
yeah, no, not at work, not at work, you mad? Not talk
Oh.
about on YouTube, a girl named Neo X. And I say,
Oh.
that is why I don't believe that you were sexually abused. Because you lie so easily. And how am I supposed to believe a liar? Because if you're willing to lie and say that I'm a sexual abuser, I'm a rapist, I'm a pedophile, why should I believe anything that you say?
And you do it so nonchalantly too.
Yeah, you did it so easily. You lied so easily, right? I did it because, yeah. If you lie, she said she was sex essay. I'm gonna say you lie, right? You lied, but if she's essay,
Oh, hey, Stoopy's more ask you something before I come off. Andrew Tate. Tell me if my take here is a controversial one.
He's bisexual, you know that, right? Look at him.
Wouldn't surprise. Like I'm telling you, Stoopies. So when it come on to them that particular.
I wouldn't get drunk on Andrew Tate. I don't know. Sorry, and I did what the young lady did. I don't like how he carry himself.
Look.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any, probably with the exception of the Russians, people who we'd consider to be white, what we call white based on their aesthetics, right? Who aren't comfortable, I mean extremely comfortable, playing gay games.
Right.
Okay? The gay jokes and You know, and man, like me said earlier, you know, the fraternity them especially, you know, so them boy they will all do something like put them genitals on your face when you're asleep and take
Yeah,
pictures.
put
Like,
yeah.
to them that stuff is hilarious, you know.
Wipe them dick pan something pan a apple and give it to you if you eat or
Hmm.
some bullshit like that.
Yeah, yeah, they play like that.
Because
So,
there's no consequences again. Because Jamaica, if you play that game, you know, is a dead man.
but what man says though, Stoopies, going back to Greece and Rome, you know, this completely unscientific. But I mean, it's just my thinking on it. They have a pension for. They have I don't even know if predisposition is the right word, but they don't have so much of an aversion to it. They just don't. And by that simple fact alone, the fact that you're not just naturally, viscerally averse to it, that in and of itself avails you to it much more than somebody like me or you who are completely black and white about it.
Right.
You understand? We're not running no jokes about nobody private part. We're not, no, none of that. None of that.
But back to where's about Andrew?
Oh, so my take is these people are trying to legislate morality. And as bombastic and narcissistic as the man is, I've yet to hear anything that he did illegal. The one thing that I've heard is that he made some material representations to some of the women and didn't deliver. If that's the case, then prosecute him on that. But as far as this whole trafficking and pimping thing, that's pure rubbish.
It is rubbish. It is rubbish, but what he does, right? Because he was video sexing. That's what he saw.
Yeah, the cam girls.
Yeah, the cam girls, which is video sexing. No, how you define sex? If you import a girl to go on camera to do lewd and sexual act, if she does the act alone or she does the act with another individual, is it still a sexual act?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the problem that him face. That's why they might get him with the trafficking, because you're trafficking